Lin Chongqing is just a small, low-level cultivator living in the black water market. At 30 years old, he's still stuck at the second level of chi refining and has already given up on becoming an immortal. Part 2. Attack type, and he has always lacked body technique type divine abilities. If he can also learn the Kunpeng heavenly art, a body technique type divine ability, then if he encounters a powerful enemy in the future, it will definitely be of great help. You begin to imitate the moves of the imperial robed figure in your mind, trying to use the Kunpeng heavenly art, this great divine ability. The more you use it, the more you can feel the profundity of this great divine ability. Slowly, ancient black and white energies actually rise and rotate around you. In addition, you feel the magic of the time tree. The Kunpeng heavenly art, which is rumored to be one of the 10 great heavenly arts, is extremely profound. Only some great power-level people can comprehend and learn it. In the ancient times, it is said that some immortal golden immortal level people wanted to learn the Kunpeng heavenly art, but none of them learned it, which shows how difficult it is to learn the Kunpeng heavenly art. At this moment, you can slowly use the Kunpeng heavenly art. You don't think this is because of your talent. You think this is the effect of the time tree. After another hour, you imitate the imperial robed figure's moves one by one. Slowly, you seem to enter a magical state. The black and white energies around you continue to rotate, and your posture becomes more and more strange, like a line dividing yin and yang. Finally, a black and white force suddenly gushes out from your dantian, and finally an incomplete Kunpeng black and white rune appears. And at this moment, your physical body has also undergone a change. You have actually turned into a miniature Kunpeng. How magical! Lin Chongqing used a water surface spell to observe his appearance through the water surface. He turned into a miniature Kunpeng about 3 meters long, with a head like a Kun fish, wings like a golden-winged peng bird, and mysterious black and white energies swirling around his body, his appearance extremely strange. Lin Chongqing gently waved his wings and instantly arrived 10,000 meters away. This bronze ancient ship is unbelievably long, and even 10,000 meters away is still on the ancient ship. What a fast speed, more than 10 times faster than my previous speed. If I, who have now learned the Kunpeng heavenly art, faced the sect master of the 10,000 demons sect that day in Biansha City, even without the rescue of the Sword Palace Senior, I could have escaped with the Kunpeng heavenly art. Lin Chongqing was very excited. The Kunpeng heavenly art will definitely be his life-saving method in the future. However, the only pity is that he doesn't seem to have learned it completely, he only learned the incomplete version. Lin Chongqing looked inside his dantian, and he saw the incomplete black and white Kunpeng rune in his dantian. The incomplete Kunpeng rune means the Kunpeng heavenly art, and Lin Chongqing may have only learned 1/3 or less. One cannot be greedy. People at the level of immortal golden immortals in the ancient times could not learn the Kunpeng heavenly art. I am already very lucky to have learned it 1/3. Lin Chongqing shook his head. He felt that people should be content, and there may be opportunities to learn the Kunpeng heavenly art completely in the future. Even if the Kunpeng celestial technique is incomplete, you are very satisfied. With excitement, you experiment again. You marvel that it is indeed the Kunpeng celestial technique, representing extreme speed. You suddenly have a new understanding of wind and time, which represent speed. Legend says that the Kunpeng celestial technique, one of the top 10 celestial techniques, represents extreme speed, and the other 9 each have their own strengths. For example, the ancestral dragon celestial technique represents the ultimate battle prowess. Lin Chongqing stopped. He gently outlined the Kunpeng rune in his dantian, immediately transforming from the Kunpeng demon body into a human form. His eyes were thoughtful as he searched his mind for relevant information about other celestial techniques. For example, the ancestral dragon celestial technique, representing ultimate battle prowess. If the Kunpeng celestial technique is absolute speed, the extreme speed of traversing the world and soaring 90,000 miles into the blue sky, then the ancestral dragon celestial technique is invincible battle prowess that can sweep away everything. Who is the ancestral dragon? Its existence is even older than the ancient witch race, the first dragon born in chaos. According to legend, it was unbelievably huge. Each dragon scale contained a world, and each breath was the birth and death of a galaxy, unimaginably powerful. In the late ancient years, in the era when even the world tree was felled, in that chaotic time, it is said that the ancestral dragon was stained with Xianhuang blood, defying the heavens, fighting the sky 9 times, and shattering the ancient heavenly court that ruled everything 9 times. This kind of battle prowess was truly unimaginably powerful. The ancestral dragon's celestial technique is to analyze the ancestral dragon's great Tao, transform into the ancestral dragon, and once learned, naturally master many ancient battle skills of the dragon race. Moreover, it is said that the ancestral dragon's celestial technique can amplify a person's battle prowess, from 1 to 33 times. Lin Changqing clicked his tongue at the thought. What is the concept of amplifying a person's battle prowess by 33 times? Amplifying battle prowess by 33 times is not simply 33 of him added together. The amplification becomes stronger and stronger as it goes on. Moreover, 33 times the battle prowess represents a number that conforms to the great Tao, 33 heavens. If he amplified his battle prowess by 33 times now, he wouldn't have to escape. He could go straight back and smash through Qingzhou. He could blast Zhou and the Wanma Sec Master with one punch. Of course, in addition to this, the other celestial techniques besides the ancestral dragon celestial technique each have their own mysteries. For example, the Phoenix celestial technique represents the ultimate in life. Cultivating this technique can greatly enhance a person's vitality, and when practiced to the extreme, one can be reborn from nirvana. Or, for example, in short, each of the top 10 celestial techniques represents the ultimate in one aspect, whether it be speed, battle prowess, life, space, or clones. Learning one of them is enough to traverse the world and be invincible. The top 10 celestial techniques are truly enviable. Each has its own magic, and when practiced to the extreme, they all have incredible power. Lin Changqing suddenly had a desire to collect them. He wanted to try to collect all 10 celestial techniques. According to rumors, it seems that no one has ever collected all 10 celestial techniques. Learning one is already amazing. Take it one step at a time. First learn the Kunpeng celestial technique completely, and then slowly work on the others. After thinking about the top 10 celestial techniques for a while, you walked back to the blood-colored sapling. The blood-colored sapling still has 3 leaves. After the previous 2 leaves shattered, you gained significant rewards. The first leaf allowed you to learn about some of the events of the Shang dynasty in ancient times, and the second leaf allowed you to learn the incomplete Kunpeng celestial technique. Especially the Kunpeng celestial technique from the second leaf, this is a great opportunity. Now that the blood-colored sapling still has 3 leaves that haven't shattered, you are very much looking forward to what scenes you will see after the next 3 leaves shatter? Are they some secrets from ancient times? Or will you learn another divine power? You walked into the blood-colored sapling and approached to within 3 meters of it. The third leaf immediately shattered. After the divine light shone brightly, scenes appeared. You saw. Scenes appeared before Lin Changqing, and for some reason, this time the scenes also had sound. Kill. The complete Kunpeng celestial technique is in the main city of Chaoga. The first scene was a majestic black imperial city, with thousands of people fighting outside. They seemed to want to seize the Kunpeng treasure technique in the Black Imperial City. The second scene, after thousands of people fought, only the last 10 victors remained. They cautiously entered the Black Imperial City, which they called the main city of Chaoga. The third scene, when 10 people went in, 7 people immediately died violently, leaving only 3 people alive. These 7 people died suddenly, without any warning. And the 3 people who were alive all had one characteristic: they all held a black token in their hands, with a black bird engraved on the token. The scene ended there. Oh, the complete Kunpeng celestial technique is in the main city. Also, those black Shen bird tokens seem to be the key to entering the main city. Lin Changqing extracted the information from these 3 scenes. He didn't expect to find the whereabouts of the complete Kunpeng celestial technique so early. He extracted a lot of useful information from these 3 scenes. First, the Kunpeng celestial technique is in the main city of Chaoga. Second, the main city is very dangerous. The 10 people who survived the fighting outside must be very strong, but as soon as they entered, 7 of them died violently. Third, to avoid this danger, one must have that kind of black shin bird token. The 3 people in the scene holding the black shin bird token were fine. It seems that if I want to obtain the complete Kuan Pang celestial technique, I must first obtain a black shin bird token. What is the black shin bird token? The Shang dynasty used the shin bird as its totem, so this token should be similar to a token. The person holding the token should be able to obtain a part of the approval of the dead city of Chaoga, so they can enter the main city safely. Where can this black shin bird token be obtained? Lin Changqing stroked his chin and thought, then shook his head. He felt that if he wanted to obtain the complete Kuan Pang treasure technique in the main city, there were many problems that needed to be solved. You took another step forward and walked to a place 2 meters away from the blood-colored sapling. The 4th leaf shattered. In the picture presented by the 4th leaf, you saw a sky-covering green wooden divine boat. The people in the picture called it the Jianmu divine boat. Jianmu divine boat? Could it be the ship built by King Zhou of Shan using the main trunk of the world tree? Lin Changqing looked at the scene in front of him. The ship in the picture was unbelievably large. There were some green giant leaves swaying on the edge of the ship. And how big were these leaves? Each leaf was actually swaying a planet. You sighed, as expected of being built with the main trunk of the world tree, the Jianmu divine boat is indeed huge. At the same time, you were thinking that the world tree fragment you obtained was only a dozen centimeters in size, but after fusion, it could still allow you to break through a layer of cultivation. If you were to fuse the Jianmu divine boat built with the main trunk of the world tree, what kind of cultivation would you break through to at that time? Would you directly attain the Great Luo status? Shaking your head, you continued to watch the scene. You were very much looking forward to it. After all, this scene involved the Jianmu divine boat, which could allow a country to ascend to the immortal realm. Back then, King Zhou of Shang built the Jianmu divine boat to take the entire Shang nation with him to ascend. You were looking forward to what kind of ancient secrets the scene presented by the 4th leaf would reveal. You watched the scenes displayed by the 4th leaf, a total of 3 scenes. The first scene is what you just saw, a ship dragging countless stars, showcasing the immense vastness of the Jianmu divine ship. The second scene shows an emperor-robed figure piloting the Jianmu divine ship forward with unwavering determination. His target is a world with an ancient and primordial aura, seemingly the origin of all the myriad realms. You speculate that the target world of the Jianmu divine ship might be the immortal realm. After all, who else but King Zhou of Shang could pilot the Jianmu divine ship? Legend has it that King Zhou of Shang built the Jianmu divine ship to ascend to the immortal realm with his entire kingdom. Besides, only the immortal realm could possess that kind of primordial, ancient aura of the origin of all the myriad realms. Next, you witness an extremely shocking scene. As the Jianmu divine ship is about to reach that world, countless earth-shattering beings take action. There are Buddha's Dharma wheels, Taoist venerables alchemy furnaces, giant demons demon banners, ancient emperors imperial fists, and countless unspeakable beings leaping out from the immortal realm to attack the Jianmu divine ship. The Jianmu divine ship is ultimately shattered. The last scene shows a blood-stained emperor-robed figure standing amidst the ruins. He seems to have just fought a bloody battle with those forbidden existences. Now, his emperor robe stained with blood, he looks up at that world with the ancient and primordial aura and says, "You are still so afraid of the world tree." In the second scene, the last thing heard is King Zhou's mocking voice. So many forbidden existences actually attack the Jianmu divine ship. What does King Zhou mean by that last sentence? Lin Changqing repeatedly pondered the sentence spoken by King Zhou. You are still so afraid of the world tree. This sentence definitely holds a great secret. You guess that perhaps the world tree contains something that even those immortal realm giants fear. Otherwise, King Zhou wouldn't have said such a thing. You also recall that in the late primordial era, someone wielding a giant axe forcibly chopped down the world tree. Zhu Long was furious, his blood staining the Shenhuang, fighting 9 battles in the sky, shattering the ancient heavenly court 9 times. Could this be related to the world tree being chopped down? Does Zhu Long know something? Could it be that someone from the ancient heavenly court chopped down the world tree? Shaking your head, you feel that these ancient secrets are like layers of mist, and you can't comprehend them in a short time. You continue watching. Finally, the third scene shows that black, majestic imperial city, which is the main city of Chauga. A large piece of the Jinmu divine ship's shattered hull fell into the main city. Thus, all three scenes displayed by the fourth leaf have ended. Leaving aside those secrets, my biggest gain from the scenes displayed by the fourth leaf is knowing that there is actually a large piece of the Jinmu divine ship's hull in the main city of Chauga. Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes. He suddenly felt that he absolutely had to go to this main city of Chauga. If he could obtain that piece of the Jinmu divine ship's hull in the main city, he might be able to directly cross 3 or 5 major realms after fusion, perhaps even directly becoming an immortal in the mortal world. After all, judging from the scene, that shattered hull that fell into the main city must be at least 1,000 meters long. 1,000 meters, oh my goodness! Lin Changqing internally examined his dantian. The world tree fragments in his dantian now only add up to about several tens of centimeters. It can only be said that the main city of Chauga contains a great opportunity for him. Whether it's the complete Kunpeng heavenly art or the Jinmu divine ship's hull, obtaining any one of them would allow him to take off immediately. So the key now is whether or not I can get a black Shin bird token. Lin Changqing shook his head. He remembered that to enter the main city, one would immediately die without the black Shin bird token. He currently knows nothing about this Shin bird token. He has no clue where to obtain such a token. The blood-colored sapling only has one last leaf left. The 4 leaves that shattered from the blood-colored sapling before have given you a lot of gains. You have learned some ancient secrets, obtained the Kunpeng heavenly art, and also learned the location of some major opportunities. What will the 5th leaf bring? You take a step closer, now only 1 meter away from the blood-colored sapling. And the 5th leaf shatters immediately as you take another step closer. Overall, the way the blood-colored sapling is triggered is very peculiar. Every time you get closer, it automatically shatters a leaf. This time, after the 5th leaf shatters, the scene you see is a blood-colored giant head, buried in a huge Xuanhuan-colored coffin. A group of people with human bodies and snake tails are carrying the coffin of the blood-colored head, traveling in the vast and cold universe. You are very surprised. The human bodies and snake tails remind you of the ancestors of mankind, Fushi and Nuwa. Who is this blood-colored head? Where are these people with human bodies and snake tails taking his coffin in the universe? Eventually, this group of people with human bodies and snake tails land in a great world, seemingly reaching their destination. Then, with sadness, they bury this Xuanhuan-colored coffin under a mountain range. Thus, the scene ends. Seeing this, you are so surprised that you can't speak, because you are very familiar with that mountain range. It is the 3 desolate mountains of Qingzhou. The blood-colored head is actually buried under the 3 desolate mountains of Qingzhou. Who is he? Why was he finally buried in Qingzhou? Does Qingzhou have something special? You suddenly remember that the founding emperor of Great Wu said that Qingzhou is a land of curses, a land abandoned by the gods. It seems that Qingzhou, the most barren place in the Wu kingdom, hides many secrets. Lin Changqing sighed. First, there was the dead city of Chauga in the vast desert of Qingzhou, and now there is a seemingly noble and ancient blood-colored head that specially came from the other side of the universe to be buried in Qingzhou. What other hidden things are there under other places in Qingzhou? It seems that these great figures of the ancient and primordial eras have all taken root in Qingzhou. For some reason, Lin Changqing vaguely has a feeling in his heart at this moment. That is, perhaps a shocking event will happen in Qingzhou in the future. You want to put the blood-colored sapling into your storage bag. After all, this is a time tree, a rare treasure in the world. But unfortunately, you can't do it. You can't even touch the blood-colored sapling, as if there is a layer of restriction blocking you. You guess that you might be able to take it away if you have a Shin bird token. 10 minutes later. You leave the Bronze Ancient City. You have gained a lot here. You have already obtained the opportunities here. You want to go to other places to find more opportunities. You want to find the main city and see if there are any clues about the black token in other bronze ancient cities. 4 hours later, you leave Beishian City. Sure enough, outside the city gate of Beishian City, there is another road. At the end of the road stands another bronze ancient city. The stone tablet in front of the city gate is inscribed with Chaga Nanshan City. You enter Nanshan City. This ancient city is pitch black. Inside the city gate are stone houses everywhere. The ground is empty, with stone weapons and some bloodstains from time to time. You bend down to look and find that the blood on the ground is actually wet and fresh. You are very surprised. This blood looks freshly shed. Could there be living people in this city? Just as you are wondering, suddenly an old man's voice comes from a stone house a dozen meters ahead. Little friend, this old man. Young friend, this old man is from the Hua family of the Wu Kingdom. If you save me, I will definitely repay you handsomely. The old voice calling for help echoed from the stone house a dozen meters away, and you immediately became vigilant. There are actually living people in Stone City, which is very unusual. You sized up the stone house where the old man's voice came from, and you vaguely saw a stone elder. He seemed to be locked in the stone house by blood-red chains. The cry for help came from this stone elder. He said he was from the Hua family of the Wu Kingdom. The Hua family is very unusual in the Wu Kingdom. They can be called a Zhongzhou aristocratic family, and are descendants of the founding Hua Xin king. The Hua family, such a Zhongzhou aristocratic family, has a profound foundation, and there are many nascent souls, and even transformation stage heavenly lords. The Hua family has always acted together with the royal family. If the stone elder is really from the Hua family, could it be that many years ago, the Zhongzhou royal family explored Chaga Death City? Your heart stirred slightly. While being vigilant about the surrounding movements, you wanted to try to ask questions, wanting to pry some information from the stone elder's mouth. Senior, are you from the Hua family? Do you know anything about this Chaga Death City? Lin Changqing did not directly answer the question of whether to rescue him or not. He directly stood in place and asked. After hearing Lin Changqing's question, the stone elder said weakly, "Young friend, come closer and I'll tell you." Lin Changqing was unmoved, standing in place, maintaining a distance of a dozen meters away from the stone elder. Even when the stone elder asked Lin Changqing to come closer, Lin Changqing directly took a big step back, retreating a few steps. Forget it, young friend is indeed cautious, but this is also the style of people of my generation, the stone elder suddenly sighed. How about this, young friend, let's make a deal. I'll tell you some information about the Death City. If you can save me, that would be best. If you don't want to save me, I won't force you. Just promise to help me pass a message to the outside world. Okay, I'll help you pass the message, Lin Changqing replied immediately. This sentence seemed to directly silence the stone elder. He seemed to not expect Lin Changqing to answer so readily. After a long while, the stone elder sighed, passing a message is fine too. Forget it, I won't force you to save me. The stone elder seemed to have reached a deal with you. In the next 10 minutes, the stone elder recounted that he followed the royal family to explore the Death City 30 years ago. And said that he was trapped in Nanshan City due to an accident, turned into a stone man, and was locked in a stone house. In addition, you also learned from the stone elder's words that Chaga Death City is divided into east, south, west, and north, and there are 100,000 bronze ancient cities distributed in each direction. Some bronze ancient cities are very dangerous. The stone elder recounted that even transformation stage heavenly lords of the royal family have fallen in those dangerous ancient cities. Of course, there are many opportunities in some ancient cities. The stone elder said that in the past 1,000 years, it is precisely by exploring the Death City that the Great Wu dynasty has become more and more prosperous in the hands of the current emperor. And even vaguely surpasses the founding ancestor. Hearing this, you nodded silently in your heart. Indeed, the opportunities in this ancient city are indeed great. You obtained the incomplete Kuanpeng heavenly art in Beishian City before, and you were only in this one city. Over the past 1,000 years, the Great Wu dynasty has explored this Death City countless times, and must have accumulated a lot of treasures in its hands. It seems that the Sword Palace Elder was right. In Zhongzhou, if you want to quickly improve your cultivation realm, you must follow the royal family. This time you entered Chaoga Death City by accident, but from the words of this stone elder, you can hear that the royal family seems to have mastered the method of independently entering the Death City. From here, you can diverge your thinking. Perhaps the Zhongzhou dynasty also controls the methods of entering many precious secret realms. Senior, do you know what the Xian bird token is? You directly asked what you wanted to know most, and your question made the stone elder silent again. He didn't seem to expect you to ask such a question. Finally, he replied that he was not very clear either. In short, according to the stone elder's understanding, the Xian bird token is an extremely precious thing. Mastering the Xian bird token can greatly improve safety in the Death City. Hearing this, you nodded. The function of the Xian bird token in the stone elder's mouth is consistent with the scene you saw. This stone elder didn't lie to you, and told the truth. His words have some credibility. Next, the stone elder stopped talking about the Death City, but instead brought up his Hua family identity again, saying that his Hua family is a great Wu marquis, with transformation stage heavenly lord sitting in town, and controls countless cultivation resources. The stone elder directly hinted that if you save him, you will become an honored guest of the Zhongzhou Hua family, enjoying endless wealth and glory. Even nascent soul spiritual objects that can help people form a nascent soul are available in the Hua family. Young friend, are you really not planning to save me? This old man has a granddaughter with unparalleled beauty, one of the 4 beauties of Zhongzhou imperial capital. If you save this old man, I will make the decision to marry that granddaughter to you. If you become the grandson-in-law of my Hua family, you will ascend to the heavens in one step in Zhongzhou. My Hua family is an aristocratic family with transformation stage heavenly lord sitting in town, and has been on good terms with the royal family for generations. From your clothing style, this old man can tell that you are a cultivator from Qingzhou. It is extremely difficult for people from Qingzhou to survive if they want to go to Zhongzhou, but if you become the Hua family's son-in-law, everything will be different. Your identity will directly change from a cultivator from the most remote place to a member of a precious Zhongzhou aristocratic family. The stone elder is tempting you to save him again, and even directly used his granddaughter as a bargaining chip this time. You directly pretended not to hear. Seeing that your will was firm and unmoved, the stone elder sighed in the end. Forget it, young friend is cautious. It's okay if you don't want to save me. You can just help me send a letter out. The old man seemed to have given up the idea of wanting Lin Changqing to save him, and directly moved 2 stone fingers, and a letter floated out of the house. Help me send this letter to the Zhongzhou Hua family. This letter is from this old man to my family. Alas, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to see my family again in this life. The stone elder's voice was very sad. At the same time, the letter slowly floated from the stone house towards Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing stared at the letter, his eyes flashed, and he directly teleported back 100 meters away. And just at the moment when Lin Changqing teleported, the letter suddenly burst out with black light and submerged the place where Lin Changqing was just standing. I've been guarding against you for a long time. Lin Changqing sneered. His vigilance against this stone elder had never been relaxed. From the beginning of letting him approach, to later tempting him with his granddaughter's marriage, all the signs indicated that the stone elder definitely had a problem. Sure enough, it was exposed in this letter. Seeing that you were not tricked, the stone elder had regret on his face, and then suddenly smiled lightly. You junior is indeed cautious. It's a pity, if I had caught you, I could have let you be my stone statue ghost, and I could have escaped, the stone elder said with infinite regret on his face. Then he looked at Lin Changqing and suddenly grinned. Junior, didn't this old man tell you that some cities in this Chaoga are opportunities, and some cities are dangers? Guess what this city is? What do you think this old man was talking to you for just now? If I can't deceive you, I can at least make you die with me. Let me tell you, in this Nanshan city, as long as a cultivator enters for 2/4 of an hour, they will immediately be locked by the rules and turned into a stone statue ghost. You will become a stone statue ghost with this old man, locked in this stone house, waiting to die. This old man has been talking to you for almost 2/4 of an hour just now, the stone elder grinned. As the stone elder's words fell, a boundless black mist suddenly surged in the sky. The stone houses on the ground also began to tremble, and the fresh blood that Lin Changqing had seen upon his arrival slowly flowed into the stone houses. Then, stone figures emerged from the stone houses, their faces expressionless as they stared at Lin Changqing. Intruder into South Xian City, without a token, die. The stone figures began to close in on Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing looked back, and the bronze gates of South Xian City were slowly closing behind him, seemingly trapping him within the city. Ha, 2/4 of an hour are almost up. With your golden core stage 3 cultivation, how can you escape? You can stay here and be in stone statue ghost with me. The stone elder, still bound by chains within the house, watched Lin Changqing with a sinister grin. Not good. Sensing the danger, Lin Changqing directly invoked the runes in his dantian. His flesh and blood began to change, and in an instant, he transformed into a miniature Kuan Pang, 3 meters long. Then, in a fraction of a second, he rapidly darted away. Just as the bronze gates were about to close, he relied on the extreme speed of the Kuan Pang demon body to narrowly escape. What? This junior actually knows the Kuan Pang celestial art. Impossible. This is impossible. Why do you know the Kuan Pang celestial art? Why did you run away? Why didn't you stay and die with me? In a moment of crisis, you used the newly learned Kuan Pang celestial art, directly transforming into the Kuan Pang demon body, and rushed out of the closing bronze gate, leaving behind the stone elder's unwilling roar. You breathed a sigh of relief after escaping outside. That was really close. Looking back at the closed gates of South Xian City, Lin Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had learned the Kuan Pang celestial art, and his speed had qualitatively improved compared to before. If it were the him from before, he would have truly fallen for the stone elder's trick and been trapped to death in South Xian City. It seems that this Chaoga Dead City is indeed dangerous. A moment of carelessness can lead to trouble. There are actually such rules. Staying in South Xian City for 2/4 of an hour will result in being killed by stone figures and turning into stone statue ghosts. Lin Changqing felt lingering fear. He suddenly felt that he had been quite lucky before, not encountering any danger in desolate Bright City, and even obtaining a great opportunity in North Xian City. It seems that, as the Stone Elder said, some cities in Chaoga are dangerous, such as South Xian City, and some cities are opportunities, such as North Xian City, Lin Changqing thought. 10 minutes later, you returned to North Xian City along the same path. The strange danger encountered in South Xian City made you afraid to recklessly explore anymore. What the stone figures in South Xian City said, entering those dangerous ancient cities without a token, is probably courting death. Therefore, you decided to stay in the seemingly safer North Xian City for now. Of course, perhaps the safety of North Xian City is only superficial, just like how you passed through desolate Bright City unscathed, but desolate Bright City was filled with the corpses of Great Wu soldiers, and there was definitely an unusual danger there. Perhaps you were just lucky enough to pass through desolate Bright City. The same applies to North Xian City. Perhaps the danger has not yet arrived. But in any case, you have stayed in North Xian City for at least 4 hours, and it seems safe on the surface, so you returned. Walking on the streets of North Xian City, you felt slightly relieved. There was no strange blood on the ground here, nor any stone elder suddenly calling out to you. You found a place on the street to sit cross-legged and cultivate. You did not enter the houses on both sides of the street. The experience in South Xian City taught you a lesson. It is best to be careful in everything, and it is better not to recklessly enter these houses. Who knows if there are any strange things inside. A day passed, and you stayed in North Xian City for another day, without anything happening. It seems that North Xian City is indeed a safe place. You thought so. Another 12 hours passed. You spent the whole day practicing the Kuan Pang celestial art. The more you cultivated this technique, the more profound you felt it became. Gradually, you seemed to be able to manipulate the wind element. You were thinking that perhaps one day, if you obtained the complete Kuan Pang celestial art, you might be able to touch upon the power of the laws of time. Another day is about to pass. It seems that North Xian City is indeed quite safe. As night fell, you said such a sentence while looking at the night sky. Yesterday the whole day plus today the whole day, you suddenly felt that life was very stable. You had been constantly breathing in spiritual energy to cultivate, or practicing the Kuan-Peng celestial art. In fact, you wanted to escape to Central Continent, also wanting to find a stable place to cultivate. If North Xian City could always be safe, you felt that staying in North Xian City to cultivate would not be bad at all. Unexpectedly, just as you were thinking this, an unexpected situation suddenly occurred. You suddenly saw an endless stream of ghost soldiers, Young Lai, pouring into the originally peaceful North Xian City. They came from nowhere, gathered together, and did not know which direction they were heading. Why are there so many ghost soldiers suddenly? You felt that you were really a jinx just now, just saying that North Xian City had no danger, who knew that danger would come immediately. However, after an hour, you realized that nothing happened. These ghost soldiers seemed unable to see you or touch you, and did not make any harmful actions. They seemed to be guided by someone, heading towards a certain direction in the city. You followed them, and then discovered that these ghost soldiers were gathering near the bronze ancient ship. They stopped, gathered into square formations, and just as you were curious about what these ghost soldiers were doing, you suddenly discovered that they were practicing martial arts. That's right, these ghost soldiers were actually practicing martial arts. You watched this scene with slight surprise. You suddenly thought that perhaps in the ancient era, these ghost soldiers were soldiers of the Great Shan army. They had to line up for military exercises and practice martial arts every day. Now, even after dying for many years, this instinct is still engraved in their bones, even if they have turned into ghosts. They will also gather in front of the bronze ancient ship at night to practice martial arts. You think this is possible? The ghost soldiers' martial arts postures were extremely mysterious. Both their left and right hands formed a strange Tao seal, seemingly containing some kind of mysterious power. You tentatively imitated them, and a surprise occurred. This is? Lin Changqing imitated the ghost soldier's posture and also formed a Tao seal. As a result, in an instant, he felt that he had connected to a mysterious force. At this moment, a phantom resembling a primordial black bull appeared above his head. Lin Changqing unleashed it, and the primordial black bull let out a moo sound and rushed to the ground. The ground shattered, the space vibrated, and the power was astonishing. You actually learned a supernatural power that can condense a primordial black bull by following these ghost soldiers, and its power is not bad. You marveled at the many opportunities in North Xian City, which allowed you to learn another supernatural power. The night passed, and the ghost soldiers were still practicing the primordial black bull Tao seal. As the morning light appeared, these ghost soldiers also slowly dissipated. 2 more days passed, and your life returned to peace. These ghost soldiers seemed to only appear that one night. You spent every day breathing in spiritual energy, practicing the Kuan-Peng celestial art, and of course, there was one more task, which was to practice the primordial black bull seal. Such a life is not bad. Resting peacefully every day, but it would be even better to have a blackbird token, so that I can leave the city to explore more opportunities. You thought to yourself, you have already obtained the opportunities of the Kuan-Peng celestial art and the primordial black bull seal just in North Xian City. If you had a blackbird token, you would have the confidence to explore the opportunities of other ancient cities, but unfortunately, you don't know where to get this blackbird token. Whether it is the Great World Tree and the complete Kuan-Peng celestial art in the main city, or the opportunities in other ancient cities, they all make you extremely eager to find a blackbird token. But you currently have no clues about the blackbird token. Another day passed, and just when you thought this peaceful life would continue, an uninvited guest arrived. Xiao Yu is here. That evening, you were practicing the ancient black bull seal and cultivating spiritual energy in North Xian City as usual when suddenly, a monstrous power descended from the sky. A woman in a blood-colored palace dress arrived, her eyes full of majesty. Upon seeing you, she didn't say a word and struck you with a palm, intending to kill you. From this woman in the blood-colored palace dress, you felt a power even stronger than that of the Wan Mo sect master and the Sword Palace elder. Faced with her attack, you felt an immense threat and immediately transformed into the Kuan-Peng demon form to escape. Why did such a dangerous woman in a blood-colored palace dress suddenly appear in the ancient city? Why did she attack you directly? You were filled with questions, but you would soon understand. Kuan-Peng celestial art. Lin Changqing, you have quite the good fortune. This palace brought you into the Chaoga Dead City, but I didn't expect you to obtain the Kuanpeng celestial art. It seems the fortune of the righteous path of Qingzhou has truly descended upon you. As the leader of the demonic path of Qingzhou, this palace truly cannot let you live. Behind you came the shocked and murderous words of the woman in the blood-colored palace dress. From these words, you roughly understood the identity of the woman. Claiming to be this palace, and attacking you directly without a word, coupled with claiming to be the leader of the demonic path of Qingzhou, it was obvious that she was the demoness Qiu Yu. Only she possessed such powerful might, and more importantly, you learned from her words that she was the reason you entered the Dead City. Now the doubts in your heart were resolved. You wondered why you were flying so well in the vast desert, and just as you were about to reach Central Continent, the Chaoga Dead City suddenly descended and sucked you in. It turned out that all of this was Qiu Yu's doing. Qiu Yu was able to manipulate the Chaoga Dead City to descend. Could it be that she possesses? You had a certain guess in your mind. Qiu Yu brought me into the Chaoga Dead City, obviously with the intention of preventing me from escaping to Central Continent, and then trapping me like a turtle in a jar within the Chaoga Dead City. But she never expected that I would have a fortuitous encounter and obtain the Kuanpeng celestial art. Lin Changqing, transformed into the Kuanpeng demon form, flew rapidly. He glanced back, and Qiu Yu was chasing behind him, but she couldn't catch up at all. This was the terror of the Kuanpeng celestial art. Even though Qiu Yu was 7 minor realms higher than Lin Changqing. But with the Kuanpeng celestial art, Lin Changqing had already left Qiu Yu far behind. And this was only the incomplete version. He couldn't imagine how terrifying Lin Changqing's speed would be when he obtained the complete version in the future. 10 minutes later, you rapidly flew from the southern part of North Xian City to the northern part. At this moment, you had already left Qiu Yu far behind, and you breathed a slight sigh of relief. In just a few days, this Kuanpeng celestial art has already saved my life twice, you thought. The first time was in South Xian City, where you used the Kuanpeng celestial art to escape the stone man's pursuit, avoiding becoming a gargoyle. The second time was this time, when Qiu Yu was chasing you. In the past, Qiu Yu was 7 minor realms higher than you, and your speed would definitely not be as fast as hers. But now, with the Kuanpeng celestial art, you successfully escaped her pursuit. However, just as you were thinking this, a large amount of black mist suddenly filled the sky above North Xian City, as if night had fallen. One by one, ghost soldiers emerged from the Yin residences on both sides of the street. Next, you saw a shocking scene. The ghost soldiers on the distant street were actually crowding around a person, as if that person was their king. And that person, wearing a blood-colored palace dress, was Qiu Yu. As expected of the Kuanpeng celestial art. Even though this palace is 7 minor realms higher than you, I still couldn't catch up. But in the Chaoga Dead City, you are destined to not escape this palace's grasp, Qiu Yu said with a cold smile. As she spoke, she took out a black Xian bird token from her left hand and waved it forward gently, as if a king was giving an order. The ghost soldiers received the order and charged towards Lin Changqing. Your previous guess was correct. Qiu Yu really possessed a Xian bird token, and this Xian bird token did indeed possess a portion of the authority to control the Dead City, actually being able to control the ghost soldiers of this North Xian City to attack you. You remembered that these ghost soldiers were not aggressive the previous 2 nights, but now you only felt your scalp tingling. Endless numbers of them, every street, even the sky, was densely packed with ghost soldiers charging towards you. 2/4 of an hour later, you died. There were too many ghost soldiers, and they were incredibly powerful. You tried to transform into the Kuanpeng demon form to escape, but in the end, Qiu Yu directed the ghost soldiers to slowly surround and kill you. Before your death, you saw Qiu Yu walking towards you with a sneer, looking down from above. So-called geniuses, even with more fortuitous encounters, are nothing more than a handful of luss in front of me, Qiu Yu. In Qingzhou, if this palace wants to kill someone, no one can escape, and you are no exception. This simulation is over, calculating simulation rewards. Golden Core 3rd Layer Cultivation, Forged 10th Bone. In the dim room, as these 2 lines of text appeared on the panel, a strange power instantly entered Lin Changqing's body from the void. He instantly completed the formation of his Golden Core and reached the Golden Core 3rd Layer. Moreover, at this moment, an incomplete Koan Pang rune slowly emerged within his dantian. This simulation was not bad. The initial goals were achieved, completing the 9-pattern golden core in forged 10th bone, and unexpectedly obtaining the Koan Pang celestial art. Feeling the powerful power coming from his body, Lin Chongqing let out a long breath. He was very satisfied with this simulation, and the general goals were all achieved. Although he died in Xiao Yu's hands in the end, it also solved a major problem for him. The main city of the Chaoga Dead City has the complete Koan Pang celestial art in the main trunk of the Jianmu Divine Boat's cabin, which are all great opportunities for him. He had been worried about where to find a Xian bird token, and he had no clues. But now it was good. He knew that Xiao Yu had one in her hand. Thinking of this, Lin Chongqing narrowed his eyes. Very good, the goal for the second simulation is determined, which is to improve cultivation, find a place to cultivate steadily, play it safe, practice to the golden core 8th layer or golden core 10th layer, and come back to directly kill through Qingzhou and snatch the Xian bird token from Qiu Yu's hand. Lin Chongqing looked at the panel, eager to start the second simulation. Remaining simulation attempts, 4. Start the next simulation? Yes. Starting simulation. Time, Taishu year 330. Location, Blackwater Market. You have been reborn with the cultivation of the golden core 3rd layer in forged 10th bone from the previous life. Now you have the following choices. A. In 7 days, the demonist Qiu Yu will attack Blackwater Market. In the previous life, you had doubts about what the treasure Qiu Yu took from Ni Chang's hands was. Stay and secretly observe. B. Set off directly to Central Continent. Central Continent has deep spiritual energy and vast secret realm resources. There, you can break through to the golden core 10th layer earlier. Moreover, the mountain and sea sect's main hall secret realm and Central Continent has the method you need to refine your internal organs. Lin Chongqing directly chose option A. Going to Central Continent wouldn't be too late even after 7 days. He was indeed curious about what the treasure that Ni Chang had taken from Qiu Yu's hands was. A thought suddenly popped into Lin Chongqing's mind. Could the treasure that Ni Chang had stolen by Qiu Yu be the Xian bird token? You chose option A, staying to observe what the treasure in Ni Chang's hand is. Time passed bit by bit. On the evening of the 7th day, just like the previous simulations, Qiu Yu led the Heavenly Demon sect to attack Blackwater Market. You quietly hid your presence in the inner city, observing the situation. An hour later, you saw Qiu Yu and Ni Chang fighting. With one move, Ni Chang was severely injured by Qiu Yu, and Qiu Yu took a deep blue pearl from Ni Chang. Then, a sky full of blue light engulfed Qiu Yu and Ni Chang. You watched from the outside, unable to see what was happening inside, only vaguely hearing sounds coming from within. Ha, Ni Chang, this treasure, the Merman Pearl, concerns the deep-sea Merman Sea Kingdom. This palace will gladly accept it. You guessed wrong. The treasure in Ni Chang's hand is not the mysterious bird token, but a Merman Pearl. You don't know much about the Merman Pearl, and you don't know much about the deep-sea Merman Sea Kingdom. You've only heard that there is a group of deep-sea sea clans in the southernmost part of the Great River Cultivation world, and the Merman Sea Kingdom is one of them. You thought to yourself, Qiu Yu has a lot of hidden secrets. First, the mysterious bird token, and now a Merman Pearl and the deep-sea Merman Kingdom. The first doubt is resolved. It turns out that the treasure in Fairy Ni Chang's hand is the Merman Pearl. The second doubt is, how exactly did Ni Chang survive from Qiu Yu's hands? Logically speaking, it should be as easy as flipping her hand for Qiu Yu to kill Ni Chang. Lin Chongqing closely watched the blue light waves, but unfortunately, he couldn't see anything inside. He couldn't even hear the sounds clearly. After a night, your doubts remained unresolved. You couldn't observe the situation inside the blue light waves. You could only see that when dawn broke, the blue light waves suddenly dissipated, and 2 figures soared into the sky. One was Qiu Yu, her face looking very bad, coldly snorting as she led the Heavenly Demon sect back. The other was the seriously injured Ni Chang. What happened inside the blue light waves that ultimately allowed Ni Chang to survive, and it seemed that Qiu Yu suffered a loss? You were very puzzled, shook your head, and left. This doubt can be resolved after you improve your cultivation. Now is the time to go to Central Continent to cultivate peacefully. You need to go to Central Continent to obtain the method of refining the internal organs. You also need to contact the Central Continent royal family to learn more information about the Asong Death City. You also need to use the abundant spiritual energy of Central Continent to accelerate your cultivation improvement. In Azure Province, it is no longer of much help to your cultivation improvement. When I return again, it will be the moment I overturn the chessboard of Azure Province. The morning drizzle was falling, and a young cultivator in green clothes looked back at the market scene. Then, he turned around and strode away. You flew in the direction of Azure Province. Your flight route was the same as the last simulation, still passing through Xi'an County, Moyan County, Qingli County, and finally reaching Central Continent via the Hanxi Desert. What was different from the last time was that your road to Central Continent was very smooth. No demonic cultivators came to besiege you. After all, you are not yet famous, and you have not yet done the earth-shattering thing of killing Emotion and Emobadian, grandfather and grandson. 5 days later, you successfully arrived at the Hanxi Desert and, after a day's flight, arrived at Central Continent. When you arrived in Central Continent, your first feeling was that the spiritual energy was deep, incomparably deep. No wonder so many strong people emerge in Central Continent. The spiritual energy in the world is probably dozens of times stronger than in Azure Province. Lin Chongqing felt the spiritual energy of Central Continent. At this moment, he had a feeling of oxygen intoxication. There was no way around it. Having just come from Azure Province, a place with barren spiritual energy, to Central Continent with its rich spiritual energy, he was a little unaccustomed to it. At this moment, he understood to some extent why there was not even a nascent soul cultivator in Azure Province. But in Central Continent, nascent soul cultivators emerged one after another, and even transformation god heavenly lords existed. The reason to a large extent lies in the difference in the concentration of spiritual energy. Another month passed, and you have been in Azure Province for a month. During this month, you felt the strength of the Great Wu Dynasty everywhere in Central Continent. The orthodox and demonic paths of Central Continent are suppressed by the Great Wu Dynasty. Even if any sect of the orthodox and demonic paths wants to recruit disciples, they must obtain the permission of the Great Wu Dynasty. If they recruit disciples without permission, then they are heretical demons, and the dynasty will immediately send troops to suppress them. It's simply ridiculously strong. The best top-notch secret realm cultivation resources in Central Continent are controlled by the Great Wu Dynasty. You sighed. It seems that if you want to speed up your cultivation, you really have to contact the Great Wu Dynasty. In addition, you also inquired about some useful information. The Great Wu Dynasty has an Immortal examination every year, which is a system for selecting talents similar to the Imperial examination, except that the Imperial examination tests the 4 books and 5 classics, while the Immortal examination tests cultivation and spiritual power. Every year after the Immortal examination ends, those who perform well in the Immortal examination will be recruited by the princes and nobles of the capital. If it is the top 3, the champion and the third runner-up, then needless to say, the top princes and nobles are vying to marry their daughters to you, which is a bit similar to the scene of those ministers grabbing sons-in-law after the Imperial examination in the Song dynasty. In addition, outstanding performance in the Immortal examination will also attract the attention of those princes and princesses. The Great Wu Dynasty adopts a guraising system. Princes and princesses want to recruit retainers and cultivate their respective forces to compete for the throne. Naturally, these princes and princesses pay great attention to talents. Every year in the Immortal examination, a large part of those who perform well will be invited by the princes and princesses to become retainers. Your next goal is to participate in the Immortal examination. Because you are determined to obtain the method of refining the internal organs in the secret realm of the main hall of the mountain and sea sect in Central Continent. And the quota for the secret realm of the main hall of the mountain and sea sect is only eligible to be allocated by princes and princesses. So you have to participate in the Immortal examination, strive to become a retainer of a certain prince or princess, and then obtain the quota to go to the main hall secret realm from them. A month later, you arrived at the capital of the Great Wu Dynasty. After finding an inn to stay in, you went to sign up for the Immortal examination. The Immortal examination has no identity restrictions. All 18 states of Great Wu can participate. You successfully signed up and learned that the time for the Immortal examination is 3 months later. 3 months later, you participated in the Immortal examination and obtained a ranking of more than 20. You didn't perform too prominently. This was intentional. In fact, with your aptitude of a 9-pattern golden core, just showing it would probably qualify you for first place without even taking the exam. After all, although Central Continent has deep spiritual energy, 9-pattern golden cores are also extremely rare. It is said that only the 4th prince and the 13th princess, these two top geniuses, have them. A 9-pattern golden core is a top genius anywhere. But you don't want to be too eye-catching. You still know that a big tree attracts the wind. You come from Azure Province and have no background. In this life, you just want to be low-key and steadily break through your cultivation to the 8th or 10th level of the golden core, and then go back to slaughter Azure Province and snatch the mysterious bird token from Choyu. You don't want to perform too prominently and attract attention. More than 20, this ranking is just right for you. It's not too prominent, but it also shows your potential. This ranking is enough for certain princes and princesses to recruit you. On the first day after the Immortal examination, the first to be recruited were the top 3 in this examination. At that time, people all over the capital watched as the 4th prince and the 13th princess, the two most outstanding princes and princesses, invited the top 3 to be their retainers. The people in the capital envied the top 3. Being recruited by the 4th prince and the 13th princess to be their retainers is a step to the sky. Everyone can see that the future helmsman of the dynasty must be one of these two. Being able to become their retainers, in the future, they may not be able to be listed as princes and nobles. On the second day after the Immortal examination, after the top 3 were divided up by the 4th prince and the 13th princess, the remaining from the 4th to the 50th also began to be recruited by other princes and princesses. And you also received an invitation from the 17th princess, Xia Yulan. The 17th princess's mansion will host a grand banquet tonight. You choose to accept and decide to attend the banquet tonight. Becoming a retainer of the 17th princess is also a good choice. Lin Shangqing thought to himself, looking at the invitation in his hand. Afterwards, he walked out of the room, preparing to go to the 17th princess's mansion for the banquet. The 17th princess's own cultivation had reached the 10th level of the golden core stage, making her one of the strongest princes and princesses after the 4th prince and the 13th princess. The number of secret realm slots and cultivation resources she controlled was also relatively large. Therefore, you accepted the 17th princess's invitation. Although the 4th prince and the 13th princess certainly controlled the most secret realm slots and cultivation resources in the Wu Kingdom, with your current ranking of around 20, you wouldn't catch their eye. Becoming a guest retainer under the 17th princess was a relatively good choice for you at the moment. You arrived at the 13th princess's residence. Inside, a banquet was being held. Besides you, there were 6 other invitees. Among them, a young man in white robes had a rather arrogant expression, sitting alone to the side. The other 5 people were quite friendly when they saw you, nodding and greeting you. You smiled in response, recognizing their identities. The 5 people who greeted you were also promising candidates in this Immortal examination, with rankings similar to yours, all around the teens and 20s. That arrogant young man in white robes was also a promising candidate in the Immortal examination, named Hebai. His ranking was much higher, placing 4th. No wonder he sat alone with an arrogant expression. After all, he was 4th, almost in the top 3, and almost qualified to become a guest retainer under the 4th prince and the 13th princess. Presumably, this young man in white robes felt that being 4th placed him a level above you, hence his rather arrogant demeanor as he sat alone. After a while, the steward of the princess's residence arrived. The steward informed you that the 17th princess would arrive in a quarter of an hour and had prepared great gifts for everyone. Afterward, the steward set you aside and went to Ibai's side, engaging in a rather flattering conversation. While conversing with the steward, Ibai cast his gaze towards you with a rather arrogant look, as if to say, "See? This is the difference in treatment between me and you. The other Immortal examination candidates' expressions were not very good due to being snubbed, but you didn't care too much. Your main goal this time was to lie low and slowly improve your cultivation. Everything else was secondary. A quarter of an hour later, the 17th princess arrived, wearing a black palace dress, poised and graceful. The 17th princess was quite skilled in dealing with people. Unlike the steward, she didn't specially treat Hebai differently at the banquet because of his high ranking. Instead, she treated each of the 6 promising candidates she recruited this time equally, making everyone feel like they were basking in the spring breeze. After the banquet, you marveled at how these princes and princesses were indeed better at handling interpersonal relationships. In addition, during the banquet, through some conversations with the 17th princess, you also understood what you would be doing as a guest retainer. Simply put, the 17th princess would provide the necessary locations, spiritual veins, cultivation resources, and some precious secret realm slots. What the guest retainers had to do was help the 17th princess go as far as possible in this imperial succession competition. The 17th princess frankly stated that with the 4th prince and the 13th princess around, she had no chance of contending for the throne. Her goal was to contend for a first-class princedom. In ancient times, not all sons of emperors were qualified to be infeft as princes. Generally, only those who were favored or performed well could be infeft. Now, in the Great Wu dynasty, it's the same. Not every prince and princess is qualified to be infeft. The current emperor of Great Wu has more than 500 sons and daughters combined, but only a dozen or so are qualified to be infeft. The 17th princess's goal is to compete for those dozen or so slots. In the Great Wu dynasty, being able to be infeft as a prince is considered among the top echelon. The 17th princess stated that the higher she ranked among the many princes and princesses, the more cultivation resources the dynasty would allocate to her. Naturally, you, the guest retainers, would also receive more cultivation resources. In short, you are bound together in a mutually beneficial relationship. After the banquet, you rested for a night in the residence granted by the 17th princess. Then, on the morning of May 21, 330th year of the Taishu calendar, you began your life as a guest retainer. For the first 2 years, your life was very monotonous and simple, just breathing in spiritual energy and cultivating every day. The last 3 years were slightly busier. You followed the 17th princess to handle some miscellaneous matters of local sex rebellions, but overall, the days were still peaceful, without encountering too much danger. After 5 years like this, in the 335th year of the Taishu calendar, your cultivation reached the 4th level of the Golden Core stage, breaking through to the mid-stage of the Golden Core realm. Not bad, 1 level up in 5 years, and breaking through from the early stage to the mid-stage, this speed is quite good. Lin Chongqing internally inspected the spiritual power in his dantian. He was very satisfied with his arrival at the 4th level of the Golden Core stage. Ordinary cultivators, if they want to break through from the 3rd level of the early Golden Core stage to the 4th level of the mid-Golden Core stage, some may have to grind for 40 or 50 years, and some may not be able to break through in their entire lives. For example, real person Changming of Qingzhou has been stuck at the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage for almost his entire life. Even if he is a 9-pattern Golden Core, with extraordinary talent, generally speaking, it would still take more than 10 years of polishing to go from the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage to the 4th level. So he was really satisfied with breaking through in 5 years. Lin Chongqing's breakthrough of 1 level in 5 years, in addition to the abundance of spiritual power in Central Continent. Another important point is that he has the 17th princess to rely on, so he can enjoy many of the Wu Kingdom's top cultivation resources, such as many rare elixirs. With the blessing of various factors, he was able to go from the early Golden Core stage to the mid-Golden Core stage in 5 years. Breaking through 1 level in 5 years, even if the speed slows down in the later stages, I still have nearly 300 years of lifespan. I can grind to the 10th level of the Golden Core stage in this lifetime. Lin Chongqing thought optimistically. Although you were already very optimistic, no one expected that the speed of your cultivation breakthrough would be even faster than you thought. From the 355th year of the Taishu calendar to the 360th year of the Taishu calendar, your peaceful life was slightly disrupted. The Great Wu dynasty discovered a heavenly wolf secret realm near the demon kingdom of the 10,000 mountains in the northern desert. The princes and princesses were assigned tasks, requiring them to enter and explore. You and the other guest retainers followed the 17th princess in. The Heavenly Wolf Secret Realm is a secret realm left behind by a demon emperor of the ancient era, with many opportunities inside. In these 5 years, you followed the 17th princess and obtained many benefits in the Heavenly Wolf Secret Realm. In just 5 years, you went from the 4th level of the Golden Core stage to the 6th level, breaking through 2 levels in 5 years. You exclaimed, as expected, "It's good to level up with the Central Continent dynasty behind you. If I hadn't become a guest retainer under the 17th princess, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter this Heavenly Wolf Secret Realm at all." On June 18, 360th year of the Taishu calendar, you heard even more shocking news. It is said that many nascent soul heavenly lords of the Great Wu dynasty joined forces to break through the deepest part of the Heavenly Wolf Secret Realm and obtained unimaginable benefits. The Great Wu human emperor decided to take out some of the benefits from the deepest part of the Heavenly Wolf Secret Realm as a competition reward for the princes and princesses. This competition is intended to test the princes and princesses' level of cultivating their respective forces. In short, it is to have the guest retainers under the princes and princesses compete, divided into the nascent soul level and the golden core level. The first prize for the golden core level includes a nascent soul spiritual object, a high-grade Tao artifact, and a bottle of heavenly wolf liquid. The heavenly wolf liquid is transformed from the true essence left behind by the heavenly wolf demon emperor of the ancient era. Taking it can allow a person to break through 3 levels in a row at the golden core level without side effects. Hearing this news, you were moved. Not to mention the nascent soul spiritual object, just the heavenly wolf liquid. If I can get the heavenly wolf liquid, I can go from the 6th level of the golden core stage to the 9th level in a short time. Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, he was very tempted. This time, many of the princes and princesses' retainers will participate in the golden core competition. The 4th prince and the 13th princess are no exception. That is to say, the top 3 from the previous Immortal examination will also participate. It is said that their cultivation might have reached the 9th level of the golden core stage. But you, already at the 6th level of the golden core stage, are not too worried about them. If you decide not to hide yourself and reveal your full cultivation, your 9-pattern golden core coupled with the Kunping celestial technique will definitely suppress many geniuses and win first place in this competition, obtaining that generous reward. But the key question is, do you want to continue playing it safe? After all, if you get first place, you might attract too much attention. Or rather, do you choose to reveal your cultivation in this competition, no longer hide, defeat the top 3 from the Immortal examination, and take the grand prize? Opportunities are rare. Be low-key when you should be, and show your brilliance when you should. Lin Changqing muttered to himself. The first place reward in this golden core competition is too tempting. The celestial wolf liquid can allow him to break through 3 levels in a row without any side effects, directly reaching the 9th level of the golden core stage, which is equivalent to completing the goal set in this simulation all at once. There's no need to say more about the high-grade Tao artifact, it is also extremely precious. And then there's the nascent soul spiritual object, which is probably the most valuable reward. Nascent soul spiritual objects can help people break through to the nascent soul stage. Nascent soul, there isn't even a single nascent soul expert in the entire Azure province. Even in Central Province, becoming a nascent soul cultivator would make one a big shot. Most of the provincial governors that the Great Wu dynasty sends to various provinces are nascent soul true monarch level cultivators. If a prince or princess's retainer becomes a nascent soul cultivator, they would have to be addressed as elder retainer from then on. In short, the first place reward is very generous. Lin Changqing was very tempted, so he decided not to play it safe and to reveal his cultivation in the competition to take first place. 10 years of peaceful cultivation, it's time to make a move. Lin Changqing stood by the window. He looked outside. It was early summer, and his yard was planted with willow trees. The branches and leaves were lush, and there were cicadas chirping on the trees. After the winter's wind and snow, and the spring's thunder, he finally heard the cicadas chirping outside the window in the early summer. Just like after these 10 years of dormancy, after this competition, his name, Lin Changqing, will resound throughout Central Province. Lin Changqing watched the trees, listened to the cicadas, and smiled. You quietly wait for the competition to arrive. The competition is in 7 days. After another 6 days, on the day before the competition, the 17th princess summoned you and the other retainers to her mansion, informed you of some precautions for the competition, and encouraged you one by one. Everyone, ranking is a small matter. Your safety is the most important thing. If you are no match for your opponent, be sure to admit defeat quickly and do not try to be brave. In this princess's heart, your safety is the most important thing. Ranking is nothing. In the 17th princess's mansion, the 17th princess sat at the main banquet, raising her cup and speaking. The retainers on the side seats all raised their cups in response. Although the 17th princess said that ranking was not important, the higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Therefore, these retainers mostly raised their cups to express that they would definitely achieve a good ranking. The arrogant Hebai even raised his cup and said, "Your Highness, please rest assured. This time, he is confident in taking 4th place and greatly bringing glory to our princess's mansion." Hearing this, the 17th princess's face showed surprise. Fellow Daoist is this true? This competition is more difficult than the Immortal examination 10 years ago. This competition's rewards are generous, so not only will the top 3 from the Immortal examination participate, but some hidden geniuses will also join. Your Highness, please rest assured. He has recently had some lucky encounters. I will definitely win 4th place for Your Highness, Hebai said confidently. Good. If you can really achieve 4th place in this competition, this princess will definitely reward you handsomely. Seeing Hebai's confidence, the 17th princess said with joy. If this Hebai really won 4th place for her, then she would undoubtedly surpass the other princes and princesses. She didn't even consider the top 3, because those would definitely be in the bag for the 4th prince and the 13th princess's retainers. In a way, 4th place was the top spot that the remaining princes and princesses were fighting for. If this Hebai really got 4th place, it would be a great thing for her. This would show that, apart from 4th brother and 13th sister, her cultivation of forces at the golden core level surpassed the other princes and princesses. At the banquet, Hebai publicly stated that he would take 4th place, which greatly surprised the 17th princess. Next, Hebai became the central figure of this banquet. Several retainers exchanged glances, sighing in their hearts. Although this Hebai is usually arrogant and looks down on everyone, it must be said that this person is indeed capable. If he really gets 4th place in this competition, he can indeed be considered a genius among geniuses. As for you, at this moment you are sitting in a corner of the banquet, concentrating on drinking wine, eating dishes, and thinking about things. You are thinking that after taking 1st place and obtaining the Celestial Wolf Liquid to break through to the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, it will be time to return to Azure Province. At the 9th level, you are enough to sweep through Azure Province. Who do you think will take 1st place in this competition? Does it even need to be said? It must be Nether Child and Sword Bamboo under the 4th prince, or Immortal Violet under the 13th princess. These 3 are the top 3 from the previous Immortal examination. Their cultivation is unfathomable. They are young geniuses, worthy of being called future nascent soul seeds. One day later, the competition began. The people of the imperial capital were all discussing it. Everyone felt that the 1st place would definitely be taken by someone under the 4th prince or the 13th princess. The competition venue is Xuanwu Square in the north of the imperial capital. There are many arenas there. The rule is to draw lots for matches, and the winner enters the next round. Xuanwu Square was surrounded by a sea of people. The martial spirit of Central Province is extremely strong. Many princes, nobles, and even some commoners came to watch the competition. Of course, the most eye-catching scene was the 2 rounds of scorching sun standing in the air. They were like divine sons and daughters, impossible to look directly at. They were the 4th prince and the 13th princess. The 17th princess sent you, Hebai, and several other retainers to the square to prepare for the competition. You turned your head and saw the 17th princess looking up at those 2 rounds of scorching sun. There was unwillingness and silence in the 17th princess's eyes. For many years, the 4th prince and the 13th princess have been like 2 towering mountains, leading the other princes and princesses by a wide margin. With them 2 around, there's no need to think too much, the top 3 are definitely reserved for them. Soon, the competition began. On the first day of the competition, you successfully passed the first round. Then, over the next 4 days, you slightly revealed your strength. In 4 days of competition, you continuously defeated your opponents, and finally broke into the top 8. Faced with your result of breaking into the top 8, the 17th princess was extremely surprised. She really didn't expect that you could actually break into the top 8, defeating your opponents for 5 consecutive days. You must know that in the previous Immortal examination, your name was only in the top 20. In addition, many more geniuses have joined this competition. The 17th princess's expectation for you was in the 40s or 50s. Your ability to break into the top 8 really gave her a great surprise. Changcheng, good, you are very good. After the 5th day of the competition, in the princess's mansion, the 17th princess looked at Lin Changqing with joy in her eyes. How could she not be pleasantly surprised by the appearance of this dark horse, Lin Changqing? The 17th princess praised you. On the other side, Hebai felt secretly dissatisfied in his heart. He felt that your entry into the top 8 was just luck. He glanced at you arrogantly. He snorted coldly in his heart. He felt that you would be eliminated tomorrow, and he would eventually get a spot in the top 4. The 6th day of the competition began. Hebai was eliminated early and missed the top 4 because he encountered Netherchild, one of the top 3 from the Immortal examination. He was defeated after 20-odd moves. And you revealed a little more of your strength and defeated another opponent, entering the top 4. Now, the top 4 spots are determined: Netherchild, Sword Bamboo, and Immortal Violet, who were the top 3 in the previous Immortal examination, and you. Faced with this result, the 17th princess was both surprised and delighted. She was surprised that Hebai had bad luck and was eliminated early, missing the top 4. She was delighted that your strength had once again exceeded her expectations, and you actually defeated another strong enemy and advanced to the top 4. For the 17th princess, this was already the best result. After all, the best result she had originally envisioned was to get 4th place, but she had originally expected it to be Hebai, and now it was you. Faced with the result of being eliminated early, Hebai was both embarrassed and annoyed. He was jealous that you stole his limelight. He snorted coldly in his heart. He felt that you just had better luck than him. If you also encountered the top 3 from the Immortal examination, you would be eliminated early like him. Changqing, your ability to enter the top 4 has really given this princess a great surprise. If you are no match for Immortal Violet tomorrow, you can admit defeat in advance. Your opponent for tomorrow has been decided. It is Immortal Violet under the 13th princess, the 2nd place in the previous Immortal examination. The 17th princess is already very satisfied with your entry into the top 4. She doesn't dare to think that you can defeat Immortal Violet and enter the finals. After all, Immortal Violet is even stronger than Netherchild, who defeated Hebai. Netherchild was the 3rd of the top 3 in the previous Immortal examination. Therefore, the 17th princess feels that you can admit defeat in advance if you can't beat her tomorrow. Just like that, under the circumstances that everyone doesn't think you can defeat Immortal Violet tomorrow and enter the finals. On the 7th day, your match with Immortal Violet began. Who do you think will win today's match? That goes without saying, of course it's Fairy Z. She's at the 9th level of core formation, and possesses a 6-striped golden core. She was 2nd in the last Immortal examination, truly a prodigy among prodigies. Although this dark horse named Lin Changqing has been unexpectedly successful, making it all the way to the semifinals, I think he'll stop here today. After all, he's only at the 6th level of core formation. If he were at the 9th level, he might have a chance to fight Fairy Z, but as it stands, he has absolutely no hope. At the Xuanwu Plaza in the Imperial City, near the semifinal stage, the onlookers were chattering. At that moment, on the stage, a young cultivator in green robes and a middle-aged beauty in purple slowly entered the arena. These were the two protagonists of today's semi-final match, Lin Changqing and Fairy Z. Many people were paying attention to this semi-final match, and many princes and princesses were present in the VIP seats surrounding the arena. Many royal families and aristocratic families had also come. 17th sister, your ability to recognize talent is truly strong. Lin Changqing, a dark horse with a mere 20-something rank in the Immortal examination back then, was chosen by you, and now he's actually made it to the semifinals. In the VIP seats, a girl in a white dress congratulated the 17th princess. This was the 23rd princess, and she greatly envied her 17th sister's luck. Someone who ranked in the 20s in the Immortal examination had actually made it to the semifinals today. My selection of Changqing was also a pleasant surprise. Making it to the semifinals, even if he loses, he's still the biggest dark horse of this year's competition, the 17th princess replied with a smile. It's just a fluke. If his draw hadn't been so good, how could he have made it to the semifinals? He thought secretly in his heart. He felt very uncomfortable, especially since both the 23rd princess and the 17th princess were praising Lin Changqing. He felt that Lin Changqing had stolen all his thunder. He felt that he should have been the one standing on the semi-final stage today, the center of attention, and he should have been the one praised by the 23rd princess and the 17th princess. Unfortunately, his draw was bad, and he was sent away early after being matched with another child. Dang! The match begins. Just as he was slandering in his heart, a huge bell rang, and an old man in a green Taoist robe walked to the side of the arena and announced the start of the match. At that moment, two enormous suns suddenly appeared in the sky. The 4th prince and the 13th princess had arrived. They had also come to watch this semi-final match. The match has begun. Everyone believes that Fairy Z will win this semi-final match. Fairy Z attacks first. You meet her head-on. For the first 100 moves, the two of you are evenly matched. Faced with this result, everyone is stunned. After all, Fairy Z is 3 levels higher than you, and she has a 6-striped golden core, a prodigy among prodigies. Logically speaking, she should be invincible in the same realm, except for those with 9-striped golden cores, but you've actually blocked her first 100 moves. Heavens! 17th sister, you really found a treasure. Even with a 3-level difference in cultivation, he can block Fairy Z's 100 moves, the 23rd princess exclaimed in surprise. Hebai's face was very unsightly. He had been defeated by another child in just over 20 moves. But how could this Lin Changqing be so strong? Facing Fairy Z, who was even stronger than Nether Child, he actually blocked 100 moves. Hebai felt like he was dreaming. He couldn't accept the fact that Lin Changqing was so strong. The surrounding audience was also in disbelief. You're quite strong. At the 6th level of core formation, forcing me to this point is enough to be proud of, but that's all there is. Looking at Lin Changqing in front of her, Fairy Z's expression was very unpleasant. A 6th level core formation cultivator was able to block her 100 moves. Fairy Z couldn't quite accept it. She had always been arrogant, and she didn't take anyone seriously in the same realm except for Sword Bamboo. Now, Lin Changqing, who was 3 levels lower than her, had been evenly matched with her in the first 100 moves. She felt that this was a stain on her reputation. She decided to use her strongest killing move to forcefully defeat Lin Changqing and wash away her shame. Violet Immortal Netherflower Steel. Fairy Z looked at Lin Changqing coldly, her purple dress fluttering. Gradually, a purple stone steel appeared behind her, with purple demonic flowers growing on it. It seems that Lin Changqing is going to lose. Fairy Z has unleashed her strongest move, an audience member commented. The 17th princess, who was watching, also looked nervous. When Lin Changqing blocked Fairy Z's first 100 moves, she suddenly had an absurd idea in her heart, which was whether Lin Changqing could possibly defeat Fairy Z? But as soon as she had this idea, she quickly extinguished it, because this idea was too impossible. Lin Changqing's entry into the semifinals had already given her a great surprise. How could she still expect Lin Changqing to defeat Fairy Z and enter the finals? Now, after Fairy Z unleashed her strongest divine power, the 17th princess no longer held any hope for Lin Changqing to defeat Fairy Z. After all, Fairy Z's divine power was too terrifying on the stage, and the purple demonic flowers filled the arena, fiercely attacking Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing's expression didn't change at all. He drew the sword from his waist and then slashed out. With this slash, white bones filled the sky. With this slash, the yellow river of corpses surged, directly submerging the purple demonic flowers in the arena. With this slash, Fairy Z was directly defeated. Fairy Z's strongest divine power was directly broken by Lin Changqing's sword. How is that possible? A 6th level core formation cultivator, how could he unleash such a powerful sword? 3 breaths later, Fairy Z knelt on the ground, her face bitter. There was blood on her chest. Lin Changqing's sword just now was too powerful, directly breaking her divine power, causing her to cough up blood and kneel on the ground. Day. Footsteps sounded, and it was Lin Changqing walking off the stage. Fairy Z struggled to raise her head and saw the green figure holding the sword and walking off the stage. She only felt unbelievable. She was defeated by a 6th level core formation cultivator. What kind of talent was this? Perhaps only the 4th prince and the 13th princess back then could have done it? Fairy Z was very bitter. Perhaps Lin Changqing's fame would resound throughout the imperial capital of Zhengzhou today, and she would be the first stepping stone on his path to becoming a prodigy. To be honest, Lin Changqing felt that he hadn't used his full strength at all. Judging from Fairy Z's battle just now, this Fairy Z was also a 6-striped golden core. But Lin Changqing felt that Fairy Z was definitely not as good as Qiuyu in the same realm. If I were to fight Qiuyu, who is at the 9th level of core formation, I don't think it would be so easy to defeat her. Qiuyu has too many trump cards, the Blackbird token. The Mermaid Pearl. Lin Changqing walked slowly off the stage, thinking. Your defeat of Fairy Z has made the Xuanwu Plaza deathly silent. The surrounding crowd is silent, and many princes and princesses can't believe it. A 6th level core formation cultivator actually defeated Fairy Z by crossing 3 levels? Heavens! 17th sister, did I see that right? Lin Changqing defeated Fairy Z. The 23rd princess covered her mouth and said in surprise. Yes, you didn't see wrong, Changqing did defeat Fairy Z, the 17th princess nodded blankly. She felt like she was dreaming now. Lin Changqing defeated Fairy Z and entered the finals? Doesn't that mean that Lin Changqing is guaranteed to get at least 2nd place? It's hard to describe the 17th princess's feelings at this moment. For so many years, all the top 3 places in all the competitions, big and small, have been taken by the 4th princess and the 13th prince. But this time, Lin Changqing actually defeated someone under the 13th princess and entered the finals. The 17th princess was very excited. Lin Changqing defeated Fairy Z and entered the finals. How could this be? Hebai was also dumbfounded. He never would have thought that this would be the result. At this moment, his heart was filled with disbelief. In short, your victory over Fairy Z caused shock and disbelief among everyone, including the 2 suns in the sky. Indeed, 17th sister has unearthed an extremely stunning prodigy. Lin Changqing, you defeated Fairy Z with a cultivation level of the 6th layer of core formation. Very good. Such talent can be described as world-shaking. The right sun dissipated, revealing a woman with phoenix eyes and an imposing presence, wearing a fiery red phoenix divine garment. She possessed captivating beauty and an indescribable noble aura. On her shoulder stood a fiery red little bird. This little bird was incredibly mystical. At first glance, it seemed ordinary, simply standing there. But upon closer inspection, every feather on its body seemed to be filled with boundless flames. It is a cause for celebration that my Wu kingdom has produced such a prodigy. I shall bestow upon you a phoenix feather. This phoenix feather can be used to refine a Dao artifact and can increase your lifespan by 180 years. As she spoke, the 13th princess, standing in the sky, waved her sleeve, and a fiery red feather, as if connected to all the fiery worlds, floated from her hand towards Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing grasped it, and instantly a burning sensation spread throughout his body. But then, the burning sensation disappeared, replaced by a vitality brought by the flames, permeating his entire being. The 13th princess has an extraordinary magnanimity. I defeated her subordinate, yet she is not angry. Instead, she gifts me a valuable treasure. Lin Changqing could sense that this phoenix feather was extraordinary. Furthermore, the 13th princess had just said that this item could be used to refine a Dao artifact and could also increase lifespan by 180 years. It was indeed an incredible treasure. Thank you, 13th princess. Lin Changqing cupped his hands in thanks. The 13th princess nodded. At that moment, a dignified male voice came from the sun on the left. 13th sister is right. It is indeed fitting to celebrate the emergence of such a prodigy in our Wu kingdom. Lin Changqing, I shall first bestow upon you ninefold nether water. This item comes from the netherworld and can cleanse one's soul. Furthermore, if you can defeat my subordinates tomorrow and take first place, I have even greater rewards waiting for you. The sun on the left dissipated, revealing a young man dressed in purple, exuding extraordinary nobility. With a wave of his sleeve, a dark green bottle flew towards Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing caught it. He hadn't expected that defeating Fairy Z would lead to such a scene, with the 4th prince and 13th princess both bestowing valuable treasures upon him. In reality, the 4th prince and 13th princess gifting Lin Changqing valuable treasures also sparked much discussion among the onlookers. The 13th princess has such great magnanimity. Such a person is the future leader of our Wu kingdom. Lin Changqing defeated her subordinate, yet she is not angry, but instead offers a valuable treasure. The 4th prince is not inferior either. Lin Changqing clearly has the strength to defeat Nether Child or Sword Bamboo. These two are both subordinates of the 4th prince. No matter who wins in a moment, they will have to face Lin Changqing tomorrow. But the 4th prince still bestowed the ninefold nether water, which can cleanse the soul and enhance strength. What great magnanimity! The onlookers discussed animatedly, feeling that it was fortunate for the Wu kingdom to have successors like the 4th prince and 13th princess. Both of these individuals were ambitious rulers with the capacity to tolerate others. Some even sighed that perhaps, with the remaining glory of the Wu kingdom's thousands of years, they might truly be able to achieve the great cause of unifying the 7 kingdoms in the hands of these two. The Wu kingdom was located in the eastern region of the Great River Cultivation world. The eastern region had hundreds of cultivation countries, among which there were a total of 7 powerful countries with transformation stage heavenly lords overseeing them. The Wu kingdom was one of them. 1,000 years ago, the Wu kingdom was the weakest of the 7 kingdoms. But since the current human emperor ascended the throne, over the past 1,000 years, under his leadership, the strength of the Wu kingdom had steadily increased, and now it had risen to first place. And now, this human emperor had 2 successors who surpassed him, the 4th prince and the 13th princess. Both of them possessed great talent and great fortune. The 4th prince had once obtained the inheritance of the ancient great son Immortal Venerable, and the 13th princess had obtained a phoenix egg, earning her the title of Phoenix Goddess. The current cultivation level of these two was both at the 10th layer of the nascent soul stage, not only overwhelmingly surpassing the other princes and princesses in the country, but also unmatched by the next generation of successors from the other 6 countries. It was no wonder that some people sighed that these two might be able to accomplish the great cause of unifying the 7 kingdoms. Of course, some people also felt that the 4th prince and 13th princess sending generous gifts was not without the intention of winning over Lin Changqing. After all, the talent Lin Changqing displayed at this moment was too astonishing, defeating Fairy Z, who was at the 9th layer of core formation, across 3 minor realms with his 6th layer of core formation cultivation. More importantly, Fairy Z herself possessed a 6-striped golden core. What did this mean? It went without saying, some people had already guessed that Lin Changqing probably possessed a 9-striped golden core. A 9-striped golden core was clearly worth winning over by everyone. Of course, there were also people on the scene whose expressions were unsightly, and that was the 17th princess. She looked at her 13th sister and 4th brother with an unkind expression. She suddenly had a feeling of being poached. After you went down from the arena and returned to the spectator seats, the 17th princess saw you and told you to quickly return to the princess's residence with her, saying that she was afraid that 4th brother and 13th sister would come and snatch you away later. You didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. After another 30 minutes, the second match of the semifinals began, Netherchild vs Sword Bamboo. Sword Bamboo was the first place winner of the previous Immortal examination, and Netherchild was the third place winner of the previous Immortal examination. This match was also considered a clash between powerhouses, but unexpectedly, this match ended within 5 minutes. Sword Bamboo used the Myriad Swords technique, and with just a few simple moves, easily defeated Netherchild. People once again discussed animatedly. No one had expected Sword Bamboo to defeat Netherchild so easily. In the previous Immortal examination, the two had fought for 1 hour. Now, the battle ended in 1 hour, which could only mean that Sword Bamboo had transformed again. Moreover, the Myriad Swords technique was a great sword Dao divine power of the Myriad Swords sect in the ancient times. Sword Bamboo actually learned this move. Some people speculated that Sword Bamboo might have obtained the inheritance of the Myriad Swords sect from the ancient times. Everyone thought that Jianzhu would win first place again this time. Although this dark horse, amazed everyone, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow. Jianzhu was the first in the last Immortal examination, his cultivation is at the peak of the 9th level of core formation, and he seems to have obtained the inheritance of the Myriad Sword sect. With all these factors combined, most people still lean towards Jianzhu winning. Of course, some people think that this dark horse, should go all the way and take first place, but those who hold this view are in the minority. Even the 17th princess doesn't dare to imagine you taking first place. She feels that you entering the finals and securing at least second place is already a dream come true for her. After a night of rest, the finals on the 8th day began. You and Jianzhu stood on the arena and began your duel. You have to admit that Jianzhu is indeed a very strong opponent, especially his Myriad Sword technique. Once cast, the sky is filled with sword shadows. But relying on your 5 elements body and the yellow spring white bone divine power, you unleash true dragon phantoms to fight against the sword shadows. After a 2-hour entanglement, you finally defeated Jianzhu and took first place. You taking first place astonished everyone. No one expected that this dark horse, would really go all the way. The 17th princess was smiling so wide her mouth was crooked. She really didn't expect that she would pick up such a treasure, actually taking the first place. Hebai's face was ashen. He muttered in his mouth that it was impossible, this was impossible. He couldn't believe the result of you taking first place. In addition, some great Zhou princes and nobles next to him began to look at you with scrutiny. They were considering which of their daughters to marry you. The talent you displayed was too amazing, and these people were considering winning you over. Coincidentally, the current head of the Hua family was also in the audience. He was also considering whether to let his youngest daughter marry you. I wonder what the relationship is between the old guy who schemed against you in the city of the dead and this person. Fourth brother, defeating Jianzhu confirms that this person is a 9 golden core. He must have great luck and great opportunities. Fourth brother, aren't you curious? Ha ha. 13th sister, you're being too attached. Who in this world doesn't have opportunities? What? Does 13th sister think that I should be like the fools in the storybooks, suppressing this person and seizing his opportunities? I disdain that. 2 rounds of scorching suns in the sky, the 4th prince and the 13th princess were secretly communicating. The emperor once said that all land under the sky belongs to the emperor, and all people on earth are subjects of the emperor. Should a monarch be jealous of his subjects' talents? The more outstanding Lin Chongqing performs, the happier I am. So what if he is under the 17th sister? I will not only not suppress him, but I will also give him resources. When I inherit the throne in the future, I will make Lin Chongqing my sharpest blade to deal with the 6 countries, the 4th prince said domineeringly. The 13th princess on the other side nodded and said, 4th brother is right. A ruler should indeed have the breadth of mind to accommodate all rivers. No matter how many opportunities Lin Chongqing has, no matter how talented he is still a citizen of my Wu kingdom. The stronger he is, the better it is for my Wu kingdom. The 13th princess agreed with what the 4th prince had just said, but the next moment her tone suddenly changed. Her tone suddenly became very indifferent. But fourth brother is too arrogant. If you want to inherit the throne, you have to ask me first. After taking first place, you received rewards: Heavenly Wolf Liquid, a high-grade Dao artifact, the Heavenly Wolf 7-kill saber, and a Nascent Soul spiritual object. Outside, the matter of you winning first place still hasn't subsided. Your name still resounds throughout the imperial capital. You didn't pay much attention to it. You took the Heavenly Wolf Liquid in the secret room and began to break through. 10 days later, you reached the 9th level of Golden Core. After reaching the 9th level of Golden Core, you said a simple farewell to the 17th princess and set off for Qingzhou. You are going to kill your way back to Qingzhou. First, you are at the 9th level of Golden Core, and your cultivation is now enough to overturn the game in Qingzhou. Second, the main hall secret realm of the mountain in Sea Sect in Central Province will be opened later than the branch hall secret realm in Qingzhou. The branch hall secret realm in Qingzhou has already been opened at this time, but the main hall secret realm in Central Province will be opened in 5 years. The minimum cultivation requirement for the main hall secret realm is the 7th level of Golden Core. Each time the secret realm is opened, there are many nascent soul cultivators entering. Your cultivation at the 9th level of Golden Core is still not enough. So you are killing your way back to Qingzhou, first, to overturn this game, and second, to snatch the Blackbird token from Qiuyu, and then go to the City of the Dead to see some opportunities to improve your cultivation. And so, after 10 days of continuous flight, you return to Qingzhou. At this moment in Qingzhou, the war between the righteous and demonic paths has the demonic path completely dominating, and the righteous path is in a precarious situation. At this moment in Qingzhou, Demon Badian is in high spirits. His grandson, Demon Tian, has just returned from the secret realm and achieved 9 Golden Core. At this moment in Qingzhou, the Blackwater textile market is once again under siege, and several large cities in Blackwater County have been turned into hell on earth by the demonic path using the Myriad Soul banner. At this moment in Qingzhou, all the righteous paths have fallen into despair. The victory of the demonic path seems to be approaching reality step by step, with cities falling one after another, and large counties being lost. At this moment in Qingzhou, it is raining. Green mountains are stacked upon each other, and clouds and rain come heavily. A green-clothed cultivator, holding an umbrella, stepped on the muddy path and walked into the rainy night of Qingzhou. I'm back. Looking at the familiar mountains and rivers in front of him, Lin Changqing smiled. 10 years ago, it was also a rainy day. He looked back at the Blackwater textile market and left Qingzhou. 10 years later, he is back. The light boat has passed 10,000 mountains. 10 years ago, his cultivation was only at the 3rd level of core formation. That night, when Qiuyu snatched the treasure of Ni Chang, he didn't dare to get too close, only daring to hide his aura and observe secretly from the side. 10 years later, now at the 9th level of Golden Core, he was confident that he could overturn the entire game of Qingzhou. A rainy night is the perfect time for murder. After arriving in Qingzhou, you set off from Qingli County towards Blackwater County with monstrous killing intent. In the previous simulations, you knew that during this period, Blackwater Market had suffered several devastating attacks from the demonic path. However, in the previous simulations during this period, you were just a weak cultivator and had no way to relieve the siege of Blackwater Market. But now you can. Through repeated simulations, repeated trial and error, and repeated cultivation, a total of 6 life deaths were finally exchanged for the cultivation of the 9th level of Golden Core. This cultivation is very heavy, so heavy that you can change the ending and fate of countless people. Let's start with Blackwater Market in Blackwater County. That's where everything begins. I will start there and kill my way through Qingzhou. The roaring rainy night. A young cultivator in green robes. Flying rapidly with monstrous killing intent, he carried a blood-colored saber on his back, and behind the saber was a faint phantom of a giant heavenly wolf emperor. This was the Heavenly Wolf 7-kill saber, rumored to be a high-grade Dao artifact refined by the Heavenly Wolf Demon Emperor of the ancient era. It is said that the Heavenly Wolf 7-kill saber was only a sliver away from being refined into a supreme-grade Dao artifact by the Heavenly Wolf Demon Emperor. But unfortunately, it seemed to be a trick of fate. Refining the 7-kill saber required 49 days of refining. during the most critical moment of the 49th day. At the moment when the 7-kill saber could be refined into a supreme-grade Dao artifact with just 1 day left. The Heavenly Wolf Demon Emperor was actually found by his enemies and besieged to death. Because of the 1-day difference, the Heavenly Wolf 7-kill saber failed to transform into a supreme-grade Dao artifact. For thousands of years since then, the Heavenly Wolf 7-kill saber has passed through the hands of many people and is also known as the Saber of Fate. Because the person who holds it seems to be cursed by fate, no matter what they do, they are always just one step away. Just like how the Heavenly Wolf Demon Emperor at the time was only 1 day away from refining the 7-kill saber into a supreme-grade Dao artifact. I never believe in fate. If fate is predetermined, I will cut it with a sword, shatter it with a saber, and pierce it with a spear. Lin Chongqing muttered to himself, and the Heavenly Wolf 7-kill saber behind him emitted a soft hum, as if echoing him. In the first simulation, Lin Chongqing remembered that he was the captain of Blackwater Market at the time, a small cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refining. Many of his old subordinates who had followed him for many years died in the demonic path's repeated sieges of Blackwater Market. In the ending of the first simulation, all of his old subordinates died in Jianqiu City. He still remembered those people's names, Lier, He. Especially He. On the day before Jianqiu City was breached and he died, this person happily requested that his old captain take his son as a disciple. Unfortunately, with the fall of Jianqiu City, he died, and so did he. Lin Chongqing was a little dazed. He seemed to see an old cultivator in green robes at the 9th level of Qi refining on the bronze city wall, carrying monstrous anger, rushing towards the black fire with his sword like a moth to a flame. On this rainy night, I will change the fate of many people. In the roaring thunder and rain, a young cultivator in green robes, carrying monstrous killing intent and a blood-colored saber, flew rapidly towards Blackwater County. Because you are at the 9th level of Golden Core, your cultivation is much stronger than before. In addition, you used the Kuanpeng Heavenly Technique. Back then, it took you 5 days to travel from Blackwater County to Qingli County. Now, it only took you less than a day to arrive in Blackwater County. Upon arriving in Blackwater County, you went straight to Blackwater Market. At this moment, Blackwater Market is still being besieged by the demonic path. The leader is a demonic path true person at the 5th level of core formation, along with 3 demonic cultivator subordinates at the 4th level of core formation. Blackwater Market only has 3 core formation true persons. Although Ni Chang is at the peak of the 6th level of core formation, she is only equivalent to the 5th level due to serious injuries. Wu Bai and another true person are only at the 3rd level of core formation, so the overall strength is inferior to the demonic path. Blackwater Market is resisting quite difficultly, and the situation is not optimistic. City Lord, the demonic path's siege has intensified today. Many people in our market have died, and even several young foundation establishment cultivator geniuses have died. Once they break through the markets protective array 1 day, the consequences will be unimaginable. It doesn't matter. The protective array of our market is the C-Race protective formation that I personally arranged. They can't break in. Inside the City Lord's mansion, Fairy Ni Chang sat in the main seat, and true person Wu Bai sat below. He spoke to Fairy Ni Chang with a solemn expression, expressing his concerns. Although Fairy Ni Chang said it didn't matter on the surface, she was actually very pessimistic in her heart. If they can withstand this time, what about the next few times? Fairy Ni Chang felt uneasy. Now the righteous path is retreating steadily in Blackwater County, and perhaps it will completely fall within 20 years at most. Thinking of this, Fairy Ni Chang sighed in her heart. She wanted to ask for help, but she didn't know who to ask for help from. Not to mention Blackwater County, the righteous path is now retreating steadily throughout Qingzhou. Who can she ask for help from? Compared to the pessimistic atmosphere in the Blackwater Market City Lord's mansion, the demonic path camp outside Blackwater Market was filled with loud laughter. In the headquarters of the demonic path camp, true person 7 fiends at the 5th level of core formation sat in the main seat. He had a scar on his bald face, making him look extremely fierce. Sitting on his left and right were 3 demonic cultivators at the 4th level of core formation. Fellow Taoist 7 fiends, the battles these past few days have been really enjoyable. This old man's 1,000 ghost cloth has collected tens of thousands of good quality male and female living souls in just these few days. A red-robed demonic cultivator held a black skull cloth in his palm. He was called 1,000 Ghost Taoist, and he said with a big laugh and smugness, "These past few days have been very comfortable for 1,000 Ghost Taoist." The demonic path camp besieged Blackwater Market, and the surrounding mortal cities protected by Blackwater Market naturally suffered. These past few days, he has been wantonly slaughtering, selecting male and female living souls born at the yang hour on the yang day, and he has collected them all in a few days. He felt that these days were so enjoyable. True Person 7 Fiends nodded with a hearty laugh. Is that all it takes to be happy? Our demonic path's good days are yet to come. Elder Immobation's direct grandson has achieved 9-pattern golden core. In the future, our demonic path will surely unify Qingzhou. When that time comes, not to mention the several cities around Blackwater Market, wouldn't the entire Qingzhou be at the mercy of our demonic path? True Person 7 Fiends and 1,000 Ghost Taoist were very proud and laughed heartily. After a while, they issued an order to attack the market again and personally led the team. Blackwater Market suffered another attack from the demonic path, and Fairy Ni Chang and True Person Wu Bai led the battle to meet them. Because the demonic path has more core formation True Person 7 Fiends, 1,000 Ghost, and another demonic cultivator at the 4th level of core formation besieged Fairy Ni Chang together, while Wu Bai and another righteous path core formation were held back by another demonic cultivator at the 4th level of core formation. An hour later, the battle between the two sides ended. Fairy Ni Chang was stained with blood and suffered serious injuries. Wu Bai and another righteous path core formation also had many injuries. On the other side, 7 Fiends and 1,000 Ghost relied on their numerical advantage and did not suffer any injuries. It can be said that in the battle at the core formation level, Blackwater Market failed this time. In addition, the killing of Foundation Establishment Qi refining cultivators also resulted in more casualties for Blackwater Market. True Person 7 Fiends and 1,000 Ghost Taoist were very satisfied with another victory and issued an order to retreat. True Person 7 Fiends is not in a hurry to destroy Blackwater Market or kill Fairy Ni Chang. That's not realistic. Fairy Ni Chang is, after all, at the 6th level of core formation. If he pushes her too hard, he won't be able to withstand her self-destruction. True Person 7 Fiends is very satisfied with the current situation. Grinding it down little by little, letting Blackwater Market lose day by day. One day, Blackwater Market will be breached by him. He can afford to grind this war. At worst, he'll grind it for 20 years. The more he grinds, the greater the advantage of his demonic path. In short, the advantage is on my side, and time is on my side. The triumphant demonic path cultivators retreated triumphantly, and the Blackwater Market cultivators were dejected. Both sides were about to retreat from the battlefield where they had fought, and it was at this moment that you arrived at the battlefield of the two sides. The setting sun cast long shadows across the battlefield, littered with corpses and punctuated by the cries of the wounded. The enforcement teams of Blackwater Market City Lord's Mansion silently retreated towards the market entrance. For them, this was another crushing defeat. Although they had prevented the demonic forces from entering, the heavy casualties left no one in a joyful mood. Li Er and Er He walked at the very end of a squad, both bearing injuries. They were members of the City Lord's Mansion's 9th squad, led by Taoist Kong Jian, an old cultivator at the 9th level of Qi training. I wonder when this will ever end. We started with a full complement of 200 brothers, and in just these past few days, half have been killed or wounded, Li Er said, shaking his head in silence. Er He, beside him, wore a similarly somber expression. With people dying every day, Er He also found these days unbearable. Witnessing the daily deaths and injuries caused by the demonic forces' attacks, Er He was suddenly reminded of a saying: unordered chaos is far more terrifying and limitless than ordered oppression. In truth, Er He had never really distinguished between the righteous and the demonic paths. Blackwater County had previously been under the control of the righteous path. Yet, oppressive deaths still occurred daily. Back then, Er He would curse the righteous path as hypocrites. But after the demonic forces attacked, he realized that things were not so simple. Could you imagine an entire city of millions of lives vanishing overnight, as demonic cultivators leeringly refined them into 10,000 souls banners? From this, Hay concluded that what the demonic path brought was a form of unordered chaos. The former righteous path, it was true, had its share of fame-seeking individuals and those who only considered their own interests, and they would oppress others. But at least there was some semblance of order suppressing them from above. Order meant that the moral bottom line wouldn't slide endlessly. The results of a lack of order were clearly demonstrated by the cities that had vanished, refined by the demonic path. I wonder how much longer the order in Azure Province can last, Hay thought pessimistically. Although he was just a small chi training cultivator, he could see that the righteous path in Blackwater County, and even the entire Azure Province, was in a dire situation. Perhaps in another decade or two, the order of the entire Azure Province would completely collapse, and it would be occupied by the demonic path. They say a sage appears every 500 years. Will such a person appear in Azure Province to drive out the demonic path and maintain order? Hay suddenly thought hopefully. He was just an ordinary person, and of course he hoped to live in an orderly and stable environment. But then he laughed, laughing at his own fanciful ideas. This wasn't a storybook novel, where would so many divinely appointed figures come from? Boom! Just as Hay was thinking this, a tremendous boom echoed across the battlefield. Everyone turned to look at the source of the sound, including Hay and Lier. Then, to their surprise, they saw a young cultivator in green robes descend onto the battlefield, standing before 7 Fiends True Lord, 1,000 Ghosts Taoist, and the others. Who is that person? Hay was extremely surprised that someone dared to block the 4 core formation demonic cultivators, who had just defeated the city lord. Who was this green-robed cultivator? For some reason, he seemed vaguely familiar. He must also be a core formation grand cultivator, perhaps a righteous path senior who came from another county, Lier excitedly added. If a righteous path senior came to help, perhaps Blackwater County could be saved from this demonic siege. Your arrival has sparked much discussion among the cultivators of Blackwater Market, including Fairy Rainbow Skirt and True Lord Wubai. They are puzzled about who you are. In this life, you did not stay at the city lord's mansion, so they do not recognize you. Seeing you dare to block 7 Fiends and 1,000 Ghosts, Rainbow Skirt and Wubai speculate that you might be a righteous path senior who has come to resolve the siege of Blackwater Market. Rainbow Skirt, do you recognize that green-robed senior? Which county is he from? Could this senior be here to rescue our Blackwater Market? Wubai asked Rainbow Skirt, who was standing beside him. Fairy Rainbow Skirt shook her head. She only felt that the person was familiar, but she really didn't recognize who he was. Who is your excellency? Why are you blocking us? This is a matter between my Blackwater demonic path and Blackwater Market. I advise your excellency not to meddle in other people's affairs. 7 Fiends True Lord said coldly, seeing the unfamiliar green-robed cultivator blocking his path. 1,000 Ghosts and the other 2 core formation demonic cultivators also took out their demonic path magical artifacts, aiming them at Lin Chongqing, exuding murderous intent. Since Lin Chongqing had not yet revealed his cultivation level, these 4 core formation demonic cultivators assumed that Lin Chongqing was an ordinary core formation cultivator, so they were not polite in their speech. Oh? What if I do meddle in other people's affairs? Lin Chongqing said indifferently. As soon as he finished speaking, his 9th level core formation cultivation instantly erupted, and overwhelming pressure filled the entire battlefield. The first to bear the brunt were 7 Fiends and 1,000 Ghosts, these core formation demonic cultivators. What? It's actually the 9th level of core formation. A late-stage core formation grand cultivator has descended upon Blackwater County? 7 Fiends and 1,000 Ghosts were greatly shocked. They exchanged glances, their eyes filled with horror. No one had expected a late-stage core formation grand cultivator to descend upon Blackwater County. Strange, the late-stage core formation grand cultivators of the righteous path are all in Heavenly Capital County, Profound Heaven County, these large counties. Moreover, they know all the late-stage core formation grand cultivators of the Azure Province righteous path. After all, there are only so many of them. Who is this green-robed, late-stage core formation grand cultivator who suddenly appeared? The 4 core formation demonic cultivators were filled with doubts, but they could only suppress their doubts in their hearts. 7 fiends and 1,000 ghosts exchanged glances, both wondering how to deal with this suddenly appearing late-stage core formation grand cultivator. After a moment, 1,000 ghosts swallowed hard and said, "Senior seems to be unfamiliar, presumably not from Azure Province." Senior may not be aware of the situation in Azure Province. Under the leadership of Sect Master Autumn Moon of my Golden Core 10th level, my demonic path is comprehensively suppressing the Azure Province righteous path. My demonic path has no shortage of core formation 9th level cultivators, and even more core formation 10th level cultivators such as Elder Demon Overlord, Sect Master of the Myriad Demons Sect, Ghost Swordsman, and not to mention Sect Master Autumn Moon. This time, Xian Gui was much more respectful, even addressing Lin Changqing as senior. However, his tone still carried an undercurrent of threat, subtly implying that the demonic forces in Qingzhou were very powerful, essentially advising Lin Changqing not to interfere. "Oh, are you threatening me? What if I do interfere?" As he spoke, a cold glint flashed in Lin Changqing's eyes. He directly pressed his left hand on the 7-kill saber and then unleashed a strike. This strike instantly cleaved Xian Gui in two. Before his death, Xian Gui's face was filled with astonishment, clearly not expecting Lin Changqing to attack so suddenly. "Senior, you." The remaining 7 fiends and the other 2 core formation demonic cultivators were shocked, equally surprised that Lin Changqing had directly killed Xian Gui with a single strike. "You actually killed Xian Gui? So what if you are at the 9th level of core formation? Our demonic path has no shortage of 10th level cultivators. How could you act in such a way today? Have you considered the consequences you will face in the coming days? The 10th level core formation experts of our demonic path will descend and kill you one day." After Lin Changqing killed the man, the other 2 demonic core formation cultivators no longer held back, their words becoming impolite. Lin Changqing remained silent and unleashed another strike, killing both of them instantly. In the blink of an eye, only the 7 fiends remained. Looking at the corpses of his 3 companions, the 7 fiends swallowed hard. After a moment, he shakily pulled out an invitation from his storage bag. He suppressed his fear and said, "You cannot kill me. I have a connection with Elder Mo Badian. Do you see this invitation? This is for his grandson's 9-pattern Golden Core Banquet, which will be held in Tiandu County in 5 days, and Elder Mo Badian invited me. You cannot kill me. Elder Mo Badian is at the 10th level of core formation. If you kill me, the Elder will not let you go. I have a connection with him." The 7 fiends hoped that invoking the name of Mo Badian, a 10th level core formation expert, would make the young man in azure robes fear him. However, he was disappointed. After hearing this, the azure-robed cultivator opposite him stood with his hands behind his back, sneering repeatedly. "Good, very good. You have provided me with some useful information. So, Imobadian wants to hold some kind of Golden Core banquet in a few days. This seat will storm Tiandu County tomorrow and send both him and his grandson on their way together. I will turn their joyous celebration into a funeral," Lin Changqing said with a cold laugh. Hearing this, the 7 fiends looked stunned. This person knew what he was saying. A 9th level core formation cultivator actually dared to say he would kill Mo Badian? The 7 fiends wanted to say that he was spouting nonsense, but before he could speak, Lin Changqing attacked, directly shattering his head with a single strike. "You have killed 4 demonic core formation cultivators." A deathly silence descends. All the demonic cultivators are plunged into fear. The cultivators on the Blackwater market side also have a dreamlike feeling. No one expected that the demonic core formation cultivators besieging Blackwater market would be so easily killed by you. A true saint has descended. Air Hay at the end of the crowd swallowed. He was very excited. After all, the 4 demonic core formation cultivators besieging Blackwater market had been killed, but in an instant, this excitement diminished. Air Hay heard the words of those demonic core formation cultivators. Before their deaths. This senior was at the 9th level of core formation, capable of resolving the siege of their Blackwater market, but not the siege of the entire Qingzhou. After all, the demonic path in Qingzhou had 10th level core formation experts. But no matter what, Blackwater Market was currently safe. Thinking of this, He breathed a sigh of relief and began to celebrate with his surrounding companions. Regardless of what the future held, at least they would no longer have to die. After killing the 7 fiends, you stand in place, pondering something. You are considering the matter of establishing a sect. You have tentatively decided to name this sect the Hall of Reincarnation. This return to overturn the demonic path is only your first step. The second step is to establish a new order in Qingzhou, an order created by you. The demonic path's order is not what you want. They are too chaotic and disorderly, or rather, they have no order at all. The righteous path's order is also not what you want. Under the righteous path's order, although it can ensure that people live to the greatest extent possible, but it is not enough for a person to merely live. The righteous path's order also has oppression, with very narrow channels for advancement. When you were a rogue cultivator, the righteous path sects controlled resources, and rogue cultivators like you had very few opportunities. Only cultivators with kind hearts like Ni Chang were willing to give rogue cultivators some opportunities, but overall, people like Ni Chang were rare. You are also dissatisfied with the righteous path's order in Qingzhou. Therefore, you want to create your own order, an order based on good and evil, an order that will give everyone hope to climb upwards. In your vision, you will first start building the Hall of Reincarnation from Qingzhou, and in the future, expand it to the myriad realms. After establishing the underworld, the 10 Yama kings of the underworld will be held by the disciples of the Hall of Reincarnation. After people from the myriad realms die, the disciples of the Hall of Reincarnation will detain these ghosts and send them to reincarnation based on their good and evil deeds. This is a great vision. You are slowly realizing the grand aspiration you made that day. You decide to start with Qingzhou first. Just as you are thinking about how to build the Hall of Reincarnation, Ni Chang and Wu Bai fly towards you, obviously wanting to thank you for resolving the siege. Seeing Ni Chang arrive, you look up. Just right, you also have something you want to ask her. That is about the Mermaid Pearl and the Mermaid Kingdom in the deep sea. You want to understand the secrets about the Mermaid Pearl, what exactly is the use of this thing, and why did Qiuyu steal it? In addition, you also want to know how Ni Chang escaped from Qiuyu's hands. Thank you, Senior, for helping my Blackwater Market. Ni is eternally grateful. Fairy Ni flew into the sky, cupped her hands, and thanked Lin Changqing. She wore a white dress, her face as cold and beautiful as frost. Wu Bai, on the other side, did the same, addressing Lin Changqing as Senior and expressing his gratitude. Senior? Lin Changqing's expression was a little strange as he looked at the two people calling him Senior. In the first few simulations of his life, spanning nearly 100 years, he had spent them in the city lord's mansion. Seeing his former two superiors suddenly call him Senior and treat him with such respect, he felt a bit odd and unaccustomed to it. So Lin Changqing smiled and said, "The two of you can address me as fellow Taoist. We cultivators befriend each other based on Tao, so why should we distinguish each other based on the length of our cultivation? You can call me fellow Taoist Qingyi from now on." Upon reaching the core formation stage, every core formation cultivator would have their own Taoist title. For example, Fairy Ni's Taoist title was Ni. Not many people knew her original name. The same went for real person Wu Bai. Lin Changqing decided to give himself a Taoist title as well. Li Qingyi was a pseudonym he had used in one of his simulated lives, and he decided to use Qingyi as his Taoist title. He felt that Qingyi as a Taoist title was very charming, both elegant and fitting, as he himself liked to wear azure clothes. Moreover, Qingyi, in some poems passed down through the ages, represented an indomitable spirit, perseverance, and noble qualities. He felt that the Taoist title Qingyi was very good. Thus, no one could have imagined that the name of the Azure Emperor, who would later shake the myriad realms, had its prototype today. Many years later, many people speculated why that forbidden, peerless figure used the character Qing as his imperial title. Some speculated that it might be related to the fact that the invincible forbidden existence had once obtained the Chaos Azure Lotus. Others speculated that the character Qing might be related to a past love in his long life. Still others speculated that the character Qing might be related to the inheritance he had once obtained from the ancient Azure King Dao Venerate. But no one had imagined that the character Qing came from Lin Changqing's Taoist title Qingyi today. The character Qing as the imperial title had nothing to do with the Chaos Azure Lotus, nor with the Azure King Dao Venerate. It was just that Lin Changqing liked to wear azure clothes, so he gave himself the Taoist title Qingyi. When he finally took the imperial title, he removed the character Yi from Qingyi and took the character Cheng. This was the origin of the title Azure Emperor. Alright, then thank you, fellow Taoist Qingyi. Fairy Ni and real person Wu Bai followed suit and directly addressed him as fellow Taoist Qingyi without being pretentious. After that, the three of them began to talk. The more Wu Bai and Fairy Ni talked, the more shocked they became. Because they both had a strange feeling, which was that they felt a strange sense of familiarity with the Qingyi Taoist in front of them, but neither of them knew where this familiarity came from. You are talking with Fairy Ni and real person Wu Bai. The two of them ask you where you are from. You reply that you are from Qingzhou. This answer directly shocks them, because a late-stage core formation cultivator like you should not be unknown in Qingzhou. You smile and don't explain, saying that you have been in seclusion all the time, glossing over the question. Finally, you directly cut to the chase and ask the question you want to ask most, which is about the mermaid pearl. Fairy Ni, I have a somewhat presumptuous question to ask. I once heard that 10 years ago, Xiu of the heavenly demon sex snatched a valuable treasure from you. I happened to learn that the treasure was the mermaid pearl. I would like to inquire about the mermaid pearl. If it is convenient for you to answer, you can answer. If it is not convenient, you don't have to answer. Lin Changqing cupped his hands, expressing some apology for the presumptuous question he had asked. Hearing Lin Changqing's question, the expressions of Fairy Ni and real person Wu Bai changed. After a moment, Wu Bai suddenly said that he had something to do and directly bid farewell. After Wu Bai left, Ni directly cast a soundproof formation and then looked at Lin Changqing and sighed, I didn't expect fellow Taoist Qingyi to know about the mermaid pearl. The mermaid pearl involves a secret of the sea race, but fellow Taoist Qingyi saved my Blackwater market. Such great kindness, Ni must repay. Today, I will tell fellow Taoist about the mermaid pearl. Fairy Ni begins to tell you about the mermaid pearl. Presumably, fellow Taoist knows that my great river cultivation world is divided into the eastern region, southern region, northern region, western region, and outside the four regions are the four sea regions of the southeast, northwest. For example, the sea region connected to the eastern region where my Wu Kingdom is located is the East Sea. I naturally know. Lin Changqing nodded. Fairy Ni continued, and that mermaid pearl is one of the three great treasures of the East Sea, alongside the East Sea Dragon Palace book and the White Snake Immortal tier. Over the long years, for some reasons, the East Sea Dragon Palace book and the White Snake Immortal tier have always been famous and have shaken the great river cultivation world. The mermaid pearl has always been obscure, but the mermaid pearl is also a treasure that is not inferior to the former two. The mermaid pearl is actually one of the three great treasures of the East Sea. Hearing Nia's words, Lin Changqing was shocked. The other two treasures of the East Sea were too famous. These two treasures were above the level of top-grade Dao artifacts. Some people said that these two treasures might have near-immortal power. The East Sea Dragon Palace book is a book-type magic treasure, which records the events of the East Sea Dragon Palace in ancient times. Once sacrificed, it will summon the ancient East Sea Dragon Palace, with boundless magic power. The White Snake Immortal tear is said to be the tears shed by a snake immortal who became an immortal. It also has great power. In short, these two treasures have near-immortal power and are unimaginably powerful. The mermaid pearl is on par with these two near-immortal treasures. Doesn't that mean that Xiu? Lin Changqing suddenly felt pressure again. He had thought that the mermaid pearl was a valuable treasure, but he didn't expect it to be a treasure of the same level as the East Sea Dragon Palace book and the White Snake Immortal tier. With such a treasure, how many times would Xiu's combat power increase? Fellow Taoist Qingyi doesn't need to worry. Even if Xiu snatches the mermaid pearl, she won't be able to use it. Perhaps seeing the worry in Lin Changqing's heart, Ni directly said, Xiu doesn't know where she learned that I have the mermaid pearl and came directly to snatch it, but she never expected that the mermaid pearl can only be used by the mermaid royal bloodline. She can't use it even if she snatches it, and she will even be cursed. Ha! There was a kind of ridicule on Nia's face at this moment, as if mocking Choyu for making a cocoon and binding herself, and also as if mocking herself. Mermaid royal family? Lin Changqing's heart stirred slightly. Didn't fellow Daoist want to know the secrets of the mermaid pearl? The so-called secrets of the mermaid pearl are related to the mermaid royal family. I can even roughly imagine what Choyu's purpose was in snatching the mermaid pearl. One is to use this East Sea treasure, and the other is to find the treasure house of the mermaid royal family in the sea through the mermaid pearl. Farini said, then she looked at Lin Changqing. Has fellow Daoist ever heard of the Battle of Blood Wasteland Mountain that determined the fate of the 7 kingdoms of the eastern region 400 years ago? I have naturally heard of the Battle of Blood Wasteland Mountain. Although Lin Changqing didn't know why Ni was talking about the mermaid pearl and the mermaid royal family, and suddenly mentioned Blood Wasteland Mountain, he still followed Nia's words. For some reason, he felt that Nia's current state was a little strange. Lin Changqing said, the Battle of Blood Wasteland Mountain was Wu Kingdom's battle to win the world. Thousands of years ago, the current Wu Emperor ascended the throne. In his hands, the weakest Wu Kingdom began to become strong step by step. The prosperity of Wu Kingdom was something that the other 6 kingdoms were unwilling to see. So, 400 years ago, the Battle of Blood Wasteland Mountain took place. Blood Wasteland Mountain is located at the border entrance of Great Wu. At that time, the 6 kingdoms jointly sent 500,000 iron cavalry directly to Blood Wasteland Mountain, intending to besiege and kill the great Wu Emperor and destroy Wu Kingdom. Among the leaders was Zhao Wugong, the hero of Zhao Kingdom, and the famous Zhao Wu Wolf cavalry under his command. Speaking of this, Lin Changqing recalled Zhao Wugong from his memory. Zhao Wugong was a great hero. 1400 years ago, the Northern Desert Barbarian Army, led by several barbarian high priests, attacked the Zhao Kingdom. The barbarian high priests were equivalent to the transformation stage heavenly lords here, and some of them even faintly seemed to have touched the void return stage. At that time, under the attack of the barbarian army, more than half of the Zhao Kingdom's territory was lost, and the old emperor of Zhao was besieged and killed by several barbarian high priests. It seemed that the Zhao Kingdom was about to be destroyed. The young Zhao Wugong was ordered to succeed to the throne in the face of danger. He made military reforms, then compromised with the domestic sect forces, ceded some rights, and finally joined forces with the domestic sects to barely resist the barbarian attack. Everyone thought that the young Zhao Wugong had done a good job at that time. After all, he had successfully protected the Zhao Kingdom. But no one expected that after only 100 years of accumulating strength, Zhao Wugong led the Zhao Kingdom's iron cavalry 3,000 miles deep into the grassland, counterattacked the capital of the northern desert barbarians, and even killed the barbarian high priest himself, shocking the world. In the end, he delineated a grassland in the northern desert and turned it into the territory of the Zhao Kingdom. The Zhao Wu soldiers were also trained in this way. Zhao Wugong cultivated a special desert wolf monster in the northern desert grassland. This monster was very unique. Soldiers riding on it could increase their combat power. Finally, it is said that Zhao Wugong obtained some kind of ancient formation, and he cooperated to develop the Zhao Wu military formation. In this military formation, humans and wolf beasts cooperate. 100-man formation can besiege and kill a foundation establishment cultivator, 1,000-man formation can form a core formation, and 10,000 people can form a nascent soul. 100,000 Zhao Wu soldiers can besiege and kill a transformation stage heavenly lord. With the support of this powerful army, the Zhao Kingdom became the strongest country among the 7 countries at that time. Finally, 1,000 years ago, Zhao Wugong united the princes of the 7 countries and summoned 300 small countries in the eastern region, becoming the leader of the princes. As of the Battle of Blood Desolation Mountain 400 years ago, Zhao Wugong had been the leader of the princes for a full 600 years, and his prestige can be imagined. And 400 years ago, he led the coalition forces of the other 5 countries, with the prestigious Zhao Wu soldiers as the vanguard, and a total of 500,000 iron cavalry attacked the border of the Wu Kingdom, Blood Desolation Mountain. One can imagine how earth-shattering and terrifying that battle would be. A monarch who could counterattack the northern desert barbarian grassland led the devastating Zhao Wu soldiers to destroy the Wu Kingdom. Thinking of this, Lin Changqing sighed. Everyone thought that the Wu kingdom was going to be destroyed at that time. After all, Zhao Wugong and his Zhao Wu soldiers were too prestigious, but no one thought that the great Wu human emperor would eventually lead the Wu kingdom to win. In the end, Zhao Wugong was seriously injured and fled, and 500,000 iron cavalry were wiped out. From then on, the position of the strongest among the 7 countries changed hands from the Zhao kingdom, and the Wu kingdom thus ascended to the throne. Oh, then tell me how the Wu kingdom won the battle of Blood Desolation Mountain, and how did they win under the leadership of that human emperor? Nia's tone was very strange at this time, especially when she said the words under the leadership of the human emperor. How to win? Lin Changqing didn't think so much. He pondered slightly. Basically, the Wu Kingdom's folk tales about how the Wu Kingdom won the Battle of Blood Desolation Mountain were very formulaic, nothing more than saying how wise and martial the great Wu human emperor was, and how he finally turned defeat into victory. So, Lin Chang shared these folk views on that battle. Hearing these folk praises of the great Wu human emperor, Ni burst into laughter, and finally laughed so hard that tears came out. Qin Wushang is really shameless, he dares to take the credit for such a great achievement. Yes, a heartless and unjust person like him can do anything shameless. The great Wu royal family's surname is Qin. It is said that the current human emperor is called Qin Wushang. However, generally no one directly calls the great Wu human emperor Qin Wushang. After all, for thousands of years, under the leadership of this legendary figure, the Wu kingdom has gone from the weakest to the first, and most people in the Wu kingdom still respect this human emperor. Hearing Ni directly call the great Wu human emperor Qin Wushang, Lin Changqing's eyes narrowed. From Ni's words, he seemed to hear something. Could it be that there is another secret in the Battle of Blood Desolation Mountain? Lin Changqing asked. Of course there is. Ni nodded fiercely. The reason why the Wu kingdom won the Battle of Blood Desolation Mountain was not due to Qin Wushang's credit, but to the Merman royal family in the East Sea, to the great Wu Merman queen who disappeared 200 years ago. What? The reason why the Battle of Blood Desolation Mountain could be won was the great Wu Merman queen who disappeared 200 years ago? Lin Changqing's pupils suddenly widened. He had stayed in the imperial capital of the central province for 10 years, and he had never heard of the great Wu having a merman queen. Moreover, as far as he knew, the current great Wu human emperor seemed to have never established a queen. Where did Ni's words come from? As far as I know, that human emperor doesn't seem to have established a queen, Lin Changqing said. Ni replied, of course Qin Wushang wants to wash away his stains. I will tell you how the Wu kingdom won the Battle of Blood Desolation Mountain. 400 years ago, facing Zhao Wugong and the coalition forces of the 6 countries, Qin Wushang knew that he was no match, so he came to the Merman Sea Kingdom in the East Sea and requested an alliance. He proposed to marry the Merman princess as his wife, establish her as queen, and in the future, the great Wu emperor's position would be inherited by the children of the two. The Merman kingdom is one of the 3 top forces in the East Sea. The old ancestor is void return stage, and there are not a few transformation stage heavenly lords in the clan. It has to be said that Qin Wushang is really smart. If this top force of the Merman royal family participates, the situation on the battlefield of the 7 countries can indeed be reversed, but the Merman old ancestor at that time did not want to get involved in the affairs of the land, so he refused. But who knew? Nia's face held an indescribable irony. Qin Wushang had excellent methods. He must have used some trick to make the Merman princess devotedly follow him. The Merman princess begged the ancestor, saying she was pregnant with Qin Wushang's child, pleading with the Merman ancestor to save her child's father. The Merman ancestor was initially furious but ultimately had no choice but to agree. After agreeing to aid the Wu kingdom, the Merman returned to Void Ancestor personally led an army of 100,000 sea creatures to the battlefield, single-handedly holding back the other 5 kingdoms' ancestors, creating the conditions for Qin Wushang to defeat Zhao Wugong. If Zhao Wugong and the other 5 kingdoms' experts had joined forces, Qin Wushang would have certainly been no match, and the outcome would definitely have been encirclement and death. Imagine, without the plea of that Merman empress that day, would that return to Void Ancestor have intervened? Without the Merman return to Void Ancestor's intervention, Qin Wushang's fate would certainly have been encirclement and death by the 6 kingdoms' experts. So, I say, the greatest contributor to the victory at Blood Mountain was that Merman empress's plea that day. It's just a pity that this stupid woman only enjoyed the glory for 200 years. During those 200 years, she became the empress, and the child in her womb, not yet born, became the future heir, followed by countless generals and ministers of Great Wu. Many supporting factions rallied around her, and the Great Wu Emperor listened to her every word. She became more and more prominent, but she couldn't imagine that a like Qin Wushang couldn't tolerate the feeling of power being divided. Seeing the Merman Empress's influence in the Wu kingdom growing, his patience became increasingly limited. Finally, 200 years ago, Qin Wushang seized the opportunity when the Merman ancestor died unexpectedly, and he finally made his move against the Merman Empress. Speaking to this point, the expression on Nia's face was very calm, but Lin Changqing felt a great sadness in her tone. Ni continued, that stupid woman finally met a tragic end 200 years later. The Merman royal family's power in the Wu kingdom was uprooted by Qin Wushang. She herself was hunted down while pregnant, and after giving birth to a daughter, she entrusted her to a commoner. Then, her injuries flared up, and she died miserably from her severe wounds. The one who seriously injured her was Qin Wushang. No one expected it. The person she knelt down and begged that day, 200 years later, stabbed her with the biggest knife. Nia's face was now filled with mockery, as if mocking the Merman Empress, yet also carrying a hint of sorrow, as if grieving for the woman who died tragically in the end, and also carrying a bit of resentment, perhaps resenting the heartless Great Wu Emperor. Lin Changqing remained silent for a long time after listening. He hadn't expected so many secrets behind the Battle of Blood Mountain. Objectively speaking, from an outsider's perspective, it wouldn't be fair to say that the Great Wu Emperor had no contribution in the Battle of Blood Mountain. After all, he single-handedly faced and defeated that overlord of the world, Zhao Wugong. However, the Merman royal family definitely made a significant contribution to this war. After all, that Merman ancestor held back the experts from the other 5 kingdoms, giving the Great Wu Emperor a chance for a fair fight. Otherwise, as Ni said, Qin Wushang would definitely not have been able to withstand the joint attack of the 6 kingdoms' experts. Lin Changqing now had a guess about Nia's identity. He remembered that mermen and humans were different, and their gestation period was generally 200 years. Nia's age seemed to be about 200 years old, which matched the daughter born to the Merman Empress. Therefore, he understood Nia's biased remarks at this moment. After all, even as an outsider, he felt that Qin Wushang's actions in this matter were not righteous. The imperial family has been ruthless since ancient times. Lin Changqing sighed in his heart. Qin Wushang's cold-blooded operation reminded him of the ambitious and talented Qin Shi Huang, and the two did have some similarities. The Qin and Chu kingdoms had intermarried for generations. King Huiwen of Qin married a woman from Chu, who was also the Queen Dowager Xian, also a woman from Chu. King Xiaowen of Qin married Lady Huayang, a daughter of the Chu royal family. Lady Huayang later adopted an adopted son, who was the father of the first emperor. Historical records state that the first emperor did not establish an empress, but according to some historical speculations, the mother of Prince Fusu was also from Chu. In short, due to generations of intermarriage, the influence of the Chu kingdom and the Qin kingdom was very large. Therefore, before attacking Chu, the first emperor bloodily eradicated the power of Chu in the Qin kingdom. Fusu's mother should have also died in that purge. It is not difficult to infer Qin Wushang's motives from the perspective of an emperor. The Merman royal family helped the Wu kingdom win the Battle of Blood Mountain, which was a great contribution. In addition, Qin Wushang established the Merman princess as empress and personally promised that the position of heir would be inherited by the child in the Merman empress's womb. In this situation, the power of the Merman empress and the Merman royal family behind her in the Wu kingdom would definitely grow wildly. Some ministers and generals of the Wu kingdom would definitely have to bet in advance, following the future heir in the Merman empress's womb. Over the past 200 years, the forces surrounding the Merman empress must have grown more and more. A figure like Qin Wushang definitely couldn't tolerate the imperial power being divided, not even by his wife and his child. Perhaps one day, Qin Wushang heard the palace maids laughing and saying that when the child in the empress's womb was born, he would definitely be a good future monarch of the Wu kingdom. Perhaps one day, Qin Wushang sat on the imperial throne and saw his ministers and generals happily saying that when the child in the empress's womb came out, he should be established as the crown prince as soon as possible, and the country would be stable and passed on only if there was a crown prince. He was furious. He felt that his imperial power was being divided. He felt that the power he held was threatened by the Merman Empress and the child in her womb. So, after the death of the Merman ancestor, he took action coldly. In the Wu Kingdom, Qin Wushang only allowed one voice, and that was Qin Wushang, not the Merman Empress, let alone an unborn child. You continued talking with me, but you had a question. The pearl is a secret treasure. Even though Ni is at the 6th layer of core formation, not as strong as Chiuyu at the 10th layer, with the added power of the pearl, a treasure with near immortal power, she should not be afraid of Chiuyu. You had heard that 200 years ago, the secret realm of the East Sea Dragon Palace appeared, and countless cultivators fought madly for it. A core formation cultivator, wielding a secret treasure from the East Sea Dragon Palace, killed a nascent soul cultivator despite being a lower level. You wondered, since the pearl and the East Sea Dragon Palace book were on par, why was Ni still no match for Chiuyu, and even had the pearl snatched away? You then asked Ni, and she replied, "It's related to the ancestor." Back then, the ancestor wielded the pearl and could even contend against Tao harmonization experts. But he encountered some unknown enemy, died unexpectedly, and the pearl was severely damaged. Then, it flew back to the Sea clan with the ancestor's corpse. According to the rules, the with the noblest bloodline can hold the pearl. After the ancestor died, the pearl naturally fell into the hands of the empress. You also know what happened later. The empress was chased by Qin Wo, and the already damaged pearl was damaged again, Neferi said, shaking her head. Lin Shangqing nodded after listening, so that was the reason. So this secret treasure had been severely damaged twice. No wonder it couldn't display its full power in Nia's hands. The greatest damage was probably the time of the ancestor. That ancestor, who could fight Tao harmonization experts, died, so the enemy he encountered must have been a terrifying existence. It was understandable that the pearl, damaged by such a terrifying existence, could not display its full power. 10 minutes later, you ended the conversation with Ni. You gained a lot from this conversation, learned some secrets, and understood the effects of the pearl. Finally, at the end of the conversation, Ni asked you about your next plan. She seemed to be kindly reminding you that the 7 fiends true man you killed did indeed have a connection with Immobadian. After all, being invited to Immobation's core formation banquet meant that the two were related. Ni said that Immobadian was at the 10th layer of core formation, and you might not be his opponent. She advised you to hide for a while and avoid his. After hearing this, you smiled and shook your head, saying nothing. Now, everyone in the righteous path, including Ni, is still pessimistic about the future, feeling that the demonic path is powerful. Although you resolved the crisis of Blackwater this time, the cultivation you displayed was only at the 9th layer of core formation, but the demonic path has several 10th layer experts. That's why Ni advised you to avoid his. After all, cultivation at the 9th layer is indeed not enough in the entire Qingzhou demonic path. But it doesn't matter. In a few days, when you kill your way to Tiandu and send Immobadian and his grandson on their way, and finally Chiuyu, the whole situation will instantly become clear. There's no need to say more now, just do more. There are still 5 days until Immobation's core formation banquet. At my current speed, it will only take a little over a day to get from Blackwater to Tiandu, which means I have 3 or 4 days of free time, Lin Changqing thought. In fact, you can kill your way to Tiandu now and Immobadian and his grandson, but you think it's boring. You want to appear when Immobadian holds the core formation banquet, when Immobadian and his grandson feel they are about to reach the peak of their lives, and then give them a fatal blow. It should be wonderful to kick someone hard off a cliff when they are at their most glorious and highest point. Lin Changqing licked his lips. Actually, you are not doing this purely out of inner pleasure. These 3 or 4 days of free time are also urgently needed because you have heard that Chiuyu cultivates a path of luck. The stronger the Qingzhou demonic path, the stronger she becomes. So in these 3 or 4 days, you will first disintegrate the demonic forces in the surrounding counties, reduce the demonic path's luck, and have more certainty in the future battle with Chiuyu. You never underestimate Chiuyu. This woman has too many trump cards. Before you attack her, you must weaken her to the weakest state. 5 minutes later, you said goodbye to Ni and flew north. North of Blackwater is Cian. You decided to start with Cian first. 2 hours later, you arrived, and then you only used a very short time to uproot the demonic headquarters in Cian. You only used one. When one was cut down, the phantom of the 1,000-mile blood wolf appeared, directly turning the demonic headquarters into ashes, and countless demons were killed by your one. After that, you attacked everywhere in the next 2 days. You swept through Mayan, Qingli, Wuyu, and Huiping. The demonic forces in these 4 counties were all uprooted by you. Including Blackwater, you cleared the demonic forces in 6 counties in just 2 days. You sighed with emotion. You had done this in your previous life, but you needed to escape immediately because you were not invincible in Qingzhou. After you killed the core formation demons in several counties, Immortal was chasing you from behind. But you don't need to escape now, because I am invincible in Qingzhou. In the ruins of a certain demonic sect, Lin Changqing stood in place, dressed in green. He slowly returned the 7 kill to his waist. Just now, when he cut down with one, he directly chopped this demonic sect into ruins. In today's Qingzhou, Lin Changqing felt that apart from Qiuyu, he could kill anyone with one. The news that you swept through the demonic forces in 6 counties, including Moyan, Cian, shocked all directions. Neferi did not expect that you would not hide, but instead attack and kill demons everywhere. She was very worried about you. She felt that if you continued like this, you would inevitably attract the pursuit of a 10th-layer core formation demon. In addition, the news also excited many people. After all, the righteous path had been at a disadvantage for 10 years. Suddenly, such a ruthless person appeared, quickly uprooting the demonic forces in 6 counties in 2 days. Everyone was talking about you. A fierce man has descended from the heavens to our righteous path. That senior is really strong. I heard that those previously high-ranking core formation demons can't even take one from senior. All demons are chopped to pieces with one. Of course, senior is at the 9th layer of core formation. 9th layer of core formation? That's bad. The demonic path has a 10th layer of core formation. I heard that the 7 fiends that senior killed had a connection with Immortal. That Immortal is at the 10th layer of core formation. Will senior? Many people are worried that Immortal will attack you. After all, you killed the 7 fiends. Can you, at the 9th layer of core formation, withstand Immortal's revenge? You didn't pay too much attention to the outside discussions. After another day, you uprooted the demonic forces in 3 more large counties, namely Inyu, Beiming, and Haishan. In total, in 3 days, you cleared the demonic forces in 9 counties. It can be said that the fills the sky. You are very satisfied with the results, and you calculated the time. It is time to set off towards Tiandu. During this time, I have cleaned up the demonic forces in 9 counties. The demonic path's luck must have been reduced by at least 1/3. Then, I will kill my way to Tiandu. Immortal is holding a core formation banquet. Some prominent figures in the demonic path are probably going, maybe even the sect master. When I kill them all, and except for Qiuyu, I will scoop up the high-level demons in one pot. The demonic path's luck is estimated to fall by 90%. At that time, Qiuyu will also become the weakest state, Lin Changqing thought. You are very satisfied with these days. On the one hand, you have uprooted the demonic forces in 8 counties, and on the other hand, you have also weakened the demonic path's luck. You began to set off towards Tiandu. It is expected to arrive in 1 day, which will be when Immortal holds the core formation banquet. Immortal, I'm coming. Immortal still wants to hold a golden core banquet for his grandson. Lin Changqing sneered inwardly, planning to give the grandfather and grandson duo a fatal blow. Just as they thought they were reaching the pinnacle of their lives, he would appear and shatter them at the bottom of the cliff. Thinking this, Lin Changqing used the Kunping celestial technique to accelerate his flight towards Tiandu County. Meanwhile, as you fly towards Tiandu County, the news of you sweeping through the forces of 9 major counties in the demonic path in 3 days swept across Qingzhou like a storm. Immortal, far away in Tiandu County, also heard this news, and he was furious. What a maniac! A mere 9th layer golden core cultivator dares to be so arrogant. He actually dares to wantonly slaughter the forces of my demonic path in 9 counties, truly not putting my Chinjo demonic path in his eyes. I think he's tired of living. I, Obadian, swear to cleave such a maniac to death with one strike. To avenge the shame of my demonic path. In a luxurious mansion in Tiandu County, an old man wearing a blood-red robe spoke with ferocity and anger. He looked to be about 60 years old, with a full head of white hair, like an ordinary old man, but his eyes carried boundless ferocity and killing intent. This blood-robed old man was Obadian. He was naturally extremely angry when he heard that a strange cultivator had suddenly appeared in Chinjo and uprooted the forces of the demonic path in 9 major counties. In Obation's view, a mere 9th-layer golden core cultivator daring to act like this was undoubtedly touching a tiger's butt and courting death. In addition, beside Obadian, there were 2 other people sitting. On the left was an old man in a purple robe, the sect master of the Myriad Demons sect, with a cultivation base at the peak of the 10th-layer golden core. On the right was a middle-aged bald man, nicknamed Blood Butcher Hand, also at the peak of the 10th-layer golden core. In fact, Obadian holding a golden core banquet for his direct grandson, Motion, was an unprecedented event for the demonic path. After all, Motion was a 9-pattern golden core, the hope of the next generation of the demonic path, so naturally many old monsters of the 10th-layer golden core came to congratulate him. Therefore, it was not surprising that Obadian had the sect master of the Myriad Demons sect and the Blood Butcher Hand, 2 peak 10th-layer golden core cultivators, by his side at this moment. Fellow Daoist Badian, how old are you? Why are you still so impatient? Isn't it just a mere 9th-layer golden core cultivator? Killing him is as easy as snapping our fingers. A 9th-layer golden core cultivator is nothing to us, we can crush him with one finger. Now, there is only 1 day left until the Golden Core Banquet. That is the top priority. After holding the Golden Core Banquet tomorrow, we will kill that arrogant 9th-layer Golden Core brat as a matter of course. At that time, let him taste the power of our demonic path. A mere 9th-layer Golden Core cultivator dares to be rampant. We will make him beg for death. It was the sect master of the Myriad Demons sect who said with a sinister smile, twirling a skull ball with his fingertips. The robes all over his body were embroidered with skull patterns, giving off an aura of demonism and evil. The Blood Butcher Hand on the other side also said, Old Juan is right. We are gathered here now to accomplish the important event of tomorrow's Golden Core Banquet. When our plan is completed tomorrow, our demonic path will be able to dominate Chinjo directly. A 9th-layer Golden Core ant, let him hop around for 2 days first. After the Golden Core Banquet is completed tomorrow, we will go and kill that ant with you. The Blood Butcher Hand's tone was contemptuous. In his heart, the arrogant cultivator of the 9th-layer Golden Core who had suddenly appeared was already a dead man. In Chinjo, no one has ever dared to provoke their demonic path like this. When they are free and can free up their hands, they can kill that ant with a few moves. Hearing the advice of these 2 people, Obadian seemed to ponder for a while, and then nodded. What you said is right. The top priority now is indeed the Golden Core Banquet. After the Golden Core Banquet tomorrow, the righteous path will probably be in a slump. Then we will go and kill that arrogant 9th-layer Golden Core cultivator. In Chinjo, I, Obadian, will not allow someone who angers the demonic path to live well. I will give him 1 more day to live. After the banquet tomorrow, I will go and kill him. Obadian said fiercely. Ha ha. After the banquet tomorrow, we will go together and deal with that ant properly. The sect master of the Myriad Demons sect and the Blood Butcher Hand also said with a grin. In fact, at tomorrow's Golden Core Banquet, these people are indeed planning a major event, which is a conspiracy against the righteous path. They are using the 9-pattern Golden Core Banquet held by Obadian for his grandson to lure the righteous path into the game. After Motion achieved the 9-pattern Golden Core, many cultivators of the righteous path were desperate, because a 9-pattern Golden Core has unlimited potential in the future. Now, the righteous path can't resist just one 6-pattern Golden Core cultivator, show you. If Motion, a 9-pattern Golden Core cultivator, grows up, the righteous path will be even worse. Therefore, many cultivators of the righteous path do not want Emotion to grow up and plan to assassinate him. Immobadian had expected this. He received news that at his grandson Emotion's Golden Core banquet tomorrow, many Golden Core cultivators from the righteous path will come to assassinate his grandson. And this is exactly the scheme he has set up. He plans to wipe out all the righteous path Golden Core cultivators who come to assassinate him at tomorrow's Golden Core banquet. You righteous path want to assassinate my grandson? Good. This old man also wants to wipe out all of you righteous path Golden Core cultivators. Immobation's eyes revealed a fierce killing intent. He couldn't wait to start killing tomorrow. After wiping out the righteous path Golden Core cultivators tomorrow, he would deal with that arrogant 9th layer Golden Core cultivator. Sword Elder, are you really going to assassinate Emotion tomorrow? Since Immobadian dares to openly hold a Golden Core banquet in Tiandu County, he must have made preparations. I'm afraid that if you go to assassinate Emotion, you will fall into Immobation's trap. Immobadian is extremely sinister. He may have set up a killing move at the Golden Core banquet, waiting for you to enter the game. Therefore, Sword Elder, you must not go to tomorrow's Golden Core banquet. In Tiandu County, a middle-aged man in a white robe was talking to the Sword Palace Elder with a solemn expression. The middle-aged man in white robe was the sect master of the Righteous Sun sect, 3 Young Taoist. He learned that the Sword Palace Elder was organizing people to assassinate Emotion, so he came to persuade him. But obviously, the Sword Palace Elder was not prepared to listen to him. The Sword Palace Elder shook his head and sighed. Of course I know that Immobadian has ambushed a killing move at tomorrow's Golden Core banquet, but we have to go. Emotion has achieved the 9-pattern Golden Core, and my righteous path cannot afford to delay. We can only kill him before Emotion grows up, otherwise Qingzhou will be finished when Emotion grows up. Moreover, Zhou is in seclusion at this time, which gives us an excellent opportunity to assassinate Emotion tomorrow. Otherwise, it will be difficult to assassinate Emotion again when Xiaoyu leaves seclusion. Therefore, even if Immobadian has set up a killing trap tomorrow, this old man has to take the risk in person and fight for a glimmer of hope for my righteous path. The Sword Palace Elder's words were firm. He knew that there might be great danger waiting for him at tomorrow's Golden Core banquet, but he had to go. The righteous path could not afford to delay. Hearing this, the 3 Young Taoists no longer tried to persuade him. He had understood the Sword Palace Elder's determination. At this moment, he had a feeling of the wind is howling, the Yi River is cold, the hero departs and never returns. After a while, 5 Taoists landed in the sky. These 5 Taoists were all helpers that the Sword Palace Elder had summoned to assassinate Emotion tomorrow, 1 10th layer Golden Core, 4 9th layer Golden Core. This was the entire main force for assassinating Emotion tomorrow. 3 Yangzi, this old man is going to assassinate that little demon Emotion tomorrow. It's good if I come back. If I don't come back, please take care of my useless grandson. I also have a useless disciple, 3 Yangzi, please take care of him too. These Taoists seemed to be quite familiar with 3 Yangzi, laughing and saying as soon as they came down, asking 3 Yangzi to take care of their descendants after they left. 3 Yangzi also laughed and agreed, but in his heart, he suddenly felt a sense of sorrow. These people knew that tomorrow was a certain death situation, but they still went. Which of these people is not a famous figure in the righteous path? The weakest are all late-stage great cultivators of the 9th layer Golden Core. It would be very easy for these people to survive if they surrendered to the demonic path. The demonic path would definitely give them excellent treatment, but these people still put life and death aside and risked their lives to go to the Golden Core banquet to assassinate tomorrow. Some things are more important than death. Sometimes, people live not only for survival. Some people will put life and death aside, for the righteousness in their hearts, for the principles in their hearts, or even for a certain promise. 3 Yangzi looked at the 5 laughing Taoists, looking at the Sword Palace Elder with a full head of white hair. He suddenly recalled that sentence again, the wind is howling, the Yi River is cold, the hero departs and never returns. These were the words from the Crown Prince of Yen State. Since the Battle of Wu Kingdom 400 years ago, the power of Wu Kingdom has become stronger and stronger. In these 400 years, Wu Kingdom has pointed its sword at the 6 kingdoms, expanding its territory, and the Six Kingdoms have ceded many cities. Even 150 years ago, the great Wu Human Emperor sent a general to lead 200,000 iron cavalry to besiege Yin capital. Under this dangerous situation of national destruction, 149 years ago, Crown Prince Dan of Yan sent a strong man to prepare to assassinate the Wu Emperor Qin Wushang. When sending off that strong man, he finally left behind such a tragic and widely circulated sentence. Sometimes, even if it is to send death, we must move forward. Though there are thousands of people, I will go. One day later, the Golden Core banquet held by Badian for his grandson officially began. The Sword Palace Elder and the 5 Taoists also came to the Golden Core banquet with a determination to die. And you have finally arrived in Tiandu County, Tiandu Prefecture, Blood Fiend Peak. Today, Badian is hosting a 9-pattern Golden Core banquet for his direct grandson, Tian, which is being held in a magnificent palace on Blood Fiend Peak called the Blood Luo Palace. At this moment, the Blood Luo Palace is packed with people, banners fluttering in the sky, and countless people coming and going, all offering gifts to Tian, this future prodigy of the demonic path. Badian, the sect master of the Myriad Demon sect, and the Blood Butcher, 3 demonic giants at the 10th level of the Golden Core stage, sat in the main seats, quietly watching the gifts being presented at the Golden Core banquet. Tian stood to the side, dressed in black, exuding an indescribable confidence and vigor. In fact, Tian was currently extremely proud and high-spirited. He had already achieved a 9-pattern Golden Core, almost certainly securing his position as the next generation leader of the demonic path in Qing province. How could this not make Tian proud and confident? Grandfather, 2 seniors, grandson will go to the front to greet the guests. Yes, go ahead. Today, those who have come are all elites of our demonic path. They have come to congratulate you, so you should personally greet them at the reception area. Tian bowed to Badian and the other 2 sitting in the main seats before heading towards the reception area. Blood Wanderer offers young Master Tian a 4th Order elixir, a Blood Luo pill, 3 Spirit Stone mines in the Wang Luo Prefecture, and a low-grade Dao artifact, the 5 Blood Sword. Ghostless Taoist offers young Master Tian a 4th Order elixir, a 1000 Ghost pill, and a low-grade Dao artifact, the 9 Luo Blood Umbrella. White Skull Taoist offers young Master Tian a gift. At the reception area, one famous figure after another from the demonic path rushed from all over to present gifts for Tian's Golden Core banquet. Tian also very politely led these people to their respective seats. Those who could receive an invitation from Badian were all well-known Golden Core cultivators of the demonic path, at least at the 5th level of the Golden Core stage, such as the 7 Fiends Taoist. It could be said that at this Golden Core banquet, probably 70 to 80% of the experts from the demonic path had arrived. These demonic path Golden Core cultivators, who used to be able to make any prefecture in Qing province tremble with a stomp of their feet, were now surrounding Tian, each offering words of congratulations. After all, everyone could see that Tian, with his 9-pattern Golden Core, would probably be the future leader of the demonic path in Qing province. Of course, they had to curry favor in advance. Even some demonic path women were secretly casting flirtatious glances at Tian. In short, the banquet was extremely lively, and Tian was enjoying the flattery and congratulations from the crowd. Badian, the sect master of the Myriad Demon sect, and the Blood Butcher sat high in the main seats, waiting for the arrival of the turtle in a jar. After a while, just as the whole place was bustling with activity, a voice suddenly silenced the entire venue. The sect master of the Clear Sword sect, Taoist Qing Song, offers young Master Tian a middle-grade Dao artifact, the Violet Azure Sword, and a 5th Order elixir. The newcomer was a middle-aged man who looked like a Confucian scholar. He was tall and had an aura of righteousness on his face. The reason his arrival silenced the entire venue was because of his identity. The newcomer was none other than the sect master of the Clear Sword sect. The Clear Sword sect was a major orthodox sect. Although it could not compare to the Righteous Sun sect, it was still a top-notch orthodox sect. Not to mention, Taoist Qing Song was also a renowned Golden Core cultivator of the orthodox path, with a cultivation base at the 10th level of the Golden Core stage. For such a top figure of the orthodox path to come to offer congratulations today, could it be said that he had already betrayed the orthodox path? If that were the case, That would definitely be earth-shattering news. The demonic path golden core cultivators present were whispering to each other, discussing animatedly. Immortal, the sect master of the myriad demons sect, and the blood butcher, who had been sitting in the main seats, stood up laughing when they saw Taoist Chingsong's arrival. "Brother Chingsong, you've come. We are extremely delighted. Come, please take a seat." The three of them greeted Taoist Chingsong extremely warmly, and Taoist Chingsong returned their greetings with a smile. Seeing the extremely warm appearance of the four, the demonic path golden core cultivators present realized that Taoist Chingsong had indeed defected to the demonic path, and they all laughed heartily. Even a 10th level golden core cultivator of the orthodox path had surrendered. What did this war mean? It was self-evident. A 10th level golden core cultivator surrendering was unprecedented. These demonic path figures could imagine the impact that the news of Taoist Chingsong defecting to the demonic path today would have on the morale of the Qing province orthodox path. Our demonic path is thriving. The demonic path golden core cultivators present excitedly drank their wine. They were very happy. It seemed that the war situation between the orthodox and demonic paths was already very clear. After all, even a 10th level golden core cultivator had surrendered. What was there to fight about? Brother Chingsong, I didn't expect you to really come. I'm really too happy. It seems that you understood the choice I told you about that day. Immortal grabbed Taoist Chingsong's arm extremely warmly and led him to the main seat. Since fellow Taoist Badian invited me, I had to come. Moreover, after carefully considering the choice fellow Taoist Badian mentioned that day, I decided to choose the demonic path. After all, a good bird chooses a tree to perch on. I still understand this principle, Taoist Chingsong said with a smile, and Immortal laughed even louder upon hearing these words. Brother Chingsong, you will definitely not regret your choice to join the demonic path today. You made the right choice. What's the difference between the orthodox and demonic paths in cultivation? We only care about improving our strength. If you ask me, your orthodox path should have more people like you. What's the point of fighting to the death for those few mortals? What does the life and death of those ants have to do with us? Fellow Taoist Chingsong, rest assured that since you have chosen the demonic path today, you can choose any cultivation resources in Qing province in the future. Everything in this world is fake. Improving strength is the only truth, Immortal said, looking seriously at Taoist Chingsong's face. Taoist Chingsong nodded. He extremely agreed with Immortal's words. In Taoist Chingsong's view, heaven and earth would condemn those who did not act for their own benefit. Why should he, a 10th level golden core cultivator, accompany those ant-like mortals to their deaths? It was fine for those ant-like mortals to be killed by the demonic path, as long as he and his family lived. Moreover, everyone could see that the orthodox path was about to be destroyed. After all, Immortal had already achieved a 9-pattern golden core, and the orthodox path's defeat was already predetermined. Taoist Chingsong did not want to sink with the orthodox path's broken ship. With the arrival of Taoist Chingsong, the lively atmosphere at the banquet reached its peak. The demonic path golden core cultivators were drinking wine and laughing heartily. Immortal, Taoist Chingsong, Immortal, and others in the main seats were also chatting enthusiastically. At this moment, a cold voice like a sword suddenly came from the distant sky, making the banquet that had just been lively suddenly become as silent as death. Jian is here to deliver a gift, a special gift, a coffin. In the distant sky, 6 figures exuding a powerful aura suddenly descended in front of the Blood Luo Palace. These 6 people were Elder Jiangong and the 5 Taoists, and behind them was a huge blood-colored coffin. Delivering a coffin as a gift, how could this not make the demonic path golden core cultivators present dumbfounded and silent? The number 1 expert of the Qing province orthodox path had come to offer a gift with a blood coffin. Everyone at the banquet could see that there might be a big storm coming. Sword Palace, I think this coffin is prepared for the 6 of you. In the main seat, Immortal slammed the table and said angrily. Although he had expected that someone from the orthodox path would come to cause trouble today, he still could not hide the anger in his heart when he saw Jiangong carrying a coffin. This was a blatant slap in the face. He was hosting a golden core banquet for his grandson, and these people actually came with a blood-colored coffin? Sword Palace, let me tell you, I will make sure you won't return alive. Since you sent a coffin, today I will bury you in it. Immortal sneered. Enough talk, let's fight. Old Man Sword Palace and the other 5 Taoists were about to make a move, but suddenly stopped, because their eyes suddenly noticed someone. It was Taoist Ching Song, sitting next to Immortal. Ching Song, you. The moment he saw Taoist Ching Song, Old Man Sword Palace's eyes widened, and he uttered these 3 words with some difficulty. The other. 5 Taoists also looked incredulous. Taoist Ching Song sitting next to Immortal, the implication was self-evident. This was what made it unbelievable for them. Could it be that Taoist Ching Song had defected to the demonic path? Old Man Sword Palace and the 5 Taoists were unwilling to believe it. After all, Taoist Ching Song was at the 10th level of core formation and had a close relationship with them. He had also fought against the demonic path together in the past. How could they be willing to believe that their former comrade had now surrendered? Ching Song, have you defected to the demonic path? One of the Taoists asked with difficulty, still unable to believe that Ching Song had defected to the demonic path. But the next scene completely shattered his last shred of hope. Taoist Ching Song stood up and smiled. A wise man submits to circumstances. My defection to the demonic path is the trend of the times. I advise you all to put down your hostility and work for the demonic path with me. Hearing Ching Song personally admit to defecting to the demonic path and saying such shameless words, the Taoist at the 10th level of core formation stood up in anger. His name was Taoist Ming Jian, and he usually had the best relationship with Ching Song. Now, seeing his former close friend so shameless, he was furious. Ching Song, Ming Jian, was really blind in the past. To think I became close friends with a villain like you. I wasted my life saving you 7 years ago. Knowing what I know now, I shouldn't have saved you then. I should have let you die under the siege of the demonic path. As he spoke, Taoist Ming Jian tore open his upper garment in anger, revealing dense scars on his body. Those were the injuries he had suffered 7 years ago when he risked his life to save Ching Song. 7 years ago, Ching Song was besieged by 2 demonic path cultivators at the 10th level of core formation, and he risked his life to save him. A villain like you, I really should have let you die in the hands of Fire Skull and Fire Ghost back then, Ming Jian cursed again. Fire Skull and Fire Ghost were the 2 demonic path cultivators at the 10th level of core formation who besieged Qingzhou 7 years ago. These 2 had a bad relationship with Immortal and had conflicts, so they didn't come to the Golden Core banquet this time. Hearing Ming Jian's words, Ching Song's face turned red and white, as if he felt ashamed, but also angry at being scolded. Immediately, he looked at Ming Jian angrily. Ming Jian, I am grateful that you saved me, but what time is it now? You talk about loyalty, you are noble, you have good character. You came to the Golden Core banquet today to assassinate Immortal, what a great feat. But have you ever thought about one fact? What will happen to your descendants after you die? Now you are a righteous cultivator at the 10th level of core formation, and your descendants enjoy the best resources of the righteous path. After you die, will they still have the same treatment as before? Will your descendants still get those core formation spiritual objects and foundation establishment spiritual objects? You must know that people are fickle. Once you die, the Ming family might decline in your generation. So, join me in defecting to the demonic path, and your Ming family can be glorious for generations. Those dead ant-like mortals are none of our business. Why risk your life to assassinate for them? Ching Song stared at Ming Jian with wide eyes. Taoist Ming Jian sneered and shook his head after hearing this. I can't control that much. Our descendants will have their own fortune. My descendants usually enjoy my glory, eating the best and living in the best in Qingzhou. Now that Qingzhou is in trouble, tens of millions of people have already died. They are already extremely lucky not to have died. As for me, if you want to persuade me to defect to the demonic path, try again in your next life. When I was still a Chi refining 10th level cultivator, I was besieged by 2 demonic path brats. A foundation establishment senior from the Zhangyang sect saved me at that time. I wanted to thank him, but that senior said there was no need to thank him. He said that if I achieved something in the future, I should help others as much as possible. Unlike you, who is ungrateful, the senior from the Zhengyang sect saved me that day. I am not talented, but I was lucky enough to become a core formation 10th level cultivator, so I naturally want to help others as much as possible. After all, if everyone was as selfish as you, I would have died long ago. Taoist Ming Jian shouted sternly. Ming Jian, you. Taoist Cheng Song's face quickly turned red and white. When he heard Ming Jian scold him for being ungrateful, he couldn't say another word. At this time, Mo Badian, who was next to him, clapped his hands and sneered. Taoist Ming Jian is indeed a great hero who cares for the country and the people. How about this? Let me tell you a story. As he spoke, Mo Badian raised the wine glass from the table in front of him, drank it all in one gulp, and then said with a loud laugh, 5 years ago, I entered a city and ate in Immortal restaurant. There was a storyteller in the restaurant, and the storyteller was telling a story about a righteous cultivator doing chivalrous deeds. Guess what happened? Mo Badian's face was now filled with great sarcasm. After the storyteller finished telling the story of the righteous cultivator doing chivalrous deeds, the mortals below actually started scolding, saying that they didn't want to hear these Virgin Mary stories. They wanted to hear stories of decisive killing, stories where people don't act for themselves. They said that righteous cultivators were all fools, and they didn't listen to these Virgin Mary stories. The mortal listeners were all scolding, so the storyteller naturally changed the story. This time it was even more coincidental. This time he told a story about a demonic path cultivator. This demonic path cultivator was decisive in killing, selfish and self-interested. Everything was centered on improving his own strength. He was decisive in killing, causing millions of corpses to float at every turn. When others were in trouble and asked him for help, this demonic path cultivator didn't even look at them and never reached out to help. Guess what happened after the storyteller finished telling this story? Most of the mortals below clapped and cheered. They were all praising the demonic path cultivator in the story, saying that people should be like that. As he spoke, Mo Badian laughed loudly. He pointed at Old Man Sword Palace, Taoist Ming Jian, and the group of righteous cultivators with great mockery. Look, these are the mortals you protect. These ants, they never feel grateful. The righteous path that protects them is ridiculed by them, and the demonic path that kills them is praised by them. Tell me, what's the point of protecting them? Mo Badian's laughter was extremely harsh, and a group of demonic path core formation cultivators also laughed loudly. This story was indeed a great irony. The mortals of Qingzhou scolded the righteous path for being Virgin Marys and praised the demonic path cultivators. Was this ironic? Actually, it wasn't ironic. In real life, many people are proponents of social Darwinism, but they themselves are also losers under the rules of social Darwinism. They are the oppressed, but they admire social Darwinism. They admire the strong for humiliating the weak, but the most ironic thing is that they themselves are the weak in this world. When righteous cultivators take action to help save people, they curse and scold Virgin Marys, saying not to save them, saying that these weak people should die. Little do they know that they themselves are the weak who are being saved. When they see demonic path cultivators refining cities in an instant, causing millions of corpses to float, they say how handsome it is, saying that people should be so decisive in killing. Little do they know that they are the people who are being refined by the demonic path. This is the greatest black humor in the world. Sword Palace, why don't you put down your swords? Anyway, those mortals are not worth protecting. Maybe if you defect to our demonic path and kill them together, they will worship you in return. After all, those people are just cheapskates. The laughter became more and more ear-piercing. Mo Badian and the group of demonic path cultivators laughed especially loudly. The entire blood-colored palace seemed to be echoing with these ear-piercing and mocking laughter. Old Man Sword Palace and the 5 Taoists stood in silence. You want me to put down my sword? After a while, Old Man Sword Palace spoke. He smiled lightly and held the wooden sword in front of him. When I was young, I was a Jianghu person. I practiced swordsmanship with my master. At the age of 15, I became a third-rate expert in the Jianghu. At that time, my master asked me what my aspirations were. I said to do chivalrous deeds. Later, at the age of 20, I was lucky enough to obtain a cultivation method and embarked on the path of immortality. Old Man Sword Palace looked at the wooden sword with a look of recollection on his face. The path of immortality is long, a long life. I have almost forgotten everything. Along the way, I have seen too many enemies, been betrayed by friends, and been repaid with ingratitude, but now that I have reached the end of my life, I have almost forgotten all those past events, but there is only one sentence that I remember especially well, and that is more than 200 years ago, a young man who practiced swordsmanship with his master took down the ambition of doing chivalrous deeds. As he spoke, Old Man Sword Palace suddenly pointed the wooden sword at Immortal. His originally cloudy eyes suddenly became infinitely bright, as if the sword-wielding young man from that year had returned. He was full of vigor and unrestrained pride, and laughed loudly. Immortal, you have really lived in vain. What are you laughing at? I understood this question more than 200 years ago. Back then, I said that my ambition was to do chivalrous deeds, and my master shook his head and said that this world is turbid, and doing good deeds will not necessarily be rewarded. Doing chivalrous deeds may be repaid with ingratitude. At that time, I laughed loudly and said to my master that if I seek rewards for doing good deeds, then I have entered the wrong path. I told my master that the reason why I do chivalrous deeds is for the joy in my heart. I saved those people, what do I care what they think? Anyway, I feel happy in my heart. Sword Palace's actions in life are only for the joy in my heart. Why should I explain to others? Why should I need others to understand? As he spoke, a sword energy rose from Old Man Sword Palace's body. He stared at Immortal with coldness and killing intent. You want me to put down my sword? I tell you, today I will kill you, this old dog, and your grandson, that little dog, and then I can put down my sword. Sword Palace, you. Immortal's face turned green and white. He was, after all, a famous person, but to be pointed at and scolded as an old dog and a little dog, he couldn't hide the anger in his heart. You refused to drink a toast, so you must drink a forfeit. Kill. Immortal made a move, and Old Man Sword Palace also raised his sword and killed him. Afterwards, the Blood Luo Palace was in chaos, and a great battle began. The 5 Taoists faced the sect master of the Myriad Demons sect and the Blood Butcher. A great battle began in the Blood Luo Palace. What backup plans will Immortal set up in the Blood Luo Palace to kill them? Can Old Man Sword Palace and the others win? Or will they? It was at this time that you arrived in Tiandu County. Learned the specific location of Immortal, and flew towards the Blood Luo Palace at a rapid speed. You are only a quarter of an hour away from arriving at the battlefield of the Blood Luo Palace. What will the Blood Luo Palace look like after you arrive in a quarter of an hour? Can Old Man Sword Palace and the others withstand a quarter of an hour? After half an hour of fierce battle at Blood Demon Palace, the 5 Taoists and the Blood Butcher, sect master of the Myriad Demons sect, were at a disadvantage. After all, only Ming Jian among the Righteous Path cultivators had reached the 10th level of the core formation stage, making their high-end combat power inferior to the opponents. On the other side, the battle between the Sword Palace Elder and Demon Overlord was also earth-shattering. They had already exchanged 100 moves. It could only be said that the Sword Palace Elder was indeed the #1 expert of the Azure Province's Righteous Path. At this moment, he wielded his wooden sword, his sword intent soaring to the heavens, his figure like a god and a demon, completely overwhelming Demon Overlord. I don't believe you're this strong. Demon Overlord roared madly. After another exchange, he was struck by the Sword Palace Elder, coughing up blood repeatedly, and retreating 10 meters before stopping. Demon Overlord now possessed a kind of demonic nature, staring at the Sword Palace Elder with madness in his eyes. Both were at the 10th level of the core formation stage, who hadn't come all the way undefeated. Demon Overlord didn't believe that he couldn't be a match for the Sword Palace Elder. Sword Palace, it is said that you are the second strongest expert in Azure Province besides Choyu, but I, Demon Overlord, refuse to accept it. Today, I will hack you to death, proving my prestige. Demon Overlord said coldly with a voice full of demonic nature. Then, he slowly pushed his hands forward, as if pushing a large monument. At the same time, a monstrous black-gray mist surged from his body, filled with demonic roars carrying boundless killing intent. Demon Overlord seemed to be summoning some forbidden great demon. Azura Burial Sky Monument, bury the heavens and the earth. Bury gods, bury Buddhas, bury immortals, kill, 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 kill. Demon Overlord slapped his chest again and again as if he had gone mad, spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Slowly, this blood condensed in mid-air and combined with the black-gray mist, actually transforming into a black-gray stone monument. On the stone monument was engraved an Azura's idol. This Azura had a blue face and fangs, his eyes were bloodthirsty red, and there were some twisted blood-colored runes on the edges of the monument. Blood began to seep out from the blood-colored runes, dripping onto the ground drop by drop. Gradually, a monstrous bloody aura permeated the entire blood demon palace. Some core formation stage demonic cultivators at the banquet couldn't bear this bloody smell and began to vomit. Some demonic cultivators present were knowledgeable and exclaimed in shock when they saw this move, "It's actually the Azura Burial Sky Monument. I didn't expect Elder Badian to have mastered this move." Legend has it that it can communicate with the Azura god of the demonic realm in the dark. After reaching great success, it can summon an invincible Azura demon god. It is said that even immortals can be killed. This is an unparalleled great divine power. Sword Elder, be careful. The 5 Taoists who were fighting over there could feel the power of Demon Overlord's move, reminding the Sword Palace Elder to be careful. "I'll see if you can win against me. Today, the position of the second person in Azure Province will be changed. I will kill you to prove my prestige." Demon Overlord grinned, his body suddenly swelling to 10 meters, and then he raised the stone monument with both hands as if throwing an elephant, and then slammed it fiercely towards the Sword Palace Elder. Roar! A miraculous thing happened. The stone monument thrown by Demon Overlord in midair actually transformed into a 10-meter Azura demon god, the demon god carrying monstrous demonic power, killing towards the Sword Palace Elder. The Sword Palace Elder did not dodge or avoid, he stood in place with his wooden sword, quietly watching the Azura demon god killing towards him, and then slowly raised his sword. "I have a sword that can move mountains, fill seas, open the sky, and slay the demons of the world." The Sword Palace Elder shouted loudly. His eyes were bright, and at this moment, a figure appeared behind him. That figure was a young man, with an indescribable majesty, black hair scattered on his shoulders, bronze skin, with a kind of domineering aura that swallowed the heavens and the earth. His appearance was somewhat similar to the Sword Palace Elder, and he also held a wooden sword in his hand. "In this life, I only believe in this sword, only believe in myself, Demon Overlord, you know you are no match, begging for the Azura, then I will use myself to smash your Azura demon god. My god is only myself." The figure behind the Sword Palace Elder was actually the younger version of himself. The Sword Palace Elder shouted loudly and slashed out with his sword. He seemed to have borrowed the great power of his past self. This sword seemed to cross time and space. The young and majestic figure behind him also slashed out with a sword. This sword made everyone in the Blood Demon Palace pale. They seemed to see the vast and boundless mountains being split open by a person with a single sword, and they also seemed to see the boundless sea being cut off by a person with a single sword. Finally, they saw an old man holding a sword and coldly beheading the Azura demon god. Silence, deathly silence. Demon Overlord was stunned, the demonic cultivators at the banquet were stunned, the 5 Taoists and the sect master of the Myriad Demon sect and others were also stunned. No one expected that the Sword Palace Elder was so strong. He actually broke Demon Overlord's strongest killing move with one sword. "I don't believe it. Why are you, a low-grade true core, so strong?" Demon Overlord seemed to have been hit hard, he muttered in a daze. The demonic cultivators present also looked at the old man in mid-air who had beheaded the Azura demon god with complex expressions. Why is this person, who only has a low-grade true core, so strong? If it weren't for the appearance of Chiouyu in the demonic path, I'm afraid the Sword Palace Elder alone would have suppressed the Azure Province's demonic path, right? Some demonic cultivators were somewhat lost in thought. The Sword Palace Elder's life can be said to be a legend. He only began cultivating at the age of 20, barely established his foundation at the age of 60, and barely formed a true core of the lowest quality at the age of 150. But it was such a person who was overwhelming Demon Overlord. Demon Overlord, on the other hand, had a high-grade true core. It can only be said that the Sword Palace Elder is indeed an unprecedented person. He barely established his foundation, and the core he formed was a true core of the lowest quality. Logically speaking, such a person's combat power in the same realm should be weak. But the Sword Palace Elder far exceeded common sense. In Azure Province, except for Chiou, no one in the same realm was his opponent. Even a 6-pattern golden core like Chiou would find it extremely difficult to defeat the Sword Palace Elder. In the last simulation, the Sword Palace Elder stubbornly held back Chiou for 2 days and 2 nights. Some 6-pattern golden cores in the same realm probably couldn't even stop Chiou for 2 days. It should be known that Chiou is not an ordinary 6-pattern golden core. This woman has too many trump cards. It can only be said that the Sword Palace Elder exerted the strongest combat power with ordinary talent. If heaven gave him a chance to cultivate a golden core, one wouldn't dare to imagine how strong his combat power would be. After the Sword Palace Elder broke Demon Overlord's strongest divine power with one sword, he slashed out again. This sword pointed directly at the deepest part of the Blood Demon Palace. At the beginning of the battle, Demon Tian had hidden in the deepest part of the palace. Demon Tian knew very well that although he had achieved a 9-pattern golden core, he was still only at the first level, and he was definitely not the Sword Palace Elder's opponent, so at the beginning of this battle, he cleverly hid in the deepest part of the palace and didn't come out. At this moment, the sword slashed out by the Sword Palace Elder was actually going to take advantage of the power of defeating Demon Overlord to kill Demon Tian. However, just as this sword was about to slash towards Demon Tian, at the critical moment, Daoist Qingsong stood up and blocked this sword of the Sword Palace Elder for Demon Tian. The Sword Palace Elder was furious and began to wield his sword to kill Qingsong, while Demon Overlord seemed to have walked out of the shadow of his previous defeat, and joined forces with Daoist Qingsong with a face full of killing intent to besiege the Sword Palace Elder. Sword Palace, I admit you are very strong, I am not your opponent, but now the numerical advantage is on my demonic path. What can you do if the two of us fight you alone? After Daoist Qingsong stood up, Demon Overlord and Daoist Qingsong joined forces, and the two began to besiege the Sword Palace Elder. What if there are 2 of you? I will still defeat you. The Sword Palace Elder shouted loudly, like a god and a demon. After 3 minutes, Demon Overlord and Daoist Qingsong were still no match for him when they joined forces. Even at the last moment of the 3rd minute, the Sword Palace Elder successfully broke out of their siege, and then pointed his sword at Demon Tian in the deepest part of the palace. Demon Tian was filled with great fear. This time there was no Daoist Qingsong to save him. "Grandpa, save me!" Tian cried out in terror, feeling as though he was surrounded by a storm of swords. He had never felt death so close, as the old man with the wooden sword was already charging towards him, less than 30 meters away. Everyone thought Tian was done for. A distance of 30 meters was nothing to a Sword Palace Elder. He could unleash a strike in an instant, and that sword would traverse the distance and kill Tian. Some of the core formation stage demonic cultivators at the banquet paled in shock. They were astonished that Tian, a 9 gold core cultivator, was about to be killed by the Sword Palace Elder. Die! The Sword Palace Elder coldly unleashed a strike, the countless sword shadows coalescing into a sword dragon that flew directly towards Tian. If this sword dragon struck Tian, it would undoubtedly shatter his body and kill him. Poof! The sword dragon exploded, and a figure's body suddenly burst apart, blood blossoming like rain. Was Tian dead? Tian wasn't dead. The figure spitting blood wasn't Tian, but the Sword Palace Elder. No one knew what had just happened, but the Sword Palace Elder's body suddenly exploded in midair, flesh and blood flying everywhere, as if he had been severely injured by someone. He fell from the sky to the ground. The sword dragon that had been aimed at Tian also exploded in midair. At this moment, the Sword Palace Elder's gray hair was disheveled, as if he had aged several years in an instant. He fell from the sky, covered in blood, and staggered, using his wooden sword to support himself, his eyes filled with dimness. He ultimately failed to kill Tian. He felt his life force rapidly declining, and he seemed unable to grip the sword in his hand. He looked at Tian in the distance, so close, only a few meters away, and muttered, "I can't die yet, I still have one thing to do." He tried to use his wooden sword to support himself and stand up, but he collapsed to the ground with a crash. How tragic! The Sword Palace Elder, who had just been so powerful, defeating 2 core formation 10th level cultivators in a row, now didn't even have the strength to stand. Ah, Sword Palace, so you have this day. You fool, you fell for my scheme. A gleeful laugh came from the distance, belonging to Immortal. Since I dared to hold a banquet at the Blood Luo Palace, how could I not have a backup plan to kill you? So what if you're strong? If you hadn't come today, I really wouldn't have been able to do anything to you, but since you came to the Blood Luo Palace, then obediently wait for your death. I set up the 1000 insect poison sword formation in this Blood Luo Palace specifically to destroy sword experts like you. As soon as Immortal finished speaking, a green canopy suddenly appeared above the Blood Luo Palace, with countless insects crawling on it, centipedes, 7 fiend mantises, all kinds of extremely poisonous insects. The 1000 insect poison sword formation. Elder Immortal is truly resourceful. It seems that the Sword Palace Elder and these righteous cultivators are doomed today. In the distance, some demonic core formation cultivators discussed amongst themselves, having heard of this formation. The 1000 insect poison sword formation originated in Yu province of Wu Kingdom and was a formation made with thousands of poisonous insects, specially designed to counter sword experts. Once a sword expert entered the formation, over time, the sword essence within their body would be detonated and backfire by the poisonous chi of the thousands of insects, in severe cases, causing their body to explode and die. This explained why the Sword Palace Elder's body suddenly exploded in mid-air just now. It turned out that he had been backfired by the 1000 insect poison sword formation. Sword Elder. You want to save him? Ask us first. In the distance, the 5 Taoists wanted to rush up to save the Sword Palace Elder, but the sect master of the Myriad Demons sect and the Blood Butcher joined forces to stop them. Sword Palace, aren't you very capable? Show me how capable you are now. Immortal laughed loudly as he walked to the Sword Palace Elder's side, a sinister grin on his face, and kicked the Sword Palace Elder to the ground. Seeing the number 1 expert of Qing province's righteous path being easily kicked away like a stray dog, Immortal laughed even more triumphantly. He had never felt so comfortable in his heart. Sword Palace, should I say you're stupid or confident? Knowing that my Blood Luo Palace has a trap prepared for you, you still stepped right in. Did you really think I, Immortal, had no way to deal with you? Grandson, come here, I'm going to teach you a lesson. Immortal called Mot to his side, pointing to the Sword Palace Elder on the ground, who was severely injured and spitting blood. The Sword Palace Elder is a peerless expert, and Grandpa is no match for him, but look at the Sword Palace Elder's miserable state now. This person is soft-hearted, coming to assassinate me for the sake of some commoners, knowing there was an enemy and still barging in. Look at his current fate, being kicked around by me like a stray dog. Remember, a person cannot have weaknesses, cannot be soft-hearted. Only ruthless people can survive well in this world. Do you understand? Grandson understands, Mot nodded. After educating Mot, Immortal wanted to end the Sword Palace Elder's life. He unleashed his blood demon claw, preparing to crush the Sword Palace Elder's body with one strike, but just then, the Sword Palace Elder, who was originally lying on the ground severely injured, suddenly used his willpower to barely block the attack with his wooden sword. And at this moment, the 5 Taoists broke out of the encirclement of the sect master of the Myriad Demons sect and the Blood Butcher and came to the Sword Palace Elder's side. The 5 of them joined forces to cast a green-wood body protection formation, and a blue light shield enveloped the 5 Taoists and the Sword Palace Elder. This was a defensive formation. But even with the protection of the formation, it was no use. The strongest combat power, the Sword Palace Elder, was crippled. The Sword Palace Elder's previous strike had exhausted his last bit of strength, and he was no longer able to fight. The demonic path still had 4 core formation 10th level cultivators with complete combat power. No matter how you looked at it, these people could only wait for death next. What if there's a formation protecting you? It'll only take 3 minutes to break it. Immortal said coldly, unleashing his blood demon claw and attacking the blue shield with one strike. The sect master of the Myriad Demons sect and the Blood Butcher also joined forces, unleashing demonic great divine abilities at the formation. Instantly, the formation was on the verge of collapse. Fellow Taoist Batian, I see that this formation won't last much longer. I have a suggestion. The Wanma sect master attacked the formation while laughing loudly. We are currently surrounding and killing the number 1 expert of the righteous path, Sword Palace. Once Sword Palace dies, the righteous path of Qingzhou will be finished. Such an exciting moment, how can only we know about it? I think it's better to let everyone in Qingzhou know, let them see how the so-called number 1 expert of the righteous path is killed by us. What you said is right, indeed, we must let everyone see how we are slowly surrounding and killing Sword Palace, this number 1 expert of the righteous path. Mo Batian nodded, and then cast a water mirror technique. Water mirror is a kind of image transmission technique. As soon as Mo Batian cast it, the scene of the 3 people surrounding and killing the Sword Palace elder was transmitted to the sky above the various large counties of Qingzhou. Everyone looked up at the sky and saw that amazing scene. That Sword Palace elder? Mo Batian and the others are surrounding and killing Sword Palace. Some righteous path cultivators were shocked to see the scene in the sky, especially seeing the miserable appearance of Sword Palace elder, unable to even stand up. They all had a feeling that the sky was falling. They couldn't imagine the consequences of the death of the number 1 expert of the righteous path in Qingzhou. Once Sword Palace dies, Qingzhou will be finished. Who can save Senior Sword Palace? How to save him? Didn't you see that Mo Batian and the Wanma sect master are both there? For core formation 10th layer experts, who can save him? Some righteous path cultivators felt despair. Yes, this is indeed a dead end. Who can withstand the attacks of 4 core formation 10th layer experts and save Sword Palace? There is no such person in Qingzhou. Ha ha. Awesome, the so-called number 1 expert of the righteous path in Qingzhou is nothing more than this, he will be killed by Elder Batian soon. That Qingyi cultivator at the 9th level of core formation should be trembling when he sees the scene, he should regret his actions a few days ago, right? Even Sword Palace at the 10th layer is dead, how long can he jump around? Some demonic path cultivators were extremely happy to see this scene. They felt so relieved. Not long ago, a strange Qingyi cultivator slaughtered the demonic path in 9 counties, making them feel oppressed. But now, the number 1 expert of the righteous path in Qingzhou is about to be killed. The outcome of this war, the demonic path has victory in sight. Everyone in Qingzhou saw the scene of Sword Palace elder being surrounded and killed. The righteous path cultivators were desperate, the demonic path was excited. Ni Chang of Blackwater County and Realman Wu Bai, etc., also watched the scene in the sky with shock and fear. Is Senior Sword Palace going to die? Who can save him? Wu Bai roared unwillingly. Ni Chang on the other side shook her head sadly. Under the siege of 4 core formation 10th layer experts, who can save Sword Palace? Perhaps only Qiu Yu can do it. But the righteous path of Qingzhou simply doesn't have an expert of Qiu Yu's level. Wait a minute, Ni Chang's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, she suddenly thought of a name in her heart, Lin Changqing. Can Lin Changqing save Sword Palace? A moment later, Immortal Ni Chang felt that her idea was too absurd. Lin Changqing is very strong, but after all, his strength is only at the 9th level of core formation. How can he resist the joint efforts of Mo Batian and the other 4 core formation 10th layer experts? Ha, the formation is broken, you are waiting to die. Finally, after another 2 minutes, under the joint attack of Mo Batian and the Wanma sect master and others, the Cyan protective formation covering the Sword Palace elder and the heads of the 5 Taoists was finally broken. Some righteous path cultivators couldn't bear to watch any longer. They didn't want to see the tragic scene of the once invincible number 1 expert of the righteous path in Qingzhou, Sword Palace elder, being killed. Some demonic path cultivators licked their lips bloodthirstily. They watched the scene in the sky excitedly, looking forward to the scene of Elder Mo Batian killing Sword Palace elder with 1 palm in the next second. Die! Mo Batian roared coldly. He and the Wanma sect master jointly unleashed a great demonic path divine power, the Blood Demon Raven, summoning the legendary Blood Demon Raven from the demon realm. A huge blood-colored raven appeared in the sky, and with murderous intent, it stretched out its giant claws and slapped towards Sword Palace elder and the others. Once this claw landed, Sword Palace elder would likely be annihilated. Am I going to die? Sword Palace was already very weak at this moment. The backlash of true energy was constantly weakening his vitality, but he was very unwilling. He looked at Motian behind Imotian. He really wanted to stand up, wanted to raise his sword and kill Motian, taking him away before he died, but he couldn't do it. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. Bang! Just as the blood-colored raven slapped its cold claw towards Sword Palace Elder, a shocking loud noise occurred. A blood-colored giant saber flew from a distance at extreme speed, and then cut off the blood-colored raven's claw with one strike. Who is it? Imobatian was shocked. Who dared to attack at the critical moment when he was about to kill Sword Palace Elder? Not only Imobatian was shocked, but everyone in Qingzhou was also a little dazed at this moment. They couldn't imagine that someone would dare to attack at this time. That's 4 core formation 10th layer experts. And more importantly, this person seems to be very strong, cutting off the blood-colored raven's claws with one strike. They speculated about who the owner of the blood-colored giant saber was? Who is it? Imobatian said coldly again. The Wanma sect master and others also looked around with murderous intent, wanting to find out who the owner of the blood-colored giant saber was. It's me. This voice was cold, and everyone in Qingzhou saw a Qingyi cultivator walking down from the sky to the Blood Luo Palace. When they saw the Qingyi figure that suddenly appeared, Immortal Ni Chang and Wu Bai were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They recognized who this person was. It was Lin Changqing. That touch of Qingyi. Who else could it be besides him? But Changqing is only at the 9th level of core formation. Can he defeat Imobatian and the others? Ni Chang and Wu Bai had worries in their hearts. I didn't expect that it was Daoist Changqing who threw out the blood-colored greatsword to save the Sword Palace Senior. He is truly a role model for us. It's a pity that Changqing is only at the 9th level of the core formation stage. This battle is dangerous. True person Wu Bai sighed. On the other side, Immortal Ni Chang looked nervously at the scene in the sky, and she agreed with Wu Bai's words. Although she desperately hoped that Lin Changqing would descend like an immortal, defeat Demon Badian, and rescue the Sword Palace Senior. But Ni Chang knew in her heart that this was just her wishful thinking. After all, no matter how strong Lin Changqing was, he was only at the 9th level of the core formation stage. He might not be able to defeat Demon Badian in a one-on-one battle, let alone the fact that Demon Batian's side had 4 at the 10th level of core formation. In Ni Chang's memory, the only person who could fight 4 at the 10th level of core formation was probably that forbidden figure of the demonic path, Xiao Yu. I hope Changqing can escape from Demon Badian and the others. Immortal Ni Chang looked at the figure in green in the sky projection and prayed in her heart. At this moment, not only Ni Chang and Wu Bai, but everyone in Qingzhou is looking at the green figure in the sky projection, and some people are talking about your identity. This person is Lin Changqing, who slaughtered my demonic path's 9 counties. He really has a lot of guts to dare to show up. I'll see how he dies this time. A demonic path cultivator recognized you. So it's him. I was wondering who it was. A mere 9th level core formation dares to act like a hero. Let's wait and see the show. Let's see how Senior Demon Badian deals with this kid. Several Heavenly Demon sect disciples looked at the projection in the sky with excitement, expecting the madman named Lin Changqing to be defeated by their Demon Badian elder. The demonic path cultivators who recognized you are mocking you, thinking that you will surely die this time, and some righteous cultivators who recognized you are also worried about you. In short, your arrival at the Blood Luo Palace has attracted the attention of the entire Qingzhou. At this moment, inside the Blood Luo Palace, when Demon Badian saw you slowly descending from the sky to the Blood Luo Palace, his pupils suddenly contracted. He recognized who you were. These past few days, you slaughtered the demonic path in the 9 counties. Your portrait was flying all over the demonic path's high-level circles. Demon Badian recognized you at a glance. I was wondering who it was. So it's you, you madman. I haven't even looked for you for this trouble yet, and you, who doesn't know how to live or die, dares to run wild in my Blood Luo Palace. Demon Badian shouted coldly. On the other side, the sect master of the Myriad Demons sect also sneered after recognizing Lin Changqing, acting like a hero? A mere 9th level core formation dares to cause trouble. I think you don't know how the word death is written. In a while, I will refine your soul into my myriad souls banner. The sect master of the myriad demons sect laughed strangely. The demonic path core formation cultivators present also laughed loudly. They looked at Lin Changqing with playful eyes. At first, they were indeed panicked, wondering which peerless expert had come to save the Sword Palace Elder, but when they saw that it was a 9th level core formation, what were they afraid of? Boy, this is our Badian Elder and the sect master of the myriad demons sect. Why don't you obediently kneel down? A bald demonic cultivator said loudly with a grin. Some demonic path core formation cultivators also mocked. You like to laugh, right? Lin Changqing looked at these people, and then suddenly smiled. He stretched his left hand forward, and with a whoosh, the Heavenly Wolf 7-kill saber that had broken the blood-colored crow's claw flew back into his hand. Lin Changqing's eyes seriously looked at this saber. He smelled the bloody smell on it. He carefully observed the saber, and then suddenly slashed forward. This slash directly killed the bald strong man who had just mocked Lin Changqing. His eyes were filled with fear before he died. He really didn't expect that Lin Changqing would attack as soon as he said he would, directly killing him with one slash. Junior, you have a lot of guts, daring to attack in front of me. You really don't put me in your eyes. I see that you madman are looking for. Seeing Lin Changqing kill one of his demonic path core formation cultivators with one slash, the sect master of the myriad demon sect was furious. He was about to attack, saying that Lin Changqing was looking for death, but he couldn't say the last word death no matter what. Because Lin Changqing slashed out again. Lin Changqing's eyes were cold. He took a step forward with his left foot, his whole body's energy and blood erupted, his eyes coldly looked at the sect master of the myriad demon sect, and then slashed out. This slash caused the wind and clouds to swirl wildly, and streams of energy and blood condensed in the sky. Gradually the aura condensed into a heavenly wolf phantom, like the heavenly wolf demon emperor of the ancient times appearing. The heavenly wolf roared and stretched out its huge wolf claws and merged with the saber light. This slash directly shattered half of the sect master of the myriad demon sect's body. The sect master of the myriad demons sect screamed miserably. His eyes were filled with horror. How could this be? Why is this 9th level core formation cultivator so strong? He was actually shattered half of his body with one move. Who exactly is this person? However, the sect master of the myriad demon sect's questions had not been resolved. Lin Changqing had already walked coldly to his side, lifted his head, and sent a slash up. Old dog, you like to bark, right? You like to laugh, right? I'll let you bark. I'll let you laugh. Saying that, Lin Changqing suddenly slashed the sect master of the myriad demon sect's head to pieces, and then directly extracted his soul, and the fire of the primordial fire dragon appeared in his hand, directly roasting the soul of the demon sect master. The fire burned the sect master of the myriad demon sect. Screams echoed continuously. After all, this was the fire of the fire dragon, and he felt great pain. Why aren't you laughing? Why aren't you barking? Lin Changqing whispered and grinned like a demon, and then at a certain moment, he increased the power of the fire element. In an instant, he refined the soul of the sect master of the myriad demons sect. Silence, deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the sect master of the myriad demons sect who died in Lin Changqing's hands. The scene just now happened too fast. From Lin Changqing's attack to killing the sect master of the myriad demons sect, it only took less than a few seconds. Everyone was dumbfounded. Demon Badian swallowed hard. His eyes were filled with horror. To be honest, he didn't see how Lin Changqing made his move just now. How could this person be so strong? In the blink of an eye, the sect master of the myriad demons sect was directly killed with one slash. How is this possible? The demonic path core formation cultivators present were also extremely shocked. They were all a little lost. Some of those who had mocked Lin Changqing earlier had cold sweat on their faces. No one expected Lin Changqing to be so strong. Was the Sword Palace Elder strong just now? But he was only fighting two. How could this Lin Changqing be so arrogant? With the cultivation of the 9th level of core formation, he killed a peak 10th level figure in an instant. Is this the arrival of Sect Master Choyu? Sword Elder, we have hope. This little friend is a peerless expert. The 5 Taoists were overjoyed when they saw this scene. The seriously injured and weak Sword Palace Elder also tried to widen his eyes to look at Lin Changqing, and his eyes were also difficult to shock. He muttered in a daze, "Am I dreaming? A peerless figure has emerged from my righteous path? Old dog, are you very scared? I am a very vengeful person. Those who scold me, I will make them die miserably." Lin Changqing pointed the saber at Demon Badian with a cold smile. With this finger, Demon Badian, a giant of the demonic path, couldn't help but take 3 steps back. Seeing this scene, Lin Changqing laughed loudly. You, and you. All of you come over here. Don't you like to mock and laugh? Come, continue to laugh for me, continue to bark for me, bark. Lin Changqing looked coldly at several demonic path core formation cultivators in the banquet crowd. These people were the ones who had mocked him earlier. My lord, we were wrong, we won't laugh anymore. These few core formation demonic cultivators, with Lin Changqing's blade pointed at them, all wore expressions of fear. Even the myriad demon sect master at the 10th level of core formation had been instantly killed with a single strike. How could small fries like them not be terrified and horrified? Who knew if this god of slaughter would cleave them to death with a single strike? I said, let me hear you laugh. Can't you understand my words? Lin Changqing coldly said, holding his blade in one hand. At this moment, he seemed like an unmatched demon lord returning from ancient times, especially with the Heaven Wolf 7-kill saber held diagonally in his hand, the blood-stained blade reflecting his demonic face. Yes. My lord, we'll laugh. These few core formation demonic cultivators hurriedly nodded, and one by one, they began to force themselves to laugh, but at this moment, their laughter wasn't as flamboyant and unrestrained as before. Earlier, when they mocked Lin Changqing, each one of them laughed more arrogantly than the last. But now, their laughter was filled with caution, fear, and flattery. Since you're living in this world, you should laugh a little more happily. Lin Changqing chuckled and shook his head. Since you're laughing so reluctantly, then I'll send you to your deaths. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Changqing coldly raised his hand and delivered a strike. No, my lord. Spare our lives, we will laugh happily. Seeing Lin Changqing swing his blade towards them, the demonic core formation cultivators begged for mercy, and even began to bend over and laugh loudly, to show Lin Changqing that they would laugh happily. Oh, you'll laugh happily? Is that so? Lin Changqing's expression softened slightly, and he stopped the strike he had just unleashed. Seeing Lin Changqing sheath his blade, the few demonic core formation cultivators were overjoyed, and then quickly bent over and laughed loudly. My lord, look, how are we laughing? We will laugh happily, we are so happy, ha ha ha. Not bad, you are laughing quite happily. Lin Changqing slowly nodded, however. When he said the word however, Lin Changqing suddenly grinned hideously. If I tell you to laugh, you laugh, wouldn't that mean if I tell you to die, you die? In that case, die for me. As he said the last sentence, Lin Changqing suddenly unleashed a strike, then sheathed his blade and stood upright. The hideous expression he had just had turned cold, and the strike he had just unleashed directly condensed into a sky full of white bones, turning into a white bone blade that directly cleaved these few demonic core formation cultivators to death with a single strike. Silence, deathly silence, the entire scene was silent again. From when you killed the myriad demon sect master, to now when you cleaved a few demonic core formation cultivators to death with a single strike, the entire scene at the Blood Luo Palace seemed to be intimidated by you. No one dared to say another word, no one dared to make the slightest movement. It can be said that after you killed the myriad demon sect master with a single strike, you intimidated the entire Blood Luo Palace. Not only that, but the entire Azure province also saw the scene of you killing the myriad demon sect master with a single strike through the sky projection. At this moment, whether it was righteous cultivators or demonic cultivators, they were all shocked beyond belief. The demonic cultivators were shocked with fear, while the righteous cultivators were shocked with excitement. No, impossible. How could the myriad demon sect master be killed with a single strike? I don't believe it. A demonic cultivator's face was pale, and he stared blankly at the projection in the sky. What had he just seen? A core formation 9th level cultivator killed the myriad demon sect master at the 10th level of core formation with a single strike? This was something only the Autumn Moon sect master could do, but now, does the Righteous Path of Azure Province also have such a person? This demonic cultivator felt shock and fear in his heart, and he suddenly thought of a chilling fact. A person comparable to the Autumn Moon sect master had suddenly appeared in the Righteous Path of Azure Province. What did this mean? This meant that the situation where the demonic path dominated Azure Province was gone forever, and a new chapter might be about to begin. The few heavenly demon sect disciples next to this demonic cultivator, who had just ridiculed Lin Changqing, were also so shocked that they couldn't speak. They looked at each other and swallowed hard. How can this person be so strong? It seems like something big is going to happen. The demonic cultivators of the entire Azure Province witnessed you killing the myriad demon sect master with a single strike. This meant too much. In their hearts, this made them fear and shocked. This meant that a righteous figure who might be comparable to the Autumn Moon sect master had descended upon the Azure Province. The demonic path was fearful, and naturally, the righteous cultivators were filled with excitement and excitement. For example, at this moment, Immortal Ni and True Man Wu Bai of Blackwater County, when they saw the projection in the sky, after you killed the myriad demon sect master with a single strike, their faces were also full of shock, disbelief, and disbelief. City Lord, what did we just see? Am I blind? Wu Bai pointed at the scene in the sky projection with trembling fingers. At this moment, the scene in the sky was Lin Changqing's blade killing the myriad demon sect master, shattering the myriad demon sect master's head with a single strike. Wu Bai really couldn't believe what he had just seen. Who was the myriad demon sect master? A peak 10th level core formation demonic cultivator, a giant among the giants of the Azure Province demonic path. But such a figure was killed by Lin Changqing with a single strike. True Man Wu Bai couldn't describe his feelings at the moment. He felt that this was a scene that could only be seen in a dream, so he asked Ni if he was blind. You're not mistaken, Changqing really killed the myriad demon sect master with a single strike. Immortal Ni tightly clenched her hands, her heart filled with excitement and shock. She suddenly thought of her absurd idea just now. She had just hoped that Lin Changqing would descend like an immortal, and kill Mo Batian and the others. But she also knew that her idea was absurd. After all, Lin Changqing was only at the 9th level of core formation, so how could he be a match for Mo Batian and the others at the 10th level of core formation? But now, the dream had come true. Immortal Ni personally saw Lin Changqing kill the myriad demon sect master with a single strike. The idea that she had just thought was absurd now had a high probability of coming true. The myriad demon sect master was killed with a single strike. Were the deaths of Mo Batian, Blood Butcher, and Xing Songli still far away? An era is about to change, he alone may change Azure Province. Immortal Ni murmured as she looked at the sky. By the way, City Lord, do you think Changqing has reached Autumn Moon's level? Wu Bai suddenly asked later. Immortal Ni replied, killing the myriad demon sect master with a single strike, Changqing's combat power can definitely be comparable to Autumn Moon. As soon as Immortal Ni said this, True Man Wu Bai gasped, his face full of excitement and excitement. If that was the case, then a peerless figure of the same level as Autumn Moon had also appeared in the righteous path? Not only Ni and Wu Bai, in short, the reactions of all aspects of the righteous path were very excited, from the righteous sun sect master to some bottom-level chi training cultivators. When they saw you kill the myriad demon sect master with a single strike, their excitement was unimaginable. In the past 10 years, because of Autumn Moon, the demonic path had been pressing the righteous path. In Azure Province, Autumn Moon was synonymous with invincibility. The righteous path had no figures of the same level at all. The Azure Province righteous path also knew that because of Autumn Moon's existence, the righteous path could not win at all. The result of this war was destined to be a slow death. After all, Autumn Moon's combat power was too outstanding in Azure Province. But now your appearance has given them hope. A person who may change the future destiny of Azure Province has appeared. Leaving aside the reactions of all parties in Azure Province to you, returning to the scene at the Blood Dragon Palace, after you killed those few demonic core formation cultivators with a single strike, just as you were preparing to take action again to end Immobation's life, who knew that Immobation would suddenly give you a strange smile? Want to kill me? Ask the Autumn Moon Sect Master first. Please Sect Master take action to kill this person. Immobation roared, taking out a cyan talisman and tearing it apart, and then a crack appeared in the air, and a figure could be vaguely seen within the crack. Immobation has a trump card to summon Autumn Moon over? Seeing Immobation's actions, you were surprised in your heart, but you were not afraid. Killing Autumn Moon was originally the purpose of your trip to Azure Province. If Immobation summoned Autumn Moon, it would save you the effort of finding Autumn Moon. Then let Autumn Moon come. To make a conclusion to this trip to Azure Province, you coldly gripped your blade, thinking so. Youngster, do you know what your biggest mistake is? Immobation said smugly, it's that you talk too much. You think that after killing the Wanma sect leader, you have the situation under control and don't take us seriously, killing whoever you want? You're wrong. You never expected that I would have such a backup plan, right? You never expected that I could invite the sect leader over, right? Please, sect leader, kill this person. Immobation roared again, throwing the cyan talisman, now split in half, fiercely towards the crack in midair. The vague figure in the crack seemed to merge with the cyan talisman, and a cyan light flashed. Then, in the next moment, the figure stepped out of the spatial crack on the cyan light, appearing in the Blood Luo Palace. It was a woman wearing a blood-colored palace dress, with a domineering aura in her eyes that seemed to swallow the heavens and the earth. Her appearance was none other than Xiaoyu, the heavenly demon sect leader. Moreover, the power emanating from her body was extremely strong, far beyond what an ordinary core formation stage 10th layer cultivator could possess. As soon as she appeared, she caused the sky to change, dark clouds to gather, and even the sounds of ghosts howling and weeping could be heard. You dare to hurt the people of my demonic path, you have some nerve, the palace woman said. Coldly, looking at Lin Changqing. It really is Xiaoyu? Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes. He carefully observed the woman in front of him, and then he realized something was wrong. The aura emanating from this woman was very strong. However, Lin Changqing had been chased and killed by Xiaoyu in his previous simulation. He felt that although the woman who appeared at this moment was very strong, she did not give him the same pressure as Xiaoyu in the previous simulation. And most importantly, he faintly saw wooden lines on the woman's face, as if she were a wooden puppet, and her eyes were somewhat empty, lacking the agility of a human. Although this Xiaoyu questioned him as soon as she came up, she was more like an AI, simply mechanically executing certain sentence commands. Lin Changqing, my sect leader's sacred wood true body has descended. This time, let's see how you die. Originally, the sect leader's sacred wood true body was prepared for that old fellow from Sword Palace, but he's too weak to use it. Oh well, since you've appeared, then let the sect leader's sacred wood true body use you as a sacrifice. Immobation pointed at Lin Changqing and laughed wildly. He had been too aggrieved just now. At this moment, he finally got the chance to release his pent-up emotions. He had been enduring all this time just to release his trump card at this moment. Sacred wood true body? Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes. Hearing Immobation's words, especially the words sacred wood true body, remind you of something. In the primordial era, there was the saying of one qi transforming into three purities. The so-called one qi is the origin of the great Tao, and the three purities refer to the celestial worthy of the primordial beginning, the celestial worthy of the Taoan virtue, and the celestial worthy of Lingbao. This saying is intended to reveal a special relationship between Hongjun, Laozi, Tongtian, and Yuanshi. Of course, more often, in the primordial era, one qi transforming into three purities refers to a supreme Taoist divine ability. When the Supreme Lord Laozi and the Tongtian sect leader fought, they once spat out a wisp of pure qi, transforming it into three incarnations. Each of these three incarnations was equivalent to the combat power of the original body. This is the terrifying aspect of one qi transforming into three purities. Cultivating this technique is equivalent to four people of the same realm ganging up on one person. Therefore, this kind of heaven-defying divine ability has always been imitated by many people. In the demonic path, there is a divine ability that imitates one chi transforming into three purities, called the myriad wood true body technique. The so-called myriad wood true body technique is to engrave avatars with 10,000-year-old spirit wood. When refined to great success, the avatars can possess 70% of the original body's combat power. Although it is not as heaven-defying as one chi transforming into three purities, it is still quite powerful to have an avatar that possesses 70% of the original body's strength out of nowhere. Especially if you encounter some evenly matched opponents, suddenly having an avatar with 70% of the original body's strength will definitely allow you to defeat the enemy. Mobadian calls the Chiyu who has descended at this moment the sacred wood true body. You think it should be that Chiyu has cultivated the myriad wood true body technique. The one in front of you is one of her myriad wood avatars, possessing 70% of the original body's combat power. In this way, it can be explained why this Chiyu is like a wooden puppet. Mobadian, I thought you had some trump card, but it turns out it's just a mere wooden puppet. Lin Changqing shook his head and said indifferently. Youngster, you are truly arrogant. Mobadian sneered, this is my sect leader's sacred wood true body. An avatar refined from 10,000-year-old spirit wood, possessing 70% of the original body's combat power. Even if sect leader Chiyu cannot come in person, an avatar with 70% of her strength is enough to annihilate a madman like you. You think you're strong just because you killed the Wanma sect leader with one strike? You can't even imagine what kind of divine abilities Chiyu possesses. Even an avatar with 70% of her strength is more than enough for you. As he said that, Mobadian formed a hand seal. Immediately, the wooden puppet Chiyu above his head seemed to receive some kind of command and instantly attacked Lin Changqing with murderous intent. Mobadian shouted at the same time, Blood Butcher, Green Pine, the three of us will join forces to help the sect leader's sacred wood true body kill this person. Taoist Ching Song and the Blood Butcher nod. The two of them and Mobadian joined the battlefield between you and the wooden puppet Chiyu. The current situation is that a Chiyu with 70% of her strength and 3 core formation stage 10th layer cultivators are joining forces to besiege you. At the same time, the scene of Chiyu's avatar descending upon the Blood Luo Palace is also seen by people all over Qingzhou, and people from all sides have different reactions to it. Demonic path cultivators are all excited. The suppressed and fearful mood caused by Lin Changqing has suddenly been swept away. Many people look excitedly at the sky above. My sect leader Chiyu has descended. Good, very good. And according to Elder Mobadian, even if that Lin Changqing killed the Wanma sect leader with one strike, he is still no match for sect leader Chiyu. With the sect leader's avatar and Elder Badian and the others besieging him, this kid is probably dead for sure. Several demonic path cultivators were delighted. They were too scared just now. Lin Changqing killing the Wanma sect leader with one strike brought them immense fear. But now, first, sect leader Chiyu's avatar has descended. Second, Mobatian's remarks earlier meant that even if Lin Changqing killed the Wanma sect leader, he still couldn't compare to Chiyu. This gave them great confidence. Moreover, now that the sect leader's avatar and 3 core formation stage 10th layer cultivators are besieging Lin Changqing, this kid should be dead for sure, right? They really can't imagine anyone who can escape from this level of power. In short, the morale of the demonic path has now reached its peak again, while on the other hand, the righteous path has become somewhat depressed and worried about you. A person's reputation is like the shadow of a tree. Chiyu has suppressed Qingzhou and been invincible for too many years. Even though this time it is only an avatar descending, it has given many people pressure, not to mention that it is an avatar with 70% of her strength, plus the assistance of Mobadian and others. Many righteous path cultivators are worried that you may not be able to win. In Blackwater County, Fairy Nishong and Real Person Wu Bai are nervously watching the sky projection. Real Person Wu Bai said, I never expected that Mobadian would be so cunning and have such a backup plan. That Chiyu is indeed worthy of being the number one person in the demonic path, and has even refined the myriad wood true body technique, this avatar divine ability. Changqing is in danger now. Nishong did not answer. She looked worriedly at the projection in the sky. She had been very optimistic just now. But no one expected that Chiao Yu's avatar would actually descend. Wait, a ridiculous thought popped up in Nishang's mind again. Could Lin Changqing kill Chiao Yu's avatar and Immobadian and the others? As soon as this thought emerged, Nishang suppressed it again. She patted her face. She felt that her idea was indeed ridiculous. Annihilating Chiao Yu's avatar is even more difficult than killing the Wanma sect leader with one strike. After all, that is the avatar of Chiao Yu, the number one person in Xingzhou, and it has 70% of her strength. Just when everyone in Xingzhou thought that you were doomed in this siege, the battle between you and the wooden puppet Chiao Yu, Immobadian, and others reached a fever pitch. Junior, with the sect master taking action, see if you'll die. Immobadian sneered, launching a blood demon claw towards Lin Changqing. At that moment, Lin Changqing was entangled with the wooden puppet Chiao Yu, while Immobadian, Song Daorun, and the blood butcher chose to attack Lin Changqing from behind, assisting the wooden puppet Chiao Yu. Kill old one, let you be rampant for so long. Now that the sect master has taken action, it's time for you to die. The blood butcher sneered, then opened his mouth and spat out blood-colored wolf smoke, attacking Lin Changqing. The onlookers from the righteous path were extremely worried because they could all see that Lin Changqing was currently under siege by 4 people. Demonic powers were attacking him from all directions, and 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. You can laugh and shout again? It seems I have to take action again to make you realize the reality. Lin Changqing's eyes were cold. He held his saber in one hand, blocking an attack from the wooden puppet Chiao Yu, then suddenly took a step to the left, throwing a punch towards the rear. Monstrous chi and blood surged. With this punch, he used the power of the primordial true dragon, condensing it into a true dragon long fist with green scales and white whiskers. This punch, Lin Changqing pointed directly at the blood butcher who was attacking him from behind. What? You? Looking at the world-shaking fist radiance that was blasting towards him, the blood butcher's originally sneering face suddenly froze. He really didn't expect that under the sect master's sacred would true body attack, Lin Changqing could still find the time to throw a punch. The blood butcher wanted to dodge, but it was too late. This true dragon long fist carried with it the fist shadows that blotted the sky, and the unmatched world-shaking fist radiance arrived with a bang. Bang! Ah, 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 ah. The fist shadow slammed into the blood butcher's body, his body exploded, blood blooming like rain, his face filled with horror and screams. This punch directly shattered half of the blood butcher's body. Continue to laugh for me, continue to shout for me. Lin Changqing said coldly, then reached out his hand again to use his saber to block an attack from the wooden puppet Chiao Yu, and then threw another punch. This punch once again blasted out a chi and blood dragon towards the blood butcher. Ah, 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 ah. Don't. No. Watching the world-shaking fist radiance and fist shadows blasted out by Lin Changqing again, the blood butcher wanted to scream for mercy, but his scream for mercy came to an abrupt halt. Because this punch rumbled and arrived, directly smashing and killing the blood butcher with one punch. Silence, silence again. Immobadian was shocked, Ching Song was stunned, and everyone in Xingzhou who was watching was shocked. No one had thought that the green-clothed figure would be so invincible. He could still counter-kill under the siege of 4 people, blasting the blood butcher to death. However, what shocked these people even more was the next scene. After blasting the blood butcher to death with 2 punches, Lin Changqing's eyes became even colder. He pulled himself away, and with his left saber, he slashed out 7 times in a row, the sky condensing into 7 huge phantom images of heavenly wolves, blasting towards the wooden puppet Chiao Yu. Chiao Yu, today I will first cut you down your clone to offer as a sacrifice to the flag. Lin Changqing shouted coldly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Changqing and the wooden puppet Chiao Yu were fighting together again. This time, Lin Changqing fought like a madman. World-shaking fist radiance exploded, and the wooden puppet Chiao Yu also frantically fought with Lin Changqing. People around could even hear the sound of some wood breaking. Finally, Lin Changqing fought to the point of madness, his fist might overwhelming the world. He seized the opportunity, world-shaking fist radiance roaring, 5 primordial true dragons roaring behind him, and the 7-kill saber was even stained with blood from his killing. Then, under the explosion of blood rain that filled the sky, Lin Changqing actually hacked and killed the wooden puppet Xiaoyu alive. Everyone was dumbfounded. Immobation's stunned face was shocked again, his body even stiffened. What's the situation? How could the sacred wood true body, possessing 70% of Xiaoyu's strength, be hacked and killed alive by Lin Changqing within a dozen moves? Qing Song Daoran swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He also suspected that he was blind and had seen it wrong. That was Xiaoyu after all. Even if it was just a clone, it still possessed 70% of the strength. Under this situation, Lin Changqing hacked and killed him alive? Who exactly is this Lin Changqing? Qing Song Daoran swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty. He suddenly regretted it, regretting his behavior of joining the demonic path today. You? If my true body descends, you are not my opponent. The wooden puppet Xiaoyu, whose body was broken into pieces, said such a sentence under the remnant spiritual consciousness. I will let your true body descend, and I will kill you every time you come. Until I kill you to the point where you bow down and worship me. At this moment, Lin Changqing was indifferent and domineering. He stood above the firmament, overlooking Xiaoyu, and said a sentence filled with invincible confidence. Then, with a bang, Lin Changqing stepped on it with one foot, and the wooden puppet Xiaoyu was crushed to pieces by his foot. Immobation, I remember that your attitude just now was very arrogant? Say another one for me to see? Laugh another one for me to see. Lin Changqing turned around, holding his saber in one hand, looking at Immobation with a sneer. Immobation was afraid and couldn't speak, and Qing Song Daoran also fell into dead silence. No one had thought that it would be such a result. Thinking back to when he had just summoned the wooden puppet Xiaoyu, how high-spirited and arrogant Immobation was. He felt that Xiaoyu's clone, with 70% of his strength, was likely to kill Lin Changqing. But no one had thought that it would be such a result. In a short period of time, the wooden puppet Xiaoyu was hacked and killed alive by Lin Changqing. At this moment, the entire Blood Luo Palace was silent. Everyone was shocked by the scene of Yu hacking and killing Xiaoyu. Even the entire Qingzhou became silent after seeing this scene. Impossible, this is fake. Sect Master Xiaoyu is invincible, she can't be defeated. Some demonic path cultivators roared with pale faces. They couldn't accept such a fact. The invincible sect Master Xiaoyu in their hearts was actually hacked and killed alive, even if it was just a clone, they couldn't accept it. Don't worry, Lin Changqing only killed a clone of the sect master. The main body hasn't come yet, so don't worry, everyone. When the main body descends, that Lin Changqing will never be a match. Several disciples of the heavenly demon sect saw that the demonic cultivators were all panicked, and came out to comfort them, but these words were useless. It's true that it was a clone, but your clone has 70% of the strength of the main body, and it's also with the addition of Immobation, Qing Song Daoran, and the Blood Butcher. The four of them besieged together, and even if they are not as good as Xiaoyu himself, they should not be far behind. But even so, with the help of 3 core formation 10th level cultivators, Xiaoyu's clone was also hacked and killed in an instant by that godlike and demonic green-clothed figure. What does this mean? These demonic path cultivators knew too well in their hearts. Perhaps even if Xiaoyu's main body descended, he would not be able to match that unparalleled green-clothed figure. The demonic path cultivators were terrified, and the righteous path cultivators were naturally excited. When Farini saw you, she even jumped up excitedly after the scene of hacking and killing Xiaoyu in an instant. She never thought that she would have 2 dreams come true today. Wu Bai next to her was directly dumbfounded and couldn't speak. There's no way, the scene of you hacking and killing Xiaoyu was too shocking. In the past, Xiaoyu was an invincible symbol, but now your appearance has broken this myth. Back to the scene at Blood Luo Palace. I'm asking you a question, Immobation. Don't you like to laugh very much? Why aren't you talking? Lin Changqing held his saber in one hand. At this moment, his green clothes were stained with blood, but he had a demonic aura. Under his cold questioning, Immobation couldn't help but take 2 steps back, trembling all over. Seeing this scene, Lin Changqing laughed loudly. He pointed his saber at the sky with one hand, From now on, the situation of offense and defense is different. Pass down my order, all Righteous Path cultivators who have the will to kill demons should immediately gather at the Blood Luo Palace. This seat will launch a counterattack against Tianmo County in 3/4 of an hour, hunting down Xiuyu. Annihilate the Qingzhou demonic path. Your declaration once again caused an uproar in the entire Qingzhou. Many Righteous Path cultivators became excited and passionate. Even some old cultivators were moved to tears. They cried with excitement. They couldn't believe that the war between the righteous and demonic paths in Qingzhou had been broken today. Under the leadership of that green figure, the order to counterattack was launched. The situation of offense and defense is different. What a domineering declaration! In the past in Qingzhou, the demonic path was always pressing down on the righteous path, but look at your declaration, you are actually going to lead the righteous path to counterattack Tianmo County in 3/4 of an hour and hunt down Xiuyu. What kind of domineering and confidence is this? All the righteous cultivators of Azure Province, including Fairy Nishang and realist Wu Bai, were stirred and inspired by your declaration, while the demonic cultivators fell into a deathly silence. The Blood Fiend Palace was also eerily quiet. Annihilate the demonic path of Azure Province, annihilate. Immobadian murmured, his face pale. His eyes were somewhat lost as he stared at the domineering cyan-robed figure pointing a finger like a blade, repeatedly chewing on the words spoken by that figure. There was bitterness at the corners of his lips. If, 10 minutes ago, someone had said they would annihilate the demonic path of Azure Province, Immobadian would have laughed dismissively, thinking the person was a madman, indulging in wishful thinking. Who could annihilate the demonic path of Azure Province? Their Autumn Leaf sect master was invincible in Azure Province. Their next generation had just obtained a 9 golden core. In every major county of Azure Province, demonic cultivators were suppressing the righteous cultivators. How could the demonic path of Azure Province be annihilated? Who could destroy the demonic path of Azure Province, which was guarded by the invincible Xiuyu? 10 minutes ago, Immobadian didn't believe anyone could. But now. Immobadian looked at the domineering cyan-robed figure pointing a finger like a blade, his eyes dimming. Annihilate the demonic path of Azure Province, these were the words of this cyan-robed figure. He was qualified to say them, capable of doing it, after all, he had just cleaved the saint with true body alive. At this moment, Immobadian felt despair. He thought of how high-spirited he had been just now, hosting the 9 golden core banquet for his grandson, inviting elites from the demonic path from all over the world. Even the number 1 expert of the righteous path, the Sword Palace Elder, had been defeated by him. But now, his former glory was likely to shatter like a bubble, and the demonic path might even be annihilated soon. His talented grandson, who had achieved a 9 golden core, was also going to die. That's right, his grandson. Thinking of this, Immobadian's originally silent and dim face suddenly came to life. He took a few steps forward abruptly, walked to the side of that cyan-robed figure, and then knelt down with a thump, starting to kowtow repeatedly. Senior, I know my sins are heavy and I cannot escape death. You don't need to take action later, I will commit suicide. But I beg you to spare my grandson's life. My grandson, Immortal, has a 9 golden core and may become a nascent soul, even a transformation god in the future. You can plant a restriction in his soul. From then on, he will be your servant. Having a 9 golden core servant will also be helpful to you in the future. I only hope you spare his life, Immobadian pleaded while kowtowing. Lin Chongqing listened with a blank expression, looking down at him. Immortal, who was beside him, saw his grandfather kneeling and begging Lin Chongqing to spare his life. His fingernails dug deeply into his palms. He felt a stabbing pain in his heart. He felt humiliated. What kind of person was his grandfather, Immobadian? He had dominated Azure Province for 200 years, the supreme elder of the heavenly demon sect. It could be said that he was second only to one person and above everyone else. He was incomparably esteemed in Azure Province. When had such a person ever spoken softly to anyone? But now, he was kneeling and begging for his sake. Immortal wanted to rush forward to help his grandfather up and then kill that cyan-robed man. But he didn't dare. This man had just cleaved the Autumn Moon Sect Master's saint with true body alive. Fear was in Emotion's eyes. Moreover, thinking of this, Emotion lowered his head. He also wanted to live. Just like his grandfather said, he was a 9 golden core, he was a genius, he couldn't die. He had a bright future. He would listen to his grandfather and become Lin Changqing's servant first, then he would find a chance to take revenge in the future. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Today's humiliation, I will repay it 100-fold. Emotion lowered his head, his fingernails digging deeply into his palms. He told himself to remember today's humiliation, to remember the scene of his grandfather begging for him. He was a 9 golden core. As long as he grew up, he would have a chance to take revenge. Endurance, he admonished himself to endure. I beg you, Senior Changqing, spare my grandson's life and take him as a servant. Emotion kowtowed until his face was covered in blood. Interesting. Lin Changqing, who had been expressionless all along, suddenly smiled. What a touching display of grandfatherly love. Who would have thought that Emotion, who has killed countless people, would kneel and beg to save his grandson's life today? A strong man who has dominated his entire life, kneeling and begging, is indeed personally trampling his dignity under his feet. Not bad, Emotion, I am even a little moved by your grandfatherly feelings. As he said this, Lin Changqing clapped his hands, his face smiling, seemingly approving of Emotion's actions at this moment. Then, he suddenly changed his tone, his face returning to expressionlessness. At that moment, his tone was filled with chilling indifference. But how dare this old dog be so two-faced in front of me? You, Emotion, kill people like flies, killing someone's entire family whenever you say so. Now that I don't kill your entire family, you make things very difficult for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Changqing suddenly kicked out, directly knocking Emotion to the ground. Then, he slashed down fiercely with his blade, directly shattering half of Emotion's body, causing Emotion to scream repeatedly. Lin Changqing said coldly, your plea disgusts me. How can an old dog like you have the face to plead with me? Let your grandson go? An old dog like you don't know how many families you've destroyed. You want me to let your grandson go? I, Lin Changqing, will destroy your entire family. I want to let you, this old dog, taste the pain of having your entire family destroyed. I'll let you be two-faced, I'll let you beg. How can an old dog like you have the face to beg? Lin Changqing stomped fiercely on Emotion's face. Emotion screamed ah, this kick almost shattered Emotion's head. At this moment, Lin Changqing's face was filled with a grim smile, with a kind of hysteria. Since this old dog dared to shamelessly be two-faced and plead with him, then he dared to reach out and stomp on him fiercely. Let go of my grandfather. Emotion trembled, stood up, and looked at Lin Changqing with fear. What do you want to say? Lin Changqing gently released his foot from Emotion's face, looking at Emotion with interest. If you have the guts, fight me at the same realm. If we fight at the same realm, I will definitely defeat you. How about this, we will fight at the same realm. If you win, you let me and my grandfather go. If you lose, we will let you do whatever you want, Emotion said, I am invincible at the same realm with a 9 golden core. Hearing this, Lin Changqing laughed loudly. He suddenly felt that this scene was so much like a novel plot. But unfortunately, he was not the villain in the novel, and Emotion was not the protagonist in the novel. Fight me at the same realm? You are not worthy, Lin Changqing said coldly. Emotion deliberately provoked, what, are you afraid? You know you are no match for me at the same realm, so you dare not fight me at the same realm. Emotion, run! Emotion, who was stepped on by Lin Changqing, shouted in a weak voice, telling Emotion to run quickly. Emotion ignored him. At this moment, he was extremely rational. He felt that this was his only chance to escape. He was confident that a 9 golden core could fight Lin Changqing at the same realm. Okay, I'll grant you your wish. As he said this, Lin Changqing directly slashed out with his blade, directly killing Emotion. Emotion was filled with astonishment before his death. Didn't you say we would fight at the same realm? Why did you attack without saying anything? Lin Changqing seemed to be able to see Emotion's thoughts before his death. He walked to his side indifferently, looking down at his corpse. In my previous life, I was only 2 realms away from being able to defeat you. I really can't muster up any interest in fighting you at the same realm. So, you should just die. As he said this, he slashed out again, directly shattering Emotion's body completely, and his remaining spiritual consciousness was also completely destroyed. Aha! Honor! Emotion screamed, watching his grandson die. Tears streamed down his face. He looked at Lin Changqing. He was about to open his mouth to curse, but he didn't curse. Because Lin Changqing turned around and directly killed him with another slash. He who kills shall be killed. Some people, only when the butcher's knife falls on their own heads, do they know pain. After killing Demon Overlord Tianho, you also killed Qingsong Daorun with a single strike. Before his death, Qingsong Daorun begged Ming Jian Daorun for mercy. Ming Jian, save me. Plead with this senior on my behalf, I don't want to die. Seeing Lin Changqing walking towards him with a cold expression, Qingsong was filled with terror. He scrambled towards Ming Jian Daorun, begging for mercy. At that moment, Qingsong Daorun regretted his actions immensely. If he had known that the righteous path would produce such a peerless fiend like Lin Changqing, why would he have betrayed them to join the demonic path? Ming Jian Daorun showed no reaction to Qingsong Daorun's plea. He snorted coldly and turned away, ignoring him. How could he plead on Qingsong's behalf? He and the Sword Palace Elder had almost died earlier. If it weren't for the arrival of that green-robed senior, he would have been dead already. Why would he agree to Qingsong's request? In the end, no one paid attention to Qingsong Daorun's pleas, and you ended his life with a single strike. Then, with another strike, you killed all the core formation stage demonic cultivators from the Blood Luo Palace present. Everyone in Qingzhou witnessed this scene. The demonic cultivators were shocked by your ferocity, killing all the core formation stage cultivators with a single strike. The righteous path was excited and invigorated, filled with great anticipation. They remembered your declaration. Counterattack the heavenly demon sect. They eagerly await your next move. At this moment, more and more righteous cultivators are responding to your call, gathering at the Blood Luo Palace. Gather at the Blood Luo Palace and heed the orders of that senior. That's right. Follow that senior to counterattack the heavenly demon prefecture. The righteous path has a mighty champion. Let's follow him and charge into the heavenly demon prefecture. How exhilarating! If one were to look down from the sky, they would see cultivators from various prefectures of Qingzhou rapidly flying towards the Blood Luo Palace. Some even carried flags embroidered with the character Lin. Roughly estimated, there were about hundreds of thousands of cultivators, a vast and mighty force gathering at the Blood Luo Palace. They came from all directions, many holding flags with the character Lin embroidered on them. Of course, some also had the character Chang. Those who knew would recognize them as cultivators, but those who didn't might mistake them for the 18 princes gathering at the Blood Luo Palace to jointly denounce Dong Zhuo. Thank you, fellow Taoist, for saving us. Do you really intend to attack the heavenly demon prefecture? That's Zhou Yu's lair, it won't be easy. The Sword Palace Elder said to you with concern. You immediately expressed your certainty. Attacking the heavenly demon prefecture and killing Zhou Yu was your purpose for this trip. There was no need to say more. 3/4 of an hour later, about 10,000 righteous cultivators arrived and gathered at the Blood Luo Palace. Looking at the densely packed crowd, watching the many people looking at you with anticipation and admiration, you felt a sense of commanding authority. Let's go! Lin Changqing waved his hand, leading the main force of the righteous path towards the heavenly demon prefecture. The Sword Palace Elder also followed in the main force. He looked at the green-robed figure in front and sighed with emotion. Who would have thought that just 15 minutes ago, he thought the righteous path was doomed, but now a mighty champion had descended from the heavens, directly turning the tables. The Sword Palace Elder felt like he was in a dream. Taoist Changqing, am I dreaming? Are we really counterattacking the heavenly demon prefecture? The Sword Palace Elder flew next to Lin Changqing and asked. Lin Changqing smiled and replied, "It's not a dream, this is really happening." Hearing Lin Changqing's words, the Sword Palace Elder sighed again, "It's too dreamlike. I used to think that the righteous path could only survive under the siege of the demonic path, but now, under your leadership, we are starting to counterattack. I feel like all of this is too unreal, too easy." Easy? Lin Changqing smiled but didn't answer. Perhaps it was easy, but for this moment, he had spent a century cultivating, dying 6 times to achieve this result. Perhaps it was easy, perhaps it wasn't. Along the way, he had experience too. Much, from a chi refining stage cultivator in the Blackwater County City Lord's Mansion to shocking Qingzhou by killing the 7 kings in the rain, then escaping and falling into the City of Death, and finally becoming a guest of the Imperial Daughter in Central Province and winning first place in the competition. He had experienced so much to have everything he had today. From a chi refining stage cultivator to a mighty champion who overturned the Qingzhou chessboard, it took him a century. Perhaps this is why you ordered the righteous cultivators to besiege the heavenly demon prefecture with you. You didn't want to wear brocade clothes at night after spending a century to reach this point. 5 hours later, you led tens of thousands of righteous troops to the heavenly demon prefecture and began to besiege the heavenly demon sect. Under your leadership, the righteous army quickly captured the outer formation of the heavenly demon sect and entered the main hall, where Qiuyu appeared. The righteous path has produced someone like you. I am indeed very surprised, but Lin Changqing, do you think you have one? Qiuyu appeared in the main hall, wearing a blood-colored palace dress, looking at Lin Changqing with confidence. Do you think defeating one of my clones is enough to defeat me? You didn't feel anything upon hearing Qiuyu's words because you expected her to say that. In order not to scare away Qiuyu, you actually hid your strength during the duel with the wooden puppet Qiuyu. That's why the wooden puppet Qiuyu said before her death that you wouldn't be a match for her true form if it descended. Because you were afraid that showing your full strength would directly cause Qiuyu herself to flee without a fight, you only used 60 to 70% of your strength in the battle with the wooden puppet Qiuyu. Perhaps that's what gave Qiuyu's main body the confidence she has now. Enough talk, kill. You and Qiuyu fought together. Qiuyu was indeed the strongest person in Qingzhou. As soon as you fought, you felt her power, which was far from what Zi Xiangu and Jianzhu could compare to. As long as I am here, the righteous path will never be able to turn the tables, and you are no exception, Lin Changqing. Heavenly Demon Myriad Manifestations. Qiuyu used the heavenly demon sect's strongest divine power to attack Lin Changqing, and Lin Changqing also used the power of the true dragon to fight Qiuyu. The entire Qingzhou, whether righteous or demonic cultivators, nervously watched this battle. This was the ultimate battle. If Lin Changqing won, the righteous path would turn the tables. If Qiuyu won, the demonic path would continue to rule Qingzhou. Due to distance, Enai Chang and Wu Bai were unable to reach the Blood Luo Palace, but they were both nervously observing the sky, anticipating the final result of your battle with Qiuyu. Your battle with Qiuyu entered a fever pitch. After 200 moves, you were bleeding. After 300 moves, you split the sky with your saber, and the saber's aura directly broke Qiuyu's heavenly demon myriad manifestations. After 400 moves, you descended like a god and a demon. With a punch, 5 ancient true dragons with blue scales and white whiskers appeared behind you, summoning the power of the 5 elements of self-improvement from heaven and earth, directly forming a 5 elements grand array to besiege Qiuyu, severely injuring her with one move. Impossible, how can you be so strong? Qiuyu exclaimed. The information transmitted from the clone shouldn't have indicated that Lin Changqing was this strong. Faced with Qiuyu's question, you laughed and struck again with your saber. If he had used his full strength earlier, Qiuyu's main body might have already fled. Why would she be waiting here foolishly for a battle with him? Finally, at the 600th move, you were covered in blood, like a god and demon in the world, using your palm as a saber to kill Qiuyu alive. The sky was like blood descending, and a green-robed figure coldly killed a woman in a blood-colored palace dress with a palm strike. Qiuyu died. The invincible number 1 person who dominated Qingzhou was killed by Lin Changqing. Seeing you kill Qiuyu, the righteous cultivators of the entire Qingzhou became excited and The demonic path turned ashen. Sect leader is dead. How is that possible? I don't believe it. It's over. Everyone, run away quickly in the future. The sect leader is dead. Shinjo will belong to the righteous path from now on. This was the wailing of the demonic cultivators. Ha ha ha, we won. Are we dreaming? This was the excitement and disbelief of the righteous cultivators. At the scene of the heavenly demon sect, the righteous army following you all began to cheer. The Sword Palace Elder also excitedly walked in front of you, saying that you had changed the fate of Shinjo. Faced with the surrounding celebratory voices, you suddenly felt a sense of unease. Because after killing Choyu, you searched her corpse, but you didn't find the Blackbird token and the mermaid pearl in her storage bag. For some reason, you had an ominous feeling, and although you were confident that you could kill Choyu with your current strength, no matter what, this battle seemed to have gone too smoothly. Adding to the unexpected disappearance of the Blackbird token and the mermaid pearl, the ominous feeling on your body became heavier and heavier. You turned your head and looked into the depths of the heavenly demon sect palace. You began to walk inside. Will the Blackbird token and the mermaid pearl be inside? Or will there be something else inside? You enter the depths of the heavenly devil sect's palace, a magnificent black palace. Inside the black palace, colossal black pillars stand tall, and you notice some scriptures on them. You approach to read, and the words inscribed on these pillars are Heavenly Devil abounds, Devil is emptiness, Heavenly Devil myriad voids. Through reading, you understand that these are likely some scriptures of the Heavenly Devil sect. These scriptures all record a creature called a Heavenly Devil, introducing their grand achievements. The Heavenly Devil sect is rumored to worship the Heavenly Devils of the Devil realm. The Heavenly Devil race is also a relatively powerful race in the Devil realm. In the future, when cultivators undergo the Yuan Infant Tribulation and the Transformation God Tribulation, they will encounter attacks from Heavenly Devils during the Inner Demon Tribulation. Therefore, it is not surprising that there are pillars inscribed with scriptures deep in the Heavenly Devil sect's palace, promoting the achievements of the Heavenly Devils. After briefly reading these black annotated Heavenly Devil scriptures, you continue forward. Finally, you arrive at the deepest part of the Black Palace. It seems you've reached a council hall, with a black round table and 5 or 6 black skull chairs. You guess that this might be where Choyu and some Heavenly Devil sect elders hold meetings. You walk to the black round table and find some letters and papers on it. You pick them up to examine. March 27th, the Foreign Prefecture Demonic Path Branch urgently requires 5,000 low-grade magic tools, 1,000 middle-grade magic tools, and 500 high-grade magic tools. Requesting dispatch from the Heavenly Devil Sect Headquarters. April 13th, Wan Ku-zi of the Heavenly Capital Prefecture requests the headquarters to send 3 core formation late-stage grade cultivators to attack the Zhengyang Sect's Spirit Stone Branch Mine. May 8th. These letters and papers are mostly information from various places where demonic cultivators are attacking, reporting to the headquarters. After reading these letters and papers, you are even more certain that this is a council hall, and this might be where Choyu and the Heavenly Devil Sect elders direct the demonic path cultivators in various parts of Qing province. Could the Xian bird token and the mermaid pearl be here? Lin Changqing didn't forget the purpose of his visit to the depths of the palace. He put down the letters and looked around. You scan the area with your spiritual sense, spending 10 minutes carefully scanning the surroundings of the Black Round Table and this council hall, both above and below, but you find nothing. You do find some pills, which are placed in a cabinet on the left side of the council hall, but these are not what you want. You didn't find the Xian bird token and the mermaid pearl on Xiaoyu's corpse, and you haven't found anything here in the deepest part of the palace either. Is there really nothing? Lin Changqing frowned, carefully examining everything in this black palace. For some reason, he always felt that there was something in this black palace. This was intuition, and a cultivator's intuition is very accurate, especially at his level. Intuition told him that this black palace was hiding something. In fact, the reason why you were so eager to find the mermaid pearl and the Xian bird token in this black palace is also related to the unease hidden deep within your heart. You defeated Xiaoyu too easily, and you always feel that something is wrong, but you don't know where the problem lies. If you could find the Xian bird token and the mermaid pearl, your unease could be lessened a little, but unfortunately, you searched here for another 10 minutes and still didn't find them. I'm really stupid, there's a simple method, but I'm just foolishly searching here by myself. Lin Changqing suddenly slapped his head. After another 5 minutes, you suddenly cursed yourself for being stupid. If you want to know what's in this Black Palace, just find a few core disciples of the Heavenly Devil sect to ask. These people definitely know everything about the Heavenly Devil sect's Black Palace better than you. Now that Xiaoyu has been killed by you, and the entire Heavenly Devil sect has been defeated by you, isn't it a matter of asking whatever you want? Thinking of this, you immediately walked out. The righteous path outside was still celebrating, and some demonic path cultivators were either fleeing or surrendering. You found a surrendered core formation Heavenly Devil sect demonic cultivator to question. This demonic cultivator's name was Mo Hua. My lord, what do you want to know? I will tell you everything I know. I am the law enforcement elder of the Heavenly Devil sect and know all the secrets of the Heavenly Devil sect. You can ask anything, and I will tell you everything, my lord. Mo Hua looked at the blue-clothed man in front of him with fear and flattery. He knew that the blue-clothed man in front of him was the man who controlled the fate of Qing province, and with just a word, he could decide his future life or death. In addition, he had just witnessed with his own eyes this godlike and devilish man splitting Xiaoyu, who had always been invincible, alive. So at this moment, Mo Hua's tone was both fearful and flattering. Oh, you are quite sensible. I'll ask you. What's in this Black Palace? Lin Changqing asked. The Black Palace? Mo Hua frowned and thought for a moment, then said, the Black Palace is where Sect Master Xiaoyu and the Supreme Elders hold meetings. Only those above the 8th level of core formation are qualified to go to the depths of the Black Palace. I have never set foot there, being only at the 5th level of core formation. However, I once had some relationship with a Supreme Elder at the 9th level of core formation. Once, I heard him speak after drinking, saying that the Black Palace hides a great secret of the Heavenly Devil sect. The Elder told me triumphantly after drinking, when you reach the 8th level, you will know what benefits there are under the round table. To be honest, I still don't know what that round table refers to. After all, I have never entered the Black Palace. After Mo Hua finished speaking, Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes upon hearing these words. He keenly extracted 2 key pieces of information from Mo Hua's words. His intuition was indeed correct, the Black Palace does hide something. Second, under the round table. You carefully considered Mo Hua's words. When you reach the 9th level, you will know what benefits there are under the round table. Could it be that the secret of the Black Palace is under that black round table? While thinking, you began to walk back to the Black Palace. You wanted to see what exactly was under this round table. However, just as you turned around to leave, Mo Hua's voice came from behind. I've told you everything you wanted to know, my lord. Can you spare my life? Mo Hua begged for mercy. Facing Mo Hua's plea for mercy, you didn't even turn your head back, just casually waved your hand. Immediately, 2 righteous path core formation cultivators dragged Mo Hua away. Now, after killing Xiaoyu, your prestige in Qing province has reached a peak. Many righteous path core formation cultivators are willing to follow you. You are very satisfied, which coincides with a certain plan you will implement in the future. After all, to implement that plan, you need your own people. 5 minutes later, you returned to the depths of the Black Palace and arrived at the Black Round Table. Under the round table. Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, then suddenly exerted force and pushed the Black Round Table aside. Then, he squatted down and quietly touched the ground under the round table with his palm. This touch really allowed Lin Changqing to touch something. He actually faintly felt that the ground was absorbing his spiritual power. You increased the input of spiritual power. 5 minutes later, the ground no longer absorbed it, seemingly saturated with spiritual power. Then, gradually, you felt the ground surge wildly. Subsequently, with a bang, you were blasted 5 meters away by a huge force. Then, from a distance, you discovered that the ground under the round table suddenly cracked, revealing 2 huge pits. You stepped forward to look with surprise, and then discovered that under these 2 huge pits, there were 2 huge doors. The two doors were the same color as the Black Palace, both black, with skull patterns engraved in front of them. In the middle of the doors were carved some strange celestial demon figures, giving an overall feeling of eerie gloom. You were surprised. No one expected that the ground under the round table would hide two doors. You really did discover a secret under this round table. What is hidden inside the two doors? Are the Shen bird token and the mermaid pearl inside? Or are there other hidden things? Is the unease in your heart caused by the things inside these two doors? You stared at these two black skull doors outside the deep pit for a long time, contemplating whether to push the doors open and enter. You suspected there might be danger inside. After all, if something can make you feel uneasy, it must be dangerous, perhaps even life-threatening. You observed and considered for a while, then decided to go in and take a look. You first pushed open the left door. This skull door was very heavy, and even with the power of 5 true dragons, it took a lot of effort to open. Creak, creak. The sound of the door being pushed open echoed in the silent Black Palace. The left door was pushed open by Lin Changqing, revealing a passage. This passage was extremely dark, and you could even faintly hear the sounds of wailing demons inside. There's something inside? Hearing the sounds of wailing demons, Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, then without hesitation, stepped into the passage. This passage was very long. You felt like you were walking alone in a dark tunnel. At the same time, the further you went, the louder the sound of weeping and howling demons became. You even wondered if this passage was connected to a world of demons? Is the cause of my unease the thing at the end of this passage? What's inside? Walking in the passage, Lin Changqing looked at the darkness ahead, and he resolutely walked forward. After walking for about 10 minutes, you reached the end of the passage. You stepped out of the passage, and suddenly everything opened up. Then you discovered that you had actually arrived in front of a black mountain. It was truly unbelievable. A passage seemed to contain a small world, with a majestic black mountain inside. At the same time, you understood why you could hear the sounds of demons howling. Because this mountain seemed to be a ghost mountain. You saw countless ghosts entrenched in front of this mountain. As soon as they saw you arrive, they frantically rushed towards you to tear you apart. Ha, a human has come. Eat his flesh and blood. These ghosts began to attack you. You frowned, but then relaxed, because you found that these ghosts were not too strong, only about the foundation establishment stage. Occasionally there were a few ghost kings tens of meters tall, but they were only at the core formation stage. With one slash of your saber, the first few ghosts that rushed to tear you apart were killed. Then you spent more than 10 minutes killing all the ghosts that were attacking you nearby. Seeing how powerful you were, many of the distant demons fled in panic. What exactly is this place? Why are there so many ghosts? After killing these ghosts, you began to walk towards the Black Mountain. Moreover, the unease in your heart was definitely not caused by these ghosts, because these ghosts were too weak, the highest being only at the core formation stage. After spending another half an hour, you reached the summit of this Black Mountain, and then saw a blood-red pool. Next to it was a stone tablet engraved with the words Demon Ghost Pool. Looking past this pool, you could see a small palace behind it. The front of the palace was locked with an iron door, and at the top of the palace was a plaque with the words Heavenly Demon Sect Treasury. Demon Ghost Pool, could this be the place where the Heavenly Demon Sect raised demons? The demonic path indeed has some insidious methods for extracting the souls of mortals and turning them into demons to attack people. This can explain why the foot of the Black Mountain was full of ghosts just now. Lin Changqing walked to the side of the demon ghost pool and saw countless souls screaming in the blood-red pool. He suddenly felt that his destruction of the Heavenly Demon Sect was indeed the right choice. These mountains full of ghosts, I don't know how many people's souls the Heavenly Demon Sect extracted and killed to create so many. Shaking his head and sighing, Lin Changqing walked past the demon ghost pool and headed towards the small palace. This palace is actually the Heavenly Demon Sect's treasury? Lin Changqing stroked his chin, carefully examining the palace locked by the iron door in front of him. Then, he slashed open the iron door with his saber and entered. Entering the Heavenly Demon Sect's treasury, your first feeling was extravagance. Inside, it was golden and brilliant. You saw one rare spiritual object after another placed inside. In the elixir area, countless 4th and 5th order elixirs were piled up randomly. In the magic weapon area, there were magical instruments, spiritual instruments, and even some Tao artifacts. In the spirit beast area, you saw some rare demon beast eggs. Looking at so many treasures, now you can confirm that you have really come to the heavenly demon sex treasury. Are the Xian bird token and the mermaid pearl here? You suddenly had great expectations. The heavenly demon sex treasury was indeed the most likely place to store the Xian bird token and the mermaid pearl. With anticipation, you began to carefully search for these two items in the treasury, using your spiritual sense. 10 minutes later, after carefully scanning the treasury, you shook your head in disappointment. You still did not find the Xian bird token and the mermaid pearl, but fortunately, you had another gain. Coming to the center of the treasury, there was a jade box placed in the center, surrounded by layers of restrictions. Placed in the center of the treasury and surrounded by layers of restrictions, you speculated that this might be the most precious thing in the heavenly demon sex treasury. After spending 5 minutes breaking the restrictions, you took out the jade box. You opened it, and inside was a crystal clear water droplet, but it looked like a stone, emitting terrifying spiritual power. You recognized what it was. It was called Heavenly Waterstone. It was actually a nascent soul spiritual object, of the water attribute. Not bad, I actually found a nascent soul spiritual object. Lin Changqing took this nascent soul spiritual object into his hand. He speculated that this was probably prepared for him by Qiuyu. Actually, it is not to say that having a nascent soul spiritual object will definitely lead to successful nascent soul formation. A nascent soul spiritual object only helps to increase the probability of nascent soul formation. Originally, there was one layer of probability of nascent soul formation, and having a nascent soul spiritual object can help you increase it to 2 layers, but at this moment, choosing nascent soul formation still has great danger. So sometimes many people have a nascent soul spiritual object, but they will not immediately choose to form their nascent soul. Because impacting the nascent soul still has the danger of death. Of course, there is another possibility for not choosing to immediately form a nascent soul even with a nascent soul spiritual object. That is to have great aspirations. Generally, geniuses will not choose to use one nascent soul spiritual object to form their nascent soul. Nascent soul spiritual objects are generally divided into 5 attributes: metal, wood. The one Lin Changqing found in this treasury was of the water attribute, and the reward he obtained in the previous competition was of the fire attribute. In order to pursue a perfect nascent soul, some peerless geniuses will search for nascent soul spiritual objects of 5 different attributes. Because 5 kinds of nascent soul spiritual objects can not only greatly increase the probability of nascent soul formation, but also improve the quality of nascent soul formation. Lin Changqing guessed that Qiuyu had collected a water attribute spiritual object, and was probably still trying to find spiritual objects of other attributes. After all, a genius like Qiuyu would definitely try to collect as many kinds of nascent soul spiritual objects as possible in order to improve the quality of nascent soul formation. However, few people can collect all 5 kinds of nascent soul spiritual objects. It is already lucky to be able to collect 2 kinds of attribute nascent soul spiritual objects. The nascent soul formed in this way is also considered to be of relatively high quality. Putting the water attribute nascent soul spiritual object back into the storage bag, you began to walk back, preparing to go to the second door to take a look. You did not find what you wanted in the first door, and at the same time, you did not solve the problem lingering in your heart. That is, why do you feel uneasy? Will there be an answer in the second door? After spending half an hour, you arrived at the foot of the Black Mountain. Of course, before heading back, you swept away everything in the heavenly demon sex treasury, storing it all in your storage bag. Although you don't think much of these magical artifacts and spiritual weapons, there's a large enough quantity to be useful for a certain plan you have in mind. Now that Qiuyu has been killed by you, and the demonic path of Qingzhou is in complete disarray, you can start considering how to reorganize the order of Qingzhou. As you've already said before, although the order of the righteous path is better than that of the demonic path, it's not what you want. You want to initially establish your ideal order in Shinjo, which requires a large number of people. The contents of the heavenly demon sect's treasury are exactly what you need. After spending 10 minutes, you walked out of the tunnel, returned to the Black Palace, and looked at the second door. I hope the Xian bird token and the Merman pearl are inside, otherwise I'll feel uneasy. Lin Shangqing muttered to himself, then forcefully pushed open the second door. You felt that this battle was too smooth. Only by seeing the Xian bird token and the Merman pearl with your own eyes could you be sure that Qiuyu was truly dead. The second door, like the first, also had a black tunnel inside, but the difference was that this tunnel was very quiet, without the sound of wailing ghosts. You stepped into it, and after 10 minutes, you reached the end of the tunnel, and then you saw stone houses everywhere. This seemed to be a desolate wilderness, with stone houses resembling primitive tribal dwellings scattered everywhere. At the edge of the wilderness, there were also about several thousand giant stone pillars, each about a dozen zhang high, standing in some irregular pattern. Last time, the tunnel connected to a black mountain. This time, the tunnel connected to a desolate wilderness filled with stone houses, as if you had arrived in prehistoric times. After seeing the stone houses, you were very surprised, because these stone houses reminded you of the city of the dead. You remembered that in the last simulation, you entered a city full of stone houses in the Chaoga city of the dead, and this place was very similar in style to that city of the dead. Qiuyu possesses the Xian bird token, so she must have entered the city of the dead more than once. Did she arrange this place to imitate the style of the city of the dead, or did she bring these things out of the stone city? Lin Shangqing examined the stone houses in front of him, and the more he looked at them, the more he felt that they were things that had come out of the city of the dead. What's the point of filling this place with stone houses? And what about those giant stone pillars standing next to them? Moreover, the Black Mountain and the previous door had the existence of evil ghosts. Even if they were dead objects, they could still be considered to have some movement. But this place is different. Lin Shangqing didn't feel any vitality at all. There was only a desolate wilderness, giant stone pillars, and these uninhabited stone houses. You walked into a stone house and began to explore. It was empty inside. Then you walked into the second, the third. After searching hundreds of stone houses in a row, they were all empty. Not to mention people, there weren't even any traces of people living there, as if these stone houses were just decorations. Over the next half hour, you searched almost all of the stone houses scattered across the desolate wilderness, but there was nothing inside. Fortunately, at the last moment, you discovered something different in a stone house located in the center of this desolate wilderness. The stone house in the center was larger than the other stone houses, and more importantly, you found traces of living people inside. Walking into this central stone house, the interior of the house was like a woman's boudoir, with a mirror, rouge, a red peachwood table, a red peachwood bed, and even a futon underneath. Lin Shangqing even saw a cup of unfinished tea on the peachwood table. Lin Shangqing picked up the cup of tea and sensed it. The tea was actually still warm. All of this indicated that someone had lived in this house, and it was just recently. Who could it be? You suspected it. Was Qiuyu. Has Qiuyu lived here before? Lin Shangqing carefully scanned the house. He searched through the house again, and soon, he saw a box under the peachwood bed, a box that looked like it was for storing clothes. There were many women's clothes here, and most importantly, Lin Shangqing found a very familiar blood-colored palace dress inside. This was clearly Qiuyu's clothes. Through these things, you confirmed that this central stone house was where Qiuyu lived? The question is, what did Qiuyu come here to do? After searching for half an hour, you didn't find anything special in the stone house. There was nothing in this house except for a cup of unfinished tea. The other door had a mountain of evil ghosts and the heavenly demon sect's treasury. Obviously, the things inside the door should all be relatively valuable items of the heavenly demon sect. You didn't believe that there was nothing in the second door, but unfortunately, after searching back and forth for another half hour, you searched the central stone house over and over again, and also swept through the other stone houses, but still found nothing. You didn't find the Merman pearl and the Xian bird token, nor did you resolve the doubts in your heart. Could it be that my unease is just me overthinking things? Qiuyu was indeed killed by me, she is indeed dead, there are no unexpected circumstances. As for the accidental disappearance of the merman pearl and the Xian bird token, maybe Qiuyu put them in some unknown hidden place. Lin Changqing thought to himself. He had almost searched this place, but still hadn't found anything. He could only think that way. Another half hour passed, and you carefully searched this place again, but you still didn't find anything special. Suddenly, an idea struck you. You walked out of the central stone house, flew into the sky, and looked down at this desolate wilderness. This look really allowed you to discover something. Looking down from the sky, the placement of these stone houses and stone pillars was actually based on the trajectory of some kind of formation. Could this place be a formation? Who arranged it? Qiuyu? Also, if it's a formation, what's its purpose? Lin Changqing pondered in the sky and began to speculate. Qiuyu lived here and put some clothes here, indicating that she had lived here for a long time. Maybe it was a place for closed-door cultivation, or maybe the formation in this place was very important, requiring her to be here for a long time. But the problem is, all of this is just Lin Changqing's speculation. It's still hard to say whether this place is a formation or not. Maybe I need to find some supreme elders of the heavenly demon sect to ask. These supreme elders should know the core secrets of the heavenly demon sect, and maybe they know what this place is used for, Lin Changqing thought. He didn't know if it was a coincidence of fate. Before, Mo Badian held a golden core banquet, and the supreme elders of the heavenly demon sect's headquarters must have gone. He had been too ruthless before. At the golden core banquet, he had killed all of those 8th and 9th layer golden core supreme elders with one strike. This also led to the fact that there wasn't even a supreme elder level figure in the heavenly demon sect's headquarters now, and Lin Changqing couldn't find anyone to ask. But it's not a big problem. According to Lin Changqing's understanding, some heavenly demon sect branches scattered in various prefectures of Qingzhou still have some supreme elder level existences. Finding these supreme elders might lead to some clues. After exploring this desolate wilderness for another half hour, you finally decide to leave this place temporarily, as you still can't find any useful information. After spending 10 minutes, you walk back to the passage and arrive at the Black Palace. You stand there for a long time, gazing at the two doors. Maybe my inner unease is just me overthinking things. If there really was danger deep within the heavenly demon sect, I would have encountered it within these two doors long ago, but I'm still safe and sound. The only question now is what that stone house is. I'm not in a hurry, I'll just ask an elder of the heavenly demon sect when I get out. Of course, I also need to investigate the whereabouts of the Xian bird token and the mermaid pearl, Lin Changqing thought to himself, organizing his future plans. You push the black round table back to its original position, and the two deep pits on the ground return to their original state. The two doors also disappear into the ground. You then walk out of the Black Palace. You see that the celebration is still going on outside. There's no way around it, the news of your killing Qiuyu is too exciting. Many righteous cultivators are still cheering ecstatically, and many people are still shouting your name. Not only in the heavenly demon sect, but righteous cultivators all over Qingzhou are cheering the news of your killing Qiuyu. For example, in Heishui County's Heishui Market. When Immortal Ni Chang witnessed you kill Qiuyu with her own eyes, she was completely dumbfounded, constantly murmuring, "Qiuyu is dead, Changqing actually won, Changqing defeated Qiuyu." There's no way around it. Qiuyu has always been synonymous with invincibility. You personally killed Qiuyu. Many people's first reaction is disbelief and incredulity. Then, after finally confirming that you killed Qiuyu, Immortal Ni Chang cheered excitedly. She had only one thought in her mind: no more people will die. In the past 10 years, countless people recruited by the city lord's mansion have died, but after you killed Qiuyu, no more people will have to die. Finally, Immortal Ni Chang decides to hold a grand banquet back at the mansion to celebrate your victory over Qiuyu and the victory of the righteous path. It can be said that the entire Heishui Market is filled with a joyful atmosphere. Heishui Market, Outer City, Whitebeard District. A small alley, the third house on the left, this is Air Hei's home. Air Hei is a small Qi training cultivator. He can't afford a house in the inner city, so he, his wife, and his son, a family of 3, live in a small house in the Whitebeard district of the outer city. At this moment, in the courtyard of the house, an 8 or 9-year-old child is struggling to practice some moves, seemingly exhaling spiritual energy, while a woman in her 30s is sternly instructing him. Don't be lazy, earnestly exhale spiritual energy. You're lucky to have spiritual roots like your father, something that so many people can't even dream of. Why aren't you practicing diligently? Don't you see what kind of world this is? Countless ordinary people outside who don't cultivate are being killed in droves. If you work hard now and become stronger in the future, you'll have a better chance of survival. The woman instructs sternly, and the child nods as if he understands. After another half hour, the child seems to be covered in sweat and can't hold on any longer. The woman feels a little unbearable, but she still puts on a cold face and continues to have the child practice the moves and exhale spiritual energy. The woman actually knows that it must be very painful for her child to exhale spiritual energy at such a young age. Because exhaling spiritual energy should start around the age of 10, when the child's body can initially accommodate spiritual energy. Having the child start exhaling spiritual energy at the age of 8, when his body can barely accommodate it, is a form of torture. But there's no way around it. Every day her husband comes home covered in blood, and the woman knows that the situation outside is becoming increasingly difficult. Many of her husband's colleagues in the enforcement team have been killed by the demonic path. Moreover, according to her husband, the demonic path is becoming increasingly powerful, and it's only a matter of time before Heishui market is breached. Therefore, the woman is stealing her heart and having the child exhale spiritual energy early. Which mother wants to make her child suffer? The woman is only doing this to give her child a better chance of survival in the future. After another half hour, seeing the painful look on the child's face, the woman feels that it's enough and tells the child to rest for a while. But the child shakes his head and says seriously, "Mother, I don't feel any pain. I will listen and exhale spiritual energy. Yesterday I went to play with Arrow and saw Arrow and Arrow's aunt crying. Later I found out that Arrow's dad was killed by the demonic path outside the day before yesterday, so I'm not afraid of pain. I want to exhale spiritual power and become stronger to protect you and Dad." The child says very seriously. In fact, he is very afraid of pain, but after seeing Arrow crying yesterday, he suddenly didn't want to be afraid of pain anymore. He couldn't understand why Arrow's dad, a living person who is usually very nice to him and even bought him candied haws, would suddenly be killed by the demonic path? Demonic path, he doesn't understand what it is, he just occasionally hears his dad say that it's a group of very bad people who don't want them to live in peace. The child just doesn't understand, why are these people so bad? Why do they have to kill other people when they are living peacefully? I want to protect Dad and Mom, kill the demonic path. The child earnestly polishes his moves and exhales spiritual energy. Pinger. Seeing her child like this, the woman feels like crying. What a good child, and Arrow's aunt next door, they are all very good people. Originally a happy family, why is the world forcing them to live like this? The woman turns around and silently looks at a lush silver leaf tree in the courtyard. This silver leaf tree was planted more than 10 years ago when she and her husband had just gotten married. At that time, it was just a small tree, but now it has grown to more than 10 meters tall. How good the days were more than 10 years ago. The woman looks at the leaves of the tree, feeling somewhat dazed. More than 10 years ago, the demonic path hadn't attacked yet. Although her husband is a small chi training cultivator and can only afford to buy a house in the outer city, although life wasn't rich, the daily life was peaceful and made people feel hopeful, unlike now. The woman suddenly sighs with a hint of despair in her heart. Those peaceful and stable days will never come back. Even the future days may be more dangerous. After all, her husband once said that under the siege of the demonic path, the fall of Heishui market is only a matter of time. Yuan Yang, Yuan Yang. Just as the woman is sighing in silence, suddenly, an extremely excited voice comes from outside the house. Yuan Yang is the woman's nickname, and usually only her husband calls her that. And this voice is also her husband's voice, Hey. The woman turns her head, somewhat surprised. She hasn't heard her husband so excited and happy for a long time. What on earth is it? Yuan Yang, we won, no more people will die, the child is safe, Immortal Changqing led the righteous path to victory over the demonic path, and killed Xiaoyu. He excitedly strides into the house, wanting to share this joy with his wife. The woman is stunned when she hears this news. She knows Xiaoyu, she knows that this person is the most remarkable figure in Qingzhou, very noble. It is said that under her leadership, the demonic path is pressing Qingzhou hard. She also knows Immortal Changqing. A few days ago, after her husband came home, he always nagged her about this name, saying that Heishui Market was besieged by the demonic path not long ago, and this Immortal was the one who relieved the siege. But she doesn't quite understand what her husband is saying. The woman is also a small qi training cultivator, so of course she knows that in Qingzhou, Xiaoyu is the most invincible person. At this moment, suddenly hearing from her husband's words that someone killed Xiaoyu, the woman has a feeling of disbelief. That Immortal Changqing really killed Xiaoyu? Really? The righteous path won? Really? Can we go back to the stable life we had before? No death, no killing, just my daily peace. We're back. Pinger doesn't have to endure the pain of exhaling spiritual energy every day anymore? Of course, Immortal Changqing led us to victory, our days will be very peaceful in the future. Pinger certainly doesn't need to exhale spiritual energy now. The sun sets in the west. In the old and small courtyard, the woman and her husband ask and answer, and every time the woman asks, the husband will answer affirmatively. Finally, the woman can't ask anymore, she turns her head to look at the ignorant child in the courtyard, and suddenly bursts into tears. She looks at the lush silver leaf tree in the courtyard, and she has a feeling of happily dreaming, that she has really returned to the peaceful life of more than 10 years ago. I have to build a temple for Immortal Changqing in the future. And offer him incense. The woman thinks. Such things are happening all over Qingzhou. When they learned that you killed Xiaoyu, everyone was really excited and grateful. In fact, for many years, what many ordinary people wanted was just a stable life. But a stable life is also very difficult. For example, in history, every change at the end of a dynasty is a major disaster. During the Kangxi period, an official went to take office in a certain county in Sichuan, but was frightened and came back, because that county was full of tigers. After the transition from the late Ming dynasty to the early Qing dynasty, the people of Sichuan were almost extinct. Every time I read this, I burst into tears. How many people died? That tigers would crawl all over the county. Sometimes having a stable order, being able to live safely, is already what many people desire. Heavenly Demon Sect, you stand at the high point of the palace. Silently watching those righteous cultivators who are cheering to their heart's content, you seem to see through these cheering people the people of Qingzhou's myriad homes, seeing them cheering for the coming peaceful and stable life. You sincerely hope that this is permanent. After a long time, you look back at the depths of the Black Palace behind you. I hope my inner unease is just an overreaction. You think so, then you decide to find an elder of the Heavenly Demon Sect as soon as possible to ask about the stone house. Fellow Taoist Changqing, look at this. Just as you were looking back at the Black Palace, an old man in linen clothes, carrying a wooden sword, walked onto the palace and stood beside you. The old man of Sword Palace had arrived. With a somewhat grave expression, he handed you a message jade slip, informing you that the jade slip contained some unfavorable information. Unfavorable news? The words of the Sword Palace elder aroused some doubt in your heart. You immediately picked up the jade slip and read the information within. After only a dozen seconds, anger flashed in your eyes. These people. They were nowhere to be seen during the war with the demonic path. Usually, when asked to fight the demonic path, they were all passive and procrastinating. But when it comes to reaping the rewards after victory, I see them running faster than anyone else, more eager than anyone else. Lin Changqing snorted coldly after reading the information in the jade slip. The information in the jade slip mainly described how some demonic path cultivators, seeing Xiaoyu killed, felt despair and surrendered. Then, some righteous sects, catching wind of this, ran faster than rabbits, eager to receive the surrender of the demonic path and seize the territories. Cultivation resources, spirit stone mines, precious elixirs, and sect treasuries left behind by the demonic path cultivators. For example, the Jade Slip mentioned that in Wanma County, the demonic path cultivators of Wanma sect surrendered. The Three Swords sect and the Clear Water sect, two righteous sects, even fought each other in their eagerness to seize the spirit stone mines and sect treasury of the Wanma sect. Another example, in Tiandu County, the demonic path cultivators surrendered, and the Zhangyang sect quickly announced that they would take over the demonic path's territory in Tiandu County. Yet another example, in Holy Fire County, the demonic path cultivators surrendered. To seize the spirit stone mine resources left behind by these demonic path cultivators, the Holy Fire sect, the leading righteous sect in Holy Fire County, even clashed with the local rogue cultivators, and some rogue cultivators were even killed. This last piece of news was what angered Lin Changqing the most. How long has it been since the victory? Not even 1 or 2 hours, and they're already starting infighting and killing people. Moreover, Lin Changqing had heard of this Holy Fire sect before. The Holy Fire sect was considered a relatively strong sect among the righteous factions, with a late-stage core formation cultivator overseeing it. However, during the past 10 years of war, the Holy Fire sect had consistently put in minimal effort. To give an example, in Blackwater County's Blackwater Market, at least 10,000 cultivators had died over the past decade under the siege of the demonic path in Blackwater County. Meanwhile, the Holy Fire sect had only lost a little over 1,000 in 10 years of fighting the demonic path. Even a fool would know there was something fishy going on. The Holy Fire sect's size is more than 10 times that of Blackwater Market, yet the number of deaths in 10 years is less than 1/10 of Blackwater Market's. Furthermore, none of your sect's high-level core formation cultivators or certain foundation establishment geniuses died. Is your Holy Fire sect special? Do people only die elsewhere, not here? Therefore, many people had long suspected that the Holy Fire sect might have reached some secret agreement with the demonic path. Although they nominally surrendered to the demonic path, they were secretly colluding with them. In previous wars, there were many such double dealers. These people didn't contribute during the war. After the victory, they suddenly started snatching the fruits of victory. How could Lin Changqing not be angry? What was particularly hateful in the past was that, to appease and win over these people, these double dealers in the war actually ended up with good results. After all, these people had guns in their hands and strength. Those who didn't contribute during the war instead received very good outcomes after the war, enjoying wealth and glory. In this life, Lin Changqing has the strength to suppress Qingzhou and the ability to dominate Qingzhou for eternity. He will absolutely not tolerate the likes of the Holy Fire sect. Fellow Taoist Changqing, the Holy Fire sect has indeed gone too far. Several of my friends in Holy Fire County have sent me messages, saying that a significant number of rogue cultivators have been killed. The Sword Palace Elder's expression was very unsightly. He was also angry in his heart, and he was very dissatisfied with the Holy Fire sect's lack of effort in the past 10 years of war. Moreover, he had some information, knowing that some people in the Holy Fire sect were indeed connected to the demonic path. Now, seeing that the Holy Fire sect was killing rogue cultivators to seize territory and cultivation resources immediately after the victory, he was naturally furious. So at this moment, he was actually telling Lin Changqing about this matter with the intention of reporting them. Although he had not been in contact with Lin Changqing for long, the Sword Palace Elder could tell that Lin Changqing was definitely a ruthless person who wouldn't blink an eye when killing. The Sword Palace felt that the Holy Fire sect might be kicking an iron plate this time. Holy Fire sect, oomph. It seems I have to make a trip to Holy Fire County. I must make certain people in Qingzhou understand that the demonic path is lost, but that doesn't mean Qingzhou will return to its original state. Order will definitely not be that of the righteous path. If some major righteous sects still think they can monopolize the best resources as before, then they are sorely mistaken. Lin Changqing said coldly, his eyes filled with. As mentioned before, overthrowing the demonic path's order does not mean that Qingzhou will return to the order of the righteous path. The kind of monopolization of cultivation resources by certain major sects is not what you want. You want a new order led by you, an order that is fair, just, and rewards good and punishes evil. In your mind, the spirit stone and spirit mine resources left behind after the surrender of the demonic path are all for your preparation. This is the capital for you to establish the Samsara Hall in Qingzhou in the future. You want to initially establish the Samsara Hall in Qingzhou, monitor the world, determine good and evil, and lay a preliminary foundation for the establishment of the underworld in the future. Therefore, these righteous sects dare to snatch these things, they are simply acting against you. You decide to take action against the Holy Fire sect, kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, and warn some people in certain sections. Fortunately, from the information in the Jade Slip, you know that among the demonic path cultivators who surrendered in Holy Fire County, there is a late-stage core formation cultivator, the supreme elder of the heavenly demon sect. You can go there and kill two birds with one stone. First, make certain people realize that some things are not theirs to take. Second, interrogate this supreme elder and ask about the stonehouse. You briefly bid farewell to the Sword Palace elder, and then accelerated towards Holy Fire County. Holy Fire County is separated from Heavenly Demon County by two large counties. At your speed, you will arrive in an hour or two. Sword Elder, what is Senior Changqing doing? Seeing Lin Changqing suddenly fly away, Mingjian Daoren stepped forward and asked Sword Palace. Sword Palace said, Mingjian, do you think everything will be fine just because the demonic path is lost? Mingjian was somewhat puzzled. He didn't know why the Sword Palace elder said this. He scratched his head. Of course it will be good if the demonic path loses. Our Qingzhou won't have to die anymore, and the people of Qingzhou can live a stable and peaceful life. Sword Palace sighed, Mingjian, there are very few people who think like you, very few who stand on the side of the common people. Some people are not satisfied with just a stable and peaceful life. They want more, they want to occupy the most territory, occupy the best cultivation resources. As soon as they win, they can't wait to get the best things in their hands. Obviously, they have taken 9/10 of the good things in this place, but they want to take it all, not leaving even a little for the people at the bottom. What fellow Daoist Changqing wants to do is to make these people recognize reality, cut off their outstretched claws, and make them understand that Qingzhou is not the Qingzhou it used to be. Hearing the words of the Sword Palace elder, Mingjian Daoren looked thoughtfully at the figure disappearing into the sky. 2 hours later, you arrived at Holy Fire County. Arriving at Holy Fire Prefecture, first find a righteous cultivator to inquire about the situation. This righteous cultivator is around 60 years old, a white-robed elder. Soon, from the white-robed elder's mouth, you learn that the rogue cultivators in conflict with the Holy Fire sector from Anshui Market, a rogue cultivator alliance similar to Blackwater Market, the city lord surnamed a core formation 6th-layer cultivator. When the war between the righteous and demonic paths broke out, Anshui Market guarded a place called Huayang Valley, a strategically dangerous location on the front lines of the war. During the 10-year war, Anshui Market lost many people defending this place. After you defeated Qiuyu, the demonic cultivators of Holy Fire Prefecture chose to surrender. Naturally, the demonic cultivators near Huayang Valley surrendered to Anshui Market. But here's the problem, the demonic territory near Huayang Valley was a huge piece of fat, with several third-tier spiritual vein mines. Nearby was also the demonic sacred demon sect, whose treasure trove held a large number of cultivation resources, elixirs, magic tools, and spiritual weapons. Thus, the conflict arose. How could the Holy Fire sect allow such a large piece of fat to be swallowed by Anshui Market? In the eyes of the Holy Fire sect, all cultivation resources in Holy Fire Prefecture belong to them. The demonic path's surrender should naturally mean everything belongs to the Holy Fire sect. How could a small rogue cultivator alliance be allowed to swallow it? So, just recently, in order to swallow the sacred demon sect's cultivation resources and exclusively control the demonic territory near Huayang Valley, the Holy Fire sect led a large force to attack Anshui Market. The city lord of Anshui Market, Lorden, was severely injured by the Holy Fire sect, and many rogue cultivators died. From the white-robed elder's words, you learn that the number of rogue cultivators who died at the hands of the Holy Fire sect alone is probably 400 or 500. Hearing this death toll, you sneer inwardly. This Holy Fire sect is indeed courting death. In the past 10 years, they may not have killed 500 demonic path cultivators, but immediately after the war ended, within an hour, they launched a heavy attack on the rogue cultivators. They weren't seen killing demonic cultivators, but they are ruthless when killing their own. Alas, this Holy Fire sect is truly despicable. When fighting the demonic path before, they weren't seen at Huayang Valley. When the war between the righteous and demonic paths just broke out, Huayang Valley was besieged by the demonic path, and the original Valley Master asked the Holy Fire Sect for help, but the Holy Fire Sect ignored it. It was Lorden who personally led a team to reinforce Huayang Valley. For the past 10 years, after the Valley Master of Huayang Valley was killed by the demonic path, Lorden personally took over Huayang Valley, resisting the demonic path for 10 years. Now that the demonic path has surrendered, and it's time for benefits, the Holy Fire Sect comes to snatch Huayang Valley. Truly shameless, the white-robed elder cursed fiercely, but he then expressed helplessness to Lin Changqing. He told Lin Changqing that now that the demonic path has surrendered, the Holy Fire Sect is the strongest force in Holy Fire Prefecture, with a great cultivator in the late stage of core formation sitting in charge. Who can do anything to them? This is the white-robed elder's helplessness. Clearly, Anshui Market contributed the most in the war between the righteous and demonic paths, and Anshui Market protected the most common people, but now the fruits of victory are about to be seized by the Holy Fire Sect. The white-robed elder felt helpless and unwilling. He felt that the world was too unfair. The good man, Lorden, received no good reward. He worked hard for 10 years to resist the demonic path and defend Huayang Valley, but after victory, he was severely injured. The bad guys, the Holy Fire Sect, didn't contribute much in these 10 years, but they are about to exclusively enjoy the greatest fruits of victory in Holy Fire Prefecture. Hearing the white-robed elder's words, you immediately asked him a question. You asked him, if the Holy Fire Sect rules Holy Fire Prefecture in the future, how would that life compare to before? The white-robed elder pondered for a moment and replied, if the Holy Fire Sect rules Holy Fire Prefecture, needless to say, the cultivation resources of Holy Fire Prefecture will definitely be monopolized by the Holy Fire Sect. We rogue cultivators simply won't have any chance, and some nobles from the Holy Fire Sect will exploit the common people in the area, and we will have to swallow our anger. But how should I put it? Under the rule of the Holy Fire Sect, we can barely survive. After all, before, the demonic path would slaughter cities and kill people at every turn. The rule of the Holy Fire Sect is also terrible, but at least, we can barely survive. The white-robed elder sighed as he spoke. This is the reason why you want to establish a new order. Hearing the white-robed elder's words, you thought to yourself. You want the people of Qingzhou to not just merely live. Soon, you bid farewell to the white-robed elder and then flew rapidly in the direction of Huayang Valley. From the white-robed elder's words, it can be learned that after Lorden was seriously injured, Lorden's daughter is still leading a group of rogue cultivators to defend Huayang Valley, resisting the siege of the Holy Fire Sect. You estimate that it will only take a quarter of an hour to arrive there. Holy Fire Sect, I'm coming. A trace of coldness flashed in Lin Changqing's eyes. At this moment, inside Huayang Valley, a yellow-skirted girl is leading many rogue cultivators and resisting the siege of a large number of Holy Fire Sect cultivators. The leader of the Holy Fire Sect is a brocade-robed young master named Sheng Yunzi, the son of the current Holy Fire Sect master. Beside Sheng Yunzi is a grey-robed old man. Seeing a large number of rogue cultivators dying tragically, and seeing that the yellow-skirted girl had many wounds on her body, he seemed somewhat unbearable, so he said, "Young sect master, shouldn't we order a stop? If we kill all these rogue cultivators, wouldn't it be a bit too much? Now that the righteous path has just won, we are already slaughtering here. If word gets out, and that Qingyi Senior learns of it, then..." "Ha, Elder Grey, you're overthinking it." The brocade-robed young master laughed loudly. What kind of existence is that Qingyi Senior? How could he care about what happens in our small Holy Fire Prefecture? Moreover, you must know that our Holy Fire Prefecture is the #1 force of the Holy Fire Sect. If that senior wants to rule Qingzhou in the future, he will definitely need our support. Compared to a mere rogue cultivator alliance, that Qingyi Senior will definitely know which side weighs more. So, it doesn't matter if we kill these rogue cultivators. That senior doesn't care at all. Our Holy Fire Sect is the more valuable party. Saying that, Sheng Yunzi waved his hand again, signaling the Holy Fire Sect cultivators to increase their attack, to kill all these rogue cultivators within a few minutes. Sheng Yunzi grinned and said, "Kill them all for me, kill these ignorant rogue cultivators, let them understand that in Holy Fire Prefecture, my Holy Fire Sect is the sky." The yellow-skirted girl shouted angrily, Now that we've just won, you holy fire sect want to kill us all? Aren't you afraid I'll report you to that Qingyi senior? Ridiculous, what are you, Huang Linger? You're worthy of seeing that senior? Your father is just a mere 6th-layer core formation cultivator. How could he be qualified to see that senior, let alone you, who is only a 1st-layer core formation cultivator? I'm telling you, by tomorrow, all the late-stage core formation cultivators of the righteous path in the entire Qingzhou will join hands to go to Tiandu Prefecture to prepare a celebration banquet for that Qingyi senior. Celebrating the victory of the righteous path. Remember, only late-stage great cultivators are qualified to participate. My father is qualified, but you and your father are not qualified to attend that banquet. You still want to complain? You're dreaming. Saying that, Shang Yanzi laughed loudly, his face full of triumph. This celebration banquet that Shang Yanzi mentioned was organized by his father. The Holy Fire Sect's master is usually a person who steers with the wind. Seeing Lin Chongqing kill Qiuyu, he immediately thought of how to flatter him. Therefore, the Holy Fire Sect master joined forces with the Qingzhou Righteous Path great cultivators to prepare to hold a celebration banquet tomorrow, also in order to flatter Lin Chongqing greatly. Hearing Shang Yanzi's words, the yellow-skirted girl was filled with despair. Yes, what kind of person is that senior, the invincible figure who defeated Qiuyu? How could they, such small figures, be able to meet him? And Shang Yanzi's next sentence made her even more desperate. Huanglinger, I might as well tell you, tomorrow my father and all my uncles will go to Tiandu Prefecture to offer congratulations to that senior, and they have decided to offer a treasure of great importance from my Holy Fire Sect. That treasure is very important. My father said that the senior will definitely be delighted to see it, and maybe he will even accept me as a disciple. Ha ha! You still want to complain? After tomorrow, I will be that senior's disciple. The number 1 person in Qingzhou will be my master. You still want to complain to my master? You're dreaming. Shang Yanzi stood with his hands behind his back, laughing triumphantly. This person really knows how to climb the pole. In fact, the Holy Fire Sect master only told him to send the treasure, only saying that there was a chance to have Lin Chongqing accept him as a disciple. But Shang Yanzi here seems to have already foreseen that Lin Chongqing would accept him as a disciple, and now he even directly regards himself as Lin Chongqing's disciple. This old servant congratulates the young sect master on becoming a disciple of that great figure. Yes, we congratulate the young sect master on becoming a disciple of that great figure. It's simply outrageous. At this moment, a group of Holy Fire Sect cultivators seemed to believe Shang Yanzi's words, and one by one began to congratulate him. Shang Yanzi was also smug, while the yellow-skirted girl looked desperate. And just at this moment, a cold voice came from afar, and a Qingyi cultivator carrying a blood knife descended indifferently. Oh? I don't remember accepting you as a disciple? Who do you think you are? You're not worthy of being my disciple. At the critical moment, you arrive at Huayang Valley, and when you say such a thing, the Holy Fire Sect cultivators present are extremely disdainful and angry, because they don't recognize you and think you're just some small cultivator who popped out of nowhere. A small cultivator actually scolding their young sect master as worthless and unworthy of being his disciple is truly outrageous and audacious. Who are you to speak so boastfully? Saying our young sect master is worthless and unworthy of being your disciple. Remember, our young sect master is the disciple of that great figure from Qingzhou. Where did you pop out from, you little cultivator, daring to speak like that? Are you courting death? A middle-aged man in green robes jumped out, pointing at Lin Chongqing's face with disdain. His name was Wang Huafei, an elder of the Holy Fire Sect with a core formation stage 3 cultivation level, and he was usually on good terms with Shang Yunzi. Suddenly, a strange cultivator came out and said some inexplicable things, saying that their young sect master was worthless and unworthy of being his disciple. Wang Huafei was naturally furious. Their young sect master was the prospective disciple of that great figure from Qingzhou. His status was extremely precious. How could he allow just anyone to come out and insult him like that? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're that green-robed senior just because you're wearing green robes? Ha, what a joke, you're just a dead man walking. Wan Huafei continued, and the surrounding Holy Fire sect disciples followed suit with loud laughter, but Shang Yunzi was increasingly uneasy the more he looked. Suddenly, someone inexplicably ran out and called him trash. Of course he was also furious, and he originally wanted to curse back a few words. But he suddenly felt that this person carrying a bloodstained saber and wearing green robes looked so much like that green robed senior from the sky image. Suddenly, Shang Yunzi shuddered, and he carefully sized up the strange green-robed cultivator in front of him again. What do you mean looked like? The green-robed cultivator in front of him was that great figure himself. Instantly, cold sweat dripped down Shang Yunzi's face. Wang Mingfei next to him continued to mock Lin Changqing, and Shang Yunzi felt his heart pounding, and he began to curse Wang Mingfei in his heart. If you wanna die, don't drag me and the Holy Fire sect down with you. Thinking this, Shang Yunzi suddenly became ruthless, and he slapped Wang Huafei fiercely. You dog thing, you have eyes but can't see Mount Tai, how dare you scold Green Robes Senior? I'll kill you, you dog thing. As he spoke, Shang Yunzi slapped Wang Huafei 3 times in a row, so hard that Wang Huafei was dizzy, his face was bloody, half of his face was swollen, and several teeth were knocked out. Wang Huafei was stunned. He was speaking up for the young sect master, so why was he being beaten? Also, the young sect master said he was scolding Green Robes Senior. How could he dare to scold that great figure? He was clearly scolding this strange green-robed cultivator who suddenly ran out. Wait, Green Robes Senior. Wang Huafei suddenly seemed to understand something. He turned his head to look at Lin Changqing, his pupils instantly dilated, and his eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Could this green-robed cultivator really be that invincible great figure from Qingzhou? Thinking this, Wang Huafei's forehead instantly dripped with cold sweat, and he felt his head and feet were numb. You dog thing. Aren't you going to apologize to Senior? How dare you, a dog-like thing, offend Senior? Shang Yunzi kicked Wang Huafei to the ground again, making Wang Huafei kneel in the direction of Lin Changqing. Shang Yunzi performed a junior salute, looked at Lin Changqing, pointed at the kneeling Wang Huafei, and said with a sincere face, Senior, I have not disciplined him properly. This dog thing who has eyes but can't see Mount Tai, actually offended you with his words just now. I am very sorry. What? He really is that Green Robes Senior? Wang Huafei, kneeling on the ground, was stunned. Now he knew that this green-robed cultivator was really that great figure. The Holy Fire sect cultivators who learned Lin Changqing's identity from Shang Yunzi's mouth were also stunned, and the yellow-skirted girl was also stunned. It must be said that Shang Yunzi had good eyes. Among the group of people, he was the first to recognize Lin Changqing's identity. What? He is really that invincible great figure from Qingzhou. How could such a great figure come to our small place like Holy Fire County? Crap, I seem to have mocked this great figure just now. Will I die? The Holy Fire sect cultivators all began to show fear on their faces. The yellow-skirted girl looked at Lin Changqing with shock and a slight expectation in her beautiful eyes. Senior, this person is really blind, he doesn't even recognize your identity, please forgive him. Shang Yunzi apologized again, and the Holy Fire sect cultivators, who had been arrogant just now, all knelt down in unison, calling out Senior, please forgive us. Lin Changqing did not speak, still just watching this group of people's clown-like performance indifferently. Seeing that Lin Changqing did not speak, Shang Yunzi's forehead had even more cold sweat. He thought to himself that things were bad. Wang Huafei must have angered Senior by mocking him just now. Thinking of this, he hardened his heart, suddenly drew out a knife and directly stabbed it into Wang Huafei's chest. Ah, young sect master, you! Wang Huafei screamed. He really didn't expect the young sect master to attack him. Wang Huafei wanted to say something, but couldn't say it, because Shang Yunzi's knife was too steady and ruthless, directly stabbing into Wang Huafei's heart. After a while, Wang Huafei died completely. This kind of thing that has eyes but can't see Mount Tai deserves to die. Please forgive me, Senior. Shang Yunzi pulled the knife out of Wang Huafei's body. He didn't really want to kill Wang Huafei in his heart. But there was no way. The Senior said it wasn't enough. He didn't want to anger the Senior. Still not enough. Lin Changqing shook his head again. Not enough? Hearing Lin Changqing's words, Shang Yunzi was stunned. He had already killed Wang Wufei, wasn't that enough? Was the senior still not satisfied? Thinking of this, Shang Yunzi swallowed hard. He gritted his teeth again, his heart hardening as he turned to look at the several disciples of the Holy Fire sect behind him. He decided to kill a few more people. His heart was bleeding, as these were all his direct subordinates. But there was no choice. Since Wang Huofei's death had not satisfied this great figure, then he would kill some more people to quell this senior's anger. You dogs, you dared to speak disrespectfully and mock me earlier. You truly have eyes but cannot see Mount Tai. You deserve to die. I will kill you to apologize to this senior. Saying this, Shang Yunzi drew his blade and killed several more Holy Fire sect disciples. Then, he turned to look at Lin Changqing, thinking that this time it should be enough. But unexpectedly, Lin Changqing shook his head again, not enough. After saying not enough, Lin Changqing looked even more coldly at Shang Yunzi. I want your life. Commit suicide. As soon as these words came out, everyone present was shocked. What domineering words, to tell Shang Yunzi to commit suicide. Normally, if anyone in Holy Fire County dared to say such a thing, it would definitely be mocked. After all, he was the direct son of the Holy Fire sect's master, with a noble status, and a big figure in Holy Fire County who could have his way. Who would dare to tell him to commit suicide? But now, no one dared to mock, because the one who said these words was that invincible great figure from Qingzhou. Everyone knew that he was qualified to say so. Senior, you want me to commit suicide? Shang Yunzi stammered, suspecting that he had misheard. He felt very wronged. Among all those people just now, he was clearly the most perceptive. He was the first to recognize the senior, and he didn't say anything mocking or derisive. Why would the senior want him to commit suicide? Senior, I was the first to recognize you just now, Shang Yunzi said quickly. I haven't made any mistakes. I have always been respectful to you. Lin Changqing didn't reply this time, nor did he look at him. He walked straight to the other side, where the injured loose cultivators and the yellow-skirted girl were. Are you loose cultivators from Huayang Valley? Lin Changqing asked. Yes, senior, the group of loose cultivators said excitedly as they saw Lin Changqing approaching. The yellow-skirted girl nodded repeatedly in excitement. This person says he hasn't made any mistakes, Lin Changqing said, pointing to Shang Yunzi behind him. Then, he looked at the yellow-skirted girl and the others and said, Do you think he has made any mistakes? Of course he has, senior. The yellow-skirted girl nodded fiercely. She looked at Shang Yunzi with hatred and then said, Senior, please see clearly. This Shang Yunzi usually does all sorts of evil in Holy Fire County. Relying on having a sect master for a father, he often bullies men and lords it over women. During the war between the righteous and demonic paths, he enjoyed himself in the sect while we fought the demonic path on the front lines. Now, thanks to you, our righteous path has won. But unexpectedly, the Holy Fire sect coveted the demonic path's territory near Huayang Valley. Shang Yunzi personally led a team to attack and kill the loose cultivators of our Huayang Valley. My father was even seriously injured by them. Moreover, senior, you don't know, just before you arrived, this person said he wanted to kill us all. He even pretended to be your disciple. This kind of evil person pretending to be your disciple is really tarnishing your reputation, the yellow-skirted girl said excitedly. Damn it, this woman is complaining. Hearing Huang Linger tell Lin Changqing these things, Shang Yunzi's forehead dripped with cold sweat again. He glanced at Lin Changqing's cold face, suppressed the fear in his heart, pointed at Huang Linger, and scolded, Senior, don't listen to this woman's nonsense. Can you believe the words of these mud-legged loose cultivators? Senior, you defeated the autumn moon demoness and led our righteous path to victory. It is such a blessing for our Qingzhou. My admiration for you is like an endless river. I said I was your disciple. It was my vanity, definitely not disrespect to you. Shang Yunzi spoke more and more passionately, more and more excitedly, as if he really admired Lin Changqing. It seemed that he was saying that his pretending to be a disciple just now was really just a little bit of his vanity. Afterwards, Shang Yunzi pointed at Huang Linger again and said loudly, "Senior, as for this person saying that I do all sorts of evil, it is even more full of lies. Moreover, the reason why I led a team to kill these loose cultivators from Huayang Valley was also for your sake." "For my sake?" "Yes." Shang Yunzi nodded fiercely. "Senior, this is all my father's way of expressing his respect to you. At the moment of your victory, my father made a decision, deciding to offer you 90% of the cultivation resources in Holy Fire County every year. And the demonic path's territory near Huayang Valley is the most important thing, occupying 20% of the entire Holy Fire County's cultivation resources. Of course, this kind of important place cannot be occupied by these loose cultivators. My Holy Fire sect killed the loose cultivators of Huayang Valley in order to seize this territory, so as to give it to you as tribute." Of course, Shang Yunzi was talking nonsense. What 80% tribute? The Holy Fire sect was certainly not that generous, but now, in order to save his life. Of course, Shang Yunzi had to say everything in a good light. "Give me 80% tribute?" Lin Changqing sneered twice. "Let alone whether your Holy Fire sect is so kind as to give me tribute? Even if you do, what is your Holy Fire sect? Is it your turn to give me tribute? I'm telling you, I want all 10 parts of the territory and cultivation resources left by the demonic path. If your Holy Fire sect dares to interfere, you have already chosen the path to death. Die." Saying this, Lin Changqing swung his blade coldly. This blade transformed into a heavenly wolf phantom with a murderous aura, roaring as it pounced towards Shang Yunzi. Shang Yunzi was terrified. He never expected that the senior would attack him. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't speak, because Lin Changqing's blade had already locked onto his essence, chi, and spirit. Put! The blade and the heavenly wolf phantom merged into one, slashing towards Shang Yunzi's half of his shoulder. With a pft, Shang Yunzi fell to the ground, screaming miserably. He was directly cut off half his shoulder by Lin Changqing's blade. Ah 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 ah. Shang Yunzi was covered in blood. His face was filled with terror. "Senior, don't kill me, spare my life. My father is the master of the Holy Fire sect, the #1 sect in Holy Fire County. If you kill me, you won't be able to get the support of our Holy Fire sect. Senior, I am your man. My father is also preparing to join hands with some late-stage core formation cultivators tomorrow to send you a banquet of congratulatory gifts. Why bother getting angry because I killed some mud-legged loose cultivators? We are on the same side." Shang Yunzi begged for mercy. He really couldn't understand why Lin Changqing attacked him. According to what his father told him, the most important things in this world are strength and benefits. His father once said very proudly that even though the righteous and demonic paths were at war, their Holy Fire sect was being scolded for not contributing enough. But this was the most correct choice. They didn't fight the demonic path without being sure of survival, and their strength was preserved. Those other silly righteous path cultivators who rushed up to fight the demonic path suffered heavy losses instead. In this way, after the war was won, his Holy Fire sect would become popular because its strength was preserved. Because they had strength, they wouldn't be afraid that others wouldn't win them over. Shang Yunzi remembered his father saying that throughout the ages, rulers have always won over local snakes like them, because they have strength, and the rulers need to rely on them to rule Holy Fire County. Therefore, Shang Yunzi really didn't understand why Lin Changqing attacked him. Wasn't he just killing some loose cultivators? Could these lowly loose cultivators compare to him and the Holy Fire sect? If he didn't kill him, Lin Changqing could get the full support of the Holy Fire sect. If he killed him, he would definitely offend the Holy Fire sect. What is the Holy Fire sect? Ridiculous. What is the use of your support? Lin Changqing said coldly. Then, he swung his blade again, and Shang Yunzi was directly killed by him. In general, Shang Yunzi's idea was not wrong. Their Holy Fire sect was the local snake of Holy Fire County. Generally speaking, if you want to rule Qingzhou, you really need to win them over, but they forgot a premise. That is Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing doesn't need to win anyone over. Because he has the strength to dominate Qingzhou for eternity alone. Lin Changqing's personal strength can suppress Qingzhou alone. So at this time, discussing what to win over and support is already ridiculous. After killing Shang Yunzi, you also wiped out the Holy Fire sect cultivators present. Then, you got a message by asking the yellow-skirted girl that the surrendered demonic path Supreme Elder was in the Holy Fire sect. Without hesitation, you immediately went to the Holy Fire sect. 5 minutes later, you arrived at the Holy Fire sect, and then spent 2/4 of an hour wiping out all the high-level members of the Holy Fire sect. Afterwards, you went to the Holy Fire sect's dungeon, found the demonic path Supreme Elder, and began to ask him about the Stonehouse. I'm asking you, what's the matter with your Sky Demon sect Stonehouse? The Stonehouse? I do know some relevant information, but what? Do you think you're in a position to bargain with me? If you don't want to talk, I can search your soul. I have ways of finding out. In the dim dungeon of the Holy Fire sect, Lin Changqing looked at the black-robed old man in front of him and coldly snorted. This black-robed, gaunt old man was extremely emaciated, with a full head of white hair. His robe was embroidered with patches of black skulls. This person was the Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Demon sect who had surrendered from Holy Fire County, known as Ghost Sword, with a cultivation base at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. After seeing Qiuyu killed by Lin Changqing, this person decisively led the demonic forces of Holy Fire County to surrender. Of course, I wouldn't dare to bargain with you, sir. I know you can search my soul and access my memories, but I performed some special techniques on the memories related to the Stonehouse. If you directly search my divine soul, you'll likely be disappointed in obtaining information about the Stonehouse, Taoist Ghost Sword said with a smile, appearing extremely calm. Are you threatening me? Lin Changqing said coldly, narrowing his eyes. Of course, he knew that what this person said was true. Indeed, there were some cultivation methods that could protect certain important memories of cultivators. If outsiders wanted to search the divine soul and access these important memories, these memories would self-destruct. But if this Supreme Elder of the Heavenly Demon sect wanted to use this to threaten him, Lin Changqing, then he was sorely mistaken. He, Lin Changqing, wouldn't fall for that. Not a threat, just a statement, Taoist Ghost Sword said with a smile, seemingly confident. Seeing Taoist Ghost Sword's smug expression, Lin Changqing sneered twice. Let me tell you, I like hard bones like you the most. Have you ever heard of the myriad bone poisonous insect soul devouring? We'll knock a small hole in your head and put a poisonous insect called myriad bone into the hole. This poisonous insect will enter through your head and slowly devour your flesh and divine soul. During this time, you'll have to endure the pain of being devoured by this poisonous insect, which is 10,000 times more painful than having your bones drawn out and tendons pulled out. I'd like to see if your mouth is harder or the myriad bone poisonous insect is harder. Lin Changqing sneered with his hands behind his back. Dare to negotiate terms with him? He had plenty of ways to torture people. Hearing this, the black-robed, gaunt old man was immediately stunned. He didn't expect that Lin Changqing, this paragon of the righteous path, would use methods even more sinister than those used by them, the demonic path. The myriad bone poisonous insect, this insidious method of torturing people, was rarely used even in their heavenly demon sect. Especially since Lin Changqing's words were so vivid. Ghost Sword seemed to see Lin Changqing opening a small hole in his head. Then, this man grinned and put poisonous insects into the small hole in his head, and those insects devoured the flesh and divine soul inside his body. Thinking of this, the black-robed, gaunt old man shuddered, then smiled wryly. I really didn't want to bargain with you, sir. Please don't use that insidious method on me. You know fear now? If you know fear, then quickly tell me. Don't play tricks on me. I'm telling you, if you want to use this to threaten me into sparing your life, that's impossible. If you voluntarily reveal the secrets of the Stonehouse, I can let you die a little easier. If you don't speak, I'll make you beg for life and be unable to die. I'll torture you bit by bit until you speak. Lin Changqing threatened Ghost Sword, now appearing like a demon. The black-robed, gaunt old man seemed frightened by these words and said, I know that my sins are deep, so I wouldn't dare to hope that you would spare my life. I wouldn't dare to threaten you either. I want to ask you a question. Do you know why I surrendered? After you defeated Sect Master Choyu, many demonic cultivators surrendered, but after all, I'm at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage. I'm the only one at this level who surrendered. Do you know why I surrendered? Speak. Lin Chongqing motioned for Ghost Sword to continue. To be honest, he was indeed a little curious. Ghost Sword was indeed the only Supreme Elder at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage who had surrendered. Generally, those who surrendered from various places were at the 4th or 5th level of the Golden Core stage. Some late-stage Golden Core demonic cultivators had all run away. Because these late-stage Golden Core cultivators were at the core of the demonic path, they knew that surrendering would also mean death, so they quickly ran away. Therefore, it was indeed strange that Ghost Sword didn't run away after learning of Chiyoyu's death and immediately surrendered. The reason I surrendered is simple. I want to seek the Tao. Seek the Tao? That's right, seek the Tao. Ghost Sword nodded as if with some emotion. Escaping would only allow me to live a few more decades, not to mention the risk of being hunted down by you. Since that's the case, I'll just surrender and fulfill my dream of seeking the Tao. Ghost Sword says he wants to seek the Tao by surrendering. You are a little puzzled. What Tao does this demonic cultivator want to seek? Then, his next remarks enlighten you. The death of Sect Master Choyu is actually an opportunity for me. The Heavenly Demon Sect's supreme secret scripture, the Heavenly Demon Holy Scripture, is the most core cultivation method of the Heavenly Demon Sect, but only those at the Sect Master level can comprehend it. My greatest dream in life is to comprehend the Heavenly Demon Scripture. But unfortunately, I'm not the Sect Master. Ghost Sword said here, with regret on his face, as if regretting not being able to comprehend the Heavenly Demon Scripture, but then, he suddenly laughed strangely. But you killed Sect Master Choyu. The Heavenly Demon Sect and even the entire Azure Province demonic path have been destroyed by you, so hasn't my opportunity come? You've destroyed the Heavenly Demon Sect, so the rule that only those at the Sect Master level can comprehend the secret scriptures of the Heavenly Demon Sect is just a piece of waste paper to you, sir. Sir, I want to see the Heavenly Demon Holy Scripture. My last wish before I die is to see this supreme scripture of my Heavenly Demon Sect, so I didn't escape. If I hear the Tao in the morning, I can die in the evening, so I'll use the rest of my life to exchange for a chance to see the Heavenly Demon Holy Scripture. I'll tell you the secrets of the Stonehouse, and you'll allow me to see the Heavenly Demon Scripture. After I see it, you can immediately kill me. The black, gaunt old man looked at Lin Chongqing and said word by word, with a kind of longing on his face. This longing surpassed life and death and was a kind of longing and obsession for the Tao he sought. Hearing Ghost Sword say this, you are stunned. You didn't expect that this person surrendered to see the Heavenly Demon Scripture. You are quite touched. Although this Ghost Sword is a demonic cultivator, his heart for seeking the Tao still touches you a bit. Then, you agree to him. It's nothing for this person to take a look at the Heavenly Demon Scripture. Anyway, you've already taken down the Heavenly Demon Sect. After this person finishes watching, you immediately attack and send him to his death. Hearing you agree, Ghost Sword is overjoyed and then begins to talk about the Stonehouse. Sir, the Stonehouse does hide a great secret. It can be said to be the most core place of my Heavenly Demon Sect. The entire Heavenly Demon Sect, or rather the entire Azure Province demonic path, only Choyu Sect Master has entered it. Ghost Sword said, even a Supreme Elder like me is not qualified to enter the Stonehouse under that door. Many people are curious about what the Stonehouse under that door hides and why Choyu Sect Master valued it so much, but without exception, all those who wanted to pry into the secrets of the Stonehouse were killed by Choyu Sect Master, and I was fortunate enough to accidentally obtain some secrets about the Stonehouse. Speaking of this, Taoist Ghost Sword had a look of emotion on his face, as if it was extremely difficult for him to obtain this secret, as if he had experienced some life and death things. There was also a look of horror on his face, as if the secret hidden in the Stonehouse made him feel extremely terrible. When I first learned about the secret of the Stonehouse, I was extremely shocked and incredulous, Ghost Sword said. It was one night 10 years ago, on the eve of the war between the righteous and demonic paths, I accidentally overheard a conversation between the Autumn Moon Sect leader and someone. That person was wearing a black robe, and I couldn't see their face clearly. From their conversation, I actually learned that the fundamental reason for Autumn Moon's sect leader to launch the war between the righteous and demonic paths was not to unify Qingzhou under the demonic path, nor for the eternal prosperity of the heavenly demon sect, but for the Stonehouse. What? Autumn Moon launched the war between the righteous and demonic paths for the Stonehouse? Hearing Ghost Sword Taoist's words, you feel a sense of earth-shattering shock. You are greatly surprised. Autumn Moon launched the war between the righteous and demonic paths because of the Stonehouse. It does sound a bit unbelievable. Indeed, it was for the Stonehouse. What I overheard that day was indeed like that. Ghost Sword Taoist nodded solemnly. The first time I heard this news, I also found it incredible. Everyone thought that Autumn Moon's sect leader launched the demonic path war to unify Qingzhou and make the demonic path prosper, but unexpectedly, the reason for Autumn Moon's sect leader to launch the war was actually for the Stonehouse. Moreover, that day I also heard Autumn Moon's sect leader and that black-robed person say that the Stonehouse is a kind of formation, and launching the Qingzhou war is to collect resentment to nourish the Stonehouse formation. I once heard the black-robed person say that the bloodlines of us Qingzhou people are somewhat special, so we must launch a full 50 years of war in Qingzhou, constantly letting us Qingzhou people die, thereby accumulating resentment. After 50 years of absorbing resentment, that Stonehouse formation will be complete. Of course, these 50 years must ensure that Qingzhou continues to have people dying, and there must be a large number of Qingzhou people dying tragically every day, so that resentment can accumulate little by little. Autumn Moon's sect leader launched the demonic path war to make Qingzhou people die every day to accumulate resentment and nourish that Stonehouse formation. Hearing this, your eyes narrowed. Your guess that day was correct. When you overlooked from the sky that day, you discovered that the arrangement of the Stonehouse and stone pillars resembled a kind of formation. Now, listening to Ghost Sword Taoist's words, this Stonehouse is indeed a kind of formation, and a vicious one. A formation nourished by the resentment of the tragic deaths of billions of living beings in Qingzhou. Your heart cannot conceal its anger. Autumn Moon completely disregards human lives. How many people will die in 50 years of war? How many families will be broken and separated, the elderly dying tragically, and infants crying? And the root of all this is actually Autumn Moon wanting to collect resentment to refine a formation. In the midst of anger, you suddenly have a ridiculous feeling: human lives are like weeds. Lord, speaking of which, let me ask you a question. It took you less than a few days to defeat Autumn Moon and our demonic path, right? Ghost Sword Taoist suddenly asked you this. You don't know why he asked this, and nodded. Ghost Sword Taoist said with some emotion, actually, there were already signs that Autumn Moon launched the war not to unify Qingzhou under the demonic path. It only took you a few days to defeat Autumn Moon and crush the Qingzhou demonic path, but before you appeared, Autumn Moon was also the best in Qingzhou. If she really wanted to end the war, as long as she spent 2 days defeating the Sword Palace Elder, who else in the righteous path could stop her? Hearing this, you feel that it is indeed the case. If it weren't for you, Autumn Moon's strength would indeed be the best. If she really wanted to unify Qingzhou, although she couldn't do it as quickly as you, she could have done it in a few years. But in the previous life simulation of 30 years, Autumn Moon did not unify Qingzhou. At the same time, this also indirectly confirms Ghost Sword Taoist's previous remarks. The Stonehouse is indeed a formation, and an extremely vicious formation that needs to be filled with human lives, and it uses the lives of Qingzhou people. At this point, you have many doubts. You thought of Ghost Sword Taoist's words just now, that the bloodlines of Qingzhou people are special. You thought of a scene you saw in the City of the Dead, a race with human bodies and snake tails burying a huge head under Qingzhou from the distant depths of the universe, as well as the vast desert of Qingzhou and the city of Chaogada. What exactly is special about Qingzhou? Where is the Qingzhou people's bloodline special? And who did Autumn Moon conspire with? Who is that black-robed person? You have too many doubts. Then, you began to inquire about Ghost Sword Taoist again. What does Autumn Moon want to do by nourishing the Stonehouse formation with resentment? Is it to nurture some kind of creature, or to refine some magic weapon? Faced with these questions, Ghost Sword Taoist shook his head. Ghost Sword Taoist tells you that he also doesn't know. He really doesn't know. He didn't hold back and said all the secrets he knew. He also said that if you don't believe him, he can release his divine soul and let you search his memories. Lord, the secret of the Stonehouse is almost only known to the Autumn Moon sect leader. It's already amazing that I know the Stonehouse is a kind of formation, and that the Stonehouse is the reason why Autumn Moon launched the war between the righteous and demonic paths. You believe Ghost Sword Taoist's words, but to prevent any accidents, you still searched his soul. Sure enough, just like he said, Ghost Sword had just said everything he knew about the Stonehouse. 10 minutes later, you walked out of the dungeon. You put Ghost Sword Taoist into the storage bag. You had promised this person before to let this person take a look at the core scriptures of the Heavenly Demon sect before he died. Walking out of the dungeon, looking at the sky outside, you feel somewhat emotional. This trip to the Holy Fire sect has been very rewarding. From Ghost Sword Taoist, you learned that the Stonehouse is a kind of formation and understood the reason for Autumn Moon's launch of the war. But at the same time, you have many unsolved doubts, such as what is the purpose of Autumn Moon collecting resentment to refine the Stonehouse formation, who is that black-robed person, and where are they now? Did they run away after seeing Autumn Moon being killed by you? You suddenly feel that you have to go back to the Stonehouse again and study it carefully. At the same time, as you think this, the news that the Holy Fire sect was completely wiped out by you spread throughout Qingzhou. All the righteous sects were terrified, and those righteous sects rushing to take over the demonic path's territory quickly spat it out. After all, no one wanted to be the next sect to be destroyed by you. At this moment, these righteous sects understood a truth: Lin Changqing is a hero for killing the demonic path and saving Qingzhou, but not the kind of benevolent hero in the traditional sense. Lin Changqing will kill people, and in an extermination style. 5 minutes later, you prepare to set off to the Heavenly Demon sect's Stonehouse to take a look and study it carefully. As you are flying, you receive a jade slip message. It is from the Sword Palace Elder. He informs you of the reactions of the various righteous sects in Qingzhou to your destruction of the Holy Fire sect. Seeing this news, you sneer endlessly. This is the effect you wanted. You used iron-blooded methods to exterminate the Holy Fire sect, just to make all the righteous sects in Qingzhou understand a truth, that is, Qingzhou is not the Qingzhou it used to be. Qingzhou is ruled by Lin Changqing, and the order is also determined by him. The era of a certain righteous sect controlling cultivation resources like before will never return. Thinking this way, you decide to do one thing before leaving Holy Fire County, and that is to start creating your order. An order that belongs to you, an order with a measure of good and evil, and a space for everyone to rise. You decide to start creating the Samsara Palace, starting from Holy Fire County. You will first recruit the cultivators of Huayang Valley. As the first force of the Samsara Palace, let them become your subordinates in Holy Fire County. You feel that the character of Huang Linger and her daughter, the leaders of the Huayang Valley cultivators, is not bad. In the past 10 years of the war between good and evil, they protected the people, stepped forward, and fought bloody battles with the demonic path. You decide to choose Huang Linger and her daughter to be your first subordinates and become your spokespersons in Holy Fire County. The Holy Fire sect has been completely destroyed by you, and a vacuum has appeared in the power of Holy Fire County. For whatever reason, you must find a force to fill it. Thinking this way, you fly towards Huayang Valley. At this moment, the cultivators up and down Huayang Valley have also learned the news that the Holy Fire sect has been completely destroyed by you. Each of them is in disbelief, excitement. They can't believe that the former largest county of the Holy Fire sect was completely destroyed by you in just a few minutes. They once again felt the power of you, this great figure. On the other hand, they were also excited. The Holy Fire sect, which had just called them lowly cultivators and wanted to completely destroy these lowly cultivators, had retribution and was destroyed by you, this great figure, on their behalf. They felt very relieved. They felt that the Holy Fire sect deserved it. During the war between good and evil, they did not contribute their efforts, and they wanted to seize the fruits of victory after the war. They did not expect that God has eyes and let you, this great figure, destroy the Holy Fire sect. That azure-clad Lord has really relieved our anger. The Holy Fire sect deserved to be destroyed by that Lord. They didn't contribute during the war, and they snatched territory everywhere after the victory. This kind of tumor deserves to be destroyed. Yes, the Holy Fire sect deserved it, and it's the first time I've seen such a great figure who would consider us grassroots people. That azure-clad senior actually destroyed the Holy Fire sect for us grassroots cultivators. In Huayang Valley, a group of cultivators gathered around Huang Linger and excitedly discussed the destruction of the Holy Fire sect. Some cultivators even lamented that such a great figure like Lin Changqing was rare in the world. In the past, the great figures these cultivators had seen, some of the high-level officials in Qingzhou, were all protecting each other and monopolizing cultivation resources. Which one of them regarded the bottom as human beings? These cultivators sighed one after another that you were the first to stand up for the bottom people. By the way, miss, also quickly tell the old city lord the news that the Holy Fire sect has been destroyed, so that the old city lord can also be happy. A cultivator suddenly realized that his group was only happy, but the old city lord who was healing his wounds did not know such news, so he quickly said to Huang Linger. Huang Linger patted her head. After hearing the news that the Holy Fire sect had been destroyed, she was only happy for herself. Her father, City Lord Huang, was seriously injured by the Holy Fire sect and was recuperating in the mansion. Huang Linger felt that she should indeed tell her father the news and make him happy. 5 minutes later, Huang Linger entered the City Lord's mansion. After seeing her father recuperating in bed, Huang Linger told him about what happened when Lin Changqing came to Holy Fire County and the ins and outs of the destruction of the Holy Fire sect. When he heard his daughter say that Saint Yunzi was very arrogant and wanted to destroy all their cultivators, City Lord Huang had anger and sadness on his face. When he heard his daughter say that Senior Changqing suddenly descended and killed Saint Yunzi, City Lord Huang excitedly patted his injured thigh. Finally, when he heard his daughter say that Lin Changqing directly destroyed the entire Holy Fire sect, City Lord Huang directly ignored his injured thigh and jumped up with excitement. He felt so relieved, especially since he had been very aggrieved in his heart before. In the 10-year war between good and evil, he had been on the front line for 10 years. During these 10 years, he was fighting bloody battles on all fronts. What about the Holy Fire sect? They were enjoying themselves in the rear. After the victory, this Holy Fire sect shamelessly led the team to attack him. I thought that our Huayang Valley cultivators were going to be destroyed by the Holy Fire sect. I didn't expect that Senior would save us and even destroy the Holy Fire sect. It's really impermanent in life. This Holy Fire sect can be considered to have received retribution. That Senior is really our great benefactor, City Lord Huang sighed. Huang Linger nodded. Indeed, if it weren't for the arrival of that Senior, our Huayang Valley cultivators would indeed have been destroyed by the Holy Fire sect. That Senior is indeed the great benefactor of us cultivators. He not only saved the entire Qingzhou, but also saved our Huayang Valley. Speaking of this, Huang Linger seemed to be immersed in some kind of emotion. She looked at City Lord Huang and said, "Father, remember when I was a child, you told me that a person's pursuit of power is not for pure strength, but to protect something. You said that our righteous cultivators have the power to protect the people and protect the morality in our hearts. Otherwise, if a person is just pursuing power, then there is no difference from a beast. I did what you said, and I have been walking around, fighting for justice, and slaying demons. But I don't understand more and more. I have experienced too much along the way. People who do good deeds are not rewarded, and people who do bad things enjoy blessings instead. Especially in the 10 years of the war between good and evil. During the war between good and evil, our Huayang Valley cultivators worked hard to protect the people and fought bloody battles with the demonic path in front. The Holy Fire sect enjoyed blessings in the rear. In principle, during these 10 years, our Huayang Valley cultivators protected the people and fought bloody battles with the demonic path should have received good results, and the Holy Fire sect, which colluded with the demonic path, should have received bad results. But half an hour ago, I suddenly felt that maybe what you taught me was wrong. After all, at that time, we cultivators who did good deeds were about to be completely destroyed by the Holy Fire sect, and the Holy Fire sect, which did bad things, was about to get all the benefits of the demonic path's surrender. Father, do you know? Half an hour ago, I was really desperate, not only the despair that we Huayang Road cultivators were about to be completely destroyed, but also the despair that my past life creed was wrong. But fortunately, that senior came, and the arrival of that senior made me understand that the heavens really have eyes, and the holy fire sect, which did many unrighteous things, must be beaten to death. Evil people have evil rewards, and finally the entire sect was destroyed, and we Huayang Valley cultivators survived. Huang Linger's tone was filled with some emotion. Hearing his daughter's words, City Lord Huang first nodded, then shook his head. Daughter, I agree with what you said earlier, we do have the power to protect, but your last sentence is wrong. The destruction of the holy fire sect is not because the heavens have eyes, but because that senior has eyes. What I taught you before was indeed wrong. There is no God 3 feet above your head. This world is turbid. Good deeds are not necessarily rewarded, but that senior is different. His existence is like a ruler. The demonic path was defeated by him for doing evil, and the holy fire sect was completely destroyed by him for doing evil. So you shouldn't thank the heavens for having eyes, but you should thank the existence of that senior. There is no God 3 feet above your head. But Qingzhou looks up 3 feet to the sky and has senior Changqing. The heavens have no eyes, but the existence of senior Changqing has become the eye that measures good and evil. Indeed, I agree with one thing you father and daughter said, and that is that this world is turbid, and there are no gods 3 feet above our heads. However, I do not agree with what you said after that. Huang Linger and City Lord Huan were talking inside the house when a voice came from outside the door, and a blue-robed cultivator walked in. He carried a blood on his back and had a complex temperament of tranquility and detachment, but also with a hint of slaughter. This blue-robed cultivator was Lin Chongqing. You spent 10 minutes rushing to Huayang Valley and arrived at the city lord's mansion, just in time to hear the conversation between Huang Linger and her father. Listening to their conversation, you feel that these two people are indeed of good character. Your arrival shocked and excited Huang Linger and her father. They never expected that you would grace the city lord's mansion with your presence. City Lord Huang dragged his heavily injured body down, wanting to perform a grand ceremony to thank you for saving their Huayang Valley. Huang Linger also excitedly bowed to you. You waved your hand to signal them not to be too polite, and then continued to discuss the topic you just mentioned when you entered the door. There is one thing you said that I do not agree with, Lin Chongqing said, looking at Huang Linger and her father. Human power is limited. I cannot measure the good and evil of the entire Qingzhou by myself, so your last sentence was too flattering to me. Senior, what are you talking about? Huang Linger retorted. In her heart, Lin Chongqing was the most admired person. Lin Chongqing first led the righteous path to defeat the demonic path and saved Qingzhou in an incredible way, and then rushed to rescue them when their Huayang Valley loose cultivators were about to be destroyed. Therefore, in Huang Linger's heart, Lin Chongqing was an invincible figure. Even if Lin Chongqing himself denied himself, she was unwilling. She said, besides you, who else can measure the good and evil of Qingzhou? Who else is more qualified than you? You defeated the demonic path. This is a matter of benefiting hundreds of millions of living beings in Qingzhou. City Lord Huan also added from the side, that's right, senior. We said that you are the eye of Qingzhou, and the god 3 feet above Qingzhou's sky is definitely not flattery. You deserve this title. If you hadn't defeated the demonic path, how could there be hundreds of millions of living beings in Qingzhou today? These two people's praise made Lin Chongqing shake his head and laugh inwardly. He didn't expect that he would also gain two fangirls, who had even more confidence in him than he had in himself. Lin Chongqing shook his head and replied, there are injustices and unfair things happening every moment to hundreds of millions of living beings in the entire Qingzhou. I am not omniscient and omnipotent. How can I replace the gods 3 feet above to replace the eyes of the heavens and measure the good and evil of the entire Qingzhou? Think about it carefully. Take your attack by the Holy Fire Sect as an example. I came in time to save you and destroy the Holy Fire Sect. The reason why I was able to arrive in time is because the Holy Fire Sect is the largest force in the Holy Fire County. Every move it makes can attract the attention of the entire Qingzhou. When it does evil, I can immediately know and solve them. But what about further down? For example, a village landlord oppressing the people? Can I detect it? Your words made these two people fall into deep thought, and you also took the opportunity to state your purpose. So I alone cannot measure the good and evil of the entire Qingzhou. I alone do not have such great ability, but a group of people can. Lin Changqing looked at these two people very seriously. Senior, what do you mean? What do I mean? In front of Huang Linger and her father, Lin Changqing slowly stretched out his hand. At this moment, he had a feeling of lightly grasping the entire fate of Qingzhou in his hand. My meaning is very simple. I want to create the Hall of Reincarnation, to gather a group of like-minded people to measure the good and evil of the entire Qingzhou. Today, I came here to invite you two to be the Hall Masters of my Hall of Reincarnation's Holy Fire County branch. You two will replace me in monitoring the situation of the entire Holy Fire County. The cultivation resources left by the demonic path in the entire Holy Fire County and the resources occupied by the Holy Kingdom sect will belong to the Hall of Reincarnation branch collectively. In the future, a fair selection mechanism will also be established in the Holy Fire County, based on individual talent for distribution, rather than relying on blood relations or relationships. Our Hall of Reincarnation will also establish law enforcement teams. Law enforcement teams of at least 3 people will be established in every city, and even every village. We must make them afraid to do evil in front of our Hall of Reincarnation, from the great Jindan cultivators to the village's local bullies. You two said that there are no gods 3 feet above your heads, and the heavens are blind. Then, after I establish the Hall of Reincarnation, I will be the gods above these 3 feet, the eyes of the heavens, to fight for a great world where everyone is like a dragon for all living beings. Are you willing to join me in this great undertaking? Your words left Huang Linger and her father speechless for a long time. They were all shocked. They were attracted by the magnificent blueprint you described, a great world where everyone is like a dragon. According to what you said, the Hall of Reincarnation will monitor the good and evil of the entire Qingzhou in the future. Of course, what shocked them even more was what you said about the cultivation resources of Holy Fire County being distributed based on individual talent in the future, instead of relying on family background and blood relations. This sentence especially shocked Huang Linger and her father. For a long time, even the righteous sects could not avoid selfishness and mutual monopoly of resources. Some heroes who usually acted chivalrously could not avoid it either. Even City Lord Huang himself can be considered a generation of heroes, but he also has selfish motives. He will definitely give good cultivation resources to his daughter first, but now what you said directly makes City Lord Huang feel ashamed. What great courage and what great mind this is! Lord Changqing, my father and daughter are willing to join the Hall of Reincarnation and serve the Hall Master. These two people were very excited. They were attracted by the blueprint you described and expressed their willingness to participate in the Hall of Reincarnation. It is not to serve me, but for the prosperous age where everyone is like a dragon. Remember, you too must remember your original intentions when you joined the Hall of Reincarnation today, Lin Changqing replied. Yes, Lord. After successfully recruiting these two people into the Hall of Reincarnation, you chatted with them for a while and then bid farewell. You want to return to the Heavenly Demon Sect, after all, you still have to study the Stonehouse. Flying into the sky, you are very satisfied with this trip to Holy Fire County, and you have started the first step in establishing order. Holy Fire County is just the beginning. You also want to establish branches of the Hall of Reincarnation in various major counties of Qingzhou. Finally, when you become stronger step by step, Qingzhou is just a beginning. The entire Wu Kingdom, then the entire Day Cultivation world, and finally the 3,000 Great Worlds, the Demon Realm, the Underworld Realm, the Kunlun Realm, and even the entire Immortal Realm, the entire myriad realms will be within the sphere of influence of your Hall of Reincarnation. You want to monitor the heavens. You want to replace the will of the heavens with your will. In addition, you also thought of a fun thing. The great Wu Emperor Qin Wushan wants to unify the 7 kingdoms. It seems that if you want to include the 7 kingdoms in the scope of the Hall of Reincarnation in the future, you must first meet this emperor. Flying all the way and thinking, it took you about 2 hours to return to the Heavenly Demon Sect. You briefly told the old man of the Sword Palace about the situation in Holy Fire County, and then walked directly into the depths of the Black Palace, entering the passage inside the door, preparing to go to the Stonehouse. But I didn't expect that just after walking into the passage. At this moment, a sky full of black smoke suddenly filled the passage, engulfing Lin Changqing. What's the situation? Could it be a backup plan left by Qiu Yue? The black mist in the passage, of unknown origin, seemed to carry the aura of hell and the underworld. It surged within the passage, with wisps of black mist leaping about. They seemed to be alive, gathering little by little in the passage, and then surrounding Lin Changqing. What is this? A contingency left by Qiu Yu? Lin Changqing's eyes showed vigilance as he cautiously observed the black mist surging towards him. He remembered that the last time he entered this passage, there was no black mist at all. He didn't expect that unexpected situations would occur the second time he entered. Shie. The black mist became more and more dense, filling the entire passage, as if he had arrived in a world of black mist. Inevitably, Lin Changqing's body came into contact with a wisp of black mist. The moment they touched, with a chi sound, black smoke rose directly from Lin Changqing's body surface, and a large piece of flesh and blood was directly corroded by the black mist. Lin Changqing was surprised. He was a cultivator at the 9th level of the Golden Core stage, and coupled with his body forging of 10 bones and the 5 elements elemental body, very few things could harm his body. But he didn't expect that as soon as he came into contact with this black mist, a large piece of skin on his body surface would be corroded. Not good. I must think of a way to resist this black mist. Looking at the black mist frantically surging from all around, Lin Changqing felt a very dangerous feeling in his heart. Just a wisp had corroded the skin on his body surface. If his whole body was wrapped in black mist, what would happen? You entered the black passage, intending to enter the stone house. But unexpectedly, you encountered a sudden situation halfway. Black mist, of unknown origin, surged into the passage leading to the stone house. This black mist has astonishing destructive power. Just a wisp can corrode flesh and blood on the body surface. You frantically circulate the spiritual energy in your body, trying to resist the black mist, but it's useless. This black mist seems to have penetrating properties. The spiritual energy shield you condensed outside your body surface can't stop the black mist at all. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of the skin on your body surface has come into contact with the black mist. A large amount of your flesh and blood is damaged, and some bones are exposed. You seem to have no way to resist the erosion of this black mist. You try to return from the passage, but you can't find the way back. The black mist has completely filled the passage. You seem to have arrived in a world of black mist, with only endless black mist before your eyes. Another 5 minutes pass, and 2/3 more of your flesh and blood is eroded by the black mist. You feel a large amount of your vitality draining away, but you are helpless. You can't figure out where this black mist comes from, and why it possesses such amazing power. You try to use spiritual energy to resist, but it's useless. This black mist seems to be a higher level of power. Is this really a contingency left by Qiu Yu? Inside the black passage, Lin Changqing was silent. At this moment, a large portion of his body's flesh and blood had been corroded, and the left half of his body had completely become a skeleton. He never expected that he would encounter such a dangerous situation in the passage, this sudden black mist, catching him completely off guard. Is this the reason for the unease I felt that day? You think to yourself. You seem unable to escape the erosion of the black mist. It seems that you are about to die from the black mist's erosion. You can't help but think of the inexplicable unease you felt after killing Qiu Yu that day. Is the source of this unease the black mist that permeates the passage at this moment? You don't want to die like this. You want to try every possible way to resist the black mist, but it seems that nothing works. 5 or 6 minutes pass, and more flesh and blood on your body is eroded by the black mist. On the right half of your body, the part below the shoulders has also been eroded into a skeleton. Another 5 minutes pass, and the situation improves. The World Tree Fragment's spiritual power in your dantian takes effect. When your vitality is about to be extinguished, and the flesh and blood on your body surface is constantly eroded by the black mist, the World Tree Fragment in your dantian begins to surge with a continuous stream of cyan power to replenish your body. In the blink of an eye, the flesh and blood that was eroded by the black mist regrows under the replenishment of the World Tree spiritual power. At the critical moment, the World Tree fragment saved you. It's a good thing there's a World Tree, you think to yourself. In addition, you also discovered the wonderful use of the World Tree. In addition to replenishing your vitality, the World Tree fragment's spiritual power seems to be able to resist the black mist. Previously, your own spiritual energy shield couldn't stop the erosion of the black mist at all, but now the body surface spiritual energy shield formed by mobilizing the World Tree fragment's spiritual power can completely block the black mist. At this moment, inside the black passage, the sky was filled with black mist, like a black world of death. Within it, a point of cyan light shone, and in the cyan light lived a person. This cyan light was the spiritual energy shield condensed by Lin Chongqing by mobilizing the World Tree fragment's spiritual power. The black mist tried to erode the cyan spiritual energy shield formed by the World Tree fragment, but it was useless. The cyan spiritual energy was like the nemesis of the black mist. The black mist couldn't break through the cyan shield formed by the World Tree fragment's spiritual power at all. You breathe a sigh of relief. With the existence of the World Tree fragment, it seems that you are naturally safe. The black mist can't do anything to the World Tree fragment. Safe and sound, you begin to think about what the black mist is. You almost died at the hands of the black mist. Previously, you guessed it was Choyu's contingency, but you don't think so. After all, if this was Choyu's contingency, it should have been there the first time you entered the passage. It wouldn't have waited until your second time to appear. What exactly is it? Lin Chongqing pondered. Another half an hour passes, and you still haven't figured out the source of the black mist. On the other hand, it seems that seeing that it can't do anything to the cyan shield formed by the World Tree fragment's spiritual power, the black mist suddenly changes. You actually see pairs of scarlet eyes appearing within the black mist. Roar! A monstrous wolf howl erupts. The black mist actually condenses into black blood wolves, and they roar and attack you. These blood wolves, each carrying incredible power, you actually feel the power of the nascent soul level on them, and even the existence of transformation gods. You are shocked. What exactly is this black mist? The condensed blood wolves are all nascent soul transformation gods. Roar! These nascent soul transformation god-level blood wolves break through the World Tree fragment's spiritual power shield outside your body at an extremely fast speed. There's no way, after all, these blood wolves are all nascent soul transformation gods, and the power gap between you and them is too great. After the shield is broken, the black mist instantly fills your body, and your flesh and blood is swallowed little by little. Those blood wolves stare at you indifferently with their bloody and murderous eyes, quietly watching you being swallowed by the black mist. Am I going to die? 3 minutes later, your whole body has been eroded by the black mist, leaving only a skeleton. All the flesh and blood has been swallowed, leaving only a little consciousness. You feel that you are indeed going to die this time. 1 minute later, your last bit of consciousness is swallowed by the black mist. On the verge of death, you see a figure walking out of the black mist in the distance. The figure that emerged from the black mist was not Choyu, it was a male. You couldn't make out his features, as his entire face was shrouded in black mist, even his clothes were covered by it. Only a glimpse of his sleeve occasionally revealed that he was wearing a yellow dragon robe. With a wave of his hand, this mysterious figure emerging from the black mist engulfed you in the all-encompassing darkness. Your last shred of consciousness was extinguished, and even your skeletal frame was corroded and dissolved by the black mist. Has this simulation ended prematurely like this? You think to yourself, there are still too many secrets you haven't explored, such as what Choyu's stonehouse hides, what the purpose of refining the stonehouse's formation is, and who this figure who emerged from the black mist is. Wearing a dragon robe, could this dragon-robed figure be the person who spoke with Choyu before? You have too many questions. Am I dead? Something doesn't seem right. Inside the cramped room, Lin Chongqing looked at the text on the panel in front of him. He suddenly realized that he might not have died this time. Because if he had died, the panel should have updated the text to indicate the end of this simulation and the settlement of simulation rewards. But this time, the last line of text updated on the panel still showed that he was being eroded by the black object. It did not update the line of text indicating the end of the simulation. That clearly meant that he hadn't died in the simulation. What exactly is going on? Lin Changqing squinted at the panel. He was a little confused. First, he inexplicably encountered black mist in the passage, and then a mysterious figure emerged from the black mist and killed him. He originally thought that the simulation would end prematurely after his death, but now it seemed that this was not the case. Because the panel did not show that the simulation had ended. This clearly indicated that he was still alive in the simulation. You don't seem to be dead. After being completely swallowed by the black mist, you feel that your consciousness is in a chaotic state. Gradually, after an unknown period, you suddenly feel a very warm light outside. You instinctively want to get close to that light. Slowly, you come into contact with that light. The moment you touch it, you have a feeling of warmth. Your consciousness, nourished by this warm light, slowly awakens and gradually regains sensation. Finally, after another unknown period, you feel voices calling out from outside. You instinctively open your eyes, and then you discover you have actually become a wolf. You are very surprised. You are in a cave, a silver-furred wolf cub, seemingly only a month old. You look to your left and see a huge mother wolf, about 3 meters tall, lying there, seemingly your wolf mother. To your right are 2 wolf brothers, the same size as you. What's going on? I've turned into a wolf? Seeing these lines of text updated on the panel, Lin Changqing's eyes widened instantly. After being swallowed by the black mist, not only did he not die, but in the blink of an eye, like a transmigration rebirth, he had become a wolf. He found it incredible. But in an instant, he suddenly had many guesses. Could I be in some kind of illusion, created by that mysterious figure? Then what is his purpose in throwing me into an illusion? Lin Changqing stared intently at the panel. He needed to find some information from the text updated on the panel. Seeing that you have been reborn as a wolf, you are very confused. You don't know why you suddenly changed from the identity of Lin Changqing to a wolf. You cautiously observed the surrounding situation. 3 hours later, you feel hungry. Coincidentally, at this time, the wolf mother leaves the cave to hunt. Soon after, the wolf mother returns from hunting outside the cave, bringing back the corpse of a wild deer. You are very hungry and go up to gnaw on the corpse of the wild deer. When the flesh and blood of the wild deer are eaten into your stomach, you feel a sense of satisfaction. At the same time, after eating these wild deer's flesh and blood, while feeling full, you suddenly realize that a part of your memory as Lin Changqing seems to be gone. A part of my memory in the simulation has disappeared. Seeing this line of text given by the panel, Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes. He suddenly vaguely understood what this illusion was for. At the same time, he had a guess about the identity of that mysterious figure. The next day, it is still the same. When you feel hungry, you crave food. The wolf mother hunts and returns, and when you eat the corpses of those wild beasts, you feel full, and at the same time, you can feel that a part of your memory belonging to Lin Changqing has been lost again. The 3rd day, the 4th day. For 3 consecutive years, you have been gnawing on wild animal carcasses according to the wolf's lifestyle. In 3 years, you have grown from a small wolf to a young wolf about 3 meters tall. You gradually get used to the identity of a wolf, and at the same time, a large part of your memory belonging to Lin Changqing has been lost. In the 4th year, the wolf mother drives you away. You have become adults. You begin to hunt alone. From the 5th year to the 6th year, you fight with wild beasts every day, hunting for yourself. In the 7th year, you are chased by a black giant tiger. As a wolf, you are not a match for the tiger. You are severely injured by his tearing and biting, and you barely escape. Finally, you accidentally fall off a cliff, but unexpectedly. You don't die after falling off the cliff. Instead, you accidentally come to a cave. In this cave, you see a huge demon wolf corpse. This demon wolf is 20 or 30 meters long. There is a black demon core in the corpse, and next to it is a jade slip. The jade slip contains the wolf clan's cultivation technique. You know that you have encountered a lucky encounter. You swallow the black demon core and begin to cultivate according to the technique in the jade slip. After 2 years of cultivation, you become a giant demon wolf 4 meters long. Having completed your cultivation, you return and kill the black giant tiger. You replace the black giant tiger and become the king of beasts in the vicinity. You begin to dominate the area. You become the wolf king of all the wolf packs nearby. Over the next 100 years, your cultivation becomes stronger and stronger, and the wolf packs you rule become wider and wider. You are not only cultivating to the realm of human Jindan, but also becoming a famous demon king in the vicinity. At the same time, in your 100-year demon king career, a large part of your memory belonging to Lin Changqing's period has been lost again. Now only 1/5 remains. Another 300 years pass, and you break through to become a Yuanying. You unify the surrounding tens of thousands of miles of demon beast groups and establish your own demon kingdom. This is a place called Beima. A demon king with Yuanying cultivation is qualified to establish his own demon kingdom. With the initial establishment of the demon kingdom, you have unlimited ambitions. You want to complete an unprecedented great cause, unifying all the demon kingdoms in Beima. At the same time, only 1/20th of your memory belonging to Lin Changqing remains. More and more often, you feel that this is the Sky Wolf Demon King. Another 1,000 years pass, and you break through to become a Huashan. Then, another 2,000 years pass, and you constantly encounter lucky encounters, becoming a Fanshu. Becoming a Fanshu, you begin a life of extreme glory. You unify all the demon kingdoms in Beima, establishing an unprecedentedly powerful demon court. You are revered as the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor. At this moment, less than 1% of your memory belonging to Lin Changqing remains. Sometimes you only remember that you seem to be called Lin Changqing, a human cultivator, when you are alone late at night. More often, you feel that you are not that Jindan cultivator called Lin Changqing, but the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor who dominates the world. A Fanshu great power. Another 3,000 years passed. With the support of cultivation resources from the entire northern desert and the opportunities gained from several secret realms, you cultivated to the 10th level of Void Return. Your reputation as the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor not only resonated throughout the northern desert's demon realm, but the entire Great River cultivation world also began to know of your existence. 10th level of Void Return, a quasi-Dao integration mighty figure. This was a top-tier figure even in the entire Great River cultivation world. At the same time, another 3,000 years of life as the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor caused you to lose all memories of Lin Changqing. You vaguely remembered only the 3 words Lin Changqing, but all other related things were forgotten. Lin Changqing was from Earth in his previous life and a human cultivator in this life. Killing Xiuyu, taking first place in the Central Province competition, you forgot all these memories. At this moment, you were completely immersed in your identity as the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor. Another 300 years passed, and you began to strive for Dao integration. You accidentally learned that the Dragon Immortal secret realm was opening, and it seemed there was an opportunity to achieve Dao integration within. To seize this opportunity, you prepared to refine a supreme-grade Dao artifact of your own. You gathered many rare materials and prepared to forge a blade, which you named the Sky Wolf 7-Kill Blade. The forging started smoothly. Under your refinement, the blade quickly became a low-grade Dao artifact. By the 48th day, it had become a high-grade Dao artifact. With just one more day, you were confident in refining it into a supreme-grade Dao artifact. The 49th day arrived, and the Sky Wolf 7-Kill Blade was about to become a supreme-grade Dao artifact. And it was at this moment, just as you were about to successfully refine the Sky Wolf 7-Kill Blade, that several mysterious figures descended and surrounded you. These mysterious figures, from an unknown origin, ultimately killed you. In the final moment of death, you completely forgot the name Lin Changqing. You fully embraced your identity as the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor. Filled with immense unwillingness and resentment, you yearned for rebirth. You wanted revenge. You, as the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor, were ambushed and killed by mysterious figures, and you wanted to be reborn to avenge yourself and kill them. Please, revive Great Sky Wolf Emperor. Please, revive Great Sky Wolf Emperor. Bearing this unwillingness, you heard countless voices calling for your revival. These voices seemed to come from your former Demon Kingdom subordinates. You opened your eyes and saw a sky filled with black mist spreading before you. You saw a towering black cliff standing before you, and countless blood wolves in the nascent soul and transformation god realms were roaring loudly in front of the black cliff. They were shouting for your revival, seemingly welcoming your return. At the very top of the black cliff, there was a throne with a sky wolf pattern carved on it. You walked step by step towards the top of the black cliff. You had a feeling that as long as you sat on the sky wolf throne at the top of the cliff, you, the sky wolf demon emperor, could be revived. Gradually, you got closer and closer to the sky wolf throne. The wolf subordinates around you became more and more excited, seemingly thrilled by the revival and return of their demon emperor. When you were 3 steps away from the sky wolf throne, you stopped. At this moment, 2 options appeared in your mind. Option A, you are not the sky wolf demon emperor. Do not sit on the throne. Once you sit there, you will no longer be yourself. Option B, you are the sky wolf demon emperor. Sit on the throne. So, it's a body snatching. Looking at the updated text on the panel, Lin Chongqing sneered. He finally understood what was happening. He had heard of a method of body snatching where the body snatcher creates an illusion, allowing the target to experience the body snatcher's life in the illusion. After such an experience, the target's original memories are forgotten, and they slowly believe that they are the body snatcher. After such an illusion, the complete loss of the target's own memory marks the success of the body snatching. Looking at the textual experience on the panel now, the simulated self was clearly being body snatched. He experienced the life of the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor, and his original memories were being erased. So, who was the one trying to body snatch him? It goes without saying, it was the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor. So, the black mist was all you're doing. What a pity that you schemed so meticulously, yet didn't expect that I was simulating. Lin Chongqing sneered. Now it seemed that all of this was the work of that Sky Wolf Demon Emperor, who wanted to seize his body. The problem lay with the Sky Wolf 7-kill blade on his back. The Sky Wolf 7-kill blade was a high-grade Dao artifact refined by the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor before his death. Perhaps a wisp of the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul was hidden within the Sky Wolf 7-kill blade. It was possible that Lin Chongqing had killed too many people with the 7-kill blade during this period, causing the remnant soul of the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor within the Sky Wolf 7-kill blade to revive, and then the attempt to seize his body began. Then, Lin Chongqing unhesitatingly chose option A. If it weren't for the simulation, he might have really fallen for the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's trick. After all, the simulated self at this moment was completely lost. But alas, this was a simulation. He, outside the panel, was not affected by the illusion and could make a clear choice. On the other hand, Lin Chongqing was also very scared. The methods of such void return mighty figures were indeed powerful. Even after dying for millions of years, the revival of a wisp of remnant soul could unknowingly lead him astray. Just imagine, if this were not a simulation, it was very likely that he would have been body snatched by that Sky Wolf Demon Emperor. You chose option A. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor wants to seize my body? Get out of here! Lin Chongqing sneered as he looked at the Sky Wolf throne in front of him. He drew the cyan sword from his waist and slashed directly, smashing the Sky Wolf throne into pieces with a bang. Just as the Sky Wolf throne was smashed to pieces by your sword, everything in the surrounding environment was shattering. It seemed that your shattering of the Sky Wolf throne also marked your breaking of the illusion cast by the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor. You saw the black cliff shattering, you saw the surrounding nascent soul and transformation god blood wolves shattering. There was unwillingness in the eyes of those blood wolves, and unwillingness towards the failure of their demon emperor's revival. In the blink of an eye, the illusory world you were in shattered. Then everything returned to normal. You reappeared in the passage. There was no black mist in the passage, only a blood-colored blade floating in front of you. The Sky Wolf 7-kill blade floated in front of you. Above the blade, there was a phantom wearing an imperial robe. It was an imposing man with the head of a wolf. At this moment, he looked at you with surprise and unwillingness. He seemed surprised that you were able to awaken from the illusion, and he was unwilling to accept his failure to seize your body. How is it possible? How could a mere core formation cultivator resist my illusion? This is impossible. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's face was filled with shock. What kind of person was he? The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor who unified countless demon kingdoms in the northern desert, a void return 10th level mighty figure just one step away from Dao integration. His reputation resonated throughout the entire Great River cultivation world. Even if he was just a wisp of remnant soul, a core formation cultivator should not be able to resist the illusion and body snatching. But now, looking at the cyan figure in front of him, the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor had to admit that his attempt to seize the body had failed. Sky Wolf Demon Emperor, you are truly courting death, daring to seize this seat's body? It seems you are tired of living. Lin Changqing said coldly, and then slashed with his sword, directly targeting the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul. Lin Changqing used the power of the 5 elements True Dragon, and with this sword, he directly condensed 5 azure-scaled, white-whiskered true dragons in midair, roaring and attacking the remnant soul of the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor. With a bang, the 5 azure-scaled, white-whiskered true dragon longswords crashed into the remnant soul of the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor, instantly causing the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul to dim by more than half. How dare you attack me, you junior? The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor was furious. What kind of person was he? He had dominated the world for thousands of years, and even cultivators at the Transformation God stage had to submit to him. Yet, a mere core formation cultivator dared to attack him. Those who dared to attack me are all dead. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor said coldly. What are you bragging about? How much power do you have left in your remnant soul? Just one sword has dimmed your remnant soul's power by half. A few more swords, and I'll directly scatter your soul. Let's see how many swords you can withstand. Lin Changqing sneered. It was true that the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor was a void refinement grandmaster, but he was ultimately just a wisp of remnant soul now. If he really had the ability, he would have already killed him. Moreover, Lin Changqing guessed that launching the illusionary realm to seize his body had probably already consumed most of the Sky Wolf's remnant soul's power. Adding to that the fact that Lin Changqing's sword just now had directly dimmed this remnant soul by more than half. Lin Changqing was 100% sure that this Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul was just bluffing. Those who dared to attack you are all dead? What if I attack you now? As he spoke, Lin Changqing unleashed another sword, which dimmed the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul by another small half. Then, Lin Changqing unleashed one sword after another. Each sword he unleashed constantly consumed the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul's vitality. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul was constantly dimming and weakening at this moment, truly allowing him to experience the painful taste that Lin Changqing had just experienced when he was invaded by the Black Mist. You junior! The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's eyes were bloodshot. He felt extremely humiliated, being continuously attacked by a core formation cultivator. But there was no way around it. Lin Changqing had really guessed correctly. He didn't have much power left. He was just a wisp of remnant soul. Lin Changqing had used the Sky Wolf 7-kill saber to kill many people, which allowed this wisp of remnant soul parasitic within the 7-kill saber to revive. Just now, using the illusionary realm to seize his body had consumed the remnant soul power he had accumulated. Now, he was indeed powerless to fight back. Junior, feel free to humiliate me. You will never know the terror of void refinement. Even if I am just a wisp of remnant soul, you will not be able to completely kill me. But one day, I will recover my power and completely repay you for today's humiliation. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor said coldly. Unable to kill you? Lin Changqing sneered. He directly summoned the True Dragon Supreme Young Fire of Heaven and Earth, grabbed the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul, and then refined it with True Fire. With a sizzling sound, the True Dragon Supreme Young Fire began to refine the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul. If an ordinary person were refined by the True Dragon Supreme Young Fire, it would definitely scream and shout, unable to bear the pain. But the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor seemed unaffected. He said with a cold face, I let you attack. You will never be able to kill me. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor is very confident that you cannot kill her. After another 5 minutes, your true dragonfire seems to be really unable to completely refine the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul. Next, you use the power of the other 4 elements, but they are of no use. I told you, the ability of void refinement is not something you juniors can speculate about. Void refinement has touched the rules of the Great Tao. You cannot kill me, the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor said proudly. Is that so? Lin Changqing sneered, and then he made his move. This time, he did not attack the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul, but aimed at the Sky Wolf's 7-kill saber. Your remnant soul is parasitic within this saber, right? If I shatter this saber, what will happen to your remnant soul? As he spoke, Lin Changqing's entire body's qi and blood surged. His left fist was filled with shocking fist shadows, and unparalleled fist light emerged in the passage, as if it was about to shatter this high-grade Dao artifact with one punch. Seeing Lin Changqing's action, the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor panicked. He shouted, "Junior, wait. Let's talk things over." Oh. Weren't you very arrogant, thinking that you couldn't be killed? Lin Changqing sneered, and then punched the Sky Wolf's 7-kill saber. This punch directly caused cracks to appear on the 7-kill saber, followed by the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's miserable scream. As cracks appeared on the 7-kill saber, the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul seemed to have been struck hard, and dense cracks also appeared. Junior, stop. Let's talk things over. Let's talk things over. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor said anxiously, "Don't touch that saber. Let's talk things over. It was indeed my fault for trying to seize your body just now. Don't touch that saber. Don't be impulsive. I am the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor. I know many supreme scriptures. I know the locations of many secret realms. As long as you don't touch that saber, I will tell you all of them." Hearing this, Lin Changqing laughed. Has the Sky Wolf Emperor, who has dominated the world for a lifetime, finally realized fear? Are you starting to beg me for mercy? The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor was silent for a while, and then said, "There's nothing wrong with being afraid of death. Even the strong are not necessarily afraid of death. Moreover, I am not afraid of death. I am just unwilling. My great revenge for life and death has not yet been avenged. Lin Changqing, don't touch that saber. Let's talk things over. You just experienced my life, you know how glorious my life is. I can give you all the supreme scriptures, secret realms, and opportunities that I know." The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor seems to have softened, and this is exactly your purpose. You don't want to completely kill the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul. You still need him for the time being. You are going to explore the Stonehouse and find out what the Stonehouse formation is. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor is a void refinement grandmaster. This person definitely knows more than you, and perhaps you can get some information about the Stonehouse formation from him. Therefore, from the beginning, you plan to spare the Sky Wolf's remnant soul. Your attack just now was just to knock him down and make him obedient. Okay, I'll spare your life. I'll ask you something later, and you'll say whatever I say. Lin Changqing said coldly. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor replied, "No problem, just don't touch that saber." By the way, what is your level of attainment in formations? Lin Changqing asked again. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor thought for a moment, and then replied, "If you follow the saying of you humans, I am a 6th order formation grandmaster. I am proficient in many ancient formations. You are asking me these questions because you want to learn formations, right? No problem, the Golden Crow 10-kill Great Formation, the Big Dipper 7-star Great Formation, I can teach you all of these formations, as long as you don't touch that saber." The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's answer makes you very satisfied. You nod. With the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul, maybe you can really understand the Stonehouse formation. Then you tell the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor that as long as he listens carefully, you will spare his life. You have reached a deal. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor has lost his arrogant aura and returned to the 7-kill saber. You take the saber and start walking towards the end of the passage. After another 5 minutes, you walk out of the passage and arrive at the stonehouse. You summon the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul from the 7-kill saber and let him take a good look at what the stonehouse formation is. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's remnant soul comes out of the 7-kill saber. When he sees the stonehouse in front of him, his face is full of shock. He seems to be shocked by the stonehouse formation that has been set up. It's actually this kind of ancient formation, the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor murmured. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor seems to really know what that real object formation is. You quickly ask him, and the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor replies. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor told you that the stone houses were dwellings of the Wu tribe during the primordial era. These stone houses possessed a unique characteristic: they could channel the power of heaven and earth. Consequently, a type of formation arose that used stone houses arranged in a specific pattern, known as the Wu tribe formation. Hearing the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's words, you were somewhat surprised, never expecting that the stonehouse formation originated from the Wu tribe. This made you even more curious about what Xiaoyu intended to use this formation for. Next, the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor informed you that there were 3 top-tier formations from ancient times that utilized stonehouse arrangements. This type of stonehouse formation has a significant background. Among the ancient formations, 3 of the most formidable are arranged using stonehouses. The first is called the 8 Desolations Heaven-Devouring Grand Formation, the second is the Profound Yellow Starry Sky Grand Formation, and the third is the 9 Heavens Restriction-Breaking Grand Formation, the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor said. The current stonehouse formation should belong to one of these 3. I'm not entirely certain which one it is specifically, and I need some assistance from you to deduce its exact nature. Hearing the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's reply, you felt that sparing the remnant soul of the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor was indeed the right decision. As expected of a return to Void expert, he immediately recognized the origin of the stonehouse formation. Finally, you asked the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor what specific help he needed. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor instructed you to destroy the stonehouses arranged in the 7th row from the southeast, northwest, and northeast corners. These stone houses were the formation's core points. Destroying them would activate the formation, allowing him to deduce its specific type. You followed his instructions. 5 minutes later, you destroyed the stone houses arranged in the 7th row from the southeast, northwest, and northeast corners. The instant you destroyed those stone houses, the desolate wilderness seemed to undergo a tremendous change. Beams of bloody light suddenly rose from each stone house. Gradually, these beams of bloody light coalesced into the shape of an axe in the sky. It's an axe. It seems to be the restriction-breaking grand formation. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor identified the type of stonehouse formation. Subsequently, you inquired about what the restriction-breaking grand formation was. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor explained that the so-called restriction-breaking grand formation was an extremely domineering formation from ancient times. Once successfully refined, it could break through all restrictions. During ancient times, when some Holy Land sects explored certain secret realms, they favored refining this type of formation to break the secret realm's restrictions. Overall, this formation was extremely difficult to refine. Even when immortals existed in the Great River Cultivation world during ancient times, refining this formation was exceedingly challenging. The Sky Wolf Demon Emperor was surprised that such a restriction-breaking grand formation existed in a remote place like Qing Province. Hearing the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's words, you pondered slightly. According to the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor, the restriction-breaking grand formation's function was to break restrictions. Could it be that Xiaoyu refined the restriction-breaking grand formation to break the restrictions of the City of Death? This was your speculation. After all, the Chauvin City of Death was left behind by Emperor Xian of the Human Emperor. Lineage, containing countless treasures. Spending 50 years refining such a formation to break the City of Death's restrictions made sense. Moreover, Xiaoyu possessed the Xian Bird token. You increasingly felt that this stonehouse formation must be prepared for the City of Death. 30 minutes later, you left the place. Through the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor's words, you understood what the stonehouse formation was. One of your doubts was resolved. Of course, you still had many unresolved questions, such as who the stranger cooperating with Xiaoyu was, and where the Xian bird token and mermaid pearl were. But overall, you breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, you had always suspected that this stonehouse formation was a contingency plan left by Qiuyu. You even suspected that Qiuyu was using this formation to nurture some kind of evil creature. But now, you knew that the stonehouse formation was a restriction-breaking grand formation. Overall, as long as it wasn't nurturing some kind of evil creature, it gave you a great sense of relief. 10 minutes later, you brought Ghost Sword to the core palace of the Heavenly Demon Sect and allowed him to read the Heavenly Demon Sect's scriptures. After this person had studied it for an hour, you killed him. This person laughed loudly, saying before his death, having heard the Tao in the morning, one can die content in the evening. He said that he had studied the Heavenly Demon scriptures and had no regrets even in death. 20 minutes later, you left the Heavenly Demon Sect. You glanced back. This trip to the Heavenly Demon Sect gave you a great sense of relief, greatly alleviating your previous unease. Qiuyu should be dead. The Stonehouse formation is just a restriction-breaking grand formation. This trip to Qing province seems to be coming to a satisfactory conclusion. You thought to yourself. Qiuyu's matter came to an end. You began to shift your focus to the matter of establishing a new order in Qing province. A day later, you summoned all the core formation cultivators of the Righteous Path in Tiandu County and formally announced that you would establish reincarnation halls in every major county in Qing province. Regarding this news, some were happy and some were worried. Some rogue cultivators were very happy because your establishment of the reincarnation hall meant a reshuffling of power, which they naturally welcomed. Of course, those Righteous Path sects were quite dissatisfied, which meant that the resources they controlled would be divided up by the reincarnation hall. But no one dared to say no. After all, you had previously annihilated the Holy Fire sect. At this meeting, you invited the Sword Palace Elder and the Inn Fairy to join the reincarnation hall. You appointed the Sword Palace Elder as the deputy chief of the Qing province main hall and appointed the Inn Fairy as the branch hallmaster of Blackwater County. In this way, the establishment of reincarnation halls throughout Qing province began to be promoted enthusiastically. Some low-level rogue cultivators and cultivators were very happy because who wouldn't want a fair and equitable environment where everyone could climb up? You were very satisfied with the current situation in Qing province. You seemed to be truly witnessing the order you had established about to be implemented in Qing province. But when night fell, you would always think, who was the stranger who spoke with Qiuyu? And where were the Xian bird token and the mermaid pearl? Another day passed. You learned a cultivation technique from the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor called the 7-kill technique, a sacrificial technique that could sacrifice one's lifespan to increase strength. According to the Sky Wolf Demon Emperor, if you sacrificed all of your current life, you could directly increase by 5 minor realms, from the 9th level of core formation to the 4th level of nascent soul. Learning this technique made you increasingly admire the Sky Wolf Demon King as a return to Void expert. He even possessed such a technique to increase strength. In any case, learning this technique was considered a trump card for you. Counting the time, it had been 3 days since you killed Qiuyu. On the evening of the 4th day, you were practicing the 7-kill technique when you suddenly sensed several overwhelming auras descending outside your house. There were actually 4 nascent soul cultivators, all wearing black armor and riding ancient beasts similar to Qilin, their eyes cold and staring at you with overwhelming killing intent. Who were these suddenly appearing black-armored nascent souls? Were they those who cooperated with Qiuyu? Before you could have any more questions, your pupils constricted because you saw someone. Another figure descended outside your house. It was a female figure, none other than Qiuyu. Qiuyu looked at you with murderous intent. Qiuyu wasn't dead after all. Changqing, I will repay the debt of killing my main body 100-fold today. 3 days ago, you killed my main body. You never expected that a wisp of my remnant soul would revive in the myriad wood clones, right? Qiuyu said with hatred. Lin Changqing, you've been very pleased with yourself these past 3 days, haven't you? Do you think you led the righteous path to victory? Do you know who is behind me? Do you know who ordered me to launch the battle to unify the righteous and demonic paths of Qingzhou? You ruined that great figure's plan. You're in big trouble. Qiuyu looked at you with a sneer. The 4 nascent soul martial generals in black armor beside him also stood at the 4 corners outside your house, locking onto your position and aura. Hearing Qiu Yu's words, your pupils shrank. So, Qiu Yu really wasn't dead. Your unease that day was indeed not without reason. Also, who is the person behind Qiu Yu? You looked at those 4 nascent soul martial generals. Bold Lin Changqing, do you know your crime? You dare to ruin the 4th prince's millennium-long plan, and yet you don't quickly kneel down and confess your sins. One of the 4 nascent soul martial generals, a middle-aged bald martial general, spoke indifferently, ordering Lin Changqing to kneel with disdain. Hearing this person's words, you suddenly understood everything. So, the mastermind behind all of this was actually the 4th prince. The great figure behind Qiu Yu is the 4th prince. He ordered Qiu Yu to start the war and collect resentment to refine the Stonehouse formation. The person behind all of this is the 4th prince, Lin Changqing murmured, his eyes gradually filled with coldness. He previously had a good impression of the 4th prince. After all, he didn't suppress him during the Zhangzhou Grand Competition and even gave him a spiritual object. But now, knowing that the mastermind behind the suffering of Qingzhou for 50 years and the demonic paths war was the 4th prince, how could he not be angry? Now that you know it's His Highness the 4th prince, you still won't kneel down and admit your mistake? Qiu Yu sneered. Lin Changqing, you're just a clown, you know? You think that by defeating me, you led the righteous path of Qingzhou to victory? Look at those ridiculous actions you've taken in the past 3 days, even establishing a reincarnation hall in Qingzhou. It's a joke. I'm telling you, Qingzhou is the 4th prince's territory by default. What is the 4th prince's cultivation level? 10th level of the nascent soul stage. You, an ant, dare to establish a reincarnation hall in his territory of Qingzhou and even ruin his grand plan. Just wait for death. After Qiu Yu finished speaking, the middle-aged bald martial general also spoke indifferently. Lin Changqing, His Highness has a heart for talent. Considering that you have a 9-striped golden core, as long as you kneel down and admit your mistake, you can be spared. You only need to plant a slave seal in your divine soul, and in the future, you can become a slave under the 4th prince, and open up territory for the 4th prince, and you can be spared. The middle-aged bald martial general looked at Lin Changqing indifferently and contemptuously, as if this was already a resentencing. The 3 nascent soul martial generals beside him also urged Lin Changqing to quickly kneel down and admit his mistake, and one of them said that letting Lin Changqing become a slave was already a great act of kindness from the 4th prince. Let me kneel down and admit my mistake to become a slave? What mistake have I made? Lin Changqing chuckled. What mistake have you made? Your mistake is that you disobeyed me and ruined my grand plan to unify the 7 kingdoms. A jade slit flew out from the palm of the middle-aged bald martial general, and the jade slit projected a phantom image, which was the image of the 4th prince. He wore a purple and yellow robe, with an aura of swallowing the heavens and destroying the earth, and was incomparably noble. At this moment, he looked at Lin Changqing indifferently. Lin Changqing, do you know that if the Stonehouse formation is successfully refined, my Wu Kingdom will be able to break the restriction of the City of the Dead? At that time, my Wu Kingdom will be able to continuously extract those rare treasures from the City of the Dead, enhance the power of my Wu Kingdom, and unifying the 7 kingdoms will be just around the corner. 3 days ago, you took the liberty of leading the righteous path to defeat the demonic path and stop the war, making it impossible for the Stonehouse formation to collect resentment and refine it. Tell me, are you wrong or not? The 4th prince's projection has arrived. 4th prince, if what you said is true, Qingzhou has been suffering for 50 years for you to collect resentment and refine the Stonehouse formation. How many people will die in these 50 years? Lin Changqing replied. Womanly benevolence. The 4th prince snorted coldly. How can the mere people of one state compare to the great cause of unifying the 7 kingdoms? Unifying the 7 kingdoms, what a great cause is that? On the road to greatness, necessary sacrifices are inevitable. Lin Changqing, I have high hopes for you. Considering that you have a 9-striped golden core, you are a rare talent. Even if you have done such a thing, I immediately sent out nascent soul generals, but I didn't kill you immediately, but gave you a chance to kneel down and admit your mistake. Don't be so womanly, just kneel down and admit your mistake, and in the future, become my slave, and in the future, you will open up territory for me and atone for the mistakes you have committed today. Remember, in the great cause of unification, some necessary sacrifices are inevitable. Let the people of Qingzhou suffer a little, and the glorious cause of unifying the 7 kingdoms in the future can be established. Hearing this, Lin Chongqing laughed loudly. Necessary sacrifices, let the people of Qingzhou suffer a little? What are you? You want others to sacrifice for your great cause, and you still want me to admit my mistake? Even if your father comes, he is not qualified to make me admit my mistake. Let me be a slave? Not bad, you have provided me with a good idea. In the future, the great Wu Emperor Qin Wushang and you will kneel down and serve me as slaves. Lin Chongqing laughed wildly. Bold and arrogant. The 4 nascent soul martial generals beside him all said coldly with anger, because Lin Chongqing's words were too arrogant, not only insulting the 4th prince, but also insulting the current great Wu Emperor. How could they tolerate it? They were about to take action to kill Lin Chongqing, but the 4th prince waved his hand and stopped them. He looked at Lin Chongqing indifferently. I won't be angry if you say such things, just like a giant dragon never cares about ants. I have the strength to make you kneel down and become a slave. Do you have this strength? You, a mere 9th level golden core, dare to let my father become a slave? What a joke! Lin Chongqing, I'm telling you, strength is paramount in this world. You said it wrong. I am not qualified to ask the people of Qingzhou to sacrifice for me, but my fist is big. I am the 10th level of the nascent soul stage. Today your fist is not as big as mine. My 4 martial generals are all at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. It is very easy to kill you, so I let you kneel down and admit your mistake. You have to kneel down and admit your mistake. You have no choice. Those people of Qingzhou also have no choice. They can only die and become the resentment for me to refine the formation. Why? Are you not convinced? I am at the 10th level of the nascent soul stage, and my father is at the void return stage. The words of our father and son are the greatest truth in Qingzhou. What do you have to compare with us? Of course I'm not convinced. You dog thing. Let me kneel down as a slave. Today I'll let you, this dog, kneel down first. Saying that, Lin Chongqing stepped forward indifferently, directly drew out the 7-killing saber behind him, and slashed at the 4th prince's phantom image, and then pressed down with his big hand. The 4th prince's phantom image was forced to kneel down by him. You acted too fast. Obviously, everyone didn't expect that you would be so bold as to directly attack the 4th prince's phantom image. The 4th prince also wanted to fight back, but when he reacted, he found that his phantom image had already been forced to kneel down by you. His face was flushed red. This is a great humiliation. Kill him for me. Yes, 4th prince. Under the 4th prince's order, the 4 nascent soul martial generals began to kill you. You were not afraid at all. If it were you 3 days ago, you would definitely die. After all, 4 nascent soul 6th level besieged and killed you, but unfortunately, you just learned the 7 killing technique yesterday. You decided that sacrificing lifespan can increase your strength. Today, I will kill this dog, the 4th prince's phantom image, and the 4 martial generals beside him. Lin Chongqing. You dare to humiliate the 4th prince so. Today, I will make sure you have no way to ascend to the heavens, nor any gate to descend into the earth. Nowhere to escape. We will surely extract your soul to avenge the shame brought upon the 4th prince. The 4 nascent soul martial generals exuded overwhelming power, surrounding Lin Chongqing with cold killing intent. Xiu Yu, standing to the side, also sneered, Lin Chongqing, let's see how you escape this time. These 4 nascent soul martial generals are at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. Can you, a mere core formation at the 9th level, possibly escape? You even dared to humiliate the 4th prince? You're dead this time, you're dead. How can you withstand the might of the 6th level of the nascent soul stage? A mere 6th level of the nascent soul stage, I'll kill them as easily as killing chickens. Lin Chongqing coldly retorted. Upon hearing this, Xiu Yu and the 4 nascent soul martial generals, including the 4th prince's phantom image, burst into laughter. There was an insurmountable gap between the core formation and nascent soul stages. Even with a 9-pattern golden core, it would be extremely difficult to fight across realms. Moreover, these 4 nascent soul martial generals were all at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, considered relatively powerful even among those in the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. How could Lin Chongqing possibly win? Therefore, upon hearing his words, they all felt that Lin Chongqing was overestimating himself and talking nonsense. Xiaoyu mocked, Lin Chongqing, oh Lin Chongqing, so you're just a madman. I even thought you were someone special, leading the righteous path of Qingzhou to victory. I even thought you were a remarkable figure. You're actually delusional enough to think you can defeat a 6th-level nascent soul cultivator. It seems you truly don't know how to write the word death. How can you compare to the power of these 4 esteemed adults? The middle-aged bald martial general also sneered, Lin Chongqing, you dare to utter such arrogant words, wanting to defeat us with your ant-like existence. I'll even let you use one hand. I can still defeat you easily. Remember, those who don't reach the nascent soul stage are nothing but ants. Facing the mockery from all directions, Lin Chongqing sneered. Then, he suddenly extended his left hand and violently struck his own chest, 7 times in a row, spitting out 7 mouthfuls of blood. Finally, in midair, the 7 mouthfuls of blood coalesced into a blood-colored dragon shadow. Lin Chongqing was using the 7 wounds skill, which was an imitation of the ancestral dragon celestial art. Therefore, what Lin Chongqing condensed at this moment was a blood-colored dragon shadow. When cultivated to its deepest level, the ancestral dragon celestial art could amplify one's battle prowess by 33 times without any side effects. The 7 wounds skill was created by an eccentric genius in ancient times. Although it wasn't as powerful as the ancestral dragon celestial art, as long as one sacrificed their lifespan, they could still exchange it for an amplification of their battle prowess. Now, with the appearance of the blood-colored dragon shadow, Lin Chongqing's aura soared violently. In an instant, he went from the 9th level of the core formation stage to the 10th level, then instantly to the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd levels of the nascent soul stage, stopping at the 5th level. Boom! An overwhelming aura erupted from Lin Chongqing's body. This was the power of the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, and it was the power of a 9-pattern golden core at the 5th level. The 4th prince, Xiaoyu, and the 4 nascent soul martial generals were all stunned. Clearly, they never expected that Lin Chongqing would suddenly transform from a 9th-level core formation cultivator into a 5th-level nascent soul cultivator. Xiaoyu exclaimed in shock, impossible. How could you suddenly rise from the 9th level of the core formation stage to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage? What kind of secret technique is this? Could it be that you were hiding your true cultivation level? At this moment, Xiaoyu was extremely panicked. She never expected that her opponent would suddenly soar from the 9th level of the core formation stage to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Although the 5th level of the nascent soul stage was still not as high as the 4 6th level nascent soul martial generals in terms of cultivation level. The problem was that Lin Chongqing possessed a 9-pattern golden core. What did that mean? Xiaoyu was all too clear. The 4 nascent soul martial generals and the 4th prince were also greatly shocked. They really didn't expect Lin Chongqing to suddenly soar to the 5th level of the nascent soul stage. Baldy, weren't you very arrogant just now, calling me an ant? Let me see who the real ant is. Saying that, Lin Chongqing took a cold step forward, and with a punch, he condensed the power of the primordial 5 elements True Dragon, creating 5 True Dragon Fist shadows in midair that directly blasted towards the middle-aged bald martial general. The middle-aged bald martial general's face turned pale with shock, wanting to resist, but he couldn't stop it. At this moment, Lin Chongqing's cultivation base was at the 5th level of the nascent soul stage, coupled with the blessing of the 9-pattern golden core. Even if the bald martial general was 1 level higher than Lin Chongqing, he couldn't stop it. With a bang, half of the middle-aged bald martial general's body was directly shattered by the True Dragon Fist shadow. Ah! The middle-aged bald martial general screamed miserably. The other 3 nascent soul martial generals wanted to go up and rescue him upon seeing this scene. You still dare to save him? It seems you don't know how to write the word death. Lin Chongqing sneered, striding forward and wielding the Sky Wolf 7-kill saber, he consecutively slashed out 3 more times. Each strike contained the condensed power of unparalleled chi and blood. In the blink of an eye, the other three nascent soul martial generals were also directly killed by Lin Changqing. Seeing this scene, Xiu Yu was completely dumbfounded. The four prestigious nascent soul martial generals were killed by Lin Changqing just like that. The fourth prince also narrowed his pupils, shocked and speechless. Xiu Yu, I could kill you once, and today I can kill you again. So what if you bring nascent souls to besiege me? I said I'd kill nascent souls, and I'll kill nascent souls. Lin Changqing coldly said, stepping on the head of the middle-aged bald martial general and pointing at Xiu Yu with his saber. Xiu Yu swallowed hard. She didn't dare to speak anymore. What kind of person was this? The four sixth-level nascent soul martial generals were actually killed by him within a few moves. Xiu Yu was intimidated into silence by you. You struck down with your saber again, directly killing the bald martial general. Then, you immediately began to head towards Xiu Yu, preparing to kill him. Before his death, Xiu Yu had backbone and did not beg for mercy. He said to you with a curse, Lin Changqing, you are very strong. Today, you killed a 6th-level nascent soul cultivator in a shocking manner, but it's still not enough. The fourth prince is at the 10th level of the nascent soul stage, and the entire Wu kingdom even has transformation god stage princes and marquises. You cannot protect Qingzhou. Today, I will take the first step. I will wait for the day when you and I are buried together. Xiu Yu cursed before his death. Xiu Yu's words did not cause any fluctuations in your heart. You turned your head. The 5 people who had surrounded you just now were all dead, leaving only a phantom image of the fourth prince. After a moment, the fourth prince looked at you and said, Lin Changqing, you do have some ability. A mere 9th-level core formation cultivator was able to kill the 4 6th-level nascent soul martial generals that I sent. I underestimated you. However, this is strength exchanged by sacrificing your lifespan, right? I think you won't live much longer after this battle. The fourth prince sneered. He was knowledgeable and experienced, and had already deduced that Lin Changqing should have used a secret technique to sacrifice his lifespan to increase his strength. Lin Changqing, you still lost this war. You sacrificed your lifespan and did your best to kill 4 6th-level nascent soul martial generals, but I have countless 6th-level nascent soul cultivators under my command, and there are not a few transformation god stage princes and marquises in my great Wu. I still win this game of Qingzhou. You can't stop it. Your efforts today are just as ridiculous as an ant. I'll tell you, I will send 5 more nascent soul cultivators tomorrow to take over Qingzhou again, continuing to plunge Qingzhou into misery and collect resentment for 50 years of continuous war. Do you still have the life to stop it? The fourth prince said coldly and confidently. After hearing this, Lin Changqing shook his head and coldly said, I sacrificed my lifespan, and indeed, I won't live much longer. But you didn't win this game. Fourth prince, we still have debts to settle. After saying these words, you directly slashed out with your saber again, and the fourth prince's phantom image was also destroyed. After cleaving the fourth prince's illusory image with a single strike, Lin Changqing suddenly staggered, collapsing heavily to the ground. The aftereffects of the 7-injury fist were taking their toll. He had sacrificed years of his life in exchange for increased strength. Now, the side effects were hitting him hard. It was visible, the flesh and blood all over Lin Changqing's body were rapidly deteriorating. In the blink of an eye, his hair turned completely white, wrinkles appeared all over his face, and his appearance rapidly aged from a young man to an old man in his 70s or 80s. I'm going to die. Lin Changqing murmured. He lay on the ground, now aged and weak. Even his vision was failing, the sky above him looked gray and blurry. He struggled to open his eyes, and through the dim sky, he seemed to see the distant lights of thousands of homes in Qingzhou. He seemed to see some common people happily cutting meat, celebrating the end of the war these past few days. He seemed to see old man Zhangong and Fairy Nidine busily handling the various affairs of the reincarnation hall. He seemed to see some low-level rogue cultivators looking excited. They were cheering, celebrating the arrival of the new order these past few days. Lin Changqing knew that all of this was about to end. How wonderful these past few days had been. Without the demonic forces attacking, the common people could live in peace. But tomorrow, the fourth prince would send more Nascent Soul generals to continue the war in Qingzhou, bringing misery to the people, causing the elderly to die, and leaving women to weep with their young children in the fields. Thousands of miles would be devoid of the sound of roosters, and bones would be exposed in the wilderness. But he was about to die, powerless to prevent all of this from happening. Fortunately, this is just a simulation. Fortunately, I still have a chance. Lin Changqing was even more aged than before. His skin was shriveled, leaving only bones, and he had lost several teeth. It was hard to imagine that this person was the invincible Lin Changqing who had swept through the demonic forces of Qingzhou just a few days ago. It was hard to imagine that this person was the Lin Changqing who had just displayed great power, killing a 6th-level Nascent Soul Cultivator. He had become extremely weak, his hair gray and sparse. This old man, who was about to reach the end of his life, looked at the distant lights of thousands of homes in Qingzhou. He was thinking about the fourth prince's ridiculous remarks just now. This person, for the sake of unification, would let Qingzhou suffer for 50 years, and even said that these were just necessary sacrifices. A grain of sand of the times falling on the head of an ordinary person is a mountain. Lin Changqing had hated such words in his previous life. Why should you high and mighty people, the top figures in power, sacrifice the common people to achieve your goals? And after succeeding, you still leave behind words like it was just a necessary sacrifice or a necessary twist in turn. Do you know that your casual words about necessary sacrifices cause countless families to be torn apart? Do you know that your saying necessary twist in turn causes countless people to go hungry? Those big figures knew it all along, but they didn't care. Lin Changqing really wanted to spit. What bullshit sacrifice, what bullshit fourth prince, what bullshit Great Wu human emperor still dreaming of unifying the 7 nations. He, Lin Changqing, would use his blade to make them understand. You big figures want to sacrifice others to achieve your great cause. When the blade is pointed at your heads, you'll know the pain. Before dying, you thought of some things, some words. Before, your goal was to become a Nascent Soul Cultivator, defeat Xiuyu, and save Qingzhou. But now it seems that becoming a Nascent Soul Cultivator is not enough. At the very least, you must become a Transformation God Cultivator. It is said that Qin Wushuang is a Void Refinement Cultivator. Perhaps only by reaching the Void Refinement realm can you turn this game around. But is Void Refinement difficult for you? You don't think so. Before, it only took you a day or two to go from Qi refining to the 9th level of Golden Core. Give you a few more simulation opportunities, and you are confident that you can reach Void Refinement. Another 10 minutes passed, and under the side effects of the 7 injury fist, you inevitably died. This simulation is over. Calculating simulation rewards, 9th level of Golden Core. Start the next simulation? Remaining simulation attempts, 3. Inside the small room, a line of text appeared on the panel in front of Lin Changqing. In an instant, a force from the void poured into Lin Changqing's dantian, and he instantly became a 9th level Golden Core Cultivator. Afterwards, Lin Changqing did not hesitate and directly confirmed the next simulation on the panel. Now his goal was very clear, to become a Void Refinement Cultivator. He had 3 more simulation attempts, and his goal for these 3 attempts was to become a Transformation God Cultivator. After becoming a Transformation God Cultivator in 3 simulations, there would be 6 days left before Xiuyu launched the war between the 7 nations. At that time, he would use these 6 days to complete a simulation mission and obtain 5 more simulation attempts. Then, he would use these 5 simulation attempts to become a Void Refinement Cultivator. Finally, when Xiuyu attacked 6 days later, he would directly kill Xiuyu. At that time, when that fourth prince sent someone, the scene would be even more exciting. By then, he would have already become a Void Refinement Cultivator and could directly overthrow the entire Wu Kingdom. 6 days later, I will probably become a Void Refinement Cultivator. If that fourth prince sends someone again, the scene will definitely be very exciting, Lin Changqing sneered. He had already decided to overthrow the Wu dynasty in 6 days, and he would cleave those bullshit fourth princes and human emperor Qin Wushuang with a single strike. These big figures want to sacrifice others, treat others as ants to achieve their great cause. At that time, he, Lin Chanqing, would carry his blade and make them understand the feeling of being killed as ants. Start the simulation. Lin Chanqing turned to the panel and started the third simulation. The purpose of the third simulation was very simple. This time, he went straight to the mountain and Sea's secret realm. He wanted to complete the internal organ refinement there and collect more nascent soul spiritual objects. He would strive to collect nascent soul spiritual objects of all 5 attributes to achieve a perfect nascent soul. Start simulation. Time, Taishu year 330, March 11th. Location, Blackwater Market. You have been reborn with the cultivation of the 9th level of Golden Core from the previous life. Without hesitation, you immediately rushed to Zhongzhou. Zhongzhou is rich in spiritual energy and cultivation resources. Only there can you maximize your cultivation improvement. It took you 2 days to fly to Zhongzhou. As in the previous simulation, after arriving in Zhongzhou, you stayed for 3 months, hid your strength to participate in the Immortal examination, and obtained a ranking of about 20. Next, you chose to become a guest elder under the 17th princess. Taishu year 330 to Taishu year 340. During these 10 years, you followed the 17th princess to secret realms to obtain cultivation resources, and then cultivated. Finally, after 10 years of cultivation, you became a perfect 10th level of Golden Core and collected a wood-attributed nascent soul spiritual object. In fact, you can already start forming your nascent soul now, but you are not satisfied with using only wood attributes. You want to collect nascent soul spiritual objects of all 5 attributes to achieve a perfect nascent soul. Taishu year 340, March 20th, the Heavenly Wolf Secret Realm competition begins. You chose to participate and won first place. This time, you obtained a fire-attributed nascent soul spiritual object and the Heavenly Wolf 7 Fiend Blade. Unlike the last time when you returned to Qingzhou after winning first place, this time you did not and stayed in Zhengzhou. You are waiting for the opening of the Mountain and Sea's secret realm in 5 years. The Mountain and Sea's secret realm has the method you need to consecrate your internal organs, and you have also heard that there are nascent soul spiritual objects of various attributes in the main hall secret realm. Perhaps you can collect all 5 attributes of nascent soul spiritual objects there to complete a perfect nascent soul. From the Taisu calendar year 340 to 345, you have been waiting for the start of the Mountain and Sea's secret realm for these 5 years. Of course, you haven't been idle during these 5 years, and you have also gained something. In terms of cultivation, you have gone further, and your spiritual power has deepened. You feel that you are only 1 step away from forming a nascent soul, and you can step out at any time. On the other hand, during these 5 years, the Great Wu dynasty obtained many precious cultivation resources in the Heavenly Wolf secret realm. The major demon kingdoms in the northern desert were envious, so they clashed with the Wu dynasty, and both sides launched a war. As a retainer of the 17th princess, you naturally have to participate in this war. You performed outstandingly in the war with the northern desert demon kingdoms. In these 5 years, you have killed 3 demon golden core stage cultivators at the 10th level, more than 20 true core stage cultivators, and hundreds of false core stage cultivators, making you famous in the northern desert and the central province. By killing demons, you have accumulated a large number of meritorious service points. The Great Wu dynasty uses a military merit system, and killing demons will accumulate some points, with which you can exchange for precious cultivation resources in the Great Wu dynasty's treasure vault. With these points, you exchanged for a metal-attributed nascent soul spiritual object. In this way, you already have wood, fire, and metal attributes among the 5 attributes of nascent soul spiritual objects. You only lack the water and earth attributes to form a perfect nascent soul. On the 17th day of February in the Taisu calendar year 345, you finally waited for the opening of the Mountain and Sea's secret realm. The 17th princess informed you that the main hall secret realm will open in 3 days. The main hall secret realm is the same as the Qingzhou branch hall secret realm, and it is also divided into inner and outer layers. The outer layer has Tao artifacts and spiritual medicines distributed. Of course, the most important opportunity in the outer layer is your destination for this trip, the 5 Elements Divine Hall. The method of refining the internal organs is in this place. The so-called 5 elements divine hall corresponds to the human body: heart, liver, lungs, kidneys, and spleen, the 5 internal organs. The so-called refining the internal organs is to refine these 5 parts of the human body. Legend has it that when cultivated to great perfection, the corresponding 5 places of the human body will contain 5 kinds of gods. This is why the mountain and sea sect is called the 5 elements divine hall. As for the inner secret realm, needless to say, the 13th princess obtained the phoenix egg in the inner secret realm back then. The inner secret realm has all kinds of incredible ancient treasures, and there are also various attributes of nascent soul spiritual objects. It is said that the 5 attributes of nascent soul spiritual objects obtained by the 4th prince and the 13th princess for their perfect nascent souls were all obtained in the inner secret realm. You only have the water and earth attributes left, and the inner secret realm has the 2 kinds of nascent soul spiritual objects you need. This mountain and sea sect secret realm, I am bound to get it. First, I must obtain the method of sacrificing the internal organs in the outer 5 elements divine hall to strengthen the body again. Second, I must obtain 2 kinds of nascent soul spiritual objects in the inner secret realm to complete the perfect nascent soul. Late at night, in a mansion, Lin Changqing sat on a futon in the house. If he makes good use of this trip to the mountain and sea sect headquarters secret realm, he can directly form a perfect nascent soul. 3 days passed, and the mountain and sea sect's main hall secret realm officially began. Before heading to the main hall secret realm, the 17th princess summoned you and some of her retainers to give some instructions. Everyone, this is the token for recording points, please bring it with you. In the 17th princess's mansion, a beautiful woman wearing a bright yellow robe sat in the main seat. This person is the 17th princess. Sitting below her are all the retainers of the 17th princess. At first glance, there are more than a dozen people. Of course, the most eye-catching is the person sitting in the first seat on the left hand of the 17th princess. This person is dressed in green clothes and seems to be the core of this group of retainers. This is Lin Changqing. Since he won the first place in the last competition, his position in the 17th princess's mansion is naturally needless to say. Especially in the past 5 years, Lin Changqing has killed demons and made a name for himself in the northern desert and the central province. Everyone knows that the 17th princess's #1 retainer is Lin Changqing. Some people even vaguely speculate that perhaps Lin Changqing will be conferred a title in the future. With a chi sound, the 17th princess took out jade tokens carved from white jade from her storage bag. This is the points token. The points tokens distributed by the 17th princess are actually a test of the princes and princesses by the Great Wu Emperor. The retainers under the princes and princesses are required to bring points tokens. Each retainer will have corresponding records of killing monsters or seizing spiritual treasures in the secret realm. Finally, when the secret realm ends, it will be calculated which prince or princess's retainers have accumulated the most points. Throughout the generations, the retainers under the 4th prince and the 13th princess have always obtained the most points. You took the points token given to you by the 17th princess, and the other retainers also took it. Finally, the 17th princess explained the purpose of this trip. In this mountain and sea sect main hall secret realm points competition, aim for the top 5 and strive for the top 3. She naturally doesn't dare to think about the top 2, which will definitely be divided by the 4th prince and the 13th princess. In fact, the 17th princess didn't dare to think about the top 5 before, but since you got the first place in the last competition and shone brightly, your existence has greatly increased the 17th princess's strength, so her goal for herself this time is the top 5. Please rest assured, Your Highness, we will definitely obtain more points for the princess in the secret realm and strive for 3rd place. The retainers of the 17th princess took the points tokens and said respectfully. Of course, Lin Changqing didn't speak. He took the jade token and pondered about things on his own. Seeing Lin Changqing's disrespectful attitude, the 17th princess was not angry. Because the current situation is that she is trying to curry favor with Lin Changqing. After Lin Changqing won the first place in the last competition, there were not a few princes and princesses who wanted to invite Lin Changqing to become their retainer. Anyone with discerning eyes can see Lin Changqing's future potential. Half an hour later, you and the 17th princess set off towards the main hall secret realm. Soon, you arrived at a huge mountain north of the imperial capital. That is the entrance to the mountain in C-Sect's secret realm. At this moment, many princes and princesses have already arrived. For this secret realm trip, among the princes, except for the 4th prince and the 13th princess who will not enter the mountain in C-Sect main hall secret realm, the remaining princes and princesses and their retainers will enter together. The 4th prince and the 13th princess are already at the 10th level of the Nascent soul stage, and entering the main hall secret realm is no longer meaningful. But even if these two people don't enter, everyone knows that with the retainers under their command, they can already win the 1st and 2nd place in points. The rest are just accompanying them. 5 minutes later, the main hall secret realm opened, and a crack appeared in the sky. Everyone entered the main hall secret realm through the crack. The secret realm is randomly transmitted. After you entered the crack, your eyes went dark at first. When you woke up again, you found yourself in a desolate mountain range. You knew that you had arrived at the outer secret realm of the main hall. Without hesitation, you began to fly towards the mountains to the north. This is the direction of the 5 elements divine hall. This is the benefit of relying on the Great Wu dynasty. If outsiders enter the outer secret realm at the beginning, they will definitely not know where the 5 elements divine hall is, but throughout the generations, the Great Wu dynasty has almost figured out the location of the 5 elements divine hall. Before you entered the secret realm, the 17th princess had already told you the secret of the 5 elements divine hall. An hour later, you arrived at the 5 elements divine hall. Before you stood a magnificent black palace. The 5 elements palace was crafted from black crystal jade. In front of the palace were 2 colossal ancient god statues, one engulfed in flames, with 2 enormous fire snakes coiled around its arms, and the other surrounded by water dragons, wielding a massive sea god token. Legend has it that these 2 statues represent the ancestral witch gods, Dongdong and Zhurong. The reason the 5 elements divine hall has these 2 ancestral witch god statues at its entrance is because the mountain and C-Sect's method of refining internal organs originated from the witch ancestors, making it the most authentic body refinement technique. The mountain and C-Sect was a dominant sect in the ancient era, so it's not surprising that they possess an authentic witch clan body refinement technique. You arrived in front of the 5 elements divine hall. By this time, the area in front of the 5 elements divine hall was already teeming with people. Various princes, princesses, and retainers had already arrived, as the 5 elements divine hall held the most significant opportunity in the outer layer of the secret realm, so everyone came here first. After all, the 5 elements divine hall holds the authentic body refinement methods of the witch clan. Of course, there's another reason everyone comes here: it's easy to earn points in the 5 elements divine hall. The 5 elements divine hall is divided into 5 trials. Clearing all 5 grants access to the complete witch clan method for refining internal organs. Each trial contains a large number of demon beasts, and participants must enter these trials and battle them. For example, the first trial, the heart trial, is associated with the element of fire. Thus, the first trial features a large number of fire attribute demon beasts, such as fire dragons, fire worms, and fire snakes. Killing these demon beasts earns a substantial number of points, so many princesses and princes bring their retainers to tackle the trials for the sake of points. You waited for a while on the western side of the 5 elements divine hall. The 5 elements divine hall hadn't officially opened yet, it would open in about an hour. After a while, several figures descended in the distance. It was the 17th princess and several of her retainers. Changqing, you arrived early, the 17th princess greeted you. Then, she and her retainers came to your side, and you nodded in response. Another half-hour passed. With only a short time before the official opening, more and more people arrived at the 5 elements divine hall. Almost all the princes and princesses had arrived. At this moment, a massive white jade stele suddenly descended from the sky in front of the 5 elements divine hall, with names engraved on it, about 100 in total. This stele was the 5 elements divine hall's record stele, recording the geniuses who had challenged the 5 elements divine hall throughout history. Only the top 100 were qualified to have their names inscribed on this stele. On the white jade stele, the first 2 names were none other than the 4th prince and the 13th princess. Did you see that? That's the record stele. Anyone who enters the 5 Elements Divine Hall and passes the trials, as long as they are a genius, can be recorded on the white jade stele. The names currently appearing on this stele are all geniuses among geniuses, only the top 100 are qualified to be listed, someone said, pointing at the white jade stele. As expected of the 4th prince and the 13th princess, these two are indeed incredibly strong, ranking 1st and 2nd respectively, an old Taoist priest exclaimed. He was a retainer of a certain prince, and at this moment, he had a feeling that being born in the same era as the 4th prince and the 13th princess was a tragedy. These two were geniuses among geniuses, suppressing their peers and overwhelmingly surpassing their contemporaries. Competing with these two for the throne was simply impossible. Legend has it that the 4th prince and the 13th princess both completely cleared all 5 trials back then, while the others on the stele only managed to reach the 4th trial at most. These two highnesses are truly leading by a wide margin, they are truly geniuses among geniuses, another person praised. As soon as these words fell, someone sang a different tune. This person was a retainer of the 32nd prince. Among the strengths of the various princes and princesses, the 32nd prince was considered to be in the top 3, so the 32nd prince himself and his retainers had always been unconvinced by the 4th prince and the 13th princess. This retainer spoke in a sarcastic tone, so what if they cleared the 5th trial? They still didn't obtain the complete witch clan refinement method, did they? Legend has it that the 5 Elements Divine Hall has a hidden 6th trial. Only by clearing the 6th trial can one obtain the complete witch clan method for refining internal organs. I heard that the 4th prince and the 13th princess both failed the 6th trial back then. They both failed, so what's there to brag about? As soon as these words were spoken, the retainers of the 4th prince retorted, "Who is this?" "So it's the dog of the 32nd prince. Your master can't even clear the 4th trial, yet you dare to mock the 4th prince and the 13th princess?" Soon, these few people started arguing, but more people were paying attention to the white jade stele. Many people lamented that if even the 4th prince and the 13th princess couldn't clear the complete 6th trial, who else could clear the 6th trial and obtain the complete witch clan refinement method? I wonder if anyone among us this time has the possibility of clearing the 6th trial and obtaining the complete witch clan method for refining internal organs. Stop dreaming. The 5 Elements Divine Hall trials test combat power and potential within the same realm. If the 4th prince and the 13th princess couldn't clear the 6th trial and obtain the complete witch clan method for refining internal organs, I dare say that in the entire Wu Kingdom, no, in the entire 7 kingdoms, or even the 300 vassal states of the eastern region of the Great River Cultivation world, there isn't a single young genius who can clear it. Several people discussed this way. In fact, what they said was true. The 4th prince and the 13th princess were geniuses among geniuses in the eastern region of the Great River Cultivation world. No one could compare to these two. However, at this moment, someone said, "Hey, do you think Lin Chongqing, the 17th princess's retainer, can clear the 6th trial?" He was the champion of the last grand competition, and he has been famous in Central Continent for the past 5 years. Legend has it that he also has a 9-pattern golden core, the same talent as the 4th prince and the 13th princess. So what if he has a 9-pattern golden core? Does having a 9-pattern golden core mean he can compare to the 4th prince and the 13th princess? Do you see the names on that stele? The 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th names are also 9-pattern golden cores, but they can't even clear the 4th trial. The 4th prince and the 13th princess cleared the 5th trial. I'm telling you, there's a difference even among 9-pattern golden cores. At best, this Lin Chongqing will only be able to clear the 4th trial this time, someone retorted. Just because you have a 9-pattern golden core doesn't mean your combat power is the same. There are many elements that influence a person's combat power, such as your techniques, your magical treasures, and your divine abilities. The 4th prince and the 13th princess have had continuous fortuitous encounters. Their divine abilities and techniques are all top-notch. Even if they are both 9-pattern golden cores, they are still inferior to them. People were discussing the white jade stele, and some people mentioned your name, but you didn't care too much. Your goal this time was to clear the 6th trial and obtain the method of refining internal organs. There is indeed a difference even among 9-pattern golden cores. But it's not that you are different from the 4th prince and the 13th princess, but that they are different from you. You are confident. You have the Kunping heavenly art, one of the 10 great heavenly arts. You have self-created divine abilities. You are confident that you are definitely not inferior to these two. Another half hour passed, and the 5 Elements Divine Hall officially opened, and you began to enter it. The first trial of the 5 Elements trial is the Fire Attribute Heart Trial. You entered the trial, and you felt like you had arrived in a vast mountain range of flames. Then, thousands of wolves filled with flames appeared before you, all with Foundation Establishment Cultivation. You spent 5 minutes killing these fire wolves, and then a line of scripture appeared in front of you, and a new force surged in your heart. This power, my internal organs are changing. Lin Chongqing looked inward at the heart within his body. He had just killed those fire attribute wolves, and a force from the void surged into his heart. At this moment, his heart could be seen suddenly surrounded by flames. After a moment, these flames merged into his heart. In an instant, Lin Chongqing felt a warm sensation. His heart was beating more powerfully than before, stronger than before, and his strength had also improved. This is the beginning of refining the internal organs. The 5 Elements Divine Palace is indeed extraordinary. Killing these demonic beasts can actually grant the power to refine the internal organs. That power surging from the void when I killed those firewolves should be helping me refine my heart. Lin Chongqing quietly sensed it for a while. It was clear that his heart had been developed. The refining of his heart allowed his strength to improve. He was very satisfied. He knew that he was already at the perfect golden core stage, and to improve his strength, he had to break through to the nascent soul stage. If he didn't break through, any improvement in strength would be extremely difficult. Now, being able to increase his strength without breaking through was already very rare. Lin Chongqing was very satisfied with this reward. And this scripture, Lin Chongqing looked at the scripture that appeared before him. It was a line of words written in fire runes, which was also a reward for killing those fire wolf demonic beasts. This should be a fragment of scripture about how to refine the heart. This scripture elaborated on some of the great Tao of heaven and earth, mentioning that the heart is a divine treasure of the human body, belonging to fire in the 5 elements, and that the body's qi and blood circulate and nourish the spirit within the heart. Reading this scripture, Lin Chongqing felt more and more mysterious. He circulated the power of his heart according to this scripture. In an instant, he felt the qi and blood erupt from his heart. In an instant, fire runes appeared on the surface of his body near his heart. By activating these runes, he could summon the power of the fire element between heaven and earth. As expected of the Witch Clan's body refinement scripture, it's truly profound. It's a pity it's only a fragment, Lin Chongqing shook his head. This scripture was too mysterious, actually allowing him to mobilize the fire element of heaven and earth with just the power of his heart. But at the same time, he could feel that this scripture was incomplete. He had a feeling that if he could obtain the complete scripture, his heart might give birth to an ancient god of the fire attribute. At that time, he would be the supreme ruler of the fire element between heaven and earth. You stayed in place quietly comprehending the scriptures for a while, then continued to move forward. Now you are becoming more and more expectant of the 5 Elements Divine Palace. Every time you kill a wave of monsters, you will receive incomplete scripture rewards and internal organ power rewards. You feel that if you pass all the 5 Elements Divine Palace, then your strength will be improved to an unimaginable level. After walking forward for 10 minutes, you encountered another group of fire apes. These fire apes were each 10 feet tall, and their strength was stronger than the firewolves just now. Each of them had the cultivation of the 10th level of Foundation Establishment. You spent about half an hour killing these fire apes, and you got another fragment of scripture. Of course, a large amount of power poured into your heart again. Your heart has been refined again, and you feel that your current progress in refining your heart has reached 1/20th. Half an hour later, you encountered a group of fire snakes near a fiery red lake. These fire snakes were all at the first level of core formation, which was stronger than the firewolves and fire apes just now. This time, you fought a bloody battle and spent a total of 1 hour to kill these fire snakes. You got another scripture reward, and at the same time, a large amount of power poured into your heart again. At this moment, your progress in forging your heart has reached 1/10. In this way, you went all the way forward and encountered various monsters, fire crocodiles, fire foxes. You spent a total of 2 hours killing these monsters and finally passed the first level. After passing the first level, the progress of your internal organs has reached 99%. Your heart is surrounded by flames, and you can even feel that an ancient god seems to be gestating inside. It's only a little bit away from completely refining the heart. However, if I want to completely refine the heart successfully, I estimate that I can only pass the 6th level. Lin Changqing thought. According to his speculation, if the first 5 levels of the 5 elements divine palace are all cleared, the heart, liver, kidneys, these 5 places will all be refined to 99%. Only by passing the 6th level can these 5 internal organs be improved to perfection, and that time will be the great perfection of refining the internal organs, which is equivalent to the great perfection of the golden core. The great perfection of the internal organs, by then my combat power will at least increase by 2 times. Lin Changqing clenched his hands, then walked forward. He was going to continue to break through the level. He is looking forward to his great perfection in refining his internal organs. The second level is the liver divine pass, and the liver belongs to wood in the 5 elements. When you come to the first level, you feel like you have come to a vast and boundless forest. When you look forward, there are towering trees everywhere, and these trees are all alive, and they are all tree people. These tree people all have the cultivation of the first level of Jindan. As soon as you come in, these tree people start roaring and killing you. Roar! One by one, huge tree men 10 meters high began to kill Lin Changqing. Here comes the good stuff. Lin Changping stepped on his left foot, and he directly used the heart scriptures he learned from the first level. He mobilized his heart's energy and blood, and a series of flame runes began to appear on his body surface. In an instant, Lin Changqing felt that the fire elements between the weather were summoned by him, and he slammed his left fist out, and the flame runes erupted into the sky, and a tree man nearby was immediately killed by him. Not bad. Without using spiritual power, just relying on the power of the heart's flame runes, a punch can actually kill a Jindan tree man. Refining is really extraordinary. Lin Changqing nodded in satisfaction with his performance just now using the power of his heart. You spent 10 minutes killing these tree people and obtained a body training scripture about the liver of the wood attribute. At the same time, a green wood attribute power poured into your liver, and you knew that your liver had begun to be refined. You continued to walk forward. About 3,000 meters to the front of the forest, you encountered a group of red demon flowers. These red demon flowers are wood attributed and fire biased. You killed them and obtained another scripture and the power of the liver. In this way, you went all the way forward, encountering mountain wolves of wood attributes and demon tigers of wood attributes. Finally, you spent 2 hours killing all these demon beasts, and at the same time, you passed the second level. Of course, at this moment, your liver has also been refined to 99%, just like the heart. It is only a little bit away from being fully refined. Next is the third level, the water kidney pass. The kidney belongs to water. As soon as you enter the third level, you feel like you have entered a vast ocean. The first thing you encounter is a group of sea fish at the first level of Jindan attacking you. You spend half an hour killing these sea fish. You got the refining scriptures about the water attribute kidney. At the same time, a black force poured into your kidneys, and you knew that your kidneys had begun to be refined. In the third level, you spend a total of 2 hours to completely clear the third level. In this level, you encountered water-attributed whales and water-attributed squids all the way. In addition, you felt that the difficulty of the third level was much greater than the first and second levels, but fortunately you passed it. After the third level. At this moment, your kidneys have also been refined to 99% of their progress. On another front, now that you've cleared the first 3 levels, 99.9% of those participating in the 5 Elements Divine Temple trial have been eliminated. Historically, half are eliminated in the first level, the heart trial. Those who pass the second level, the liver trial, are already rare talents. And those who pass the third level, the kidney trial, are undoubtedly the most outstanding geniuses, all worthy of being recorded on the white jade stone tablet. In other words, now that you've cleared the third level, the kidney divine trial, your name has already been recorded on the white jade stone tablet. For example, right now, those who were eliminated are coming out and discussing the newly appeared names on the white jade stone tablet. Alas, I was eliminated in the second level again. This 5 elements divine temple trial is truly difficult. But comparing oneself to others is infuriating. Did you see the newly appeared names on the white jade stone tablet? They're the ones who managed to pass the 3rd level this time. I wonder how they did it. A Confucian scholar like Cultivator lamented. He was eliminated in the 2nd level last time, and again this time. The longer one persists in this 5 elements trial, the greater the benefits. On one hand, killing demonic beasts provides the power to nourish the internal organs. On the other hand, the more levels one passes, the more points one earns from killing demonic beasts. But unfortunately, he's been eliminated in the 2nd level every time. How did they pass the 3rd level? A middle-aged man in a fiery red Daoist robe replied to the Confucian scholar, pointing to a name on the white jade stone tablet. Look at that Lin Changqing, he's ranked 87th now, a 9 golden core. Need I say how strong his battle prowess is at the same realm? Also, the 17th princess also passed the 3rd level, ranked 92nd. And the 8th prince's retainer, Sword Yang Daoist, is ranked 97th. These people are geniuses among geniuses. You and I can't compare. They can naturally pass the 3rd level. The Confucian scholar nodded, you're right. Those who can pass the 3rd level are indeed geniuses among geniuses. I wonder if anyone can pass the 4th level this time. Pass the 4th level? Don't dream about it. In my opinion, no one will this time, the middle-aged man in the fiery red Daoist robe replied. There have been many people who passed the 3rd level throughout history. For example, this time there's Lin Changqing, the 17th princess, but only the 4th prince and the 13th princess have passed the 4th level. The difficulty of the 4th level is 100 times greater than the first 2 levels. It's very difficult to pass. Look at the 3rd name on that white jade stone tablet. That person is also a 9 golden core, but he didn't pass the 4th level back then. The red-robed man said, while inwardly marveling at the power of the 4th prince and the 13th princess. Others can't even pass the 4th level, but they both directly reached the 6th level. Although they failed, it still demonstrated an overwhelming difference in level. Of course, while the outside world was discussing, you entered the 4th level. The 4th level is the lung trial. The lungs belong to metal in the 5 elements, and metal governs killing. As you entered the 4th level, you felt as if you were in a sword valley filled with golden swords of slaughter. These golden sword-like then transformed into golden white tigers, and the aura emanating from these white tigers was clearly at the 8th or 9th level of the golden core realm. You finally understood why the 4th level has been so difficult to pass throughout history, and why only the 13th princess and 4th prince could pass the 4th level. At a glance, there are 40 or 50 of these white tigers, and 40 or 50 late-stage golden core cultivators surrounding and attacking one person. How could ordinary cultivators win? Even some weaker 9 golden cores couldn't win. This also explains why only the 4th prince and the 13th princess could pass the 4th level. There's no other reason, the difficulty of the 4th level is too insane. However, you were not afraid. You were confident that you could kill this group of white tigers. You stepped forward to kill them. 20 minutes later, covered in blood, you killed 20 white tigers. After that, you fought for another half an hour and killed another 10 white tigers. At this moment, there were only 20 white tigers left in front of you. At the same time, the 17th princess and Sword Yang Daoist, who were also challenging the 4th level, had already been eliminated. They were eliminated when challenging the 20th white tiger. At this moment, you were the only one left in the entire 5 elements divine temple. Of course, as you killed 30 white tigers, your ranking on the white jade stone tablet outside the 5 elements divine temple soared to 10th. Many people discussed this. Do you think this Lin Changqing can pass the 4th level? He's already in the top 10. He's the only one who's persisted the longest this time. The 17th princess and others have already been eliminated. I don't think so. After all, only the 4th prince and the 13th princess have passed the 4th level. Lin Changqing has reached 10th place. I estimate he's already killed 30 white tigers, but there are still 20 white tigers left. I think he can kill at most 10 more and reach 5th place. While the outside world was discussing you, you spent another half an hour in the 4th level killing 10 white tigers. At this moment, there were only 10 white tigers left. You finally spent another half an hour killing all the remaining white tigers. At this moment, your name on the white jade stone tablet jumped from 10th to 4th. Hasn't the 4th level ended yet? Lin Changqing panted. Killing these 50 white tigers really cost him a lot of energy. At the same time, he felt that the 4th level had not ended, because after he killed all the demonic beasts in the first 3 levels, the next level would appear. But this time, the entrance to the next level did not appear in front of him. You started to walk forward again. After a while, you encountered 5 giants composed entirely of golden swords. These golden sword giants were all at the 10th level of the Golden Core realm. You spent another hour killing these 5 golden sword giants. After killing these giants, your lung refinement reached 99.9%. At the same time, the next level appeared. You knew you had passed the 4th level. At the same time, your ranking on the white jade stone tablet outside rose to 3rd. The outside world was boiling. Because everyone knew you had passed the 4th level. This Lin Changqing is really terrifying. After so many years, he has become the 3rd person after the 4th prince and the 13th princess to actually pass the 4th level. That's right, Lin Changqing is really a genius among geniuses. I think the 17th princess has really found a treasure this time. The crowd began to discuss, some discussing whether you could challenge an unbelievable miracle, which was to pass the 5th level. After all, the 4th prince and the 13th princess both passed the 5th level back then. People discussed whether you could reach the level of the 4th prince and the 13th princess back then. I'm not optimistic that Lin Changqing can pass the 5th level. It's already amazing that he can pass the 4th level, but the 4th prince and the 13th princess are geniuses of a different level, and no one can approach them. Lin Changqing should stop at the 5th level, someone said, expressing pessimism. Amidst the discussions in the outside world, you also began to enter the 5th level. The 5th trial is the spleen trial. The spleen corresponds to earth and the 5 elements. As soon as you enter this trial, you feel like you've arrived in a desolate land, filled with the aura of soil. 10 earth yellow giants appear before you, each radiating the imposing aura of a peaked 10th layer golden core cultivator. You even sense a nascent soul aura from one of the leading giants. As expected of the 5th trial, the difficulty is indeed greater than the 4th. Although these giants are fewer in number than the white tigers, there's a nascent soul existence among them. Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, cautiously watching the front. At this moment, yellow sand swirled wildly, and the earth yellow giants roared as they charged towards him. Each step these earth yellow giants took on the ground was accompanied by a thunderous roar. Although there were only 10 earth yellow giants, Lin Changqing felt more pressure than he did from the white tigers in the 4th trial. You drew the Heavenly Wolf 7-kill saber from behind you and began a bloody battle with these earth yellow giants. For the first 100 moves, these earth yellow giants fought you to a standstill, and you were even slightly at a disadvantage. You weren't too surprised, after all, there was a nascent soul existence among them. But by the 200th move, you fought like a madman, summoning the power of the 5 primordial true dragons, and using your white bone divine power to continuously strike, finally killing the earth yellow giant with the nascent soul aura. After another 100 moves, reaching the 300th move, you were covered in injuries, but at this moment you had killed 3 more earth yellow giants, leaving 6 remaining. It's time to end this. Lin Changqing gasped for breath. He drew the Heavenly Wolf 7-kill saber and unleashed 7 consecutive strikes, each carrying an unparalleled aura, towards the remaining earth yellow giants. With a bang, the saber struck the earth yellow giants, creating a deafening collision. The battle resumed just like that, and after another 200 moves of bloody fighting over half an hour, you finally killed all the earth yellow giants. After killing the earth yellow giants, you thought you would pass the 5th trial, but you suddenly discovered that the 6th trial didn't appear. More importantly, you discovered that the yellow sand was sweeping towards you, enveloping you, and you couldn't resist this power. Instantly, you were buried by the yellow sand and lost consciousness. When you woke up again, you had turned into a small yellow grass, rooted in this desolate land, surrounded by swirling sandstorms. UVE turned into a grass. You were incredibly surprised, and you wondered what was going on with this fifth trial? But after a moment, your doubts were resolved. A grand voice came from the fifth trial, seemingly from the artifact spirit of the temple. After hearing these words, you understood that becoming a blade of grass was the final test of the fifth trial. Since the spleen corresponds to earth and the five elements, and earth represents the earth and the vitality of all things, the fifth trial not only tests a person's combat power. After you killed the earth yellow giants, the fifth trial transformed you into a blade of grass to test your vitality. To pass the fifth trial is simple: you must use the power of vitality to stimulate yourself, transforming from a blade of grass into 1,000 jang tall tree, demonstrating your mastery of the vitality power of the earth element. You secretly sighed. This fifth trial was indeed more difficult than the previous four. Not only were the earth yellow giants strong in battle, but the final test also examined a person's mastery of the earth element's vitality power. An ordinary person really couldn't pass the fifth trial. But this wasn't difficult for you. You had the world tree fragment to stimulate vitality, so the final test of becoming a blade of grass was just a simple matter. You began to use the world tree fragment in your dantian to stimulate the grass's vitality. In the first 10 minutes, you grew from a yellow grass into a 3-meter tall sapling. After another hour, you grew from a 3-meter sapling into a 100-meter tree. Finally, after 5 hours, you continuously stimulated your growth, eventually becoming 1,000 jang tall tree, and the yellow sand stopped before you. As you grew into a 10,000-meter tall tree, you felt a surge of earth attribute power flowing from your spleen, and your liver began to be refined, and after 10 minutes, your liver was refined to 90%. At this moment, your heart, liver, lungs, kidneys, and spleen have all been refined to 99%. Each internal organ is only a little bit away from reaching perfection. Your combat power is now at least twice as strong as when you first entered the Five Elements Divine Temple. A new trial appeared before you. You knew that you had finally passed the fifth trial, and the trial before your eyes was the hidden sixth trial. As long as I pass the sixth trial, I can refine my internal organs to perfection. You entered the sixth trial with anticipation. The fourth prince and 13th princess had both failed this trial, and you wondered what the sixth trial held. As you stepped into the sixth trial, your name on the stone tablet outside remained unchanged, still in third place, but the color recording your name changed from ordinary black to gold. This gold color was the same as that recording the fourth prince and 13th princess. The gold lettering indicated that a person had passed the fifth trial. When the princes, princesses, and retainers outside saw your name turn gold, they were all shocked and incredulous. None of them had expected that you would actually pass the fifth trial, becoming a figure comparable to the fourth prince and 13th princess. Heavens, look quickly. Lin Changqing's name on the stone tablet has turned gold. This means he has passed the fifth trial. That's too strong, isn't it? In the past, several 9 golden cores couldn't pass the fifth trial. Only the fourth prince and 13th princess could pass the fifth trial, and now Lin Changqing can do it too. It's unbelievable. The Confucian scholar exclaimed, pointing at the name on the stone tablet. The middle-aged man next to him was also incredibly shocked and muttered, "Unbelievable, he actually passed the fifth trial. Does this mean that this Lin Changqing can be compared to the fourth prince and 13th princess in the same realm?" The middle-aged man's words immediately caused a huge uproar in the hearts of the princes, princesses, and retainers present. Comparing him to the fourth prince and 13th princess in the same realm, what did that mean? They were all too clear in their hearts. The 17th princess looked at Lin Changqing's name on the stone tablet with rapid breathing. Although Lin Changqing, as her retainer, had already given her countless surprises, today's surprise was still too great. At this moment, the 17th princess suddenly had an idea. That is, if Lin Changqing could be compared to the fourth prince and 13th princess in the same realm, Wouldn't that mean that when Lin Changqing grows up in the future, she would have the capital to compete with the 4th prince and 13th princess? Humph, how dare you speak recklessly? So what if he passed the 5th trial? He's still in 3rd place. The 4th prince and 13th princess are incomparable to others. These words were spoken by some of the retainers under the 4th prince and 13th princess. They were naturally furious when they heard someone comparing Lin Changqing to the 4th prince and 13th princess. In their hearts, the 4th prince and 13th princess were invincible, and they naturally couldn't tolerate anyone comparing them to others. Aren't we all who passed the 5th level? What's there to compare? I think Lin Changqing is indeed comparable to the 4th prince and 13th princess in the same realm. And what you need to do is compete with the lightning eagle in speed. At the end of the sky, there is a golden mountain called Golden Sun Mountain. The black, withered old man pointed to the end of the distant sky. Whoever reaches there first between you and the lightning eagle wins. If you reach Golden Sun Mountain first, you will have passed the first test, the test of speed. Following the direction of the black, withered old man's finger, Lin Changqing looked towards the end of the sky. 10,000 miles away, he could indeed vaguely see a golden mountain. Compete in speed with the lightning eagle. Lin Changqing turned to look at his opponent, the black, 100-meter-tall giant bird. It was entirely black with sharp claws. Its wings, when spread, were several 100 meters long, and there were lightning runes swirling around them. Lin Changqing could feel the presence of this giant bird's flesh and blood life force. It was actually a living lightning eagle. Lightning eagle, Lin Changqing had indeed heard of it. Ranked among the top 100 rare and exotic beasts of the ancient era, known for its speed. It was said that even a newly born, young lightning eagle with only chi refining cultivation would be faster than some foundation establishment cultivators in terms of speed alone. Lin Changqing could feel that the lightning eagle next to him had a cultivation level of approximately the peak of the core formation 10th layer, which meant that this lightning eagle's speed might be comparable to a nascent soul cultivator. If an ordinary core formation cultivator were to compete in speed with this lightning eagle, they might really lose. However, Lin Changqing had the Kuanpeng celestial art, and he was confident that he would not lose this competition. Start the race. With the black, withered old man's command, the lightning eagle spread its hundreds of meters long black giant wings. With a bang, the lightning runes swirling around its giant wings cut through the sky, flying straight towards the distance. In a very short time, the lightning eagle had traveled 10,000 meters with a single flap of its wings. This kind of speed was simply incomparable to ordinary core formation cultivators. Kuanpeng celestial art. As the lightning eagle started, Lin Changqing also outlined the Kuanpeng runes in his dantian. In an instant, black and white chi swirled around him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Changqing transformed into a giant bird with a fish head, carrying a taiji diagram on its back, with mysterious black and white chi swirling around it. This was the true form of the Kuanpeng. Your competition with the lightning eagle has begun. You immediately used the Kuanpeng celestial art, displaying the true form of the Kuanpeng. The Kuanpeng celestial art is indeed one of the 10 great celestial arts. After using the Kuanpeng celestial art, you only needed 3 breaths to catch up with the lightning eagle. Seeing you surpass it, the lightning eagle let out an angry roar, and lightning runes appeared on its body. Its speed suddenly increased by another level. You know that the lightning eagle has begun to burn its essence blood, using its talent to enhance its speed. However, you are not afraid. In an instant, you once again activated the Kuanpeng runes in your dantian. The black and white taiji around your Kuanpeng true form rotated a second time, and your speed increased again. Even if the lightning eagle used its talent to burn its essence blood, it could not compete with you. In this way, after half an hour, you were far ahead all the way. No matter what divine abilities the lightning eagle used to accelerate, it could not catch up with you. A quarter of an hour later, you were the first to reach the Golden Mountain, while the lightning bird had long been left behind. In this competition about speed, you were far ahead, and you even felt that your victory was a bit easy. Not bad, successor, your performance in this speed competition can be described as perfect. I can give you a score of 10. After Lin Changqing reached the Golden Mountain, the black, withered old man arrived and announced Lin Changqing's victory in this speed competition, and informed Lin Changqing that this performance was perfect. Successor, you are the first person I have seen to perfectly pass the speed test. The two successors before you also surpassed the Lightning Eagle in speed, but they were not as fast as you. I can only give them a score of 9. And your performance is a 10, the black, withered old man said again. Hearing this, Lin Changqing's eyes narrowed. Did the 4th prince and the 13th princess also compete with the Lightning Eagle in terms of speed? You were not surprised by the black, withered old man's words. These two people had continuous fortuitous encounters. The 13th princess had a phoenix, so it was possible for her speed to surpass the Lightning Eagle. The 4th prince might also have a movement technique in terms of speed, so he could also surpass the Lightning Eagle. Of course, no matter what, these two people's mastery of speed was definitely not as good as his own. Mastering the Kuan-Peng celestial art, Lin Changqing believed that he was invincible in terms of speed. Next, the second level began. The black, withered old man informed you that the second level was a test of strength, and you also learned that in the strength test, the 13th princess failed, and only the 4th prince succeeded. Successor, next is the second test, the test of strength. Of the two challengers, one male and one female, only one male succeeded. I hope you succeed this time as well. As the black, withered old man spoke, he snapped his fingers again. This time, the scene changed from the sky to a fiery valley. Lin Changqing looked ahead of the valley, where a black giant bull, surrounded by flames, stood. The black giant bull's eyes were full of murderous intent, and its two giant horns were outlined with dense runes. Successor, this is a type of demon beast cultivated by my mountain and sea sect in the ancient era that reached the extreme in terms of strength, the mighty black mountain bull, which is listed alongside the lightning eagle as one of the 100 great demon beasts. It has 100,000 pounds of strength at birth, and can gain 2 million pounds of strength after 3 months. After adulthood, it even possesses the power of one dragon. And this black mountain bull has a core formation 10th layer cultivation, and its own bloodline is outstanding. It is the king of the black mountain bull herd, with the power of 10 dragons. What you need to do is compete with this mighty black mountain bull in strength, using the pure physical strength of your body. Hearing the words of the black, withered old man, you secretly clicked your tongue. You finally know why the 13th princess failed. This black mountain bull actually possesses the power of 10 dragons. What kind of concept is that? The so-called power of one dragon is a standard for measuring physical strength. What a noble creature is a dragon! Being able to reach the power of one dragon in terms of physical body means that you have reached the extreme in terms of physical body, possessing unparalleled power. Like Lin Changqing's physical body forging 10 bones, but before entering the 5 elements divine palace, he only had the power of 2 dragons. Entering the 5 elements. Divine palace, passing through 5 levels, the 5 internal organs of the body were refined, and the strength was increased, reaching the power of 6 dragons, but it was only the power of 6 dragons, and there was still a difference of 4 dragons of power from the Black Mountain Bull. The power of 10 dragons, I am currently lacking the power of 4 dragons, how to fight? How did the 4th prince win? Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes, looking at the Black Mountain Bull that was 3 zhang tall in front of him. He had to admit that if he only relied on his physical body, he was afraid that he really could not defeat this Black Mountain Bull. Could it be that I am going to be defeated? Lin Changqing thought so in his heart, but in an instant, he put this thought in the bottom of his heart. The 4th prince could win, why couldn't he win? He had invincible faith. He could do what others could do. With this kind of faith, you began the strength competition with the mighty Black Mountain Bull. Roar! Kill! In a valley engulfed in flames, a black bull with 2 massive black horns on its head, radiating an aura of slaughter, was locked in a fierce battle with a green-robed cultivator. Behind the cultivator swirled 5 azure-scaled, white-whiskered true dragons. Each earth-shattering roar from the Black Mountain Bull summoned torrential flames, as if the bull controlled the very essence of fire in the world. The green-robed cultivator was equally unyielding. Facing the Black Mountain Bull's fiery onslaught, he clashed with the powerful creature using his fists, while the 5 true dragons repeatedly charged into the fray. With a resounding crash, The great strength Black Mountain Bull thrust its two massive horns skyward, unleashing a torrent of blood energy that instantly sent the green-robed cultivator hurtling back 10 meters. So strong, truly deserving of the strength of 10 dragons. You engaged in battle with the great strength Black Mountain Bull. Upon contact, you immediately sensed the power of the primordial Black Mountain Bull. Truly deserving of the strength of 10 dragons, you found yourself at a disadvantage in terms of raw power. Before you could even exchange 10 blows, the great strength Black Mountain Bull had already sent you flying 10 meters. In terms of strength, you are no match for this bull. Refusing to concede, you once again surged your blood energy and outlined runes on your heart, liver, kidneys, and other internal organs, employing all the power of your physical body. You clashed with the primordial Black Mountain Bull once more. Within 100 moves, you barely managed to hold your own against the Black Mountain Bull. Within 200 moves, you completely fell into a disadvantageous position. You only possess the strength of 6 dragons, while the primordial Black Mountain Bull possesses the strength of 10 dragons. The disparity in power between you is too great. After another 100 moves, you were utterly defenseless. Each roar from the primordial Black Mountain Bull inflicted injuries upon your body. At this moment, you are covered in blood. You sensed danger. Relying solely on physical strength, you are indeed no match for the primordial Black Mountain Bull. If you could utilize spiritual power, if you could employ divine abilities, you believed you could handle it with ease. However, this trial tests physical strength, and you could clearly feel that your spiritual power had been sealed. You could only rely on the strength of your physical body. Kill. I refuse to believe it. If the fourth prince can win, so can I. You once again surged your blood energy and summoned 5 elemental true dragons to clash with the primordial Black Mountain Bull. However, after another 100 moves, you were once again utterly defeated by the Black Mountain Bull, coughing up blood. Could it be that I'm going to lose? Lin Chongqing was unwilling to accept defeat. He had already exerted all his strength and techniques, but he was still defeated. What could he do to win? Should he use the 7 Wounds Fist? Sacrificing lifespan to use the 7 Wounds Fist could increase his cultivation, but that would increase his spiritual power cultivation, with little enhancement to his physical strength. Moreover, using the 7 Wounds Fist would exhaust all his lifespan, essentially ending this simulation prematurely. You racked your brain, trying to figure out how to defeat this primordial Black Mountain Bull. Then, you suddenly realized that you didn't have any good solutions. In the blink of an eye, while you were pondering, the primordial Black Mountain Bull charged towards you again. You hurriedly resisted, but after 10 moves, you were defeated again. This time, the great strength Black Mountain Bull's massive horns pierced directly through your chest and abdomen, and you were covered in blood. Successor, concede. If you continue to fight, you will die. I might as well tell you that the 2 challengers before you, 1 male and 1 female, the female challenger surrendered to save her life. The reason why the male challenger passed this trial was because he possessed a secret technique to amplify his strength. You don't have it. If you want to live, you can only concede, the black-robed, emaciated old man said. I will not concede. Lin Chongqing wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and shook his head firmly. Since the Mountain Sea sect has set up this trial, it means there must be a way to pass it. The young sect masters of previous generations, including the 4th prince, were able to pass it. Why can't he? A strong person must have the heart to be invincible in the same realm. Lin Chongqing once again looked at the Black Mountain Bull with firm eyes. At this moment, he wasn't purely motivated by obtaining the rewards. Now, he wanted to prove that he was no weaker than others. Just like that saying, the great Emperor Void was never weaker than anyone in his life. Only with such a strong heart can one grow into a powerhouse who can dominate an era. If others can do it, so can I. Bearing his injuries, you once again clashed with the Black Mountain Bull. You used your blood energy to outline the runes of your internal organs. You used all your strength. However, the 10-dragon strength of this primordial Black Mountain Bull was too terrifying. After 100 moves, you were defeated again. This time, your back was pierced by the bull's horns, and blood flowed nonstop. Your green robe was directly dyed into a blood-red robe. At this moment, you were extremely weak, and you felt your vitality rapidly draining away. This time, you lost again. You exhausted all your techniques, but you still couldn't withstand the Black Mountain Bull. However, your heart was filled with hope, because in the battle just now, you suddenly discovered a trick, which was that you found that the power of the flame you outlined using the heart rune in the battle with the primordial Black Mountain Bull did more damage to the primordial Black Mountain Bull. Moreover, you found that after hitting the primordial Black Mountain Bull with the heart rune, with each hit, your heart rune would grow a little stronger. Although it was very weak, you could see that the size of your heart rune was now larger than the other 4 internal organ runes. The heart belongs to fire, and this primordial Black Mountain Bull is surrounded by flames. Perhaps the key to this battle lies in outlining the flame rune of the internal organs, the power of the heart, and fighting this bull. Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes. He felt that he had probably found the key to winning. Roar! The primordial Black Mountain Bull charged over again. Lin Changqing did not show any weakness and went up to meet it. This time, he did not use the power of the 5 elements, the power of his physical body, or the other 4 internal organs, but simply the heart rune. You discovered the trick to the power test. You clashed with the Black Mountain Bull again. This time, you only used the power of the heart rune. This time, you were once again utterly defeated and covered in blood. But you didn't care, because the power of your heart rune was now stronger than before, and the primordial Black Mountain Bull on the opposite side was weaker. You were ecstatic. You had indeed found the trick to passing the second power test. You used the World Tree Fragment to repair your injuries, and then instantly clashed with the Black Mountain Bull again. Just like that, again and again. An hour later, you were once again utterly defeated by the primordial Black Mountain Bull, but you laughed wildly at the sky, because your heart rune was much stronger than before, and you had now reached the strength of 7 dragons. At this moment, you finally determined that you would win this trial. After another hour, you were once again covered in blood by the Black Mountain Bull, but at this moment, you reached the strength of 8 dragons. 2 hours later, you were pierced through by the horn of the primordial Black Mountain Bull and sent into the sky. You were almost completely dead, but at this moment, you reached the strength of 9 dragons. 3 hours later, you were covered in blood, your hair was dancing wildly, you were fighting madly, and your hands were continuously slashing at the primordial Black Mountain Bull. Every punch had a world-shattering fist light appearing. Finally, at a certain moment, you completed the outlining of your heart rune, broke through to the strength of 10 dragons, and hacked the primordial Black Mountain Bull to death. At this moment, you were like a god or a demon, bathing in the blood of the primordial Black Mountain Bull. After you killed the primordial Black Mountain Bull, your name on the stone tablet outside went from 3rd place to 2nd place, surpassing the 13th princess, which caused an uproar outside. Your ranking on the white jade stone tablet has surpassed that of the 13th princess, leaping to 2nd place. Everyone who witnessed this scene was shocked and incredulous. For a long time, the 4th prince and the 13th princess have been synonymous with invincibility in the Wu Kingdom. They are unmatched in the same realm, the proud children of heaven, eclipsing everyone of their generation. But now, your name has actually surpassed the 13th princess in the rankings. This means that you are stronger than the 13th princess in the same realm. Naturally, this will inevitably cause overwhelming discussion outside. Heavens, look quickly, am I seeing things? Lin Changqing's name has surpassed the 13th princess's. A Confucian scholar pointed at Lin Changqing's name on the white jade stone tablet, his face full of excitement and shock. Yes, you're not mistaken. Lin Changqing's ranking has surpassed the 13th princess, reaching 2nd place. This probably means that Lin Changqing is stronger than the 13th princess in the same realm. Lin Changqing went further in the 6th level than the 13th princess, a retainer beside him said, taking a deep breath. The 17th princess also stared at the white jade stone tablet with beautiful eyes filled with excitement and shock. She was right about him. This retainer, whom she recruited from the Immortal examination 10 years ago, has given her too many surprises. The other princes and princesses present also looked at the changes in the names on the white jade stone tablet with shocked expressions. Especially some of the princes and princesses, they were thinking in their hearts about how to recruit Lin Changqing at all costs. because the scene now is too astonishing. Lin Changqing's combat power in the same realm has surpassed the 13th princess. Previously, these princes and princesses did not dare to have the idea of contending with the 4th prince and the 13th princess, but now, with Lin Changqing's assistance, it might not be impossible. On the other hand, some retainers under the 4th prince and the 13th princess directly showed complex and silent expressions. In their hearts, their masters, the 4th prince and the 13th princess, have always been invincible and unbeatable. But now, Lin Changqing's appearance has shattered this myth, which inevitably made them somewhat dumbfounded. In particular, some retainers began to look at the 17th princess vigilantly. They were thinking that the emergence of a genius like Lin Changqing might cause variables in the future struggle for the throne of the Wu Kingdom. The future struggle for the throne is likely to change. Lin Changqing is too heaven-defying. Perhaps in the future, it will no longer be a two-way split between the 4th prince and the 13th princess, but the addition of the 17th princess to form a three-way division, a retainer under the 13th princess said worriedly. Lin Changqing surpassed the 13th princess in the same realm, so the 17th princess has the capital to compete for the throne. On the other side, Huo Jiao, who had just asserted that Lin Changqing had only passed the 5th level by chance, had a face full of embarrassment and complexity. He muttered, "Impossible, this is impossible. What I saw is fake. The 13th princess and the 4th prince are invincible, how could anyone be stronger than them in the same realm? I don't believe it, Lin Changqing must have cheated." It can be said that Huo Jiao is the most uncomfortable person at the moment. He is the most unwilling to see Lin Changqing surpass the 13th princess, because he just said that if Lin Changqing surpasses the 13th princess, he would swallow dung. Now, Lin Changqing has really surpassed the 13th princess. Huo Jiao, didn't you just say that if Lin Changqing surpassed the 13th princess, you would swallow dung? Now, swallow it. It was the 17th princess who stood up and shouted coldly at Huo Jiao. Some princes, princesses, and retainers around also gathered to jeer, saying that Huo Jiao should swallow dung. Hearing these words, Huo Jiao's face turned red and then white. What was his status? How could he swallow dung? So he retorted stubbornly, "It's not over yet, Lin Changqing is still second, he hasn't surpassed the 4th prince. It's not too late for me to swallow dung when he surpasses the 4th prince." Hearing Huo Jiao's words, everyone said that Huo Jiao was stubborn and shameless, and didn't keep his word, but there was no way, after all, Huo Jiao's words just now did have loopholes. Now Lin Changqing has indeed surpassed the 13th princess but has not surpassed the 4th prince. You can be stubborn, wait a moment, Lin Changqing will surpass the 4th prince and reach the top. I'll see what you do then. The 17th princess shouted coldly. Ha, stop dreaming, how could Lin Changqing surpass the 4th prince? Huo Jiao laughed loudly. In fact, he has no confidence in his heart now, whether Lin Changqing can surpass the 4th prince, but he must be stubborn to the end now. Then we'll wait and see. The 17th princess snorted coldly and turned to look at the white jade stone tablet, looking forward to Lin Changqing going further in the 6th level and surpassing the 4th prince. The other princes, princesses, and retainers also looked at the white jade stone tablet. They were all watching whether Lin Changqing could create another miracle and surpass the 4th prince. Do you think Lin Changqing can reach the top and surpass the 4th prince later? It's possible, but very weak. After all, the 4th prince once obtained the inheritance of the great son Immortal Venerable and is synonymous with invincibility. It is difficult for Lin Changqing to surpass the 4th prince, but even if he doesn't surpass Lin Changqing is enough to be proud. After all, he has already surpassed the 13th princess. Some people began to point at the white jade stone tablet and talk about it. Just like that, while you were being discussed outside, in the 6th level, you bathed in the blood of the great strength Black Mountain Bull, coldly overlooking the tide of Black Mountain Bull corpses. The leader who had beaten you all over with wounds in the past few hours was finally killed by you. Overall, you have gained a lot from this battle. Not only have you passed the 2nd level of the test, but your strength has also been enhanced again. You have gone from the power of 6 dragons to the power of 10 dragons. You look inside your heart is now densely covered with runes. These runes are all flame runes, and they outline a human figure. The rune human figure is like an ancient flame god living in your heart. You know that this is the complete manifestation of your heart's refinement. The human figure outlined by those flame runes is the God nurtured by your heart. If the God in your heart breaks out of your body, it means that you have embarked on a higher realm than the sacrifice of internal organs, the outer God, equivalent to the spiritual nascent soul. The second level is to be reborn from death. This level is to test a person's use of heart runes. Through the battle with the Black Mountain Bull, the heart runes quickly grow and eventually succeed, Lin Chongqing thought to himself while standing in place. He suddenly felt that if according to what the black, thin old man said just now, the fourth prince used a secret method to increase his strength to pass the second level. If this is the case, Lin Chongqing dares to guarantee that the fourth prince definitely did not get the benefits of refining the internal organs runes like him. Because this level is for the inheritor to use the heart runes to fight the primordial Black Mountain Bull. A life and death fight again and again, slowly making the heart runes grow bit by bit, and finally counter-killing the Black Mountain Bull. If other secret methods to increase strength are used, even if the primordial Black Mountain Bull is killed, the benefits of refining the heart cannot be obtained. As you thought, the black, thin old man's words to you later confirmed your speculation. Successor, congratulations on passing the second trial of strength. This trial tests the use of visceral runes by the successor. Before you, the successor named Fourth Prince used a secret method to amplify his strength to pass this trial, so I gave him a score of 7, just barely passing. But you didn't use any secret methods to amplify your strength to pass this trial. You understood the true meaning of this trial, skillfully used the visceral runes, and finally completed the sacrifice, defeating the great strength Black Mountain Bull. I give you a score of 10. The black-robed, withered old man looked at Lin Chongqing with admiration. This was the most outstanding successor he had seen in so many years. To get a perfect score in both the speed and strength trials, even in the ancient times of the Mountain and Sea sect, there weren't many people who could achieve the same as Lin Chongqing. Afterward, the black-robed, withered old man also told Lin Chongqing that those who use secret methods to amplify their strength, like the fourth prince, would not receive the benefits of the heart sacrifice rune. After listening to the black-robed, withered old man's words, you thought to yourself, as expected, the fourth prince didn't receive the benefits of this trial because he used a secret method to amplify his strength. Then, you asked the black-robed old man what the third trial was. The black-robed, withered old man said, the third trial is the most difficult trial of the witch inheritance. This trial is a trial of illusions. The successor must undergo 100 trials of life's illusions. In these illusions, you will become different people, soldiers, merchants, kings, to experience the myriad aspects of life. The greatest difficulty of this trial is to maintain your original heart in each illusion. I can tell you that the challenger before you withdrew automatically after completing only a small portion of the illusion trials because he was about to lose his original heart. Losing your original heart is almost the same as dying. He almost lost himself in the illusion, mistaking himself for someone else. So, successor, are you sure you want to begin the illusion trial? This trial is very risky. You may lose your true self. The black-robed, withered old man told you about the third trial of illusions. After hearing that the third trial was a trial of illusions, you were overjoyed. Before this, you were worried about whether you could pass the third trial. After all, the first two trials were already so difficult, who knew what level of difficulty the third trial would be? But after hearing the black-robed old man say it was a trial of illusions, you knew this one was in the bag. What are you least afraid of? Illusions. With the simulator, you can maintain your original heart. Last time, when the heavenly wolf demon emperor tried to seize your body in the secret realm, you didn't lose yourself. You are confident that you can pass the third trial of illusions. I decided to begin the third trial, Lin Chongqing said. The black-robed, withered old man nodded, then snapped his fingers. Instantly, Lin Chongqing felt the devouring black light engulf him. After being swallowed by the black light, you felt your consciousness being lost. When you woke up again, you found yourself grown into an infant. The surrounding environment seemed to be a royal palace. A middle-aged woman was holding you, and in front of you was a middle-aged man wearing royal robes, looking at you with doting eyes. You knew the illusion trial had begun. The first scene of the illusion world turned you into the son of a royal family. Your father was the Sifang king of the Dayun dynasty. The Sifang king was the number one king of the Dayun dynasty, the current emperor's younger brother, and had performed outstanding military service. As the son of a royal family, you received much attention from the moment you were born. Even the emperor of the Dayun dynasty personally sent congratulatory gifts to you. Is this life turning me into a king, you thought? You calmly observed everything around you. But slowly, you seemed to be influenced by some force. The memories of Lin Changqing from his previous life slowly faded, and you gradually adapted to your life as the son of a royal family. The power of this illusion is quite strong, influencing me from the very beginning. Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes and observed the text on the panel. The panel began to update line by line, writing about his life as the son of a royal family. At the age of 3, you began to practice martial arts. You showed amazing talent. At the age of 12, you entered the realm of the top masters in the martial world, and were known as the Little Prince. At the age of 18, you went to the battlefield, personally leading the Dayun dynasty's army deep into the desert, killing 100,000 northern barbarian iron cavalry, expanding the territory by thousands of miles, and shaking the world with your might. The Dayun emperor praised you for being the bravest in the 3 armies. Everyone knew your prestige. The Dayun dynasty produced a little prince who was even more outstanding than the Sifang king. At the age of 20, the Sifang king died of illness, and you inherited the title of Sifang king, becoming the new Sifang king. At the age of 25, you married and had children. At the age of 30, you led the Dayun dynasty's army, sweeping across the world, conquering east and west, first pacifying the desert grasslands to the north, then heading west out of Yangguan, sweeping across 3,000 miles. You expanded the territory of the Dayun dynasty to an unimaginable extent. At the age of 28, your prestige surpassed that of your deceased father. The entire army only knew the Sifang king, not the Dayun emperor. Your uncle, the emperor, began to be wary of you, trying to reduce your military power. At the age of 30, you decided to act in advance. You led the army to surround the Dayun dynasty's capital. In April of the following year, you conquered the capital, killed your uncle, and established yourself as emperor. You called yourself the supreme emperor who conquered the world. In the next 10 years, from the grasslands in the north to the oases and deserts in the west, and to the large islands and oceans in the south, you sent out iron cavalry to conquer everything in the world. You accomplished unimaginable feats. However, as you indulged in the great achievements of becoming a supreme emperor, you gradually forgot your original memories. The memories of Lin Changqing as a cultivator were forgotten by you. You seemed to really think that you were that ruthless emperor who killed his uncle and established himself as emperor. Fortunately, I have the simulator, so I can still maintain my original heart. In the narrow room, Lin Changqing calmly looked at the updated text on the panel. Judging from the text, he seemed to have completely indulged in the illusion and lost his original heart. Fortunately, this was the simulator. He was not affected by the illusion. Even if he was lost in the illusion and the simulation, it didn't matter as long as he was not affected outside of the simulation. 10 years passed. You conquered all the land that could be conquered, but at the same time, you began to age. You began to panic. In the year you turned 50, you sent a ship leading a mighty army to find immortal medicine for you. To your disappointment, the ship you sent overseas to find immortal medicine never returned. You waited for 8 years, and even when you turned 58, you still didn't see the ship return. At the same time, you, at the age of 58, became increasingly old. You conquered all the land in the world, but you couldn't conquer time. You inevitably moved towards death and old age. In the year you turned 60, you felt that your lifespan was running out. You became increasingly panicked. You began to become irritable, but you could do nothing. Finally, in the year you turned 62, you ended your life as the Supreme Emperor. Having ended your life as the Supreme Emperor, when you awaken again, you find yourself in a gray, hazy space. Before you stands a completely red stone, emitting a vast sound. The sound is, "Are you Lin Changqing or the Supreme Emperor?" The red stone's voice seems to be questioning your identity. Then you realize that this red stone is the Stone of Inquiries, a trial of illusion. After each life trial, the Stone of Inquiries will appear, questioning whether the inheritor can still adhere to their original heart. For example, right now, the Stone of Inquiries gives you two choices: one is your original identity, Lin Changqing, and the other is your identity in the illusion trial, the Supreme Emperor. If you choose Lin Changqing, it means you still know your true self, which means you have passed. But if you choose the Supreme Emperor, it means you are lost in the identity of the illusion, representing your failure and early exit from this level. The illusion trial of the third level is indeed powerful. Just now, as the Supreme Emperor, you experienced a lifetime, and you unknowingly became immersed in it. But this is a simulator, and the you outside the simulator is not affected by the illusion. Therefore, at this moment, facing the Stone of Inquiry's question, you unhesitatingly choose the identity of Lin Changqing. I am Lin Changqing. Everything just now was merely an illusion. At any time, I am myself. Lin Changqing replied with firm eyes. As soon as his words fell, the red light in front of the Stone of Inquiry suddenly shone brightly. This indicates that Lin Changqing has passed the first life illusion trial. Inheritor, I am very surprised. You are the first person I have seen in so many years who is not affected by the illusion. I observed that you chose your identity without hesitation. You seem to have not been affected by that illusion at all. It was the black, withered old man who appeared and said. He looked at Lin Changqing's face with shock. Over the years, even some people with strong minds would be somewhat confused by the illusion after just completing a life of illusion. Facing the Stone of Inquiry's question, they would not answer so quickly. But he saw that as soon as Lin Changqing came out, he immediately firmly chose his original heart, seemingly not affected by the environment at all. Facing the black, withered old man's inquiry, you didn't explain much, only saying that you could start the second life trial. The black old man nodded after listening. He could only admit in his heart that perhaps you are an unprecedented genius, not only achieving a perfect score of 10 in speed and strength, but also possibly achieving a perfect score in the illusion test. This is unprecedented since the establishment of the Mountain and Sea sect. The second life trial begins. In this life, you become the son of a farmer. You grow up in a poor family. From the ages of 1 to 7, you can't even get enough to eat. At the age of 12, you have become a young boy. As the saying goes, a growing boy can eat anything. Your father in this life can't support you at all, so you are sent to the blacksmith's house in town to learn a craft as an apprentice. In the year you turned 12, you officially became a blacksmith's apprentice in town. Thinking about the last time, as the son of a king, you were still a first-class expert in the martial world at the age of 12, commanding wind and rain. But now you are just a blacksmith's apprentice, barely able to get enough to eat, but every meal is just some white paste, and you can't even eat steamed buns. 3 years passed, and you are 15 years old. You work hard as an apprentice in the blacksmith's house, but your talent is not very good. People who became blacksmith's apprentices at the same time as you perform better than you. You can only be considered average. In the year you turned 16, the master of the blacksmith shop laid you off. You failed the blacksmith's apprentice exam, so you could only go home dejectedly. When your father saw you come home, he sighed and said that since you don't have the talent for blacksmithing, then just suffer and farm with me. So you started working in the fields every day. In the year you turned 17, you had been working in the fields with your father every day for a year. Your skin was tanned black. You found that the life of a farmer was really hard. Even if you worked hard all year round, you still couldn't get enough to eat, because there was also a landlord in the village called Erlisi, who did all kinds of evil. Every year, you had to hand over 10% of your harvest to him, and above that, every year in September, there was also the autumn tax, which had to be handed over to the imperial court. Calculated in this way, even if you worked hard in the fields all year round, you and your father still couldn't get enough to eat. You became increasingly dissatisfied with your current life as a farmer. You wanted to have enough to eat, and you wanted your father to have a comfortable old age, without having to work in the fields under the scorching sun like you at the age of 50 or 60. But looking around, you found that you had no way to change your current life. You looked at the other people in the village, Erguzi's family, and Sanhuzi's family, who were all the same as you. Their fathers also worked hard from a young age to an old age, and were still working hard in the fields at the age of 50 or 60. It seemed that the identity of a farmer had already restricted you for the rest of your life. In the year you turned 18, you ushered in a turning point. This year, there was a great drought in the world. In normal, favorable weather, you worked hard in the fields and still couldn't get enough to eat, let alone in this time of great drought. The sun was scorching hot, and the farmland had no harvest at all. But even so, the village landlord Erlizy still strongly demanded that each of you hand over your harvest to him. One day, on March 20th, Erlizy beat Erguzi's father to death. It is said that Erlizy wanted Erguzi's family to hand over their harvest, but Erguzi's father really couldn't hand it over, so he begged for mercy. But Erlizy was very tyrannical, saying that if he couldn't hand it over, he would beat him to death, directly beating Erguzi's father to death, and telling everyone in the village that if they couldn't hand over the grain, they would suffer the same fate as Erguzi's father. When everyone in the village learned of this news, they were both angry and terrified. They were angry at Erguzi's tyranny, saying that he was not letting people live. They were terrified that Erguzi's father had been beaten to death. Facing the bully like Erlizy, what could these honest farmers do? That night, you were alone in the dark house, thinking a lot in front of the candlelight. You thought about your father's face full of ravines and worries, and you thought about Erlizy's tyrannical face during the day, and you thought about your unwillingness to live your life as a farmer. Damn it, if you don't let me live, I won't let you live either. In the dim room, Lin Chongqing's face was fierce. He was wearing coarse linen clothes. Then, with a bang, he got up and walked to the courtyard, picking up an iron shovel, which he usually used for farming, but now he was going to use it to kill people. You carried the iron shovel out of your house, and in the middle of the night, you walked along the muddy path in the village to Erlizy's house. Erlizy was drinking at home with his younger brothers and several beautiful women. You kicked Erlizy's house with a bang. Erlizy was furious. No one in the entire village dared to kick like that. Then, when he saw you coming with an iron shovel, he and the younger brothers next to him all scolded you, asking what you were going to do. You didn't waste any words and directly slapped him with the iron shovel, directly killing Erlizy. Seeing this scene, his younger brothers were all scared to death, one by one in horror. They were just following Erlizy to oppress the people. Where had they seen murder? These underlings began begging for mercy one by one, but you ignored them, preoccupied with the aftermath of killing Erlizy. The country you are in is called the Great Jing Dynasty, already in its twilight years. Rebellions were already erupting everywhere, and the recent widespread drought has forced countless people to join the rebel armies. In Yuzhou, where you are, you know of several uprisings. Previously, you were unwilling to live your life as a farmer. But after killing Erlizy, you felt your opportunity had arrived. On one hand, killing Erlizy would give you a certain prestige in the village. On the other hand, you now possessed money, food, and resources, which could initially help you recruit soldiers. Thinking of this, you forced Erlizy's underlings to lead you to Erlizy's vault. You found a lot of silver and treasures, roughly 4,000 to 5,000 taels. Then, you went to Erlizy's west room, which contained many land deeds from the village, roughly 1,000 acres at a glance. You thought to yourself, this is the foundation for my rise. You killed Erlizy's underlings and then found Erguzi, Sanhuzi, and a few other young men of similar age. You told them that you had killed Erlizy. They were all shocked, and then they looked at you with admiring eyes. Next, you did something even more shocking. You dragged out boxes of Erlizy's treasures and silver, one by one, and then brought out the land deeds. Do you still want to live the hard life of the past? Follow me, and you'll have silver to spend, a lot of land, and you can eat steamed buns and meat every day. As these words were spoken, the young men became breathless, staring intently at the silver and land deeds you dragged out. They had never seen so much silver before. Then, Erguzi took the lead in pledging allegiance to you. After all, you helped him avenge his father's death. Next, several other young men also pledged allegiance to you. You nodded in satisfaction. You roughly counted 10 strong men, which would be your starting subordinates. Brother Lin, we'll follow you. You killed Erlizy. You are our benefactor. If we don't follow you, who else would we follow? That's right, Brother Lin, we'll follow you. Just like that, you initially had your first group of subordinates. The next day, you announced to the whole village that you had killed Heir Lizzie. As this news spread, your prestige in the village increased again. So, you recruited about 20 more strong men, of course, after distributing quite a bit of Heir Lizzie's land. This was nothing to you. Then, you turned your attention to the surrounding villages. Occupying one village with 20 soldiers was not enough for you. You wanted more territory and more subordinates. You initially formulated your policy to attack the local tyrants and divide the land, killing those village landlords and bullies like Heir Lizzie, and then distributing their land to the peasants of each village, and then recruiting soldiers. In this way, your power would grow day by day. Thinking like this, you first spent half a month training Urguzi, Sanhuzi, and the others for 15 days, giving them enough to eat every day. After that, you began to attack everywhere, going to other villages to kill those bullies, then distributing the land to the people of the village, and then recruiting soldiers. In this way, 5 months later, you conquered one village after another. Your power expanded like a snowball. Soon, you expanded from a small village to hundreds of villages, almost the size of a county. Now you have 2,000 soldiers and 100,000 people. On the other hand, your reputation has also spread. Almost everyone knows that an insurgent army has emerged in the south of Yuzhou, led by someone surnamed Lin, whose slogan is to fight the landlords and divide the land. In just half a year, he has built up a formidable force. However, the expansion of power made you feel worried. Half a year ago, you were just a farmer, and now you have 2,000 elite soldiers and 100,000 people. You are almost a local emperor, but you have a sense of crisis. Faced with various insurgent armies, the Yuzhou government sent troops to suppress them. A few days ago, you heard the news that the leader of the largest insurgent army in Yuzhou, called the Northern King, had 5 times more power than you, with 10,000 soldiers. Now the Yuzhou government is mainly focused on suppressing him, sending out 10,000 elite soldiers. You are very worried. Although the Northern King has 10,000 soldiers, you know that the combat power of such rebel soldiers is very low and it is difficult to fight against the elite of the imperial court. You think the Northern King will definitely not be able to resist the Yuzhou government. If the Northern King is destroyed, the next to be wiped out will definitely be you, the medium-sized insurgent armies. You have a great sense of crisis. Then on the 13th day of April in the 18th year of Emperor Xian, you received a message that the officials of Yuzhou and the Northern King were fighting a decisive battle in the north of Yuzhou. The Northern King was defeated. This news made you even more worried. At this rate, I am afraid that the Northern King will not last a few days, and you must make a decision. It was on this night that you summoned several of your generals, Urguzi and Sanhuzi, and pointed to a map behind them, telling them that if the Northern King was destroyed, the next to die would be them, so they must take a risk now. You pointed to a city on the map. This city is Xianyang City in Yuzhou, a large city with a population of 300,000. You told these subordinates that they must take a risk and capture this large city. After capturing this large city, there will be 300,000 people, from which another 10,000 soldiers can be drawn. Moreover, there are granaries and iron armor in this city that can be used to raise soldiers. Most importantly, the Yuzhou government sent out 10,000 elite soldiers and drew 3,000 soldiers from Xianyang City, so Xianyang City may now only have 2,000 elite soldiers left to guard it. Now is the weakest time for Xianyang City. Hearing your words, these generals agreed to follow you, saying that they would capture Xianyang City. You also looked very confident, saying that you would definitely capture Xianyang, but in fact, you were not completely sure. Xianyang City is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even with only 2,000 people, it would take 10,000 people to capture it. Now you only have 2,000 soldiers, but you must take a risk, you have no choice. Your only advantage is to catch Xianyang off guard. After all, no insurgent army in Yuzhou has ever dared to attack Xianyang City. In this way, on April 16th, you gathered your troops, gathered 2,000 soldiers, and set off for Xianyang City. After 3 days of marching, you arrived at Xianyang City. After resting for one night, you began to attack the city the next day. Whether it was your good luck or something else, the Shenyang city soldiers who were left behind did not seem to expect an ambush. You miraculously conquered Shenyang city in less than a day. In this way, this large city with a population of more than 300,000 was conquered by you. The moment you entered the city, you laughed loudly. Because you knew you had bet right. With Shenyang city, you have a population of 300,000. You have a lot of food, a lot of weapons and armor, and you can draw another 10,000 soldiers, so even if the Yuzhou government attacks, you are not afraid. Moreover, and more importantly, there's Shenyang city. Located in Yuzhou, it faces south from the north, its terrain situated in a strategic and dangerous position. The three large cities south of Shenyang city, Nantian, Nanshui, and Nanbei, are strategically completely controlled by Shenyang city. In other words, as long as you occupy Shenyang city, taking down these three large cities will be easy. These three cities also have a population of 300,000 each. If you take down these three large cities, you will control a population of 1.2 million, equivalent to possessing one-third of Yuzhou. You would completely become a regional power. Of course, before that, the most crucial thing is that you must resist the attacks of the Yuzhou government. After the Yuzhou government eliminates the Northern King, they will definitely send elite troops to attack you. However, you are not afraid at all. With a fortified city like Shenyang city, you are confident in resisting them, and you also have other methods to defend the city. Shenyang city, as a major city in Yuzhou, has many artisans. You can completely have these artisans manufacture gunpowder for you. With gunpowder combined with the fortifications of Shenyang city, you believe you can definitely defend it. Just like that, you began your plan. 3 days later, following the same approach you used in those villages, you first confiscate the wealth of some of the powerful nobles in Shenyang city, seizing their homes and distributing their fields to ordinary people. This wins you the hearts of the people. Next, you conscript 10,000 soldiers in Shenyang. Finally, you also mobilize the artisans of Shenyang city and ask them to develop gunpowder. After doing all this, you turn your gaze to the north of Yuzhou. You learn that the Northern King has once again been badly defeated by the government forces. You know that the Yuzhou government will attack you soon, and you estimate that you have about a month left. But a month is enough time for you to manufacture a large quantity of gunpowder and train those newly recruited soldiers. A month passes quickly. After the Yuzhou government eliminates the Northern King, they are furious upon learning that you ambushed Shenyang city. They immediately dispatch 10,000 elite troops to besiege you. But you are naturally unafraid. At this moment, you possess 10,000 elite soldiers and also have gunpowder. You and the Yuzhou government begin a decisive battle. This can be said to be a decisive battle determining the fate of Yuzhou. If you win, no one in the entire Yuzhou will be able to completely stop you. You can directly take Nantian, Nanbei, and Nanshui to the south, controlling a population of 1.2 million. Afterwards, you can even plot for the entire territory of Yuzhou, and it may not be impossible to break the soil and become a king. But if you lose, you will have nothing. My fellow soldiers, the emperor of the great Jing dynasty is incompetent. If we defeat the Yuzhou government today, it is not impossible for you to be infeft as lords in the future. Follow me and kill. Before the battle, you made a mobilization speech, and the soldiers' morale was very high. After all, in the past month, you distributed the fields of those nobles to the common people, so these soldiers naturally followed you wholeheartedly. Soon, on March 24th, you launched a decisive battle with the Yuzhou government. Initially, your army and the Yuzhou government forces were evenly matched. But soon the situation on the battlefield reversed. You deployed gunpowder on the battlefield. When the roaring thunder sounded on the battlefield, the Yuzhou government troops were terrified. They thought you had cast thunder magic, and they fled in panic. The Yuzhou government army was completely defeated by you. Looking at the Yuzhou government troops fleeing in the distance, you laugh loudly, because you know your era has arrived. From now on, who in Yuzhou can stop you? 3 days later, the news of the Yuzhou government's defeat spread throughout Yuzhou, and even the entire world. The whole world was shocked, and everyone knew about you, a rebel leader. At the same time, you are not idle. You mobilize your troops to pursue the victory, heading south to directly take Nantian, Nanshui, and Nanbei. Perhaps your reputation is too great. Soon, the three large cities are directly captured by you. You now have a territory with a population of 1.2 million, and you can conscript another 30,000 soldiers. Roughly calculated, you can now support 40,000 soldiers. Now, you already control 1/3 of Yuzhou and have 40,000 elite soldiers. At this time, some subordinates advise you to declare yourself emperor. You immediately refuse, believing that Zhu Yuanzhang's strategy of building high walls, storing plenty of grain, and postponing becoming king is correct. You must remain calm. Now you only control 1/3 of Yuzhou, which is far from possessing the entire world. Back then, Zhu Yuanzhang drove 200,000 brave soldiers to launch a northern expedition against the Mongol Yuan, defeating those barbarian nomads and driving them back before he began to declare himself emperor. You must wait for the opportunity. Your current strategy is to properly digest Xianyang City, Nanshui, these four cities, and the population of 1.2 million. Digest them for a year or two to cultivate your own base. You must not learn from Li Zicheng. Just like that, you begin to implement your plan. In the next 2 years, you train 40,000 elite soldiers every day in your territory, accumulate a large amount of gunpowder, and at the same time distribute fields to the common people to win their hearts. More importantly, you also hold imperial examinations to cultivate talents and select civil officials. After these 2 years, you feel that your base is stable and begin to prepare troops to unify Yuzhou. In the 7th month of the 20th year of the Xian Emperor era, you lead 40,000 elite soldiers in Xianyang City to swear an oath for the northern expedition, sweeping away the Yuzhou government. In the following month, you advance triumphantly, and 5 large cities, Baidian, Beixian, are successively captured by you. After another half a year, you launch a decisive battle with the Yuzhou government, wiping out the Yuzhou government's elite troops in one fell swoop. Finally, you unify Yuzhou and control a population of 5 million. You can conscript 100,000 soldiers, and you initially have the ambition to dominate the world. Your subordinates once again advise you to declare yourself emperor. You refuse once again, and you turn your gaze to the world. At this time, the Great Jing dynasty is already fragmented, and various rebel kings have begun to revolt. Your Yuzhou is located in the northern frontier of the Great Jing dynasty. You can directly take Yunzhou to the south, which is connected to Yuzhou. Yunzhou has a large population, more than twice that of Yuzhou, with 10 million people. This is a prosperous land. Yunzhou is easy to conquer. The Great Jing dynasty has only stationed 30,000 soldiers here. You are confident in swallowing it. But your goal is not here for the time being. Taking Yunzhou is certainly good. With it, you will have a springboard to advance into the Central Plains and gain 10 million more people. But at the same time, you must also be aware that if you take Yunzhou, you will definitely become a thorn in the side of the Great Jing dynasty. Although the Great Jing dynasty is in its final years, it still has the strength to fight, with 200,000 soldiers. If you swallow Yunzhou, the Great Jing dynasty will definitely fight you to the death. After all, the capital of the Great Jing dynasty is close to Yunzhou. You do not yet have the strength to destroy the Great Jing dynasty in one battle. More importantly, you don't want to have a civil war with the Great Jing dynasty, allowing outsiders to take advantage. Thinking of this, you turn your gaze to the north of Yuzhou, the grasslands. As mentioned earlier, you will never learn from Li Zicheng. The current Great Jing dynasty is similar to the transition between the Ming and Qing dynasties. In the northern grasslands, a grassland force has also risen, called the Great Jing. The current grasslands are still very fierce, with 5 grassland tribes, but the Great Jing is the strongest tribe, and perhaps in 3 to 5 years it will be able to unify the entire grassland. You will never make the mistake of Li Zicheng and the Ming dynasty. Back then, the Ming dynasty and Li Zicheng allowed the Manchus to grow in strength outside the pass. At the crucial juncture in the early years of the Chongzhen Emperor, they allowed Huang Taiji to wipe out the Mongolian forces and eventually unify the entire grassland, becoming the master of the horse herds. You would absolutely not make such a foolish mistake. The Great Jing dynasty, already in its twilight years of decay, is definitely not your main opponent. You only need to wait for its slow demise. At this moment, the emerging force on the grasslands, the Great Gene, is definitely your strongest future rival. You must strike before they unify the grasslands. You must nip this force in the bud before it matures. Another more important reason is that attacking the grasslands to the north can secure a strategic resource. What is most important in the age of cold weapons? Horses. Whoever has horses has the strength to dominate the world. You must take advantage of the Great Jin's weakness, while the grassland forces are divided. You must sweep across the entire grassland and bring all the horses under your control. This way, you can build a large cavalry. At that time, unifying the world will be much easier for you. Otherwise, if you turn around and fight Yunzhou and the Great Jing dynasty, fighting for 5 or 6 years, and then the Great Jin unifies the grasslands, wouldn't that repeat the mistake of Li Zicheng? You and the Great Jing are both injured, and the Great Jin builds up its cavalry outside, and finally unifies the world after crossing the border. Therefore, not attacking Yunzhou, but turning north to the grasslands, is definitely your best strategic choice. This is the kingly way. Old Zhu did the same back then. When Zhu Yuanzhang launched the northern expedition, the south was not yet unified. Sichuan and Yunnan still had heavy troops. At that time, his subordinates advised old Zhu to unify the south first, and then launch the northern expedition to fight the Mongol Yuan to the death. But old Zhu was a strategic genius. He saw at a glance that the Mongol Yuan in the north was his strongest opponent, and that warlords in places like Sichuan and Yunnan were not to be feared. Old Zhu rejected his subordinate's suggestion to take the south first. He led 200,000 elite soldiers to swear an oath for the northern expedition, taking Dadu directly, recovering the central plains, and sweeping away the Mongol Yuan forces. Lin Shangqing is doing the same thing now, which is to go north to the grasslands first and sweep away the Great Jin and the grassland forces. In the 3rd month of the 21st year of Xuandi, you led 60,000 elite soldiers from Yuzhou to begin the northern expedition to the grasslands. At this moment, the world was shaken. No one expected that you, a rebel king, would not attack Yunzhou, but would instead go north to the grasslands. The Great Jing dynasty breathed a sigh of relief, and the other rebel kings laughed at you for being a fool. After all, not attacking the populous and wealthy Yunzhou, but turning to attack the cold grasslands, in their opinion, this is definitely a fool's choice. You ignored these rumors. You led elite troops deep into the grasslands. The several fragmented tribes on the grasslands were completely stunned by your attack, including the Great Jin. None of these tribes engaged in infighting expected that you would suddenly advance into the grasslands to attack them. Thus, the northern expedition to the grasslands proceeded with some surprises but without major risks. You spent 6 months sweeping away the grassland forces, and the Great Jin, which had not yet matured, was nipped in the bud by you. At this moment, you are filled with pride. With the horses of the grasslands, you can build another 100,000 cavalry. The whole world is a smooth road for you. In the 11th month of the 21st year of Xuandi, you led your troops back to Yuzhou to recuperate. After 2 years of rest, you drew horses from the grasslands and built 100,000 cavalry. You decided it was time to unify the world. In the 10th month of the 23rd year of Xuandi, you led 80,000 elite soldiers and 100,000 cavalry, claiming to be an army of 200,000, and began to implement the southern expedition, preparing to unify the world. You advanced triumphantly, first taking Yunzhou, then Weizhou, and finally directly surrounding the capital of the Great Jing dynasty. Then, in the 3rd month of the 24th year of Xuandi's reign, you captured the capital of the Great Jing dynasty, declaring the destruction of the Great Jing dynasty. At this moment, the world was shaken. No one expected that the Great Jing dynasty would be destroyed so quickly. You seized the time and led your troops to attack everywhere, and finally spent another 2 years unifying the entire world. You established the country name as Great Zhou, becoming the founding emperor of the Great Zhou. At this moment, you are not yet 30 years old, and you are full of vigor. But soon an accident happened. Not long after you unified the world, you accidentally fell while riding a horse and fell into a coma. After the treatment of the imperial physicians, you woke up, but you felt extremely weak. You felt that you didn't have many years to live. You looked at the empress crying by your bed, and a young child next to her. That was the crown prince who had not yet grown up, only 10 years old. You suddenly felt very panicked. This world has just been established and is not yet stable. If you die, what will happen to the crown prince who is still young? Can he deter those arrogant and brave generals? You looked at Urguzi and Sanhuzi kneeling in the distance. These two people followed you all the way in battle, and now they are both great generals in Dukestadt. You narrowed your eyes. There was a murderous aura in your heart. You were wondering if the crown prince could deter these two people after your death? Urguzi and Sanhuzi started with you. These two people have too much prestige in the army, and the crown prince will definitely not be able to compare with these two people. You were thinking about how to get rid of them, but in the next moment, you were in a daze again, because you saw that Urguzi and Sanhuzi were very excited and happy when they saw you wake up. They called you Your Majesty, saying that they were scared to death during the days you were in a coma. 10 years of southern and northern wars, these two people went from villagers to dukes with you. How could there be no feelings? You hesitated, but after a moment, you hardened your heart again. You looked at the young child by your bed. For the sake of your son, the crown prince, you must cruelly kill these two people. You must clear away all future troubles for the crown prince. After a month of recuperation, you could barely get out of bed, and at this moment, you also began your purge plan. You first fabricated crimes and made people falsely accuse Urguzi and Sanhuzi of treason, and then you used thunderous means to imprison these two people, and finally found an excuse to kill some of the ministers and generals you thought the crown prince would not be able to suppress in the future. In this way, after 3 months of cleansing, you killed Urguzi and Sanhuzi, the two people with the highest prestige in the army. You breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, you were even weaker, but you still didn't dare to die. You had just subdued the grasslands in the north for less than 10 years. Only you could deter this group of barbarians. If you died, the young crown prince would definitely not be able to deter them, and they would definitely rebel. Therefore, you braced your body and decided to pull out the last thorn for the crown prince. You gathered 100,000 troops and began the last northern expedition in your life. You led the army to the northern expedition to the grasslands. Those grassland leaders were very surprised. They had completely surrendered to you, the emperor, and didn't know why you were killing them, but you didn't explain. You adopted a bloody method and killed all the grassland leaders and some of the formed forces. After doing these things, you breathed a sigh of relief. You had done everything you could do. You had cleared away everything that would affect the crown prince's future power. But after this northern expedition, your body was even worse. You coughed up blood every day. You knew that your days were numbered, but you still didn't dare to die. You still had to hold on for a while. You had to drag your body back to the capital. You had to set up regions for the crown prince and find a few reliable important ministers for the crown prince. Only after watching him ascend the throne could you die in peace. A month later, you returned to the capital and found good regions for the crown prince. 3 months later, you died. In this way, your second life illusion trial ended. Next, in the third life trial, you lived your life as a merchant. In the fourth life, you lived your life as a doctor. In the fifth life, you lived your life as a soldier. Soon you passed all the 100 lives of the illusion trial. You officially passed the illusion test. Successor, your performance is astonishing. You actually perfectly passed the 100 rounds of life illusion trials. I didn't see even a trace of you being affected by the illusion. In this level, your performance can be called perfect. My score for you is 10. As you passed the illusion test, the black-robed, emaciated old man appeared. He looked at you with a shocked expression. After all, in history, he has never seen anyone like you who was not affected by the illusion. The black-robed, emaciated old man praised your unwavering state of mind as unprecedented. Hearing this, you felt somewhat ashamed. After all, you cheated to pass this illusion test. In fact, judging from the simulation alone, this illusion trial is indeed powerful. Every time, you almost became immersed in the illusion. If you outside the simulator weren't unaffected by the illusion, you might have lost. But no matter what, you have now passed the third level, and you can receive the Witch Clan's secret technique reward and obtain the inheritance. You inquired about the Witch Clan inheritance after passing the level. The black-robed old man nodded, saying that you are the first successor in the history of the Mountain and Sea sect to receive full marks in every level. You are qualified to receive the Witch inheritance of the Mountain and Sea sect and become the young sect master. I am very gratified that after millions of years, the Mountain and Sea sect can still see such an excellent successor like you. Please follow me to the depths of the main hall to receive your reward. The black-robed, emaciated old man led you to the depths of a great hall. There, you saw a book outlined with ancient runes and a pool filled with various colors. That runic book is the Witch Clan's body refining inheritance. Under the guidance of the black-robed old man, you came into contact with that book, and instantly your mind was filled with various body refining knowledge. You gradually understood how to proceed with the Witch Clan's body refining path after the perfect refinement of the internal organs. Perfect refinement of the internal organs corresponds to the core formation completion stage of cultivators. Afterward, ancient gods are nurtured in the internal organs and break out of the body, corresponding to the nascent soul stage of cultivators. When all 5 ancient gods of the internal organs break out of the body, it corresponds to the nascent soul great perfection stage. After that, the 5 ancient gods nurtured by the internal organs are used to forge the 4 poles of the human body, corresponding to the returning to void and Tao integration stage, and then. The more you looked, the more fascinated you became. Through the Witch Clan's inheritance, you understood how to proceed with body refining in the future. From now until the immortal realm, you will be unimpeded. You felt more and more that this harvest was indeed too great. From now on, you don't have to worry about having no path to follow for body refining. With the Witch Clan inheritance, you will have methods to cultivate until the immortal realm. After experiencing the Witch Clan's inheritance for a while, you then looked at the pool. The color of the water in the pool was constantly changing, sometimes cyan, representing the wood attribute, and sometimes white, representing the metal attribute. You could feel that this pool had a great attraction to you. Just by smelling the scent from the pool, you could feel the runes in your 5 internal organs rapidly outlining. You had a feeling that if you jumped into this pool, perhaps your 5 internal organs would quickly reach the great perfection of refinement. Afterward, you inquired about the pool. The black-robed, emaciated old man told you that this was the reward for passing the 3rd level. The water in these pools was refined by the Mountain and Sea sect using various natural treasures. After soaking in the pool, it could help people quickly reach the great perfection of internal organ refinement. After hearing this, you didn't hesitate and jumped directly into the pool. Now, you have only reached the great perfection of heart refinement, and the remaining 4 internal organs have not yet. This pool can quickly help you increase your combat power and cultivation. The moment you entered, the color of the pool turned black. You felt extremely cold, but you gritted your teeth and persevered, because you could feel that these black pool waters had too many benefits for you. At this moment, the water attribute runes of your kidneys were frantically outlining. After half an hour, you gradually no longer felt cold, and at this moment, your kidney runes were also completed, nurturing an ancient god. That ancient god was surrounded by water snakes, like the ancestral witch Gongung of the Witch Clan. You knew that the great perfection of kidney refinement had been completed. You have nurtured the ancient god of the kidneys. My harvest is too great. After the perfect refinement of the kidneys, my physical strength has increased explosively again. Now I have the power of 15 dragons. In the pool, Lin Changqing clenched his hands, his face full of excitement. He could feel his own strength increasing rapidly. The benefits in this pool were really great. In the 2nd hour, the color of the pool turned cyan, and your liver began to absorb the wood attribute power in the pool. After another half an hour, your wood attribute runes were completed, and you also nurtured an ancient god. In this way, in the next 2 to 3 hours, you successively absorbed the metal and earth attributes of the pool, and your lungs and spleen were also refined. At this moment, your physical strength alone has soared to the power of 30 dragons. Your strength has simply increased tenfold compared to before. You must know that before you entered the 5 elements divine palace, your physical strength was only the power of 3 dragons. Now that you have the power of 30 dragons, your strength has been elevated to an unimaginable realm. You felt that if a nascent soul initial stage cultivator came before you now, you could blast him with your physical strength alone. At the same time, while you were experiencing your increased strength in the 5 elements divine palace, the people outside were also completely boiling and going crazy, because your name on the stone tablet surpassed the 4th prince and ranked first. This means that you have passed the 6th level, completing what the 4th prince and the 13th princess failed to do back then. Everyone couldn't imagine this outcome. They couldn't believe that you actually passed the 6th level, which means that you have surpassed the 4th prince in the same realm. But no, this is impossible. How could Lin Chongqing surpass the 4th prince? There must be a problem. Huojiao looked at the changes in the name on the white jade stone tablet, his face pale. He couldn't believe everything he was seeing. In his heart, the 4th prince was invincible. How could anyone surpass the 4th prince in the same realm? Beside Huojiao, the other retainers of the 4th prince and the 13th princess were also silent. They all felt that they had witnessed a sky-falling fact today, that from now on, the 4th prince and the 13th princess were no longer synonymous with invincibility in the same realm, because someone had surpassed them, and that was Lin Chongqing. Of course, Lin Chongqing's surpassing the 4th prince, the most uncomfortable person had to be Huojiao, because after all, he had just said that if Lin Chongqing took first place, then he would swallow feces. Now Lin Chongqing has really done it. On the other hand, the 17th princess's side seemed excited and agitated. She looked at the changes in the name on the white jade stone tablet with disbelief in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, she only had one thought in her mind, that she was dreaming. Otherwise, if she wasn't dreaming, why could Lin Chongqing surpass the 4th prince and come to first place? She didn't even dare to imagine in her dreams that she could compete with the 4th prince and the 13th princess, but now, if the dream in front of her was real, then it was possible. Because she had a retainer, Lin Chongqing, who surpassed the 4th prince in the same realm. What does this mean? This means that in the future, with Lin Chongqing's help, she has the strength to compete for the throne. Huojiao, Lin Chongqing got first place. Aren't you going to eat dung? Don't go back on your word. It was the 17th princess who suddenly shouted coldly at Huojiao. The 17th princess remembered Huojiao's arrogant demeanor just now, saying that Lin Chongqing was not worthy to be compared with the 4th prince. And now, Lin Chongqing got first place. She wanted to see how Huojiao would swallow dung. That's right, Huojiao, don't go back on your word. Fellow Taoist Chongqing got first place, you must fulfill your promise. That's right, Huojiao, we're waiting for you to eat dung. A large group of princes, princesses, and guest elders nearby, not afraid of making things worse, started to jeer, wanting Huojiao to eat dung. Especially some princes and princesses, they were happy to see the 4th prince's subordinates suffer. I. Looking at the mocking gazes around him, Huojiao's face turned pale and then white. Now he had nothing to say. Lin Chongqing did indeed get first place. But did he really have to swallow dung? Thinking of this, Huojiao swallowed hard. He wanted to go back on his word and run away. He didn't want to swallow dung, but just as he moved his feet, he suddenly noticed the 17th princess sneering, leading a group of people to surround him. Huojiao, where are you escaping to? I must make you swallow dung today. While Huojiao was being forced by everyone to fulfill his promise, at the same time, inside the 5 Elements Divine Hall, some things you and the black-robed, skinny old man talked about. The black-robed, skinny old man took out a token and gave it to you, and said 4 words to you, Yin Yang Nascent Soul. Successor, now that you have obtained the witch's inheritance, you will be the young master of my mountain and sea sect in the future. My mountain and sea sect, as a hegemonic sect in the ancient era, naturally wants to cultivate a successor of the young master's level into the strongest in the same realm. Therefore, with this token, you are qualified to take the Yin and Yang attribute nascent soul spiritual objects stored in the inner secret realm of my mountain and sea sect. Hearing the words of the black-robed old man, you were very surprised, because before you had only heard of the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth for nascent soul spiritual objects, but now suddenly there are 2 more attributes of Yin and Yang for nascent soul spiritual objects, you really haven't heard of them. Seeing your doubts, the black-robed, skinny old man said. The black-robed, skinny old man asked, Young master, do you think that the nascent soul formed by 5 attributes of nascent soul spiritual objects is the strongest in the world? Lin Changqing nodded. According to what he had learned in his life, in his understanding, the nascent soul formed by 5 attributes of nascent soul spiritual objects was indeed the strongest. The 4th prince and the 13th princess had formed their nascent souls with 5 attributes of nascent soul spiritual objects. And the goal he had been pursuing was also like this. You're wrong, young master. From the perspective of ordinary people, the nascent soul of 5 attributes of nascent soul spiritual objects is indeed the strongest, but my mountain and sea sect has conquered countless immortal secret realms in the ancient era, so naturally, we understand things that ordinary people cannot access. The strongest nascent soul is based on the 5 elements nascent soul plus the 2 attributes of yin and yang. You take the token I just gave you and go to the end of the inner secret realm to take away the yin-yang nascent soul spiritual objects, achieve a 7-attribute nascent soul, and reach the strongest in the same realm. Hearing these words from the black-robed old man, you were very excited. You suddenly looked forward to it. Yin-yang 5 elements nascent soul, even the 4th prince and the 13th princess have no way to do it. If you really become the yin-yang nascent soul, perhaps in the future, punching the 4th prince and the 13th princess to death in the same realm wouldn't be a dream. 5 minutes later, you walked out of the palace, and then saw the 17th princess and Huo Jiu arguing. Then you learned about Huo Jiu's bet to eat dung, but you didn't care too much. Huo Jiu was just a clown. Now the most important thing for you is to obtain the yin-yang nascent soul spiritual objects in the inner secret realm. You wanted to leave here directly and wait a few days, and then go directly to the inner secret realm, but Huo Jiu's words made you change your mind. It was when everyone was ridiculing and mocking Huo Jiu for eating dung that Huo Jiu lost his composure and became angry. Make me eat dung. Don't you see who I am working for? You have to see who the owner is before you beat a dog. I'm just going to break my word. So what? I'm the 4th prince's man, I want to see who dares to make me eat dung. Huo Jiu said loudly. He completely lost his composure. So many people had been mocking him, he really couldn't stand it. Now he was throwing caution to the wind. He just wouldn't keep his promise. He wanted to see who dared to force him to eat dung. He was the 4th prince's man. He didn't believe anyone would dare to force him, not even Lin Changqing. Yes, Lin Changqing surpassed the 4th prince to become first, but so what? So what if you are stronger than the 4th prince in the same realm? Do you have a father? The 4th prince has a void return father. You have talent, but don't you still have to lie low? The most powerful person in this country is the emperor, and then the 4th prince. Hearing Huo Jiu's words, of course, you wouldn't put up with him. Who dares to make you eat dung? Me. It was you who walked forward indifferently, grabbed Huo Jiu's head, pressed him to the ground, and then found a few monsters from outside, cut open the monsters' internal organs, made dung, and prepared to force Huo Jiu's head to eat the dung. Seeing you like this, Huo Jiu repeatedly begged for mercy, but you ignored his begging for mercy. Finally, you forced Huo Jiu's head to eat the dung. He still dared to threaten him with the 4th prince? He really underestimated him. The surrounding people had different reactions to this scene. The 17th princess clapped her hands and cheered, she felt very relieved. The other princes and princesses were also holding back their laughter, after all, eating dung was really too funny. Some of the 4th prince's guest elders felt ashamed. After doing these things, you started to prepare for entering the inner secret realm. 3 days later, the inner secret realm opened. The inner secret realm is a sea. Nascent soul spiritual objects are generally in palaces on the sea, and the palaces are guarded by monsters. You spent 2 days conquering hundreds of palaces and obtained earth attribute and metal attribute nascent soul spiritual objects. So far, you have collected all 5 attributes of nascent soul spiritual objects. Of course, you didn't forget the yin and yang attributes. You flew towards the deepest part of the sea palace. After flying for a day, you saw a vast palace. There were restrictions outside the palace, and these restrictions were comparable to transformation gods, or even higher. Ordinary people would never be able to break the restrictions, but you directly entered the palace with the token. In the deepest part of the palace, you saw two spiritual objects, one black and one white. You knew that these were the yin and yang attributes. You were very excited and stepped forward to put these two nascent soul spiritual objects into your storage bag. Now you will become the first yin-yang 5 elements nascent soul in history. Overall, you have gained a lot from this secret realm, completing the tempering of the internal organs to perfection, and then collecting the two yin and yang spiritual objects. This is a great harvest for you. 3 days later, you walked out of the secret realm. News about the mountain and sea sect's main hall secret realm spread wildly throughout the entire central province. Everyone knew that you, such a person, had passed the 6th level of the 5 elements trial, surpassing the 4th prince and the 13th princess. Everyone in Central Province knows the 3 words Lin Chongqing. Of course, while the outside world was talking about you, you found a secret place and began to retreat to attack the nascent soul stage. After a century of cultivation and 7 lifetimes, I've finally reached this point today. Inside the mountain cave, Lin Chongqing looked at the storage bag before him and sighed, for today, he would form his nascent soul. With a bang, Lin Chongqing slapped the storage bag, and instantly, 7 types of nascent soul spiritual objects with the attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, yin, and yang appeared before him. Without hesitation, Lin Chongqing began to absorb these 7 types of nascent soul spiritual objects. In the first hour, you absorbed the wood attribute nascent soul spiritual object. Your spiritual root is of the wood attribute. Generally speaking, cultivators should first absorb the nascent soul spiritual object that matches their spiritual root, as this increases the probability of forming the nascent soul. You slowly began to absorb the wood attribute nascent soul spiritual object. The wood attribute spiritual energy began to enter your dantian, and then began to rise. Instantly, the 9 golden core within your body began to be entwined by strands of cyan wood energy. Your golden core began to absorb the cyan wood energy. With each bit of wood energy absorbed, the golden core began to expand. You felt your power increasing. After absorbing for half an hour, you finished absorbing the wood attribute nascent soul spiritual object. Your golden core expanded by a circle, and a cyan tree pattern appeared on the surface of the golden core. Subsequently, you began to absorb the metal attribute nascent soul spiritual object. Golden sword energy began to enter your dantian, and then rose to surround and entwine your golden core. The golden core began to absorb the golden sword energy. After an hour of absorption, a golden sword pattern appeared on your golden core. In the 3rd hour, you began to absorb the earth attribute nascent soul spiritual object. The earth energy of the earth attribute entered your dantian, and then began to surround your golden core. After an hour of absorption, a desolate mountain pattern appeared on your golden core. Afterward, you absorbed the water and fire attributes. 2 more patterns, a fish representing water and a bird representing fire, appeared on your golden core. Finally, you began to absorb the 2 most important attributes, which are the yin and yang spiritual objects. Yin and yang are the foundation of heaven and earth. The so-called Tao gives birth to 1, 1 gives birth to 2, 2 gives birth to 3, and 3 gives birth to all things. Yin and yang are the 2 of the great Tao, the foundation of everything, and their status is even above the 5 elements. Lin Chongqing looked at the black and white spiritual objects before him, lost in thought. He could feel that the great Tao laws on the yin and yang spiritual objects were more profound than the 5 attribute spiritual objects he had just absorbed. In fact, this was normal, after all, yin and yang were above the 5 elements. You gradually comprehended the yin and yang laws on the yin and yang spiritual objects for a while. You did not immediately begin to absorb them like you did with the 5 attribute spiritual objects. You were very cautious. After all, you previously had the 5 elements elemental body, and you were relatively familiar with the 5 elements, so absorbing the 5 attribute spiritual objects was not a burden. However, you did not have the yin and yang attributes before, so you planned to first familiarize yourself with the specific laws of the yin and yang attributes. After an hour, you felt familiar with the yin and yang attributes, and then began to absorb these 2 nascent soul spiritual objects. At the very beginning of absorption, you felt a great pain. Yin and Yang transformed into two strands of black and white energy, revolving around your golden core. But when the golden core began to absorb these two strands of black and white energy, you felt as if your golden core was being stretched to the point of explosion, with an aura of explosion. Moreover, your body also felt great pain. You gritted your teeth and persevered. You knew that this was a critical moment. If you couldn't hold on, your golden core would probably explode immediately, and the formation of the nascent soul would fail immediately. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, and finally you completed the absorption of the yin and yang attribute nascent soul spiritual objects. In the end, a yin-yang taijita pattern also appeared on your golden core. At this moment, your golden core had a cyan tree, a golden sword, a desolate mountain, and patterns representing various attributes. You knew you had reached the final moment. You began to guide your spiritual power and worked hard to merge these patterns together. Finally, after a day and a night, the patterns representing the 7 attributes began to gradually intertwine and merge together. At the same time, cracks began to appear on your golden core, as if an explosive force was brewing inside the golden core. You knew that you were about to enter the final moment of nascent soul transformation. After another day and a night, you suffered great pain during this day and night, because a thunder tribulation descended and began to bombard your body. You finally knew why so many geniuses in ancient times fell on the path of nascent soul formation, because nascent soul formation was too difficult, especially for a genius like you with a 9 golden core. The thunder tribulation was 10 times more difficult than that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. The thunder tribulation of ordinary nascent soul cultivators is just 1 thunderbolt, 3 thunderbolts, but the thunder tribulation targeting you is the 9 heavens divine thunder, 1 thunderbolt after another, a total of 9981 thunderbolts. Fortunately, your physical body is the 5 elements elemental body, so you were able to withstand this thunder tribulation. Finally, after another 3 days and 3 nights, you survived the thunder tribulation. Your whole body was scorched black, but at this moment, your dantian was like undergoing a rebirth. The cracks in the golden core became larger and larger. You could feel that something seemed to be brewing inside. Finally, after another 3 hours, you heard a bang. The cracks in the golden core in your body completely cracked open, replaced by an infant standing on a yin-yang taijutsu, wearing a 5 elements Taoist robe. The Taoist robe was embroidered with a cyan tree, a golden sword. There was a kind of aura of the great Tao swirling around. This infant looked exactly like you. This is the yin-yang 5 elements nascent soul? Looking at the infant that appeared in your dantian, you were a little surprised. As far as you knew, other people's nascent souls were naked, but your nascent soul seemed to be different, standing on a yin-yang taijutsu, wearing a 5 elements Taoist robe, with an aura that conformed to the great Tao. You had a feeling that the nascent soul in your dantian seemed to have completely mastered the power of a total of 7 attributes of yin and yang and the 5 elements. You once again felt the difference of the yin-yang 5 elements nascent soul. At this moment, you clenched your hands tightly. After breaking through to the nascent soul stage, you felt your power increase several times over. Nascent soul first layer, I can now at least fight cultivators in the early stage of the nascent soul realm 3 minor realms above me. If I fight with all my strength, it is not impossible to defy the odds and defeat a middle stage cultivator at the 4th layer of the nascent soul realm. Lin Changqing muttered to himself, his eyes filled with excitement. He had finally reached the nascent soul stage. In the cultivation world, nascent soul cultivators were figures who could be called ancestors. Now he had reached this step, and he was not an ordinary nascent soul cultivator. As far as he knew, even the 4th prince and the 13th princess could not cross 3 minor realms to defeat opponents in the nascent soul realm. After all, which of those who could cultivate a nascent soul was not a genius among geniuses? The gap between everyone was shrinking. Just because you could defeat enemies beyond your realm when you formed your golden core did not mean that you could also defeat enemies beyond your realm in the nascent soul stage. Because those who reached the nascent soul stage were all legends in their own lives, and it was not so easy to fight beyond your realm again. It was already very good to be able to cross 1 or 2 realms to defeat opponents in the nascent soul stage. But now Lin Changqing had the confidence to cross 4 realms to defeat opponents, which was the terror of the yin-yang nascent soul. If he had not formed the Yin-Yang Nascent Soul, Lin Changqing would have been an ordinary 5 elements Nascent Soul like the 4th Prince and the 13th Princess, and at most he would have been able to defeat enemies 3 minor realms above him. 10 minutes later, you walked out of the cave and spent an hour returning to the Imperial City. As soon as you returned to the Imperial City, you were invited by all sorts of people, including various princes and princesses, as well as many lords and ministers. After all, your performance in the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm was too amazing. You passed the 6th level, and in the same realm, you were better than the 4th Prince and the 13th Princess. Everyone could see the enormous potential in you, so these people all wanted to recruit you. The princes and princesses wanted to test whether you might change your allegiance to someone else, while the lords and ministers wanted to ask if you had any thoughts of getting married. They wanted to marry their daughters to you to win you over. Naturally, you rejected all these invitations. Right now, you only want to improve your strength. You are only at the first level of the Nascent Soul stage, and there is still a long way to go before you reach your goal of returning to Void. Seeing that you rejected the invitations of the various princes and princesses, the 17th princess breathed a sigh of relief. After all, you are indeed an unprecedented talent, and she was really afraid that you would change your allegiance to someone else. Later that night, the 17th princess met with you to discuss some matters. Changqing, now that you have reached the Nascent Soul stage, I will explain things to you clearly. Your performance in the secret realm this time was very outstanding, and it has been a great help to me. The court's assessment department has determined that your performance as a guest minister this year is the best. Thanks to you, I will definitely be in the top 3 in this year's assessment of princes and princesses. The cultivation resources I can allocate will be greatly enhanced, and I guarantee that these resources will be prioritized for you to improve your realm. The 17th princess looked at Lin Changqing and said seriously. The annual assessment she mentioned is an examination conducted by the Great Wu Emperor for his sons and daughters every year. The comprehensive ranking is based on the performance of the princes and princesses and the performance of their guest ministers. The higher the ranking, the more resources the princes and princesses can allocate. In the past, the 17th princess's ranking was around 10th, but this time Lin Changqing's performance was too outstanding, breaking through the 6th level of the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm. This huge and excellent performance helped the 17th princess enter the top 3, and correspondingly, it also increased the resources she could allocate. Next, the 17th princess gave you a storage bag, which contained a large number of cultivation resources for the Nascent Soul stage, such as top-grade spirit stones and 5th-order elixirs. You were not pretentious and accepted them. On the one hand, this is what you urgently need to improve your realm, and on the other hand, this is what you deserve. Aren't you a guest minister in order to obtain cultivation resources more conveniently? Your outstanding performance helped the 17th princess achieve a high ranking in the annual assessment of princes and princesses. The 17th princess obtained more cultivation resources, and correspondingly, you naturally shared the resources in the 17th princess's hands. The two of you are complementary to each other. No one owes anyone anything. If you hadn't broken through the 6th level this time, the 17th princess would not have been able to get into the top 3, nor would she have obtained so many cultivation resources. After that, you talked with the 17th princess for a while about some matters related to the lower Nascent Soul secret realm in the future. Finally, the 17th princess proposed to hold a Nascent Soul banquet for you. The so-called Nascent Soul banquet is a celebratory banquet held after a person achieves the Nascent Soul stage. After all, the status of Nascent Soul in the cultivation world is extraordinary. You thought about it simply and agreed. Of course, the 17th princess has deeper considerations for holding a Nascent Soul banquet for you. The 17th princess is reminding everyone that you, Lin Changqing, are still her guest minister, and you naturally don't refuse. Now you and the 17th princess are still tied to the same line. If you want to obtain more cultivation resources, you cannot leave the 17th princess and do it yourself. 2 days later, your Nascent Soul banquet began. Various lords, princes, and princesses came to give gifts. You feasted for a day, and you were numb from receiving gifts. Then this Nascent Soul banquet ended. Just when you thought that after the banquet ended, you could practice in peace, uninvited guests came. It was invitation letters sent by the 4th prince and the 13th princess, wanting to invite you to be their guest minister. You naturally refused. After refusing, late at night, you were thinking in your mansion that these two people couldn't sit still and started to invite you. You remembered that the last time you won the first place in the 9 Golden Core competition, these two people didn't come to invite you. It seems that your performance this time was too amazing. But at the same time, you also felt a sense of urgency. You are now at the first level of the Nascent Soul stage, and you are better than these two people in the same realm. Perhaps these two people can see that with your help, the 17th princess can threaten their throne. You have a premonition that if you refuse this time, these two people may not give up. Sure enough, 3 days later, you heard all kinds of discussions in the city, such as Lin Changqing's breakthrough of the 6th level of the Mountain and Sea Secret Realm was just a fluke, and he must be inferior to the 4th prince and the 13th emperor in the same realm. Maybe Lin Changqing used some unknown means to break through the 6th level, and his strength must be inferior to the 4th prince and the 13th princess. Hearing these remarks, you sneered. Are you going to start using public opinion? Just as you were thinking this, the next day you encountered an assassination. It was a cultivator at the 9th level of the Nascent Soul stage. Fortunately, you dodged quickly and escaped with your life. You were furious. This must have been sent by the 4th prince and the 13th princess. Seeing that you threatened their throne, these two people started sending people to assassinate you. Just when you were thinking about how to solve this matter. That night, the 17th princess came to you. Beside her was an old man. This old man was actually a deity transformation cultivator. The old man was holding a bloody head in his hand. That head was the person who assassinated you during the day. Changqing, since you are my guest minister, I will naturally not allow outsiders to kill you casually. Daring to assassinate you is like slapping my face. This is Old Bei, my protector. Now I will let Old Bei follow you at all times. I want to see if my brother dares to send someone over to assassinate you. The 17th princess dispatched her protector, a deity transformation cultivator, to you, and you were very grateful. The 17th princess's mother is the Holy Maiden of the Ice Snow Palace. The Ice Snow Palace is also a powerful sect in the central state of Wu Kingdom, with deity transformation cultivators sitting in charge. This Old Bei is the supreme elder of the Ice Snow Palace. You heard some unexpected words from the 17th princess's words just now. Perhaps the 17th princess knew who sent the person to assassinate you. She mentioned her brother, so it is estimated that it was the 4th prince. In addition, it must be said that the 17th princess is quite reliable, and directly dispatched a deity transformation cultivator to you. With a deity transformation cultivator protecting you, you feel that even if the 4th prince and the 13th princess take action, you are not afraid. In Wu Kingdom, the most powerful person besides the Great Wu Emperor is the deity transformation cultivator. No matter how capable the 4th prince is, he can't defeat a deity transformation cultivator. Sure enough, after the 17th princess dispatched the deity transformation cultivator to you, the discussions in the city against you gradually subsided, and you did not see any more assassinations. It seems that those behind the scenes also knew that you had a deity transformation cultivator to protect you, so it was not easy to deal with. In this way, you began a peaceful life of cultivation. From the Taishu calendar year 346 to 347, for a whole year, you meditated and practiced at home. There was no major breakthrough in terms of spiritual power, but you had a breakthrough in your internal organs. The flame ancient god nurtured in your heart broke out, marking that you have also entered the nascent soul stage in terms of body refinement. If all 5 internal organ ancient gods are broken out, it is equivalent to nascent soul completion. Time passed quickly, spring went and autumn came, and another 2 years went by. In these 2 years, you have been calmly cultivating every day and have made a breakthrough in spiritual power, from the first level of the nascent soul stage to the 2nd level. Breaking through 1 level of cultivation in 3 years is definitely not slow for a nascent soul cultivator, and may even be considered astonishing. However, you are still not satisfied. You miss the speed of improvement in the secret realms. If you could enter a secret realm and obtain various opportunities, the speed of improvement would definitely be faster. But unfortunately, in these 2 years, you have not found any suitable secret realms. After all, secret realms that can help nascent soul cultivators quickly improve their cultivation are not like cabbages, you can't just find them whenever you want. 3 months later, in February of the 349th year of the Taisu calendar, a tremendous roar occurred on the eastern border of the Wu Kingdom. Subsequently, someone saw a vast ancient road stretching from the sky directly to the land of the Wu Kingdom. This ancient road pierced deep into the sky, seemingly leading to the vast starry sky. Someone called this road the Ancient Starry Road. Later, you learned that the Ancient Starry Road is an ancient road built by an unknown entity, its endpoint unknown, possibly leading to some place in the starry sky. It contains great opportunities and appears once every 1,000 years. Legend has it that the current human emperor, Qin Wushan, had mediocre qualifications when he was young. The reason he later surpassed others and became an unprecedented overlord, leading the Wu Kingdom to become the number one among the 7 kingdoms, was because he obtained something extraordinary in the ancient starry road when he was young. In short, you heard various news about the ancient starry road. To summarize, it is that this road contains many opportunities, and you are very tempted to enter it, but unfortunately, you do not meet the requirements. The minimum requirement to enter the ancient starry road is the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, and you are only at the 2nd level, so you cannot enter. Such a great opportunity is right in front of me, but I can't even enter, you sigh, only able to watch others enter this ancient road. When the ancient road opened, the geniuses of the 7 kingdoms who had reached the 6th level of the nascent soul stage or above all entered this ancient road to compete for opportunities. The 4th prince and 13th princess of the Wu Kingdom, the fated true maiden of the Zhao Kingdom, the southern heaven prince of the Chu Kingdom, and the true man Yu Hai of the Qi Kingdom, in short, all kinds of geniuses from the 7 kingdoms entered this ancient road and began to compete for opportunities. 3 months passed, and as you listened to the news coming from the ancient starry road, you became even more envious. Someone rumored that the 4th prince obtained a drop of true dragon blood in the 4th city of the ancient starry road. After consuming it, his physical strength increased. The 13th princess obtained a Dao flower in the 3rd city of the ancient road and saw the scene of an ancient immortal lecturing on scriptures. The southern heaven prince of the Chu Kingdom obtained a top-grade Dao artifact in the 4th city after competing with others. You even heard that a cultivator at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage obtained heavenly Dao liquid in the 2nd city of the ancient road. After consuming it, he immediately broke through 2 levels, reaching the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. The more you heard, the more tempted you became. Each of these opportunities made you envious, but unfortunately, you couldn't enter. You are still 4 levels away from the 6th level of the nascent soul stage. At your speed of 1 level every 3 years, you will need another 12 years to enter this ancient road. However, after 12 years, this ancient road will probably have already closed. 2 months passed, and you simply decided to avoid hearing about it to prevent further aggravation. Because the more you heard about the various opportunities that those people obtained inside, the more tempted you became, but you couldn't enter. You simply decided to enter seclusion and not listen to the news. However, just as you were about to enter seclusion, the 17th princess came to find you. She told you good news. According to the speculation of some transformation god realm lords and marquises, the restrictions of the ancient starry road will change in a month. At that time, perhaps cultivators above the 1st level of the nascent soul stage will also be able to enter. Hearing this news, you were immediately excited. The news brought by the 17th princess should be reliable. If it really is as she said, and the restrictions of the ancient starry road will change in a month, allowing nascent soul cultivators at the 1st level to enter, then your opportunity will come. In these past few months, the various news about the ancient starry road has been driving you crazy with desire. You began to wait patiently. Sure enough, a month later, it was just as the 17th princess had said. The restrictions of the ancient starry road changed, and cultivators at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage could enter. This news spread, and all the geniuses of the 7 kingdoms went crazy. Various cultivators at the 1st level of the nascent soul stage began to enter, because everyone wanted to get a share of the opportunities in the ancient starry road. You were among them. Of course, before setting off, you also made some preparations. You used your previous contribution points from the army to exchange for a high-grade Dao artifact, a bronze spear. Then, you borrowed a strange beast, a celestial horse, from the 17th princess. This celestial horse also had the cultivation of the nascent soul stage. In order to obtain more opportunities in the ancient starry road, you had armed yourself to the teeth this time. 5 days later, you rode the blood-red celestial horse, carrying the bronze spear, and set off. As the sun set, you stepped onto a black ancient road leading to the starry sky. You saw many geniuses from the 7 kingdoms also entering this ancient road. You had a feeling of participating in a great battle for supremacy. On the ancient road, you learned some information. This ancient starry road has 9 cities distributed along the way. The best opportunities are in the first city of the ancient road. It is said that the 4th prince, the 13th princess, and some top geniuses from the 7 kingdoms at the 8th and 9th levels of the nascent soul stage are still competing there. What you have to do now is start from the 9th city, slowly fight your way through, and fight against the geniuses of the 7 kingdoms at the end of the ancient road. An hour later, you rode the blood-colored celestial horse to the 9th city. It was a magnificent black ancient city, stretching for thousands of miles, vast and immeasurable. You saw all kinds of cultivators from the 7 kingdoms arriving in front of the city, a sea of people. This is truly a rare great era, simply a golden age. Geniuses above the nascent soul stage from all countries are gathering here. Look, that is the tyrant Taoist from the Chu kingdom. It is said that this person is at the 2nd level of the nascent soul stage, cultivating a pair of tyrant fists, extremely violent and unmatched. Perhaps this person can obtain a great opportunity in the 9th city. In front of the 9th city, a group of cultivators began to discuss, talking about the geniuses of the various countries. Hey, isn't that Yen Beitai from the Yin kingdom? He is also a genius. Next to him is Hong Jiaran from the Qi kingdom. It seems that the competition in the 9th city will be fierce this time. Yes, it is indeed fierce. Geniuses from all countries have come. I even saw the insect Taoist from the Wu kingdom. This person has the 5th level of nascent soul cultivation and is probably the strongest person here. A group of cultivators kept discussing the geniuses from various countries. They were discussing who was the strongest genius entering the 9th city this time. However, they quickly stopped discussing because they saw a green-clothed man riding a blood-red celestial horse, carrying a bronze spear, coming in differently from the other end of the ancient starry road. 1 man, 1 horse, 1 spear. His arrival immediately attracted the attention of the entire city. His eyes were disdainful, his black hair danced wildly, and he possessed an invincible aura. Could this green-clothed man be Lin Changqing, the one who defeated the 4th prince and 13th princess in the same realm? A Chu kingdom cultivator said in surprise. Who else but him would have such an invincible aura? I have heard of his reputation even in the Yin kingdom. This is definitely a genius among geniuses. If he arrives at the 9th level, who can compete with him? After all, this is someone who defeated the 4th prince and 13th princess in the same realm. Perhaps this person will be the number 1 here. Your arrival has garnered praise from cultivators throughout the 7 kingdoms. Many are lauding you as invincible within your realm, a true prodigy among prodigies. After all, your prior reputation was too astonishing. For a long time, the 4th prince and 13th princess have been like great mountains weighing on the hearts of the people of the 7 kingdoms, but suddenly, there is you, someone who can rival them. Your fame is naturally extremely great. Of course, the praise from cultivators of various nations has also attracted the attention of some prodigies towards you. Daoist Batian narrowed his eyes, and Hong Jiaran cupped her fists, watching you. These prodigies have already listed you in their hearts as the biggest opponent in the competition for the opportunity in the 9th city. In addition to this, you also heard some people being sarcastic towards you, such as Daoist Chong of the Wu kingdom. This person is a retainer under the 4th prince, so his sarcasm towards you is naturally not surprising. Over the past 3 years, you have assisted the 17th princess in vying for the throne. In addition, you made Huojiao, a retainer under the 4th prince, swallow feces alive in the secret realm. After this matter spread, it naturally aroused the dissatisfaction of the 4th prince's retainers. Your antagonism with them is obvious. Invincible within the same realm? Even comparable to the fourth prince? I wonder what method he used to pass the sixth level. Daoist Chong snorted coldly, squinting at Lin Chongqing. His entire body was covered in a black robe, and all kinds of evil insects crawled all over him, making him look extremely strange. This person is known for controlling insects, and his insect control skills are extremely bizarre. He sneered, some people, I think, need to recognize themselves. Don't think you are a prodigy just because of some luck. This is the ancient road's ninth city, not a. No one here will play the same realm game with you. Furthermore, there are no nascent soul cultivators here to protect you. You are just a flower in a greenhouse. I am at the fifth level of the nascent soul stage, enough to kill you. Oh, you are very confident. Lin Chongqing narrowed his eyes, holding his spear and riding. The blood-red celestial horse, coldly pointing at Daoist Chong, if you are confident in killing me, you can try. Arrogant. It seems that the praise you have received in the past 2 years has made you lose sight of yourself. I will let you see how big the gap between 3 minor realms is. So what if you are powerful in the same realm? No one here will play the same realm game with you. Daoist Chong grinned, pinching his left hand. Countless insects flew around him, as if he was about to attack Lin Chongqing. Lin Chongqing was naturally not afraid either, riding the blood-colored celestial horse and holding his spear upwards. Seeing that the two were about to fight, the surrounding cultivators from the 7 kingdoms all began to watch. This was indeed too exciting. They had just arrived and were already seeing a great battle between 2 prodigies. However, just as Lin Chongqing and Daoist Chong were about to fight, a voice suddenly came from within the ancient city. The ninth city of the Starry Sky Ancient Road, fighting is forbidden during the day, violators die. Several illusory figures walked out of the ninth city. They seemed to be the rule spirits of the ancient city. They announced that fighting was not allowed during the day in the ninth city. Hearing this, you stopped your movements. Daoist Chong also sneered, pinching his left hand and retracting the insects into his robe. The rules saved your life. You should thank the rules properly, otherwise, I would have bathed in the blood of a prodigy today. Daoist Chong looked at Lin Chongqing with a regretful expression. He grinned, seeming to think that if the city's spirit had not stopped him, he would have been able to kill Lin Chongqing today. The same words to you. I am looking forward to the moment I kill you. Will your mouth still be so tough? Lin Chongqing said coldly. Haha, a second-level nascent soul really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. When night falls, I will definitely kill you. Daoist Chong laughed loudly and then entered the city. Lin Chongqing did not speak. He simply put the bronze spear on his back and rode his horse into the ancient city. No need to say more, he would kill and drink blood tonight. After you entered the ancient city, cultivators from various countries also entered. The ancient city is vast and boundless, like a small world. The opportunities are all within the ancient city. There will be various treasures falling from the sky, and at this time, it depends on each person's fighting and competition. 6 hours later, night fell, and all cultivators were allowed to fight each other. At this time, various treasures also fell from the sky to the ancient city. On the north side of the city, a golden flower fell. Seeing this flower, all the cultivators went crazy and rushed over. This was the flower of the Great Tao. Legend has it that after taking it, one can break through a realm without side effects. More importantly, one can have the opportunity to watch immortals preach, which is a great opportunity. After the flower of the Great Tao appeared, Daoist Chong appeared in the ancient city. He declared that the flower of the Great Tao was his, and he would kill anyone who dared to snatch it. In addition, Daoist Chong also declared that Lin Chongqing should not show his face. If he dared to show his face, he would dare to kill him. Lin Chongqing, you seemed very arrogant during the day. If it weren't for the rules, I would have killed you during the day. Now that we can kill each other at night, I want to see if you dare to show yourself. I am waiting for you next to the flower of the Great Tao. If you dare to show yourself, I will dare to kill you. Daoist Chong appeared on the north side of the ancient city and said coldly. Daoist Chang's words caused an uproar in the city. Many people felt that Daoist Chang was too strong this time. Some people were discussing whether you dared to show yourself. Although you are invincible in the same realm, after all, there is a difference in realm between you and Daoist Chang. Daoist Chang is really domineering. I wonder if Lin Changqing dares to show himself. If you ask me, Lin Changqing will definitely win in the same realm, but it's a pity that Daoist Chang is 2 minor realms higher than Lin Changqing, so it will be difficult to fight this time. A cultivator from the Chu Kingdom said. Humph. What do you mean by definitely winning in the same realm? Do you think this is a? In real life, whoever is stronger wins. If Lin Changqing dares to come, Daoist Chang will dare to kill him. So what if you are in a lower realm? Who told you that your realm is not as good as others? A prodigy who has not grown up is just a pile of bones. This was a person with fiery red hair. This person was also a retainer of the fourth prince, so he was naturally helping Daoist Chang speak. Then, on the north side of the ancient city, more and more people arrived, and more people discussed whether you dared to attend. In the very center of the crowd, a golden flower of the great Tao bloomed. Daoist Chang stood confidently next to the golden flower with his hands behind his back. He seemed very confident that the flower of the great Tao was his, and he was also very confident that if Lin Changqing came, he would be able to kill him. After a while, just as everyone was discussing whether you were coming or not, you came with the bronze spear on your back, riding the blood-colored celestial horse. Look, Lin Changqing is here. He really came. The cultivators of the 7 kingdoms discussed. Oh, you are indeed bold to dare to come. Your courage is commendable, but your arrival is destined to die. I will bathe in the blood of a prodigy today. I will let you see how big the gap between the 2nd level of the Nascent Soul Stage and the 5th level of the Nascent Soul Stage is. Daoist Chang had a ferocious smile on his face, with insects flying all over him. Looking at Lin Changqing, who was rushing over, he seemed to have foreseen that he would eliminate a great enemy for the 4th prince today, but his smile quickly froze. Because Lin Changqing made his move. Boom! As if the earth was shaking, Lin Changqing rode the blood-colored celestial horse forward indifferently. The hooves of the celestial horse stepping on the ground made a rumbling thunder, shocking the watching cultivators of the 7 kingdoms. With a crack, Lin Changqing raised his spear, and then the celestial horse leaped into the sky. Man and horse, like ancient gods and demons returning, charged towards Daoist Chang. Impossible, the 2nd level of the Nascent Soul Stage. Looking at the aura of Lin Changqing rushing towards him, Daoist Chang felt fear. Why would a 2nd level Nascent Soul Stage cultivator have such a strong power? He wanted to resist, but it was too late. Lin Changqing had already ridden his horse in front of him, and then indifferently raised the bronze spear, stabbing towards Daoist Chang's body with a strike. With a bang, the bronze spear pierced through Daoist Chang. Fear bloomed on Daoist Chang's face. The spear pierced through his body, covering Daoist Chang in blood, and a scream came from his mouth. Spare my life. Looking at this godlike and demonic man stabbing himself with a spear, Daoist Chang begged for mercy. Oh? Wasn't your mouth very tough during the day? A dog-like thing dares to bark. Trash is trash. Even if you are 2 realms higher than me, I can still kill you like a wild dog. Lin Changqing indifferently rode the blood-colored celestial horse, shaking his arm, and the bronze spear moved. Lin Changqing killed Daoist Chang in midair. You rode your horse and leaped down, descending like an immortal king, your spear flashed, instantly killing the insect Daoist in midair. Everyone around was shocked by this scene. The cultivators from the 7 nations all wore expressions of disbelief. After all, you were only at the 2nd level of the Nascent Soul Stage, while the insect Daoist was at the 5th level, yet you killed him with a single spear. This was simply unprecedented. Did we see that right? Lin Changqing, at the 2nd level of the Nascent Soul Stage, killed a 5th level Nascent Soul with 1 spear strike. Just how strong is Lin Changqing? To defy someone 3 minor realms higher in the Nascent Soul Stage, it's simply unheard of, a Chu cultivator exclaimed in surprise. The surrounding cultivators from the 7 nations also discussed it with shocked expressions. Even the prodigies were no exception. Red Beauty and Tyrant Daoist looked at Lin Chongqing as if he were a monster. There was no other way. To instantly kill a 5th level Nascent Soul with the cultivation of the 2nd level of Nascent Soul, they had never seen such a thing. After all, reaching the Nascent Soul stage meant everyone was a prodigy, so who would be weaker than whom? Being able to defy an opponent 1 or 2 minor realms higher in the Nascent Soul stage already made you a prodigy among prodigies. But Lin Chongqing directly crossed 3 minor realms and instantly killed the insect Daoist with 1 spear strike. This truly made it hard for them to believe. Spare my life. The insect Daoist, who had been killed by Lin Chongqing in midair, weakly uttered. At this moment, his body was pierced by Lin Chongqing's spear, his internal organs were ruptured, and blood flowed continuously. His face was filled with extreme fear. He could feel his life rapidly fading away. He looked at the man who had killed him in midair like a god or demon and said, "Spare my life, I don't want to die. I was just being a foul mouth. I'm just a fart. Please let me go, spare my life." The insect Daoist pleaded with all his might. Lin Chongqing remained indifferent. He waved his hand forward again, and the spear pierced another inch into the insect Daoist's body. A miserable scream erupted from the insect Daoist's mouth once more. More blood flowed from the insect Daoist's body. Lin Chongqing's spear had just ruptured another one of his internal organs. "Now you know you were wrong? I remember your mouth was very tough just now. But it's too late. You wild dog-like thing dares to bark in front of me, you must be prepared to die." As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chongqing shook his arm violently, using the spear to hurl the insect Daoist down to the ground. With a bang, the insect Daoist was pierced through the ground by Lin Chongqing's spear. The insect Daoist couldn't even scream, because this time, Lin Chongqing directly pierced his heart with the bronze spear. "You will die a horrible death. I am a member of the 4th Prince's faction. If I die, His Highness will avenge me. You better stay in the 9th city for the rest of your life. The 8th city, the 7th city, all the way to the 1st city, have our people. The 4 generals of the Immortal Palace are in the 8th city. They will avenge me." Before his death, the insect Daoist looked at Lin Chongqing with resentment and cursed him. Lin Chongqing's expression didn't change upon hearing this. He jumped off his horse and stomped on the insect Daoist's face, then stomped down hard. With a bang, the insect Daoist's head was directly crushed by Lin Chongqing. "You dare to threaten me, you ant-like thing? And those damn 4 generals of the Immortal Palace? And that damn 4th prince? I will naturally kill my way through." At this moment, Lin Chongqing was cold and domineering, standing in front of the blood-colored Pegasus, coldly overlooking the corpse of the insect Daoist. In fact, those words just now were his true feelings. Before stepping onto the ancient starry road, he had prepared to kill his way through. Given his 3 years of helping the 17th princess compete for the throne and his antagonistic relationship with the 4th prince, his entry into the ancient starry road was destined to be a turbulent journey. Just like now, he entered the 9th city and hadn't said anything, but the insect Daoist started provoking him, wanting to eliminate him for the 4th prince. It was obvious that the 4th prince's faction held hostility towards him. Since that's the case, why should Lin Chongqing be polite? If I'm polite to you, you'll kill me. If I'm not polite to you, you'll still kill me. Then why should I be polite to you? The 4 generals of the Immortal Palace, the 4th prince's 4 great generals, all with 7th level nascent soul cultivation. Lin Chongqing silently pondered the information about these 4 people in his heart. These 4 were guarding the 8th city of the ancient road. The further ahead you go on the ancient starry road, the more generous the rewards. The 4 of them must have a lot of good things in their hands. In a moment, he will take the golden flower and swallow it to break through to the 3rd level of nascent soul. At that time, he will be confident in killing his way to the 8th city and killing these 4 generals of the Immortal Palace. After killing the 4 generals of the Immortal Palace, he will search their treasure trove, then break through again, and then continue to kill his way forward. Lin Chongqing planned to kill and break through all the way. The 4th prince's people must be distributed in all 9 cities. He will kill and break through all the way. Finally, when he kills his way to the first city, his cultivation will probably be at the 7th or 8th level of Nascent Soul, and he will naturally not fear the 4th prince at that time. You thought to yourself, then walked straight to the golden great Dao flower and picked it. No one dared to stop you. After all, you had killed the insect Taoist with a single spear, making you arguably the strongest person here. Red Beauty and Tyrant Taoist also didn't say anything, they had both witnessed your strength. 5 minutes later, you arrived at a restaurant in the south of the ancient city. The restaurant in the ancient city was naturally deserted. You found a room at random to live in, and then began to consume the golden great Dao flower to prepare for a breakthrough. The moment you swallowed the golden great Dao flower, you felt a domineering force surging in your dantian. You patiently guided this spiritual power, and then summoned the yin-yang nascent soul in your dantian to absorb this spiritual power. You felt your strength slowly increasing. After an hour, you absorbed the medicinal power of the golden great Dao flower. At this moment, your yin-yang nascent soul grew a little, from a 1-year-old infant to a 3-year-old child. This marked your arrival at the 3rd level of nascent soul. Each level of cultivation improvement in the nascent soul stage will make the nascent soul in the dantian grow. When you reach the 10th level of nascent soul, it will be exactly the same as an adult. As expected, entering the secret realm is the right way. I only broke through one level after 3 years of hard cultivation before, but now that I've come to the secret realm, I've already broken through another level in less than a day. Lin Chongqing internally examined his dantian. He enjoyed this feeling of rapid cultivation. After teasing the breakthrough spiritual power for a while, you looked at the roots and leaves of the golden great Dao flower that you had absorbed. The great Dao flower has 2 functions, absorbing the power of the flower to increase cultivation, and the roots and leaves can trigger immortals to lecture on scriptures and comprehend some ancient immortal scriptures. You tried to use spiritual power to trigger the roots and leaves of the golden flower. After a quarter of an hour, the roots and leaves of the golden great Dao flower shattered, and a golden light suddenly bloomed in front of you. In a hazy daze, you heard the sound of bells ringing, like the great Dao bell, and faintly, it seemed like you had come to the heavenly court of the ancient era, with many immortals lecturing scriptures for you. You listened with rapt attention. You felt like you had a deeper understanding of the great Dao. An hour later, you suddenly heard an immortal tell you the 2 words treasure bottle. You saw a cyan bottle covered with scriptures smashing towards your head. The cyan bottle seemed to contain the great Dao scriptures, and this treasure bottle also seemed to contain many great principles of the great Dao. With a bang, the treasure bottle smashed on your head, and at that moment, you suddenly woke up. The moment you regained consciousness, a miniature figure in a Taoist robe suddenly appeared in your mind. This figure resembled a smaller version of an immortal, forming hand seals. The first seal was a lotus hand seal, thumb forward, little finger back. Subsequently, a lotus vase appeared above his head, the vase blooming outwards with a lotus flower. The second seal the figure formed was a mountain seal, both thumbs joined together, palms held as if grasping a mountain. Above his head appeared a vase engraved with a mountain pattern, the vase emitting many mountains. The third seal, the figure formed a sword seal, index finger pointing forward, a vase filled with sword symbols appearing above his head, the vase surrounded by 8 golden miniature swords. You instinctively followed the figure's movements, imitating them. You had a feeling that these figures in your mind were teaching you a supreme art of slaughter. This is the lotus seal. Lin Chongqing muttered to himself, thumb forward, little finger back, hand forming the lotus. The figure in his mind made the same movement as him. In that instant, Lin Chongqing seemed to connect with a mysterious power in the void, a lotus face appearing above his head. Lotus seal. Lin Chongqing shouted, the lotus face above his head, as if engraved with the great Dao, bloomed with a lotus flower composed of great Dao rules. The moment this lotus flower was released, it bloomed with terrifying power, the surrounding space shattering layer by layer. Good stuff, it really is a supreme art of slaughter. Lin Chongqing's eyes showed joy. Next he tried to form the mountain seal and the sword seal. The second seal, the mountain seal, he released the mountain vase, directly summoning a miniature version of a mountain from the void, this mountain carrying the power to destroy the heavens and earth. The third seal, the sword vase, he seemed to gain the power to control swords, the summoned golden miniature swords able to directly cut through space. It seems the most precious thing about this golden flower of the great Tao isn't the breakthrough it grants, but the Immortal's lecture. I actually directly comprehended a supreme art of slaughter. After practicing the vase seals for a while, Lin Changqing said with delight. You are very excited. After your experiment just now, you are sure that the vase seal is definitely a supreme art of slaughter. Whether it's the lotus seal, the mountain seal, or the sword seal, you feel immense power. You think it's only below the Kunpeng heavenly art, and it can definitely increase your combat power. You feel that this golden flower of the great Tao is too worth it. Not only did it allow you to break through your realm, but it also allowed you to comprehend a slaughter secret technique. With the vase seal, you will have another method to deal with enemies in the future. I'll stay in the 9th city for one more day and see if there are any treasures like the golden flower of the great Tao. You decide not to set off for the 8th city for the time being, but to stay in the 9th city for one day. After all, the golden flower of the great Tao opportunity just now was too heaven-defying. Not only did it allow you to break through your realm, but it also allowed you to comprehend a slaughter secret technique. You want to stay here for one more night to see if you can encounter the golden flower of the great Tao opportunity again. Soon, a day passed, and night fell again. Various treasures descended from the sky again. You followed the crowd to the streets of the ancient city, looking at the treasures in the sky. The people around you all looked at you with fearful expressions. Some geniuses were secretly grinding their teeth, wondering why you, this monster, didn't go to the 8th city. You're already so strong, why are you still staying in the 9th city to snatch opportunities from them? Isn't Lin Changqing going to the 8th city yet? Still staying in the 9th city to snatch opportunities from us. With his strength, the best treasures in the 9th city will definitely fall into his hands. Who can snatch them from him? Taoist Badian said with a depressed face. After the best opportunity, the golden flower, was taken away by Lin Changqing last night, he originally wanted to go on a killing spree tonight and snatch the best opportunity. But he didn't expect Lin Changqing to not leave, but to stay in the 9th city. This made him very depressed. After all, with Lin Changqing around, he couldn't snatch anything. This Lin Changqing can kill a 5th level nascent soul with one move, he can't beat him. You naturally didn't know the slanders these geniuses had in their hearts towards you. You focused on looking at the sky, wanting to see if there was a golden flower of the great Tao falling, but unfortunately, you were disappointed. The sky was filled with colorful treasures and opportunities. There were Tao artifacts and spirit medicines, but not a single one was a golden flower. Fellow Taoist Changqing, still want the golden flower of the great Tao? That's an extraordinary treasure. It was rare enough that it appeared once in our 9th city yesterday. If I want more flowers of the great Tao, I have to go to the 8th city, the 7th city. The further forward the city is, the higher the probability of producing the flowers of the great Tao, and there are even some opportunities that are better than the flowers of the great Tao. Taoist Badian suddenly said. He felt that he had to bewitch Lin Changqing to leave the 9th city as soon as possible and go to other cities. After all, if this monster continues to stay here, good opportunities will definitely not be his turn. Just like now, clearly there are all kinds of treasures floating in the sky, but no one dares to move. Everyone is waiting for Lin Changqing to pick first. This made him very depressed. Of course, in a way, Taoist Badian can't be called bewitching. The further forward the ranked city is, the higher the probability of producing golden flowers, but correspondingly, the competition inside is also greater. 10 minutes later, you shook your head in disappointment. You looked at all the opportunities and spiritual objects in the sky, and there wasn't a single thing that you liked. It seems that the flower of the great Tao last night was indeed a coincidence. If you want to obtain such a treasure, you still have to go to a city with a higher ranking. However, just as you were about to leave, a dragon roar suddenly appeared in the sky, and a dragon shadow floated down from the sky, and then condensed into a drop of crystal clear blood, and there was a faint azure dragon phantom in this blood. Seeing this drop of blood, everyone was shocked. It's actually true dragon blood. This is a spiritual object of the same level as the golden flower of the great Tao. After taking it, it can increase the strength of the physical body. It is said that if a body refiner who cultivates the internal organs takes it, it can directly cause an internal organ to break through the gods, which is quite heaven-defying. Daoist Badian stared at the drop of true dragon blood in the sky with wide eyes. At this moment, he was very numb. He didn't understand what was going on in the ninth city these 2 days. First, a golden flower of the great Tao appeared yesterday, and today, a drop of true dragon blood appeared. The probability of these 2 levels of opportunities appearing in the 8th city is relatively small, but they have appeared in the 9th city for 2 consecutive days. Of course, what's even more numb is. Thinking of this, Daoist Badian looked at Lin Changqing with a very depressed expression. Needless to say, this treasure must be Lin Changqing's. Daoist Badian was very depressed at this moment. If Lin Changqing had taken the golden flower of the great Tao and left yesterday, wouldn't the true dragon blood be his now? Depressed. Not only Daoist Badian thought this way, but the cultivators of the 7 kingdoms all looked at the drop of true dragon blood with eager eyes, but none of them dared to move. Hong Jiaran was also drooling. She tried to step forward several times, but in the end, she gave up. After all, once she stepped out, she would have to compete with Lin Changqing, and Hong Jiaran didn't have the guts. You also saw the drop of true dragon blood, of course. You can feel that after the true dragon blood appeared. Your liver is burning crazily. You have a feeling. If you swallow the true dragon blood, your liver ancient god can break out of your body directly. Good treasure, it was worth waiting an extra night in the 9th city. Looking at such a treasure, Lin Changqing's eyes revealed joy. He flashed forward, leaping directly into the sky, and held the drop of true dragon blood in his hand. None of the cultivators from the 7 kingdoms who were watching dared to come forward to snatch it. They could only watch helplessly as the best opportunity and treasure of the night fell into Lin Changqing's hands again. Relying on the reputation of the insect slayer Taoist, you successfully obtained the true dragon blood. You have gained another top-tier opportunity and treasure. As soon as the true dragon blood touched your palm, you felt a burning sensation. At the same time, you felt a vast life force surge into your body. You became even more excited and couldn't wait to refine this drop of true dragon blood. 5 minutes later, you returned to the same inn you stayed at last night, entered the room, and began to refine the true dragon blood. You swallowed the true dragon blood in one gulp, placed it into your dantian, and began to refine it with your spiritual power. Gradually, the true dragon blood emitted a vast life force that you absorbed. The strength of your physical body increased frantically. After another half an hour, this life force began to pour into your liver, and the ancient god nurtured within your liver gradually opened its eyes. After another hour, the ancient god of the liver broke out of your body. It was an ancient god with a cyan body, covered with giant tree patterns. As soon as it appeared, you felt your control over the wood element rise to another level. Your second internal organ ancient god broke out of your body. At this moment, the strength of your physical body reached 60 dragons. Swallowing the true dragon blood increased your strength by 30 dragons. If I said that I would have been a little pressured to fight 4 nascent soul 7th layer cultivators before, but with the ancient god of the liver breaking out of my body, my strength has risen to another level, and I am confident that I can crush these 4. Lin Changqing clenched his fists, feeling the increased power within him. At this moment, he was very confident that he could rush to the 8th city and cut down the Immortal Palace 4 generals under the 4th prince. However, you still suppressed your impulse. You decided to stay here for another night. After all, you obtained top-tier opportunities such as the Golden Grand Tao Flower and True Dragon Blood in the previous 2 nights. You wanted to wait another night in the 9th city to see if there would be any more top-tier opportunities. Soon, a night passed, and in the evening, you came to the ancient city streets again. The sky above the ancient city once again spewed out various opportunities, but unfortunately, this time there were no top-tier opportunities like the Grand Tao Flower and True Dragon Blood. They were all ordinary Tao artifacts and spiritual objects. You were unwilling and stayed for another night. The opportunities this night were still very ordinary. You then laughed self-deprecatingly, knowing that you were indeed very lucky to obtain the True Dragon Blood and Grand Tao Flower the previous 2 times. It was unrealistic to keep obtaining top-tier opportunities like the True Dragon Blood and Grand Tao Flower in the 9th city. You felt that it was time to go to the 8th city. The opportunities in the 8th city are better than those in the 9th city. So, a night passed, and the next day, you rode your blood-colored warhorse and embarked on the road to the 8th city. The moment you walked out of the 8th city, both the tyrant Taoist and Hong Jiaran laughed loudly. After all, now that you, the venerable killing god, were gone, they finally had a chance to snatch the opportunities and treasures of the 9th city. Of course, you didn't know that these geniuses were celebrating your departure from the 9th city in their hearts. You focused on hurrying on your way. The 8th city is quite far from the 9th city, and you estimate that it will take about 2 days of travel. While you were rushing towards the 8th city on the ancient road, the story of you killing the insect slayer Taoist with a single spear had already spread like wildfire in the 8th city. Everyone was shocked by your battle record. The various geniuses of the 7 kingdoms in the 8th city were all sighing at how dazzling a monster like you was, being able to kill an enemy across 3 minor realms in the nascent soul stage. Of course, while the geniuses of the 7 kingdoms were amazed and praised your feat, the Immortal Palace 4 generals under the 4th prince were naturally furious. Their relationship with the insect slayer Taoist was extremely good. Hearing that the insect slayer Taoist was killed by you, each of them was seething with killing intent. In addition, you publicly killed the insect slayer Taoist, which was a slap in the face to the 4th prince. How could this not make them determined to kill you? Brother, the insect slayer Taoist is dead. We must avenge him. Moreover, this Lin Changqing is too monstrous. He can kill enemies across 3 realms in the nascent soul stage. If he grows up, he will definitely be a great enemy to the 4th prince in the future. We must eliminate this person for his highness. In the 8th city, inside an ancient mansion, 4 nascent soul cultivators wearing black armor were solemnly discussing matters at a table. These 4 are the Immortal Palace 4 generals, all of whom are heavyweights. The one who spoke just now was the second oldest of the Immortal Palace 4 generals, General Chong-er. You're right. 3 years ago, His Highness sent someone to assassinate him. Today, he killed the insect slayer Taoist again. Our 2 lines have long formed a life-and-death feud. We cannot let this person grow up. We really have to eliminate him for His Highness. It was the eldest of the Immortal Palace 4 generals who spoke. He looked extremely dignified, with a long beard, a standard military general's appearance. Brother, what if that kid is afraid and stays in the 9th city all the time, not going to the 8th city? The rules of this Starry Sky ancient road only allow entry and not retreat. We cannot return to the 9th city from the 8th city. The third oldest of the Immortal Palace 4 generals spoke. This person had a round face and was a fat man, like a wealthy merchant. What he just said was one of the rules of the Starry Sky Ancient Road. The Starry Sky Ancient Road only allows entry and not retreat. There is no turning back on this road. You can only kill your way forward. Once you reach the 8th city, you cannot retreat back to the 9th city. What you said is true. If that kid is afraid and doesn't dare to come, it will indeed be troublesome for us to kill him. Hearing the third brother's words, the eldest slowly tapped the table, as if pondering a countermeasure. Then he spoke, all geniuses are arrogant people. Perhaps we can adopt a provocative strategy, releasing some remarks to humiliate this person, and let him come to the 8th city to fight us. Brother, that kid is not a fool either. Although he killed the nascent soul 5th layer insect slayer Taoist with 1 sword, we are nascent soul late stage 7th layer, and there are 4 of us. No matter how strong this kid is, he knows that he cannot defeat us. Even if he is arrogant, he probably knows that his life is important. A provocative strategy may not work. The fat man, the third oldest, replied again. He was very confident that if Lin Changqing dared to come, they would kill him. Although they were afraid of Lin Changqing's potential after he killed the insect slayer Taoist with 1 sword, Lin Changqing had not grown up yet after all. Even if you say that he is still only at the nascent soul 3rd layer, while the 4 of them are at the nascent soul 7th layer. 7th layer is the late stage of nascent soul. The fat man, the third oldest, didn't believe that this Lin Changqing could kill them across 4 layers. So now, the Immortal Palace 4 generals have not even considered the possibility that Lin Changqing might kill them instead. What they are considering is how to provoke Lin Changqing and get Lin Changqing to come to the 8th city. Then what do we do? It's easy for the 4 of us nascent soul 7th layers to kill this kid, but if he doesn't come, we have no way to do it. The second oldest scratched his head. He had dark skin and was as strong as an iron tower, and he was also worried at the moment. Just follow what I said just now. First release some remarks to humiliate this person, and try to anger him. Otherwise, I don't have any good way to do it. After all, if this person is really afraid of death and shrinks in the ninth city, it will be really difficult for us to deal with him. The eldest of the Immortal Palace 4 generals finally decided on the provocative strategy. Over the next day, the 4 Celestial Palace generals began spreading various statements to provoke Lin Changqing, such as if Lin Changqing dared to come to the 8th city, they would beat him to death like a stray dog. They also mocked Lin Changqing for only knowing how to turtle up in the 9th city, afraid to face them and not daring to set out. After a day of these rumors spreading, you heard them on your way. You sneered, seeing that the 4 were trying to provoke you. However, they were wrong. They probably thought that your limit was killing a Yuaning stage level 6 cultivator while being 3 minor levels lower, but they didn't know that your current strength allowed you to easily kill a Yuaning stage level 7 cultivator while being 4 minor levels lower. The 4 Celestial Palace generals were too arrogant. It was laughable that they would use such statements to provoke you. You decided to grant their wish and immediately head to the 8th city to give them a big surprise. You quickened your pace, and soon news of your journey reached the 8th city. Hearing this news, the cultivators of the 7 kingdoms were shocked. No one expected that you would actually dare to set out. The 4 Celestial Palace generals, on the other hand, burst into laughter. Ha, big brother, your provocation tactic really worked. That kid is such an idiot that he actually dared to set out, not knowing whether he'll live or die. It seems we can kill that kid and eliminate a major threat for the 4th prince, the 3rd. Brother, San Ponzi, laughed heartily. The eldest brother also stroked his beard, his face filled with satisfaction. After all, he was the one who came up with the provocation tactic, and he didn't expect it to actually work, actually provoking Lin Changqing to come out. The second brother of the Chong family said, "This Lin Changqing is still too young. If I were him, I would definitely turtle up in the 9th city. What does it matter if others scold me? I would just live and improve my strength. This kid is still too impatient. I think his path as a genius ends here." As he said this, a hint of cruel killing intent flashed in the eyes of the second brother of the Chong family. He was looking forward to the feeling of personally twisting Lin Changqing's head off. He had never killed a genius of this level before. He felt a great sense of accomplishment in being able to prematurely obliterate a future peerless expert. Upon learning of your arrival, the 4 Celestial Palace generals all felt confident. Subsequently, to be even more certain, the eldest brother of the Chong family even sought out the Chu Kingdom princess. The Chu Kingdom princess was the number 1 beauty of the 7 kingdoms. Rumor had it that she was a goddess descended from the heavens, with eyes as beautiful as autumn water and a face that could topple cities. The reason why the eldest brother of the Chong family sought out the Chu Kingdom princess was precisely because she was the 4th prince's fiancée. The 4th prince was extremely domineering. He believed that he had obtained the great son Immortal Venerable's inheritance and was the most noble person in the world. Coupled with the Wu Kingdom's supreme status in the 7 kingdoms and his father being the unparalleled returning void human emperor, the 4th prince felt that he was simply the most person in the world. Naturally, the 4th prince believed that he should cultivate the strongest divine powers and marry the most beautiful woman. Thus, he proposed marriage to the Chu Kingdom princess, and forced by the Wu Kingdom's power, the Chu Kingdom agreed to marry the princess to the Wu Kingdom. The 4 Celestial Palace generals sought out the Chu Kingdom princess because of this relationship. They wanted to borrow an unparalleled spiritual treasure from the Chu Kingdom prince, a treasure called the Azure Sky Lantern, which was half a level higher than ordinary top-grade Dao artifacts and extremely powerful. With this unparalleled spiritual treasure, the 4 Celestial Palace generals felt confident in killing Lin Changqing. "Princess, we wish to eliminate the threat of Lin Changqing for the 4th prince and would like to borrow the Azure Sky Lantern from you." In a magnificent palace in the 8th city, a woman dressed in red, with a peerless face, sat in the main seat of the palace. This was the Chu Kingdom princess. The eldest brother of the Chong family stood respectfully before her. After all, in a sense, the Chu Kingdom princess was also his future master. "Oh, You want to borrow the Azure Sky Lantern to eliminate Lin Changqing? I've heard of this person's name. I heard that he surpassed the fourth prince in the same realm. Such a genius. Does your Wu Kingdom also want to eliminate him? I think it's a bit of a pity. The Chu Kingdom princess said, her voice cold and her face expressionless, as she looked at the eldest brother of the Chong family with some indifference. What is he? Can he compare to the fourth prince? The eldest brother of the Chong family replied, no one in the same realm can compare to the fourth prince. This person used special means to pass the sixth level that year. The fourth prince is a true dragon among men, unparalleled. Moreover, so what if this person is a Wu Kingdom genius? The biggest mistake he made was provoking the fourth prince. 3 years ago, the fourth prince recruited him, but he didn't appreciate it. In that case, don't blame me for eliminating him tomorrow. The eldest brother of the Chong family's eyes were filled with killing intent. As for the Chu Kingdom princess's earlier statement that Lin Changqing was a Wu Kingdom genius and that killing him was a pity, the eldest brother of the Chong family didn't think so. The more of a genius he was, the more he had to be killed. After all, when Lin Changqing grows up, then he might really become an unmatched opponent for the fourth prince. After 2 minutes, the eldest brother of the Chong family made some more statements about definitely killing Lin Changqing. Then the Chu Kingdom prince nodded, and the eldest brother of the Chong family successfully borrowed the Azure Sky Lantern from the Chu Kingdom princess. With the Azure Sky Lantern and the 4 of us, this time we will definitely kill Lin Changqing and eliminate a major threat for the prince, the eldest brother of the Chong family said triumphantly. The other 3 also felt that this was a sure thing. The next day, you were only 3,000 meters away from the 8th city. Someone brought this news to the 8th city. The eldest brother of the Chong family, with his 3 brothers, holding the Azure Sky Lantern, came to the city gate with a sinister smile, ready to kill you at the city gate. Let that kid see the power of our 4 Celestial Palace generals later, and let him know what a Yuaning stage level 7 cultivator is. Outside the magnificent ancient walls of the 8th city, the 4 Celestial Palace generals were dressed in black armor, with an Azure Sky Lantern floating above their heads, each with a sinister smile as if killing Lin Changqing was a sure thing. The city walls were also crowded with people, and cultivators from various countries were watching the upcoming earth-shattering battle. Some were looking forward to it, thinking that this was an internal conflict in the Wu Kingdom, and they would be happy if a pride like Lin Changqing died. Some were shocked, taking a neutral stance, simply feeling that it was too regrettable if a genius like Lin Changqing, who appeared once every 10,000 years, were to fall prematurely today. That Lin Changqing shouldn't have come. He should have stayed in the 9th city. It's a pity. It's not easy for a figure who can rival the 4th prince and the 13th princess to appear. I don't want to see him fall prematurely, someone sighed. Of course, while all the people on the city wall were discussing, there was only one stunning woman in red standing leisurely. She stood on the black ancient wall, her pair of autumn water eyes looking into the distance, not knowing what she was thinking. Day. The yellow smoke of the frontier rose. This ancient star road, which had seen countless geniuses fight over countless years, welcomed another passerby. A green-clothed cultivator, holding a bronze ancient spear, riding a blood-colored celestial horse, stepped on this ancient road that countless people had fought over, and came to the city gate amidst the of 10,000 people. The celestial horse neighed, its hooves stepped on the ground, the green figure on the blood-colored celestial horse tightened the reins, he rode on the horse and looked coldly at the 4 celestial palace generals, his black hair scattered, with an aura of looking down on the world. Ancient Road 8th City, he has arrived. Lin Changqing, I admire your courage. You actually dared to come to the 8th city. Not bad, you are indeed a proud talent of Wu Kingdom. This kind of mind is truly brave. However, you have angered the 4th prince, so your path as a proud talent ends here. Today, we will eliminate you for the 4th prince, so you can understand that angering the 4th prince is a grave mistake. The leader of the 4 generals of the Immortal Palace stood before the city gate and spoke with majesty. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he stared directly at Lin Changqing, who was riding a horse before him. The chubby 3rd brother beside him laughed. Brother, why are you praising him? You say he's brave, but in my opinion, this kind of person is just ignorant and arrogant, used to being treated as a genius. Does he really think he can challenge the four of us at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage? What's the point of talking to such an arrogant and ignorant person? We need to use knives and blood to make this kind of person understand that so-called talent is worthless in the face of the difference in cultivation. As he spoke, the chubby third brother pointed his round finger at Lin Changqing's face, a ferocious smile on his face. Lin Changqing, you arrogant and foolish genius, since you've come to die today, I'll grant your wish. Besides, you've committed a treasonous crime. I'm going to humiliate you to the extreme, making you, this so-called genius, kneel before this city of 10,000 people, and die in humiliation. Oh, what treasonous crime have I committed? Lin Changqing asked calmly, sitting on his horse. Asking the obvious. The chubby third brother snorted coldly. First, the fourth prince recruited you 3 years ago, but you actually refused. You really think you're somebody. Second, you dared to kill Chong Daoren, a subordinate of the fourth prince, a few days ago. This is the treasonous crime you've committed. In Wu Kingdom, no one dares to oppose the fourth prince. All those who dare to oppose the fourth prince are already dead. You are no exception. That's right, third brother is right. The second brother of the 4 generals of the Immortal Palace also spoke, looking at Lin Changqing with a teasing gaze. If you want to die a little easier today, then you, this genius, should kneel down and let us see. Maybe we can let you die easily. Otherwise, the 4 of us will let you know what the ultimate pain in the world is. After saying that, the second brother of the Chong family and the chubby third brother both laughed loudly, and the other 2 generals were the same. They looked at Lin Changqing with teasing and ridicule in their eyes. They seemed to have already determined that they could kill Lin Changqing easily. Trash always likes to bark. I hope you can still bark later. Tisk. Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes. He coldly tugged on the reins. The blood-colored heavenly horse's hooves stomped heavily on the ground, and then charged forward. Lin Changqing rode on the horse, holding the bronze ancient spear, his black hair scattered over his shoulders, carrying the aura of overlooking the world, and charged towards the 4 generals of the Immortal Palace. Today, he would slaughter these 4 wild dogs who liked to bark. How dare you? You still dare to resist. It seems we must make you suffer to death today. We gave you the chance to kneel, but you actually didn't kneel. Seeing Lin Changqing so bold, daring to attack them first, the chubby third brother and the other 3 generals all felt that the world had turned upside down. A nascent soul stage 3 cultivator actually dared to charge at the 4 of them, who were at the late stage of the nascent soul stage, without knowing death. He was really courting death. Big brother, second brother, fourth brother, don't move. Let me meet him alone first. I must let this kid know what the 7th level of the nascent soul stage is, what the late stage of the nascent soul stage is. I want to let him understand that even if you are a genius, it is impossible to defeat me by crossing 4 realms. I want to let him understand the gap between him and the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. The chubby third brother said to the other 3, and then stood out, facing Lin Changqing, who was charging on horseback. The chubby third brother's cultivation spiritual power at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage began to be released. Boy, I, Chong Laosan, have traveled 400 years, and only came to the 7th level of the nascent soul stage after surviving countless dangers. I don't know how many so-called geniuses I've seen. Today, I will kill another genius to prove my prestige. The chubby third brother's round and fat body flew into the sky, and his 5 short and thick fingers pointed outwards. White ice swords appeared around him. At this moment, the power of his nascent soul stage 7 cultivator was fully displayed. A kind of overwhelming spiritual coldness spread throughout the surrounding 3,000 meters, and even the people watching on the city wall felt a burst of extreme cold. Is that the third brother of the 4 generals of the Immortal Palace? What a strong ice attribute! The people on the city wall were shocked by the ice swords released by Chong Laosan. Ha ha! Seeing the reaction of the people around him, Chong Laosan shouted arrogantly, "Have you felt my power? This is the 7th level of the nascent soul stage. Now you know the difference between you and me. Chon Laosan's words stopped abruptly, because the blue-clothed figure riding on the blood-colored heavenly horse suddenly tugged on the reins, and the heavenly horse leaped into the sky, and then the blue-clothed figure stood on the horse, pulled out the bronze ancient spear, and thrust it forward. It was difficult to describe the power of this spear. Countless dragon shadows appeared behind the blue-clothed figure. Countless dragon shadows directly shattered the ice sword summoned in front of Chon Laosan. With a bang, Lin Changqing arrived, stepping on the countless dragon shadows, and stabbed out with another spear. This spear directly pierced through the chubby third brother's body. Ah, 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 ah. The chubby third brother screamed miserably. The spear pierced through his body, making him feel extreme pain. He looked at the person who pierced him with one spear in disbelief. How is that possible? Why would a nascent soul stage 3 cultivator destroy all of his ice elements with one spear? He had never heard of defeating an enemy by crossing 4 realms in the nascent soul stage. What kind of person did he offend? Thinking of this, the chubby third brother's body was trembling. A dog-like thing. You dare to make me kneel. Don't you like to bark? Come on, keep barking for me. Lin Changqing said coldly. He shook his arm and directly nailed the chubby third brother to the ground. This was not the end. Lin Changqing jumped directly from the heavenly horse in the sky, and then stomped on Chon Laosan's chubby face, looking at him with a grin. Come on, bark for me, keep barking for me. What answered Lin Changqing was the chubby man's miserable scream and the terrified look on his face. He couldn't figure it out. He didn't know what was going on at all. He was at the 7th level of the nascent soul stage, so how could he be defeated by a nascent soul stage 3 cultivator? He had never heard of defeating an enemy by crossing 4 realms in the nascent soul stage. What kind of person did he offend? Thinking of this, the chubby third brother's body was trembling. Didn't you want me to kneel just now? You like to kneel, so I'll let you kneel enough. Immediately afterwards, Lin Changqing grabbed the chubby third brother's head, lifted him up, and then drew out the heavenly wolf 7-kill saber with his left hand, and smashed it against the chubby third brother's knee with the back of the knife, once, twice, 3 times. Ah, 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 spare me, spare me. Chon Laosan let out an inhuman scream. He looked at the demon-like man in front of him with fear. This demon was smashing his knees with the back of the knife, one knife at a time. He felt a piercing pain. Lin Changqing ignored his pleas for mercy, and grinned as he smashed down one knife after another, smashing dozens of times in a row. With a bang, he completely shattered Chon Laosan's 2 knees. Losing his knees, Chon Laosan wailed and knelt. Directly on the ground, his entire knees covered in blood. Not bad, from now on, you can only kneel. Lin Changqing said coldly. Silence, a deathly silence, gripped everyone present as they witnessed the scene. Lin Changqing, at the mere 3rd level of the core formation stage, had defeated the 3rd brother of the Chong family, a cultivator at the 7th level of the core formation stage, with a single spear strike. This was truly unbelievable to everyone. If Lin Changqing's previous victory over the insect Daoist, a cultivator at the 5th level of the core formation stage, was already earth-shattering news, then Lin Changqing's victory over the 3rd brother of the Chong family today had once again refreshed their understanding. After all, this was a victory achieved by crossing 4 minor realms within the core formation stage. This was unprecedented. Heavens, are we seeing things correctly? Lin Changqing has defeated an opponent by crossing 4 minor realms. It's truly unbelievable. A Chu Kingdom cultivator exclaimed. In his understanding, it seemed that no one had ever been able to defeat an opponent by crossing 4 realms in the core formation stage, not even the 4th prince or the 13th princess. This is indeed true. We are not mistaken. Perhaps we are witnessing the birth of a future forbidden figure. To be in the same era as such a figure is destined to be a tragedy, said an old grey-robed Taoist from Yen Kingdom with white hair. Looking at the proud, world-overlooking figure in green outside the city walls, he suddenly felt a sense of admiration, followed by a pang of sadness. Why would such a prodigy appear in Wu Kingdom? Was this the heavens forsaking their Yen Kingdom, forsaking their 7 kingdoms? In short, Your defeat of the third brother of the Chong family caused shock among the Seven Kingdoms cultivators watching on the city walls. Even the red-clothed, peerless woman, the Chu Kingdom princess, was no exception. She narrowed her eyes, staring intently at you, as if contemplating something. "Big brother, save me, big brother, save me." It was the third brother of the Chong family issuing a weak cry for help. Third brother. The remaining three generals of the Immortal Palace, seeing their third brother in such a miserable state, were both anxious and heartbroken. They looked at Lin Changqing with murderous eyes. Daring to injure their third brother so severely, they would surely eliminate this person. "Big brother, now that things have come to this, we can only offer the Azure Heaven Lamp to kill Lin Changqing and rescue third brother." "That's right. I don't believe that the three of us, together with the Azure Heaven Lamp, can't kill Lin Changqing and rescue third brother." The second brother of the Chong family shouted loudly. The eldest brother of the Chong family also slowly took out an azure lamp from his storage bag, staring at Lin Changqing with killing intent. At this moment, in the heart of the eldest brother of the Chong family, Lin Changqing was a person who must be eliminated. Firstly, they had seen the miserable state of the third brother of the Chong family. The four of them had supported each other for hundreds of years as brothers. How could he not be angry that his own brother had been injured like this? Secondly, the talent displayed by Lin Changqing was too astonishing. Crossing 4 realms in the core formation stage to defeat an opponent was something that even the fourth prince had never achieved. Therefore, he had to be eliminated. Fortunately, I cautiously borrowed the Azure Heaven Lamp from the Chu Kingdom princess, otherwise, we really wouldn't be able to deal with this Lin Changqing today, the eldest brother of the Chong family thought. With the strength that Lin Changqing had just displayed in instantly killing the third brother of the Chong family, the eldest brother estimated that even if the four of them teamed up against Lin Changqing, they would not be a match. But with the Azure Heaven Lamp, it was different. The Azure Heaven Lamp was a high-grade Dao artifact, a spiritual treasure that was half a level above, a semi-immortal artifact. In other words, with the Azure Heaven Lamp in hand, the eldest brother of the Chong family was confident that the three of them working together could unleash the battle power of the 10th level of the core formation stage. He didn't believe that they couldn't suppress and kill Lin Changqing. "Lin Changqing, today you are doomed." The eldest brother of the Chong family and the remaining two generals offered the Azure Heaven Lamp and attacked you. You felt an overwhelming power. You saw a layer of azure sky enveloping you, followed by an azure giant standing out from the lamp. This giant had an aura of destruction, comparable to the 10th level of the core formation stage. This is actually a semi-immortal artifact. You didn't expect the four generals of the Immortal Palace to have such a trump card. However, you are not afraid. You have the 7 injuries skill. If you disregard the loss of lifespan, you are enough to kill them. Thinking this, you offered the treasure bottle seal and attacked. You unleashed a large mountain, smashing it towards the azure giant, and then unleashed the lotus seal, smashing it towards the four Chong brothers. Soon, an earth-shattering battle erupted. You fought with these three brothers. The surrounding figures were stunned by the scene. They were once again shocked by your battle power. After all, the three brothers were besieging you at this moment, and with the help of the Azure Heaven Lamp, you seemed to be holding your own. After 300 moves, as expected of the Azure Heaven Lamp, you felt signs of being unable to withstand it. It seems that I have to use the 7 injuries skill. You are preparing to first sacrifice 200 years of lifespan to increase your cultivation by 2 realms. This way, you will be able to break the Azure Heaven Lamp and kill these 3 people. On the other hand, after sacrificing 200 years of lifespan, you will still have remaining lifespan. Of course, if you sacrifice all of your lifespan, you can rise 5 minor realms in a row, but you don't need to. You only need to raise 2 more minor realms. You will be able to deal with the 10th level of the core formation stage. However, just as you were about to sacrifice your lifespan to use the 7 injuries skill to amplify your battle power, you suddenly discovered that the wick of the Azure Heaven Lamp had gone out, and the summoned Azure Giant had also disappeared. The Azure Heaven Lamp seems to be useless. You don't know why there is such an unexpected situation, but you seized the opportunity. You drew out the Heavenly Wolf 7-kill saber with your left hand and slashed forward 7 times in a row, directly splitting the fourth brother of the Immortal Palace to death. Seeing their fourth brother suddenly die tragically, the eldest and second brothers cried out in grief. But you didn't stop. You offered the treasure bottle seal again, summoning a large mountain and directly smashing it towards the second brother. The mountain directly smashed the second brother of the Chong family to death. Finally, only the eldest brother was left. You slowly killed him with a bronze ancient spear. At the last moment of his life, the eldest brother of the Chong family said the following sentence. "Princess, why do you want to harm us? Why do you want to extinguish the azure heaven lamp?" The eldest brother of the Chong family, with deep incomprehension, turned his head and looked at the red-clothed, peerless woman on the city wall. The eldest brother of the Chong family died with unwillingness. If he had persisted for a moment longer, he would definitely have been able to suppress and kill Lin Changqing. He didn't understand why the owner of the azure heaven lamp had extinguished the wick. Only the owner of the lamp, the Chu Kingdom princess, had the power to extinguish the wick. He didn't understand why that princess would do this. He was eliminating enemies for her future husband. Why did she have to extinguish the wick, harming him like this? The eldest brother of the Chong family died with unwillingness. The white and fat third brother had grief and complete death in his eyes. The brothers who had roamed together for more than 300 years had died like this. He regretted it. He regretted that he shouldn't have provoked Lin Changqing, but it was too late now. Afterwards, the third brother of the Chong family actually committed suicide. Before his death, he crawled towards the dead three brothers with his broken knees, seemingly wanting to be buried together. What a moment of brotherly affection, but you have no sympathy, because if you had lost just now, you would have been the one to die. In addition, you also remember the words of the eldest brother of the Chong family before his death. From his words, you can hear that it was actually the Chu Kingdom princess who extinguished the wick. To some extent, this did help you. At least you don't have to lose 200 years of lifespan. 3 minutes later, you suddenly looked up at the red-clothed, peerless woman on the city wall, because she had secretly communicated with you. You asked her the reason for extinguishing the wick. The Chu Kingdom princess transmitted her voice to you like this. "I want to save Chu Kingdom." This was the answer of the Chu Kingdom princess. Hearing the words of the Chu princess, your eyes narrowed. You vaguely understood the deeper meaning behind her words, but you weren't entirely sure. After all, if the deeper meaning of the Chu princess's words was really what you thought, then this woman was quite interesting. Thinking this, you used voice transmission again, wanting to ask her ultimate goal. The Chu princess replied with a location, Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Courtyard number 9. This was a pavilion courtyard. The Chu princess told you that she had important matters to discuss there. You listened, pondered slowly for a while, and then nodded. Of course, you didn't immediately go to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion for the appointment. You first searched all the storage bags of the 4 Immortal Palace generals, and then went directly to the 4 generals' lair in the city. These 4 Immortal Palace generals had stayed in the 8th city of the human race for so long, they must have a lot of good treasures. After all, these 4 were considered a top force in the 8th city, and they were also subordinates of the 4th prince. Lin Changqing estimated that these 4 generals had obtained a lot of the opportunities in the 8th city, so he went straight to their lair. 3 minutes later, you arrived at an ancient mansion. The ancient mansion was square, with the plaque above reading Immortal Palace Mansion. You had learned from some other cultivators that the 4 Immortal Palace generals usually lived here in the 8th city. This Immortal Palace Mansion was the 4 generals' lair in the 8th city. You directly pushed the door open and entered, then used your spiritual sense to search. After a moment, you found a large pile of spiritual energy-rich items in the most central house. You determined that this was the treasure trove that the 4 generals had placed here. You went directly inside, and with a bang, it turned out that this house had restrictions. 2 minutes later, you broke the restrictions and successfully entered the house. As soon as you entered, you exclaimed, "Good heavens!" Everywhere you looked were all kinds of treasures filled with spiritual energy. On the left side of the treasure trove were many spiritual weapons, magical instruments, and magic treasures, and on the right were spiritual medicines. In the very center, you saw a golden fruit. The golden fruit was a nascent soul fruit, the most top-tier opportunity in the 8th city. After taking it, one could unconditionally break through from the early stage of the nascent soul realm to the middle stage of the nascent soul realm. Moreover, it was rumored that the nascent soul fruit was planted by some immortals in ancient times, containing some immortal powers. After taking it, one could randomly obtain an immortal divine power. Seeing this fruit, you were overjoyed. This was exactly what you needed. You are now at the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. Breaking through to the 4th level of the nascent soul realm is not as simple as breaking through one level. From the 3rd level to the 4th level, it is from the initial stage to the intermediate stage. Many cultivators are stuck here for a lifetime. You estimate that the difficulty of breaking through to the 4th level of the nascent soul realm is more difficult than the difficulty of breaking through the first 3 levels combined. At a normal rate, you would have to cultivate for at least 20 or 30 years. Now with this nascent soul fruit, you can achieve it in an instant. Without hesitation, you directly swallowed this golden fruit. A monstrous spiritual force entered your dantian. 2 hours later, you absorbed all the golden spiritual force that the nascent soul fruit had poured into your dantian. After absorbing it, the nascent soul in your dantian grew a little older, becoming 7 or 8 years old. This marked that you had broken through another level, reaching the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. In addition, you also obtained a nascent soul divine power randomly gifted at the 4th level of the nascent soul realm, golden fruit tree. This was another killing divine power. The so-called golden fruit tree is to summon a tree full of golden fruits with spiritual power. The fruits will automatically attack. When encountering an enemy, the golden fruits will automatically shoot out. Each fruit has a strike of the mid-nascent soul stage. An ordinary enemy can be destroyed by one fruit. This is considered a group attack skill. Not bad, as expected, killing people and stealing treasures in secret realms is the fastest way to advance. Lin Changqing nodded with satisfaction. It had only been this long, and he had already improved his realm again, reaching the 4th level of the nascent soul realm. This speed was faster than riding a rocket. In addition, he had obtained another divine power. He suddenly felt that the 4th prince's subordinates were treasure-giving boys to him. Whenever the 4th prince's subordinates came to make trouble for him, afterwards he would either improve his realm or obtain divine powers. Wouldn't you say they are wealth-giving boys? 2 minutes later, you put all the treasures that the 4 generals had collected in this house into your storage bag, and then walked out of the house towards the heavenly fragrance pavilion. Of course, you didn't forget your appointment with the Chu princess. You wanted to know what important matters this woman wanted to discuss with you. In addition, this princess was really unexpected. As the 4th prince's fiancée, she actually gave you a break during this battle. You vaguely knew what she was thinking, so you wanted to confirm her purpose in this conversation. 10 minutes later, you arrived at the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and then walked into courtyard number 9. Courtyard number 9 was an antique courtyard. The Chu princess was sitting in the very center of the courtyard. In front of her was a tea table engraved with lotus seals. She was wearing a red dress, peerless and beautiful, and was stretching out her fair hand, putting tea leaves into the teacup and slowly brewing tea, with an indescribable elegant temperament. You saw the tea leaves that the Chu princess put into the teacup, and you thought, good heavens, this is actually an extremely rare heavenly treasure. 10,000 water tea leaves. This Chu princess is generous, actually willing to use these things to entertain. Young Master Lin, please sit down. Seeing Lin Changqing coming in, the Chu princess poured a cup of tea and placed it on the opposite side of the table, signaling Lin Changqing to sit down. Lin Changqing did not hesitate and sat down opposite the table in a carefree manner, picked up the tea and took a sip. Not bad, good tea. Lin Changqing raised his cup and drank the tea in one gulp. These tea leaves were indeed worthy of being called 10,000 water tea leaves. After drinking it, he actually felt his lifespan slowly increasing. Good stuff. Young Master Lin, it's good that you like to drink it. The Chu princess smiled, and seeing Lin Changqing finish drinking, she poured another cup of tea and placed it next to Lin Changqing's hand. By the way, princess, you said that you gave me a break today in order to save Chu. I'm really a bit puzzled. Lin Changqing took another small sip of tea and said, I am the fourth prince's great enemy, yet your highness, as the fourth prince's fiancé, gave me a break in the battle. I really don't understand. Young Master Lin is very smart, and must know what I mean by saving Chu. There's no need for the two of us to pretend to be confused. The Chu princess said with a faint smile, it's true that I am the fourth prince's fiancé, but I am also the princess of Chu. If I didn't give you a break and killed you in the battle today, it would certainly be beneficial to the fourth prince, but it would be detrimental to my Chu. No matter what, with your existence, perhaps your Wu kingdom will have a good internal strife in the future, which will be beneficial to my Chu. If I kill you, the fourth prince will have no opponents. When he ascends the throne in the future and unifies the seven kingdoms, the destruction of Chu will be unavoidable. Saying this, the Chu princess sighed faintly, seemingly feeling sad about the future fate of national subjugation. So your highness gave me a break because you wanted me and the fourth prince to have internal strife. Lin Changqing shook his head and chuckled, I think it's not just that. If your highness's purpose was only this, you wouldn't have specially invited me to come here today. Your highness, if you have any important matters, please say it as soon as possible. Let's be frank. Young Master Lin, since you want me to be straightforward, then I will directly state the purpose of inviting you here for this discussion. Princess Chu said, my purpose is very simple, which is to recruit you. My purpose in holding back during the battle was also the same. I might as well tell you that when the four generals of the Immortal Palace came to me today to borrow the Azure Sky Lantern, I had already made plans to turn against them in battle, and was prepared to personally help you kill those four generals. But I didn't expect your combat power to be so amazing that you defeated them alone. Speaking of this, Princess Chu had admiration on her face. She had already highly valued Lin Changqing's talent, but after seeing Lin Changqing's powerful killing of the four generals of the Immortal Palace across four realms in today's battle, she realized that a genius like Lin Changqing is rare in the world, which also strengthened her desire to recruit Lin Changqing. Among the seven kingdoms, the Wu kingdom is too strong, already dominating. Princess Chu didn't want to see the Wu kingdom possess a genius like Lin Changqing. At the same time, the weak Chu kingdom also needs a peerless genius like Lin Changqing to compete with the Wu kingdom when he grows up. So, that's Her Highness's purpose. Hearing what Princess Chu said, Lin Changqing laughed loudly, Princess, your idea of recruiting me is a fallacy. Everyone in the world knows the current situation, with the six kingdoms weak and the Wu kingdom strong. Everyone knows that the demise of the six kingdoms in the future is unavoidable. Therefore, your highness's recruitment of me to the Chu kingdom is absurd. Why would I leave the powerful Wu kingdom and go to the weak Chu kingdom? Moreover, in the Wu kingdom, the 17th princess treats me well. I have the support of the 17th princess's mansion with the best cultivation resources. And among the seven kingdoms, the Wu kingdom controls more secret realms than the Chu kingdom. I really can't think of a reason for me to go to the Chu kingdom. Young Master Lin, that's not right, Princess Chu shook her head. The fact that the six kingdoms are weak and the Wu kingdom is strong is indeed a fact, but that's from a national perspective, not for individuals. You first killed the insect Taoist, and today you killed the four generals here. You have already formed an enmity with the fourth prince's faction. As the future heir to the throne of the Wu kingdom, do you think he can let you go? Or, can you cultivate peacefully in the Wu kingdom? Why can't I cultivate peacefully? Lin Changqing said, so what if I killed the insect Taoist and the four generals of the Immortal Palace? I have the confidence of the invincible ancient Starry Sky Road. I will kill all the way to the end and compete with the fourth prince. I am not afraid of him. Moreover, after leaving the Valley Road, I have a Nascent Soul Cultivator to protect me. The fourth prince can't hurt me even if he wants to. Young Master Lin, do you really think that you will be safe with the protection of a Nascent Soul Cultivator after leaving the ancient road? Oh, what does your highness mean by that? What I mean is that the fourth prince can mobilize return to void level power. You know he obtained the inheritance of the Great Sun Immortal Venerable. In the Great Sun Immortal Venerable's treasure vault, there is a return to void level puppet, but the cost of using it is too great. I might as well tell you. 2 years ago, the fourth prince had the intention to use the return to void puppet to kill you, but he ultimately endured it. One is because the cost of using the Return to Void puppet is too great, and he felt it wasn't worth killing you. The second is that if he publicly killed a genius like you, the Wu Kingdom's emperor would definitely punish him, so he endured it. But what about now? You have shown two amazing talent. First, you killed the insect Taoist across 3 realms, and now you have killed the 4 generals of the Immortal Palace across 4 realms. Do you think the 4th prince will still endure it? Does he still think it's not worth mobilizing the Return to Void puppet to kill you? Now even a fool knows that if you are allowed to grow up, you will definitely be an unmatched enemy. So I dare to assert that after you leave the ancient road, the 4th prince will definitely mobilize everything at his disposal to use the Return to Void puppet to kill you. Every word of Princess Chu at this moment was like a heavy hammer, ringing in Lin Changqing's ears. Hearing these words, you are briefly silent. The information revealed in Princess Chu's words is really shocking to you. You really didn't expect that the 4th prince could mobilize the strength of the Return to Void level. You then think about it, it seems that the 17th princess sending a nascent soul cultivator to protect you for the past 3 years has made you too comfortable and somewhat arrogant. The opponent of the 4th prince cannot be underestimated. This person can actually mobilize a Return to Void puppet. Seeing your silence, Princess Chu is overjoyed. She feels that her words have moved you. Then she continues to say, "Okay, I won't talk about the 4th prince being able to release the Return to Void puppet to kill you. I'll just say one more thing. Do you know what great opportunity is hidden in the first city at the end of the Starry Sky Ancient Road? What opportunity? Stone Monkey Heavenly Art, 1. Of the 10 ancient heavenly arts. And it's the complete version." Princess Chu's words make your eyes narrow again. The first city of the ancient road actually hides the complete version of the Stone Monkey Heavenly Art. Her words stir up a huge wave in your heart. You possess the incomplete Kuanpeng Heavenly Art, and you know the power of the 10 great heavenly arts best. But the first city actually hides a complete version of the Stone Monkey Heavenly Art. You were lost in thought for a long time after hearing this. The so-called Stone Monkey Heavenly Art represents a taboo mythical figure from ancient times, the spiritual Stone Monkey, great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. This is a great figure who is well known in both Lin Changqing's previous life and the current cultivation world. The Stone Monkey Heavenly Art represents the ultimate in clones. Legend has it that in the primordial era, Sun Wukong could transform into a clone by plucking a hair. Plucking thousands of hairs would create thousands of clones. Learning the Stone Monkey Heavenly Art allows one to possess this clone divine power of the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong. Plucking a hair or blowing on a hair will create thousands of clones. This clone has 3 uses. The first is to gather clones to gang up on the opponent when fighting enemies. The second is to summon thousands of clones when escaping from an invincible enemy. As long as one clone escapes, you can survive. The third is the greatest use of this clone, which is to merge and recreate the great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, of the ancient primordial era. If the Kuanping Heavenly Art represents the ultimate in speed, then the Stone Monkey Heavenly Book represents the ultimate in clones. You should know the attraction of a complete version of the Heavenly Art to the people of the world, and the first city at the end of the Starry Sky Ancient Road only allows one person to obtain it. Do you think the 4th prince will let you go if you defeat him and obtain this Heavenly Art? On this road, if you want to obtain the Stone Monkey Heavenly Art, you are destined to have an irreconcilable feud with the 4th prince. So how can you stay safely in the Wu Kingdom? Princess Chu said again, and hearing these words, Lin Changqing was completely lost in thought. It must be said that Princess Chu's words were indeed too manipulative. Seeing you pondering, Princess Chu strikes while the iron is hot and says another heavy sentence. If you agree to my recruitment request, I will do my best to help you obtain the Stone Monkey Heavenly Art. Afterwards, if you come to the Chu Kingdom, I will let you see my sincerity. The cultivation resources of the entire Chu Kingdom will be given priority to you, and even at that time I can marry you. How about it? How is this bargaining chip of mine? The Chu princess continued, dressed in red, her face exquisite, her skin as delicate as mutton fat jade. Her beauty was captivating, with an indescribable ethereal quality. She gazed at Lin Changqing with her autumn water eyes and said, "Since I was born, people have praised my beauty. I know my own worth. People say I am the #1 goddess of the 7 kingdoms. The eyes of every man who sees me are filled with greed. I know my value. Back then, the heir of Qi was willing to cede 50 cities to marry me. The emperor of Yan offered a whole prefecture as betrothal gifts. Even the #1 prodigy, the 4th prince, went crazy proposing to me. Everyone is fighting to have me, so I am definitely a rare and precious treasure. How is using me as a bargaining chip for sincerity? Besides, you and the 4th prince are great enemies. Wouldn't it be a great joy in life to obtain his fiancée?" It was hard to imagine such words coming from the mouth of this peerless goddess. Her eyes sparkled as she continued. "Furthermore, I am the only daughter of the current emperor of Chu. I am the only heir to the throne of the Chu royal family in this generation. That is to say, as long as you marry me, or rather, if you stay in Chu and we get married, the entire Chu kingdom will be yours in the future. At that time, all the cultivation resources of Chu will be prioritized for your use, and the resources for breaking through to return to void will also be relaxed for you. Can you have such treatment in Wu? In Wu, the resources for breaking through to return to void will definitely be prioritized for the 4th prince and the 13th princess. No matter how much of a prodigy you are in Wu, you are just a subject. But it's different when you come to Chu. You will be my husband, you will be the husband of the future empress of Chu, you will own Chu with me." The Chu princess spoke each word clearly. Her voice was soft, but her words had a strange power. Her eyes looked at Lin Changqing. Her words were clearly about marriage, but there was no shyness of a common woman. Her beautiful face was very calm, and her tone was also very calm, as if she was talking about an unrelated matter, analyzing her own value like an outsider, as if treating herself as a commodity. This woman was telling Lin Changqing, one by one, the benefits of marrying her. Hearing the words of the Chu princess, you were a little speechless. This woman was quite interesting, treating herself as a bargaining chip. You thought about it and said, "Your Highness, the princess, is using herself as a bargaining chip. I remember that you are the 4th prince's fiancé, aren't you? Aren't you afraid of offending Wu?" Lin Changqing took a sip of tea and then said, his expression unchanged, showing no joy or sorrow. The Chu princess saw the expression on Lin Changqing's face, and her heart stagnated. This person's composure is extraordinary. If an ordinary man heard that I wanted to marry him, he would be overjoyed. Back then, when the 4th prince heard that my father had agreed to marry me to him, even such a prodigy was overjoyed, but this person's face didn't change at all. He is indeed extraordinary, the Chu princess said silently in her heart. She was still confident in her appearance. After all, even the 4th prince, such a peerless prodigy who had obtained the inheritance of the great son Immortal Venerable, had proposed to her madly. She knew her charm in the hearts of men all over the world. However, when she had just said that she could marry Lin Changqing's face didn't change at all. The Chu princess's evaluation of Lin Changqing in her heart rose another level. Afterwards, she said, "So what if I am his fiancée? I am also the princess of Chu. Back then, my father was preparing to marry me to Wu to seek a chance of survival for Chu, but in the past 10 years, everyone can see Wu's ambitions in the future. Wu unifying the 7 kingdoms is inevitable. Since this is the case, why should I marry him? Anyway, marrying him will not prevent Chu from being attacked by Wu. Since this is the case, why should I be afraid of offending him? So, why don't I find another buyer? I want to sell myself to someone who can save Chu." The Chu princess's tone changed slightly as she spoke. Although she seemed calm, Lin Changqing could hear a slight tremor in her voice. Lin Changqing looked at the expression on the Chu princess's face again. Although the woman's face was still very calm, Lin Changqing could see some hidden sadness in her eyes. This woman! She was able to sell herself to others as a commodity with a normal face. But who really wants to treat themselves as a commodity? Lin Changqing could tell from the Chu princess's words that this woman really regarded Chu as everything, willing to tear her dignity on the ground for it, treating herself as a commodity to trade with him. At the same time, you also admire this woman very much, because the Chu princess's words hit your heart. If you want to obtain the stone monkey heavenly art, you will inevitably have an endless feud with the fourth prince, and it is foreseeable that after you obtain the stone monkey heavenly art, what attitude will the Wu Emperor have towards you? This is one of the 10 great heavenly arts. Even if the Wu Emperor is returned to void, he may not be unmoved. The Chu princess's words are really right, your days in Wu are really not stable. But at the same time, you are not a fool. You have experienced 7 life and death situations, and a century of cultivation in life. You will not believe others just because of a word from someone else. Therefore, in your final conversation with the Chu princess, you said such a sentence. I want to see your sincerity. If I obtain the stone monkey heavenly art, wouldn't some old monsters in Chu be greedy? You said that I can't be stable in Wu, but I have such a treasure, I don't think I can be stable in any country. Lin Changqing said. Hearing Lin Changqing say this, the Chu princess narrowed her eyes. Her 2 jade-like hands were tightly clasped together, and a sense of joy welled up in her heart, because she knew that she was not far from successfully recruiting Lin Changqing. Lin Changqing could say this, it was obvious that her words had moved him. The Chu princess was very happy in her heart. She had finally accomplished a great thing for Chu. Everyone could see Lin Changqing's talent. This was a person who surpassed the 4th prince and the 13th princess in the same realm. In other words, if Lin Changqing grows up in the future, he will definitely be able to lead Chu to rise, perhaps no less than Qin Wushang leading Great Wu to rise back then, or even more. This is very simple. In Chu, you can rest assured about your life safety. I will use the soul lock to lock our 2 souls together in a while. If you die, I will die too. As the only daughter of the Emperor of Chu, binding your life to mine, you should be sure that you are safe in Chu now, right? The Chu princess said. Hearing this, Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes. The so-called soul lock is to lock the souls of 2 people together, that is, to bind the lives of 2 people together. The method that the Chu princess said is indeed very sincere. Actually, you are already very tempted in your heart, and you feel that agreeing to the Chu princess's recruitment request is definitely the most beneficial route for your future, but you didn't agree immediately, because the deal can't be rushed. Just like what was said before, the Chu princess is selling herself as a commodity to you, but at this moment, aren't you also a commodity, selling yourself to Chu again? So you have to see more chips and sincerity. Afterward, you exchanged a few more words with the Princess of Chu, who proved to be exceptionally intelligent. She discerned your inner thoughts and spoke accordingly. I understand the hesitation in your heart, young Master Lin, the Princess of Chu began. I will first present my sincerity and bargaining chips to demonstrate that my Chu kingdom genuinely holds the utmost sincerity towards you. Let me begin by asking young Master Lin a question. If you wish to obtain the stone monkey celestial art, you must elevate your cultivation by at least 3 or 4 minor realms to contend with the 4th prince in the first city. And as far as I know, the stone monkey celestial art in the first city will have a result in 7 days. Are you confident, young Master Lin, that you can rapidly ascend 3 or 4 minor realms within these 7 days? Upon hearing the Princess of Chu's words, you pondered for a moment. The contest for the stone monkey celestial art will conclude in 7 days? This indeed instills a sense of urgency. To elevate 3 or 4 minor realms within 7 days is undoubtedly challenging. Ordinary cultivators often take over a decade to ascend a single realm. To rapidly improve by 3 or 4 minor realms in a mere 7 days is akin to ascending to the heavens. Even you are no exception. After all, traveling from the first city to the second city alone took 2 days. Calculating the time, it took you 4 days to elevate 2 realms. Elevating 3 or 4 realms in 7 days is indeed difficult. You contemplated briefly and then replied that the 7-day timeframe was indeed pressing. You intended to seize the time and plunder the treasuries of the 4th prince's subordinates in each city from the 8th city all the way to the first city, using their treasures to enhance your strength. Young Master Lin has quite the plan. Killing and plundering treasures is indeed the fastest way to improve one's cultivation. The Princess of Chu chuckled upon hearing this response. However, young Master Lin, this plan won't work. I can sense that the spiritual energy within you has strengthened somewhat. Compared to the third level of the nascent soul realm earlier, you have now reached the fourth level, haven't you? I suspect you obtained the treasury of one of the 4 heavenly generals of the Immortal Palace. The treasury of the 4 heavenly generals of the Immortal Palace contained a nascent soul fruit. You must have consumed this nascent soul fruit to reach the 4th level of the nascent soul realm, correct? Lin Changqing nodded. The Princess of Chu continued, if you believe that every subordinate of the 4th prince possesses such treasures as the nascent soul fruit, then you are mistaken. The nascent soul fruit is not only significant in the 8th city, it is an extremely important opportunity in the first 7 cities of the entire Starry Sky Ancient Road. It is not easily obtained. As far as I know, from the 7th city, 6th city, 5th city, all the way to the 3rd city, the 4th prince's subordinates do not possess such treasures as the nascent soul fruit that can rapidly enhance cultivation. Moreover, even if they did exist, it is extremely rare for someone like the 4 heavenly generals of the Immortal Palace to retain them without using them. Most people immediately consume any opportunities they obtain in the ancient cities. For example, a subordinate of the 4th prince in the 4th city, named Heishinho, immediately consumed a scarlet fruit elixir that enhanced his cultivation. The Blood River Daoist, a subordinate of the 4th prince in the 3rd city, also immediately consumed a nascent soul fruit upon obtaining it. Therefore, young Master Lin, if you intend to fight your way through, hoping to obtain opportunities to enhance your realm, similar to the nascent soul fruit, from the hands of these subordinates of the 4th prince, then you will likely be disappointed. Even if you defeat them, those treasures for enhancing cultivation would have already been consumed by them. Not everyone is like the 4 heavenly generals of the Immortal Palace, retaining the nascent soul fruit without using it. Is that so? Lin Changqing frowned. Hearing the Princess of Chu's words, it seemed that his method of enhancing his realm was about to fail. If those subordinates of the 4th prince did not possess treasures for enhancing their realm, then it would indeed be difficult for him to rapidly elevate 4 minor realms within 7 days. Seeing you frown, the Princess of Chu narrowed her eyes slightly. This was the outcome she desired. To enhance her own importance, she needed to make others need her, and she had a way to enable Lin Changqing to rapidly elevate 4 realms. Following this, the Princess of Chu informed you that she possessed a method to rapidly enhance your realm without any side effects, a method that could directly elevate you from the 4th level of the nascent soul realm to the 8th level. Young Master Lin, this is the sincerity I wish to demonstrate first. I have a way to rapidly elevate you by 4 minor realms to the 8th level of the nascent soul realm, and without any side effects. What method? The Princess of Chu did not directly answer. She extended her fair hands and poured another cup of tea for Lin Changqing. Subsequently, she retrieved a beige storage bag from her waist. With a tap, she produced a statue from the storage bag. It was a statue of a horse, crafted entirely from bronze. Most remarkably, this bronze ancient horse statue possessed a third eye at its center. Does young Master Lin recognize what this is? The Princess of Chu placed the bronze ancient horse statue near Lin Changqing's hand. Lin Changqing picked it up, feeling a slight heaviness. He estimated it weighed several hundred pounds. The touch was cold to the hand. You held the bronze ancient horse in your hand. Could this thing possibly help you elevate 4 realms? But you truly didn't recognize what it was. You felt it was just an ordinary bronze artifact, at most with slightly special materials. You directly asked with your doubts. The Princess of Chu smiled and replied that it was a statue of a sacred beast. Sacred beast? That's right, a sacred beast, the Princess of Chu nodded emphatically. The world generally knows that sacred beasts refer to dragons, phoenixes, unicorns, and at most, the black tortoise. However, few know that in ancient times, besides these 5 familiar sacred beasts, there were also 5 divine beasts. The ancient ancestors referred to these as the 10 great sacred beasts. Each sacred beast possessed the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, and upon reaching maturity, they could directly reach the realm of immortals. The bronze ancient horse is one of the 10 great sacred beasts of ancient times. It is also called the 3-eyed celestial horse. In ancient times, each of the 10 great sacred beasts possessed the strength to deter the myriad realms. It is said that in every era, the 10 great sacred beasts would be re-ranked according to their combat power, and the bronze ancient horse has never fallen out of the top 5 in the ranking of the 10 great sacred beasts, and sometimes it could even occupy the first position. Hearing the Princess of Chu say this, you were astonished. You had never really learned about the 10 great sacred beasts. It seemed that these royal families indeed spared no expense and understood some secrets that ordinary people did not know. Subsequently, you were even more astonished to hear the Princess of Chu say that the bronze ancient horse could sometimes rank first among the 10 great sacred beasts, because this meant defeating the true dragon, black tortoise, and unicorn, which was indeed an extraordinary achievement. So this is a statue of a sacred beast, Lin Changqing said. However, what does this have to do with me enhancing my realm? Could this statue be left behind by a sacred beast, similar to some kind of natural treasure? However, what I observe is just ordinary bronze material, and I don't feel any special spiritual energy. The Princess of Chu replied, this bronze ancient horse cannot directly help you enhance your realm, but the key point to enhancing your realm does indeed lie within it. The bronze ancient horse was naturally nurtured by heaven and earth in ancient times. This kind of sacred beast is not born from blood relations, just like the spiritual stone monkey in the primordial era, which was born from the stone used by Nuwa to mend the heavens. The bronze ancient horse, this kind of sacred beast, is also born from spiritual objects nurtured between heaven and earth. The heaven and earth spiritual object that nurtures the bronze ancient horse is called the bronze tree. What I just said that can quickly help you improve your realm is precisely the bronze tree. The Chu princess said, looking at Lin Changqing. The bronze tree is a heaven and earth spiritual object from the primordial era, on par with the Nuwa's mending heaven stone. Legend has it that it was left over from the chaos world, carrying a trace of chaos energy. Only this kind of spiritual object can give birth to the bronze ancient horse, a supreme divine beast between heaven and earth. After the bronze tree uses 99% of its spiritual energy to give birth to the bronze ancient horse, it will form a fruit. The bronze ancient horse will have its master consume this fruit. Legend says that this fruit has the effect of reversing time and returning to the primordial era. In ancient times, some forbidden powerhouses who gained the recognition of the bronze ancient horse consumed the fruit, reversed time, and returned to the primordial era. After returning, their cultivation realms generally improved by 3 or 4 minor realms, and they also obtained a large number of secret techniques from the primordial era. So, the way to quickly improve your realm is to gain the recognition of the bronze ancient horse and consume that bronze fruit. After speaking, the Chu princess poured another cup of tea, while Lin Changqing fell into deep thought after listening. The reason you fell into deep thought is not because of what the Chu princess said about quickly improving your realm, but because of that sentence, consume the bronze fruit and reverse time to return to the primordial era. This sentence is too attractive. In the hearts of all cultivators, the primordial era is recognized as the strongest era. In that era, celestials walked everywhere, and golden immortals were worse than dogs. It was an incomparably glorious era. Who wouldn't want to return to that incomparably powerful era? But now, hearing the Chu princess say that after consuming the bronze fruit, one can actually return to that era, it is simply too tempting for him. Improving the realm is secondary. If he can return to the primordial era, understand some secrets, and obtain some secret techniques from the primordial era, that would be enough. Subsequently, you inquired about the whereabouts of the bronze ancient horse and the bronze tree. The Chu princess informed you that both treasures are in the second city of the ancient road. It can be said that all forces are now eyeing them covetously in the second city. The representatives of the various forces are all nascent soul stage cultivators at the 8th or 9th level, and even some at the 10th level. In a word, the struggle for the bronze ancient horse in the second city has already become a complete mess. The 4th prince's forces, the 13th princess's forces, the Yin kingdoms, the Chu kingdoms, the Qi kingdoms. In short, all the top geniuses or forces from the 7 kingdoms are in the second city, preparing to participate in the battle for the bronze ancient horse and the bronze tree. There are nascent soul stage cultivators at the 8th or 9th level, even some at the 10th level. Lin Changqing narrowed his eyes as he listened to the Chu princess. In that case, this bronze ancient horse will really be difficult to contend for. He is only at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage now, capable of fighting nascent soul stage cultivators at the 8th level, but not at the 10th level. If he uses the 7 injury fist to sacrifice his lifespan, he can indeed fight at the 4th level, but at that time, his lifespan will also be gone. Even if he snatches the bronze ancient horse, it will be useless. Is young Master Lin worried that there are too many forces vying for the bronze ancient horse, and that the strength of the various forces is too strong, making it difficult to contend? The Chu princess asked. Lin Changqing nodded. With his current strength, it is indeed not easy to contend for the bronze ancient horse. All the top forces are in the 2nd city. The weakest are at the 8th or 9th level of the nascent soul stage, and there are even some at the 10th level. Not to mention that he is currently at the 4th level of the nascent soul stage, and it is difficult to contend, even if he were at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage and had the strength to fight. Against the 10th level, he still couldn't guarantee that he could obtain the bronze ancient horse. After all, the top geniuses from all the 7 kingdoms are in the 2nd city. If you snatch the bronze ancient horse, you will definitely become the target of everyone's attacks. Even if you have the strength to fight against the 10th level of the nascent soul stage, it won't work. Being besieged by everyone, even a spirit transformation stage cultivator would probably have a hard time. In short, this bronze ancient horse is not easy to obtain, it is very tricky. But on the other hand, he is very tempted. After all, the bronze ancient horse is a strange beast comparable to the true dragon and phoenix. On the other hand, he is also very tempted by the fruit of the bronze tree. He wants to go back to the primordial era to take a look. Perhaps sensing what Lin Changqing was thinking, the Chu princess said. Young Master Lin, there is no need to worry. I have my own way to help you easily obtain the bronze ancient horse and the bronze tree. The Chu princess stood up, came to Lin Changqing's side, leaned over and whispered in his ear. Lin Changqing glanced at her in surprise after hearing the Chu princess's method. This woman does have some ideas. You exchanged a few more words. 10 minutes later, you left this restaurant. After leaving, you repeatedly pondered the strategy for seizing the bronze ancient horse that the Chu princess told you in your mind. You were wondering if there were any mistakes in this strategy. Then, you felt that if you followed the Chu princess's strategy, you would probably have a 90% chance of obtaining the bronze ancient horse. Now you are burning with excitement. The more you think about it, the more excited you become. You can't wait for tomorrow to arrive so you can set off for the 2nd city to seize the bronze ancient horse. 5 hours later, night fell, and the sky above the 8th city began to spray various opportunities and treasures. Cultivators from the 7 kingdoms began to walk onto the streets to snatch the treasures. And you also followed the strategy set by the Chu princess and began to walk onto the streets to snatch the treasures. At this moment, the treasures sprayed from the sky in the 8th city are generally 1 level higher than those in the 9th city, but there are no top-level opportunities such as the golden flower and true dragon blood. Actually, thinking about the fact that you obtained these 2 top-level opportunities in the 9th city, it can be considered extremely lucky. These 2 things are also rare in the 8th city. The treasures in the sky began to fall slowly, and the cultivators from various countries were preparing to take action to seize the opportunities. Of course, due to the fact that you killed the 4 generals of the Immortal Palace with 1 spear during the day, you are now very famous in the 8th city. Everyone is waiting for you to pick the treasures. You took the lead in flying into the sky to select the opportunities. The best treasure in the sky is a high-grade Dao artifact called the Mysterious Fire Arrow. You took it into your hand, and just at this moment, a clear and cold female voice suddenly came from the street. Lin Changqing, you are so bold. You dare to kill the 4 generals of the Immortal Palace. I will kill you. It was the Chu princess who held the azure sky lamp and flew towards you in the sky to kill you. You laughed loudly and asked if the Chu princess was here to die? Then you 2 fought together. After 200 moves, you were defeated. After 300 moves, the Chu princess directly used the azure sky lamp to suppress and kill you. Everyone in the 8th city saw you, Lin Changqing, a peerless genius, actually being suppressed and killed alive by the Chu princess with the azure sky lamp. Everyone was shocked. Heavens! What did I see? The Chu princess used the azure sky lamp to suppress and kill Lin Changqing. This is a big deal. A Yen Kingdom cultivator exclaimed. Good, Lin Changqing deserves to be killed. He dared to kill those 4 generals, he must die. The princess is worthy of being the 4th prince's fiancée. She should have killed Lin Changqing long ago. This was a Wu Kingdom cultivator who was watching Lin Changqing being killed, and his face was full of excitement. He was also considered one of the 4th prince's men. He was both shocked and afraid when the 4 generals of the Immortal Palace were killed. But now it's good. The 4th prince's fiancé took action and killed Lin Changqing. He doesn't have to worry about losing his life in the future. In this way, the whole city was discussing it. The next day, the Chu princess walked out of the 8th city. Princess Chu left the 8th city, heading towards the 2nd city. In an unnoticed corner, a dark-skinned, ordinary-looking armored man followed beside her. He appeared to be a retainer of the princess, but no one knew that this retainer was none other than Lin Changqing, whom the princess had supposedly killed the day before. Lin Changqing was not dead. Last night, the princess's killing of him was merely an act, a play they had orchestrated together. The plan the princess whispered to you that day about helping you seize the bronze steed was to fake your death. The princess wanted to create the illusion that she had personally killed you to gain the trust of the 4th prince's forces. After gaining their trust, she would feign cooperation in seizing the bronze steed, then betray them at a crucial moment. That was the general plan. The 4th prince has never fully trusted me, which is partly due to my cold attitude towards him. When the wick of my azure heaven lamp suddenly went out during the day, leading to you killing the 4 Immortal Palace generals, he must have harbored suspicions. Therefore, I must create the illusion that I personally killed you to deceive the 4th prince, because if we want to easily seize the bronze steed, we must borrow strength, and that strength lies in the 4th prince's subordinates stationed in the 2nd city. This was what the princess told you that night. After a moment of thought, you quickly agreed, as the plan did indeed seem promising. Now, you have completed the first step of the plan. You have been successfully killed by the princess, and she will bring the news of your death to the 2nd city to gain the trust of the 4th prince's men. Indeed, the first step of the plan was a success. After the news of your death spreads, the 4th prince should be ecstatic. After all, I have always been cold towards him, and this time, I have taken the initiative to eliminate a major enemy. I predict he will be overjoyed. I believe that upon arriving in the 2nd city again, I should easily gain the trust of his subordinates. On the ancient road leading to the 2nd city, Princess Chu spoke to Lin Changqing beside her as they flew. Lin Changqing nodded in response. Among the 7 nations' forces in the 2nd city, the 4th prince's faction was undoubtedly the strongest. Although the 4th prince was not personally present in the 2nd